Bienvenidos and welcome on in Riftbounders. We are here for day number 2 of Barcelona Riftbound Regional Qualifier, and today history will be made. We will be crowning the first ever Riftbound Vendetta champion. And with me here today, one of my favorite people in the game, it is Mr. Alguito Swiftly. How you doing?
Yes. How are you? Plus, I know it's super early for you, and I saw you were still posting. It's late for me. So have you
Yes,
slept well?
yes. I thought I had to post it because usually organized play Riftbound makes the post that, oh, there's 10 undefeated players, but they didn't post it. I thought it was a disservice to the 10 players remaining. So I'm like, let me just get out of the bed real quick, do the quick post. But it wasn't too bad. I managed to get decent enough sleep. And of course, a little caffeine can go a long way as well. So chat, hope you guys are doing a little bit better than we are, but I don't want to say we're too on the struggle bus because I'm excited. It's day 2 of the very first Vendetta Regional, and we have some crazy names in the top 10. If you guys didn't see, we could go ahead and review it. But if you guys are just finding out, number 1 seed, completely undefeated, it was actually Akali at the hands of Colin Kaiser. How do you feel about that, Arguito? Is that surprising, or is just his name alone you kind of learn to expect it here and there?
Always expect Colin to sort of do very well, especially on day one. Obviously known to be the boss. He's the set man himself. He has tried a few things in the past. I think he's done it well with Rengar. He's tried his hand at Annie a few times. But Set was his big bad boy. And I honestly thought it was going to be maybe an Ambessa sort of like going from colour to colour. But apparently Ninja's other way. And Akali's just sort of give him the hopes and dreams that we want for.
You know, Akali was just good enough, and honestly, if you ask me, he had money on his mind. Akali is the most sought after set, and excuse me, we did talk a little bit yesterday, so you guys might have to excuse me here and there, but Akali is indeed the most sought after set 4 legend. And a player with his skill caliber, he's probably regretfully, or a little bit of regrets not going after Ari when Ari was available. Because if you guys seen those prices, we're talking about 6-figure numbers, USD numbers for those best of Aris. So I dare say Akali might be able to reach something like that once it gets rotated out. I don't know exactly when it gets rotated out. I think it would be what, like set 7, 8, something along those lines. But either way, he has a future game plan, and he is prepped to go ahead and win that best of metal card. But let's not jinx anything, because I was telling Alguito before we got on, are we going to get the number 1 seed for the very first feature match? What do you guys think? And what do you think, Alguito?
I think, because we love Colin, and they know we love Colin, we won't see him until top 8.
Oh, no, don't say that.
But we might see Coco, because we love Coco too.
Okay. I could take a Coco game. Despite me really wanting to see what kind of cook did Colin Kaiser bring over to Barcelona, because we've seen Akali, in our tournaments, we've seen Akali a little bit both ways, a little bit more an aggressive build where you're not really relying on Astro Heron, and then a bit more of that defensive, slower to the punch build with the Astro Herons in the build. I think Colin Kaiser's doing a bit of both, so I would love to see it. And I know a lot of people, when I posted, is like, oh, we have to see the deck list. What is he running Akali? So I think the world is waiting to find out. But, I'm right there with you. I think they know Colin Kaiser is going to make a pretty good run, so we'll probably see him when we see him. But I'm a little selfish. I want to be able to cast them since we only have these first 2 rounds together. Since we have a little time, Akito, if you could keep an eye on the stream, let's go ahead and pull up for the chat the standings currently.
So just to answer the question in the chat, organized play traditionally is 1v1, but they do have events for 2v2, free for all, which is 4-player, and I think there's another game mode that happens depending on where you are. But yeah, normally it's like 1v1, 2v2, what I call all out mayhem 4-player, and then I think there is something else as well.
Yeah, definitely. But N24, it does show a lot of signs that they're going to prioritize 2v2 in the very near future. If you guys paid attention to set 6, the starter decks themselves are actually going to be 2v2 oriented, or have a focus on 2v2. So it tells me, and I believe a couple developers have hinted at it, There's going to be regionals where main events are 2v2. Maybe not the main event, but you know how they have the pre-regional, the Saturday, the Super Saturday, or the Super Sunday. Basically, the people that didn't get day 2 can play. They're going to do something like that officially, but 2v2 style. So stay tuned for that. I'm excited for it. Hey, yes, guys, Rogue Motorsports, let's go. It is day 2 Barcelona, and not so handsome. NASA's not too hot. You know, NASA's might not be too handsome this weekend, but I think he was doing okay-ish. But guys, let's take a look. At number 1 seed, it is Colin Kaiser with a Collie. Then it's Aurelia. To no one's surprise, she's still pretty good despite 2 sets later. She just seems to be getting better and better. I mean, she got a couple buffs, right? The Akali Silent, and then what's the one spell card, the one cost card?
The Shuriken Flip?
No. That's for Akali. The one that you can't target it. It's like you become a camel.
Oh, Shroud.
Shroud. Right. So those 2 cards alone, I feel like pretty much elevated Aurelia. So love to see it. Now, number 3. Actually, these are tables. Let me go down to the standings. Wait, standings.
The card you're referring to is called, he says as he goes through his deck because he was building yesterday because he's a fun person, Twilight Shroud.
Thank you so much,
+1 this turn. It can't be chosen by any spells or abilities turn, but obviously very funny because the green Akali cannot be targeted unless in combat. So, but hey.
Yeah, exactly. But guys, and then going down the table, 2 Master Yis, rounding out 3 and 4 for the top 4. So we actually, depending on how you feel about Master Yi, we didn't see a single, not on the feature match, not on the backup feature match, 0 Master Yi players in the entirety of day 1 yesterday. So I wouldn't be too surprised to catch a Master Yi stream here and there in day 2 because they are running around, right? So 2 Master Yis completely undefeated. A second Aurelia, Coco Lopez, like Aguito said, representing Kennen. So the number 1 Kennen competing or contesting the best of Kennen, which is looking a little likely. But there is one other player that's kind of gunning for the same best of meta cards. So we'll keep an eye on these 2 players. And then Rainguard and Ezreal, the final 2 legends that are also undefeated. Panda on Anaconda. I believe he's a EU player as well. And then Majin Bay, I think he's from NA/Canada, doing really well with Ezreal, which I'm a little bit surprised about. I thought it'd be a bit too slow, but I guess control is just always good. How do you feel about Ezreal itself?
I think it depends what you're going against. As we saw yesterday, Ezreal versus Kennen. Kennen isn't really scared about hand rip because generally they have no cards in hand. So that game plan kind of goes out the window. So then it's a case of which deck can get things out faster, which deck can actually run into the gauntlet quicker, which deck actually cares about having its hand ripped. You know, green decks hate having the ability to not be interacting with the hand rip. So they're like, yeah, I guess I'll have to try and get rid of one of my pump spells because I can't really get rid of the units. And then all of a sudden, you've got 1 unit, no pump spells, no defies, and it's about to be a bad time.
Oh yeah, I could definitely see. I wouldn't be too surprised to see him on a feature table here and there because he is quite a popular name. As chat saying, is that the same Majin Bay from Fab? It is actually. Previously, before he played that, he was pretty big on Legends of Runeterra, so it's kind of a little bit of a full circle moment coming back to a Riot game. So I think a lot of people are excited about him being playing so well yesterday. And to answer a couple people in chat, Alan ZQ is in Barcelona. Unfortunately, I believe he went X2 with Mel. You know, I had my hopes up. I was like, all right, what is Alan cooking? He says he's bringing Mel out. But I guess she didn't do too well. I think his losses were to, one was an Aurelia. I don't know who the other loss was to. Or maybe he's 7. Oh, he only lost 1 time. Okay, thank you, Lucifer.
Just to say, we did see Majin Buu yesterday. I think he was the backup match, or he was... No, I think he was the backup match yesterday, because we got his interview, I think, in round 8. So we have seen him. But maybe we'll see him again in Top Cuts. It's not so bad if you are a fan of Majin Buu. And then Lamb's a great player. We see him every now and again. Squirtle, I think, went 7-0-1. We did see his draw on stream.
Yes.
It was a bit of a slow game.
Lost a game too. So I think he's 6-1-1. So his first ever loss out of 2 regionals. He finally tasted a little taste of defeat, which was a little bit overdue. But honestly, you just can't get that crazy I mean, he's incredibly skilled, but it takes a little bit of luck to go completely undefeated. And it is what it is. We'll keep an eye on, because I believe for the first time he will be competing outside of EU. I believe they said the whole Master Leon team will be going to Singapore. So coming up in 2 weeks, I am excited to see that. Last player before we head back over the stream, because it looks like round number 9 should be starting momentarily, is Factor. If you guys aren't familiar, Factor was the previous, I think the most recent regional champion. He won it with Master Yi, and he's trying to run it right back here in Barcelona. So Factor actually defeated Squirtle. It was Squirtle versus Factor, and Factor took him down. So that's another player we want to keep an eye on. But Alguito, let's head back to the stream now, as I believe the casters are here. And I can't tell if the casters this weekend have the Hawaiian theme because it's so dang hot in the venue, or is it because of Barcelona? Barcelona is not tropical, but it's hot out there and has beaches, right?
Yeah, Barcelona is the capital city of Catan, which is, I think, the northern part of Spain. So it's not the summery side, if we put it that way. It's not the holiday making side of it. I think Yamamoto is just known for wearing colourful shirts anyway, because he's a bit of a flamboyant man. Not in that sense. He's just he's a very outgoing man, so he's just trying to show it off the stream. But It looks like we're on table 1. We got Coco coming in.
And Majin Bay, the best of both worlds. We didn't get Colin Kaiser, but hopefully get Colin Kaiser on round number 10. But Chav, you guys want to keep an eye on the bracket that we were just pulling up. Exclamation point bracket on YouTube, exclamation point bracket on Twitch. But it is time. The first round of day 2 Barcelona is here. Let's dive into round number 9. Ezreal versus Kennen, 2 undefeated players. Let's see who comes out ahead and remains undefeated, because apparently there's only going to be 4 remaining after this round.
It's a standard looking list, nothing strange. Although the only sort of real push forwards is the pickpocket in the main. Normally it's a sideboard card. Probably an extra one in the sideboard just in case it does go against the likes of Kennen, which funnily enough they're going against right now. Bella's Breath, 2 Watchers, Gusts, Pack of Wonders. Yeah, it's a standard sort of hand rip control version we've been seeing since was it Bradleykin bringing it forward?
Yeah, funny enough, I saw his stream recently. He was actually having a 1v1 against Bradleykin, so I believe they might be training mates and had a little bit of practice. I wouldn't be too surprised, because he's doing so well with Ezreal, and he's learning from the best. Of course, Ezreal at the hands of Bradleykin made it all the way to top 4 at Hartford Regional Qualifier. So as you said, nothing too out of the ordinary. We do see a main board turn to dust. We haven't seen that since Diana started running main board gear hate, like the acceptable losses, like the turn to dust. So this is just a little bit respect to the Aurelius, to the Dowsing Auroras, and to the seals that Kennen so often runs. And level 3 Judge Grenton having a little sit down saying, all right, boys, let's keep it clean. Let's keep it. I can't, but I don't know what kind of rulings they would go pre-match, because obviously these players know what they're doing, but just kind of cover all their bases is their intention. But I don't know. I've seen Coco play on his stream as well. He's been playing Kennen pretty much since the set came out. So I would say he's one of the highest level Kennens operating right now. Do you think he's bringing any little additional spice to this Kennen list, or is it also going to be a little traditional?
Well, yesterday we did see what people call the Rat Jesus build, and we're looking at it right now. We are playing the more standard build. We've got the 1 Baron, we've got the 1 Removal Starcross, the 2 Fizz. So this looks, I'd say, more standard for Miracle. Overall, it's done him well. I've had no issues here. Having access to flow with the Up from the Deep does help. With the Lightning Rushes, it does help. So that way, if you have to pitch a card, you're not really losing out fully. But again, sometimes you just want to do what you can. With only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 spell cards, 10 spell cards, 11 spell cards, 20 spell cards. If you chuck them away, obviously Kennen can get them back when he conquers, so it's not all for nothing. But yeah, it's not going to be the easiest matchup. Hand Rip is a bit finicky, but I think Kennen's one of the few decks that doesn't mind it as much as the other decks in the format.
Yeah, absolutely. As we saw before, when you can just go ahead and deploy out Rasas, once you have that trash so easily enabling it, it doesn't really cost them too much to it doesn't really cost them to go ahead and pitch the cards because you're kind of working towards the strategy. He wants cards in his discard. He wants to go ahead and bring things online with the flow mechanic coming in from Vendetta. And as chat pointed out, and as I will go ahead and point out, the Harrowing and Baron Nashor 1-2 combo, that is something that if it goes online, it's a pretty much auto GG against Ezreal. We know how tough how tough of a matchup it is for things like Ruin Runner against Ezreal. Baron Nashor is just Ruin Runner 3.0, honestly, is untargetable and completely out of the range of any units Ezreal could kind of push forward. You don't have any might increases, so realistically, once Baron Nashor hits the board, it is staying there for the remaining of the game.
Yeah, and that's it basically. Don't look at me, you can't look at me, and I'm just a big slappy worm. Although, if you are able to get over the Baron Nashor, it's not the worst thing in the world for your opponent because you then can just walk wherever you want to within the game. But again, Ezreal's not really known for dealing with big units like this, especially untargetable ones. So, best of luck.
Yeah, best of luck, because that Baron Nashor could end up coming out a little sooner than later, honestly, with the heroine. You just pay 7 energy, or I believe it's just 6. Let me go ahead and pull it up here. Do you recall what the heroine costs?
I think it's 6 and 2.
Yeah, 6 and 2 it is.
It's a very good card, especially when you are getting things like Barons out. Obviously, you've probably seen it one of or two of in the Sivir / Misfortune decks, but they're trying to get the Elder Dragons out as well.
Yeah, honestly, it's not too bad, but I think these guys are itching to get things started, and so am I. I would imagine being on the play is a good advantage for either of these players, but more so for the Kennen as you want to go fast, because Ezreal, no stranger to having like 0 points for the majority of the game, and then at one point, we reach that stabilization metric, and you just completely turn the tables against your opponent. If Coco manages to go a little bit too quick, where he just can't find his footing, I think that's going to be a very good, strong recipe for success. But this is going to be a good one. I don't think we've seen too many games at this high level yesterday. Granted, it was just day 1. So this is why day 2 is just so exciting. We're going to see the best of the best. I believe approximately 350-ish players made it into day 2. So 300 something out of 2,300 players. That's a big cutoff.
Yeah, it's what some card games to say is like an actual regional for them, just in the top cut themselves. So overall, this looks pretty good. I'm looking forward to seeing like what we can do here. 2 great players. Obviously, we did see Margin yesterday, but Coco is the man. And I always wish his name was Coco Loco, but nonetheless, Lopez it is.
You know, that could be a little nickname we could give him, a little Coco Loco with the Kennen. And to answer chat a little bit, I wouldn't go as far as saying 0 creativity / show of skill. In my honest opinion, I think Kennen is the highest skill expressive deck that you can have currently in Riftbound. Like, give Kennen to a beginner player, an intermediate player, and then give it to an expert player like Coco, and you will clearly see the different line of plays each of these guys make. So I think you're kind of discrediting the level it does take to operate Kennen. To go 8-0 at a regional event that's a little bit harder than normal, and you have to be super attentive and make sure you're not making any kind of missteps, because we know at this level, one wrong move and it's pretty much game over for you. So Coco's been running hot. He's been playing clean this whole weekend. Hopefully he can keep things going, but I'm not picking favorites here. Honestly, I just want to see a good, clean, back and forth game of Riftbound to start off day 2 here in round 9.
You know what, before we start, I'm going to say, chat, thank you for being somewhat normal. I appreciate it, because I'm watching Twitch chat currently, and I don't think I repeat some of the things they're saying on stream.
Yeah, we'll let that be. I can only imagine. I hear the YouTube chat gets a little crazy as well, but you know, that's just the internet. So yeah, thank you guys for being so awesome here. But yeah, I'm wondering what a little bit of the hold up, but keep in mind, we most likely will be getting a bit of a backup feature match unless this game ends up taking the entire time, and we are talking about an Ezreal build, so most likely we'll be taking a handful of the time. But back to the deck list we go. Last little thing I could say about this deck list, I don't remember too many cannons running a one of a flash. Is that a little tech, or we don't see it too often because most cannons are just running a one of?
I think most play a one of. I think whenever I've played against a Kennen, they have the one of just in case. It is more of a get out free card than it is for anything else. I expect it more in the matron build, to be fair, because obviously you want to keep the matron alive as long as possible, so get it off the battlefield if it's only battlefield targetable spells. But it's a great card. It's a very cheap card. It keeps two things safe. So, personally speaking, I don't know why more purple decks don't run Flash.
Right. I mean, it's just a good little safety net of a card. Last card, I will say that could be a little bit of a difference maker here in this matchup. The way that Ezreal is able to kind of combat a whole big board is the Watcher combo, right? Watcher Bellows Breath, and let alone when you accelerate a Watcher and you go ahead and contest a battlefield, those two of switcheroos might prove to come in so incredibly clutch. Like Watcher, it's 7 incoming to like a single might unit more often than not. Switching it out 1 to 7, flip it on, and now you're the one coming out ahead. So I like that he's going for a full 2 of switcheroos. Some cannons are just going for a 1 of, but I think switcheroo is like a deciding factor in a lot of matchups, especially this Ezreal one. But players are shuffling up, so we should be getting started pretty soon.
So I see people in the chat saying a lot of cannons here in top cut. To be fair, there's only 2 undefeateds today. It's not as though it's I'd say it's the most played deck in format. We know that it was 273 players have brought this event. 2 are undefeated, and then a sprinkling in like 7 and 1, and then obviously more as you go down the list. But yeah, 6 undefeated legends going into today. Was it 3 Master Yis, 2 Kennons, a Rengar, an Ezreal, which we're going to see now, Colin K's, a Kali, I think 1 Diana.
Undefeated? No, Diana's undefeated.
Aurelia is the last undefeated.
Two Aurelias, 2 Master Yis, a Rainguard, Ezreal, 2 Kennen, and then the 1 Akali you mentioned. So 10 undefeated players currently, which I would imagine they're all competing against each other in this opening round number 9. Well, it looks like Kennen will be on the play, which as we discussed before is a little bit of an advantageous position to be in. So does he hit? It looks like he did hit a nice little early 2-drop. Not a merchant, but I believe this is actually the better 2-drop you can have. A nice little treasure hunter to start things off. And a little rewind because the camera wasn't set up just yet.
Boys, please. For the camera.
I do the same thing when we host our online events. If they get started while we don't have the camera on them on the feature match, I'm like, guys, rewind, please. Stream isn't there just yet. So they told these players, come on, the camera wasn't set up. But here we go. Game number 1, round number 1 is underway. Nice little treasure hunter start things off. If you remember, Aguito, there was a line where you push in Treasure Hunter, ride the win over the other battlefield, get the 1-2 conquer, and then move back to the base. That's 3 gold generated as early as turn 2. Is that a little bit too of an ambitious play and a bit of an overkill? Like, do you really need that gold? I don't hate it because you are trying to go fast against Ezreal.
If you have, I think, like a very heavy seal hand, then I think you can just say, like, look, I'll have an off turn, I won't drop any seals, and the next turn, all my seals are coming out for free, basically. That's pretty good. We do just one in hand. We get rid of that now. Floating the 1. There's also a Ride the Wind in hands, as you said. You can just generate a load of gold here if they really wanted to. Double Rasa into the trash. It's not going to be so... Oh, and a stack deck. Ooh.
Doesn't feel too good to hit 2 Rosses off the rip because the third one's already in hand, so you're not able to get off a crazy big tempo swing like we've seen previously where you just go ahead and drop 2 to 3 Rosses in a single turn. You do have a little bit of grace when we're talking about things like the shovel, right? The last, right? You're able to go ahead and get those Rosses from the board.
Nope.
But first you need to draw the last, right? So not the best thing, but now has the option to go ahead and stack deck to follow things up and still has 2 remaining energy if he wants to go for the Ride the Wind play. But no, establishes out the nice shuriken here, the Cannon's chosen champion, just to enable some flow shenanigans from the discard. But currently, I'm only seeing the Starcross in the grave.
The Starcross, the Lightning Rush, the Traveling Merchant, the Nocturne, because obviously when it goes to trash, it's not being revealed, it is being trashed, so it does not consider itself revealed or seen. And then the 2 Russers. So it's not the greatest right here. We're doing a quick play, just back and forwards, nothing too spicy. Again, we did see the Ride the Wind, so we could Kennen ride the wind if we want to. Do a stack deck first, ride the wind. I don't think the ability is once per turn, right? So you can go flow, so you can flow the Lightning Rush and flow the stack deck out again.
I like
stack
it.
deck and stack deck, everyone's favorite.
Yeah, should be an ideal line there. And it looks like the stack deck drawing into another stack deck has to consider the hard bargain as well. Ezreal doesn't have too many big plays at hard bargain, but we've seen some Ezreal, which I'm trying to recall the deck list now for Majin Bay. I don't think he has Singularity, but Singularity most likely in the sideboard. So probably a card you're going to keep on your radar, because a Singularity is exactly the perfect breakpoints for double Rasa kills, which tend to be the tougher units to take down when you're versus against a Kennen, right? So maybe hard bargain not too prioritized for game number 1, but we'll keep an eye out for these further games. But as you said, enabling flow for a spell in the trash has to be something along the lines of that signature spell, because I don't think you're bouncing back the bird, because that's just kind of favoring Ezreal, right? He wants it back to hand, and he forgoes it. Doesn't care about the trigger this early on.
Yeah, the only thing you want to see going back to hand really is the Watcher, because, you know, unless you're playing against Mr. Nasus, you ain't getting that back out on the same turn. That's the only sort of one that like deramps the player for a turn. So yeah, hands up, just being safe right now, which, you know, respectfully, it's what you want to be doing. You want to just go in, go for the stack deck for that cost of 1, looking further down, getting the Nocturne for the cost of a seal, I presume. There we go. And overall, this is how you play Kennen, right? You just dig, and swarm the deck with all these purple cards.
Absolutely, and I think we spoke too soon. He was resolving the Zon Warren trigger, discarding the Ride the Wind, since you feel a little bit confident that you're able to get it back through flow. Does get the stack deck via the flow, hits the Nocturne as you pointed out, and now trying to punish the Kennen for being exposed on the battlefield, stupefying to Wage's pain. Down he goes to the trash, but has a bit more units to work with in that back line. Nocturne and Treasure Hunter still posing a threat of a double conqueror, but he's a little bit at that funky 1 point, right? When you're odd even, you're probably just leaning towards just conquering with a single card. But Majin Bay just saying, let's get all the Bewitching Spirits on the board. I'm just waiting for something like the Pack of Wonders to come online, because right now he doesn't really have the whole discard your hand engine online. He has the pieces, but just missing one final little piece of that puzzle.
To be fair, at this point, we've got enough in the trash. As long as we can find ourselves the shovel, we go digging, baby. Yeah, get yourself the free goal where you can. Go to 2, as we've said before in Riftbound. Odd points, unless you're playing with a now banned battlefield, didn't feel good. So now sitting at 2, going to 4 next turn, going to 6, going to 8 is kind of where you want to be. Shovels in hand, baby. Let's get that shovel going.
Shovels in hand. Absolutely right, and that is exactly what he's leaning toward. He's like, man, there's so much goodies in this trash. Let's go ahead and enable on, we could go ahead and attach it on this Nocturne Conqueror, bring back something like the Rosses that we see in the trash. A little bit of consideration might just be the Lightning Rush as well, but it does have flow, so it doesn't have to worry about too much. But do we see the last right come online? Because looking at the trash, there's definitely more than 10 cards currently, isn't there?
So I think there was 10 cards last turn. We've done a few more burns. We've dug a little bit deeper. So we should be sort of around about the 11, 12 mark, taking out the Rossers. Wouldn't be a situation anymore. We are just checking 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. Yeah, there's about 12 cards in there. So Nocturne coming out, going back in. Ride the Wind going back in. Leaving it at now roughly 10. So yeah, Rossers can be coming out for that 1 power.
Does decide to conquer, so going up to 3 points, and more importantly, you're defending at 6 total might. Yes, you take a little hint of damage from that Frozen Fortress, but doesn't really matter what you're out of the range for a lot of spells, but does develop out the Rasa here. And that was the one from the trash, right? Because there was still one remaining in hand.
Yeah, when he conquered, I believe he was one from trash. So on the hold, when you conquer, double dipping, not so good here.
Alguito, he did have it in the main board. I swear I didn't see it, but I think that is a perfect meta decision right now in this current meta, right? This environment that we're in for Vendetta. Singularity, the 6-point breakpoints. As we saw, Nocturne went up to 6 with the last right, and then Rasa was at 6 from the base might, taking a 2-for-1, always feeling good, leaving Coco with a single unit at board, which actually falls victim to just a single swing from a Bewitching Spirit. So is this the point we were discussing earlier? At one point, Ezreal just starts to get carried away, completely stabilizes, and leaves your opponent struggling with no units to their name.
that's kind of what you're going to do, right? Control, just keep the board as clear as possible, keep the hand empty, and that's how Ezreal kind of rolls these days. Pack is coming down, so we're going to be seeing some more shenanigans soon with more Bewitching Spirits removing that hand quick as possible. Normally, as a rule, Ezreal will run one Singularity in the main board, and I do believe they're only running the one, and you will generally see a second one in the sideboard. So that's probably what we'll see later on, coming in with more hate. But as you said, perfect matchup, double Rosses going out. Obviously, if one's got a shovel on, it's a little bit more awkward, but Nocturne with a shovel 6, Rasta with a shovel is 8. So what can we see here?
You know, might be regretting the decision to go ahead and bring back the Ride the Wind back to the deck from that last right, because Ride the Wind off the back of something like a Fizz to enable a straightforward Conquer always feels like a good line of play if you ask me, but oh, there was actually the secondary Ride the Wind, so last right attach one more time, so I believe he's leaning towards that Fizz Ride the Wind combo. Bring it in, Conquer, get the Rasa back, and here we go, Agito. Fizz does come online. I could only imagine the Ride the Wind will be the decision. And yep, it definitely is. So just trying to keep the points coming and churning just that much closer to that 8th final point. So Rasa does come in. Zonwarns will be triggering here. But more importantly, he's able to keep it nice and safe. And now this is out of the range of a lot of spells for Ezreal, if not every spell, right? You're at 8 total defending might / period might. So Singularity won't get there. It's going to cost him something like a double Stupefy plus a little bit more to get it done, which is a little unrealistic if you ask me.
Yeah, it's not so easy now. You got over that 6 might threshold. Obviously, the game is a lot of 4 might is kind of the awkward one to get over. 6 might is the next one, and then obviously 8 is now you're having to like double down on something, which doesn't always feel good, especially for Ezreal, where they obviously not really hurting for runes, but at the same time you only got 2 of the blue up, which means that the other blues are currently sitting in your rune deck. So you're waiting for it. Getting another Rasa out here because obviously you conquered. Bring it back for a power. Drop your cards everywhere. Don't do that.
Right.
Coco obviously trying to go. Coco obviously knowing how these matchups go, he's trying to go as quick as possible because you don't want to lose to time, especially because Ezreal is a pain in the butt for this, just because of how Ezreal plays.
Right, it's a really good point. How many draws did we see alone on the feature tables yesterday? I believe it was 3 back-to-back draws. So very cognizant of playing with the clock in mind. So 10 minutes in, and honestly, these guys have made so much actions in those 10 minutes. Throwing it back over to the Ezreal player. Can he continue on this control strategy? He has a Trove, he has a Starcross, he has the Watcher. He's kind of just missing the little good old Bellows breath, but granted, in this position, not going to be awarding him too much. Watcher into something like Deadly Flourish, if you even have enough mana for that, or runes for that, I should say, might be able to do a little something. How much is that? 7 plus the 4. That's going to take a little bit too much for this turn, so just try and do what you can. Gets out the Chosen Champion and has a little bit more to work with. I'm wondering, do you try to take care of the Fizz before Coco gets something like a Starcroft to re-enable the Fizz going forward?
I'd say I was maybe thinking of the play, but obviously the board is a bit too full for that, where you try and like take a point, put the Vex down, then you Starcrossed, put in the Roster to hand, and the Bewitching Spirit. So that way, obviously, they don't have any units there. If it was a smaller board, I think that'd probably be the best place to do it, because obviously they can't ride the wind in, then they are sort of trapped in their own cycle. But unfortunately, they can't really get rid of the rest of the board. But next turn, when they do have 12 runes up, I do agree that your plan might be the best one, where you just walk a Watchers in, and then just turn over a Deadly Flourish, and just show it basically like, I'm just going to try and get rid of your stuff while I can.
Definitely, we'll see exactly how it plays out, because right now this is a huge turn for Coco. He's able to double conquer, getting to that all-important 6-point mark. 2 more points away, as we always say, threatening lethal on the very next turn. So at the best you can do is just develop, create such a massive board state. Even if he's able to control a little bit of cards, you still have enough units to work with for that final double conquer push. How is he going to do so is the question, though. Gets a double the trouble on Up from the Deep, so 4 total tentacles coming out to play. Is that enough, though? Because when I see tentacles, I just see a little food for things like Bellows Breath, despite him not having it currently in hand.
Yeah, I think obviously, that at least a lot of people do when they play Riftbound is like, they psych themselves out. You know, will my opponent have a Bellows Breath? Will my opponent be able to get rid of my stuff without really having to play the game? What can I really do? Whereas in this situation, it's great fodder for Starcross the next turn.
Okay.
I
Yeah,
do think
we'll see.
Starcross is still in the trash though, so it would be a case it was a fizz move. But overall, trying to get rid of things like this mean Vex apathetic would help the soul, right?
Definitely. It looks like he still has enough units and discards the Deadly Flourish. Says most of those units are out of the range anyways. And let's see what he goes ahead and picks up. Double Stupefy and a Pickpocket from the stack deck. So most likely we'll be getting something like the Stupefy just to draw a little bit more. On top of, I believe, able to get the Ezreal Legend ability online a little easier as well. Being very efficient, being a one rune play. But what can he do to kind of slow things down? Because right now, he has to take care of the Rasa currently defending him, not that 7, and just go ahead and just leave it exposed to just pushing everything he has in the back line towards one battlefield. There's realistically no defending that, so you kind of want to get it off the board now if you can. I would imagine Watcher is going to go a very long way to do so.
Yeah, he's going to try and do something here. I don't think it's going to be the most impactful play, as these will stay alive. Obviously, the tentacles are, definitely ready for a hot breath down the neck.
If he has the Bellows Breath in hand, those guys won't be seeing the light of day for the very next turn. Does get the Conquer, goes up to 3. More importantly, you take down any kind of hold potential for Coco, and now you're forcing him to double Conquer. Now he has to get over a 7 and a 4 with a Vex on the battlefield, so no kind of ride the win on any units you play out that turn, and reinforcing both of these battlefields, saying if you're going to get over, I'm going to force you to get some resources out of the hand. What does he have? Something I do want to point out, we haven't seen Coco utilize his legend ability at all. +2 assault. He has been empowered this entire game long, ever since the first turn where he played, I believe, the stack deck with Flow. It was enabled there. He banished a card, or not banished a card. He played a card from the trash. But Math is ready to get mathed, and let's see, can Coco close things out? I think I saw a Baron Nashor in hand. That's a +2 across your board state.
Yeah, just going to look. Obviously, Herring is the best way to get it out. We do need. No, we have enough skills to do it. So if you really want to go for that big play, get to 7, and then draw, and then there we go. So just going all in now. Baron's coming down. It's popping out of the ground. New battlefield, everyone. There we go then.
Sees the writing on the walls. He's like, Baron Nashor is just a little bit too nasty, a little bit too much might for me to deal with. I don't have enough defending might. All those tentacles, we were just talking, what is 1 might realistic gonna do? Now we're talking about 3, 6, 9, 12 total attacking might. And there we have it, guys. Game number 1 will be going over to Coco Lopez. Just 1 more game away from locking in a completely undefeated streak here in Barcelona. I'm excited. I'm more excited to find out what kind of sideboard tech are you putting in as a Kennen. We already saw the hard bargain main board. Are we trying to put a little bit more for those things like Singularity that might be coming additionally into the main board for Ezreal?
To me personally, I think it's more like you take out you bring in the extra Singularity, just that way so you can try and keep them off the units as best as possible. Maybe if there's more gear hate, put more gear hate in, because once they lose their access to the shovel, life doesn't exist anymore. It's gone forever. As that is kind of like the way to beat Kennen, is get him off the seals, get him off his gear, and then just watch him look at his trash like, we could have been something. We could have been together.
The beautiful thing about these camera angles is that they give us a very clear picture of what these guys are putting in / taking out of their main board. So let's go ahead and pay attention. Oh, as I say that, they flip the camera towards us. So we're not able to see the sideboard, as I believe Majin Bay sideboarded rather quickly. Maybe not putting too many cards. Potentially the sideboard wasn't too prepared for Kennen, which doesn't sound like realistic, right? Like, Kennen's going to be obviously one of the most represented decks in the meta, so I think he does. I think just his main board was pretty prepared for Kennen, which is why he's undefeated currently.
Yeah, so just for those who are thinking about what happened there, Majin Bay left up 3 cards specifically for Starcrossed, presumably walking to the battlefield that wasn't hidden, and then Starcross it out so it loses the shovel. And then obviously you equip the shovel to the other one, and you either go back in again or you go into the other one with the hidden card and then remove it. In the situation of the Nashor, though, it does become a case of punching down is the answer to every question.
Yeah, and wait, Algida, what do you mean punching down? Oh, you're saying him attacking with the extra 2 might from Baron?
yeah, just too much to sort of deal with. So it'd be a case of you just punch down on your opponent's units. They, at worst, you trade, but obviously you then have a Baron Nashor that can then just hold to 8 on the following turn.
For sure, for sure. But here we go, guys. It looks like game number 2 should be starting very, very soon. Can Majin Bay, now being on the play, have what it takes to kind of slow Coco down? He's saying, you know, you kind of got off a little bit too fast. Despite, in my opinion, I don't think he did a ride the win double conquer play, but he just got enough units where he contested the battlefield turn after turn, and that was just clearly enough to do the job. But let's take a look at these battlefields. Of course, Kennen kind of tried and true at this point, those minefields, and I believe the last one, oh, this is a little different. Sand Swept Tomb, to try to capitalize not having to pay the power cost when you ride the wind from that battlefield over the other. What other use cases can you see from something like a Sand Swept Tomb?
Don't pay the power on a Starcross, so you're only paying 3.
Okay.
So anyone, pay 1 less on a Switcheroo, so you need to do it, if you have to do it from hand, it's 2 and 1.
Definitely. We'll see if that comes into play, of course. And on the other side, for Majin Bay saying, deflag, nah, not today. We don't pay those kind of additional resources here. So granted, I don't think Kennen has any kind of deflag units, but he was prepared. He's saying, Aurelia, I'm going to have an easier time versus you, compared to a lot of Ezreal. So taking full advantage and leveraging that battlefield to make sure you have a decent matchup against those kind of Aurelia matchups. So here we go, and already turn 2 Nocturne. You love to see it as a Kennen player.
To be fair, I have seen turn 2 Kennen plays, and no, sorry, turn 1 go in second Kennen plays, and they drop all 3 Nocturnes on the field from a stacked deck. That feels rough. Again, this is kind of just nice pacing. You do get yourself to walk into the battlefield here, give something flow. We have seen a stack deck already, so just stack deck again would probably be the answer here for the 1 cost. Obviously, like Rish is currently on the stack, trying to figure out what we're doing here. Baron's in the trash, so we have to get ourselves a Harrowing, I think, to try and get it out the trash, unless he's decided in a second copy. That can feel awkward later on. But no, overall, 3 units on the field, making it a little bit easier for some conquering to go on Lopez's side. As you did say, though, with the deflect from the Shell of the World, you don't think there's any deflect costs in this deck, but I think it might be maybe the worst battlefield just to try and win through the worst battlefield and then go into his probably best battlefield for the matchup following on. But it does seem a bit of an odd one.
Right, I think you nailed it perfectly. He's kind of his throwaway battlefield in this matchup, saying, I'm on the play. This is the best chance I get at winning. Let's go ahead and utilize the better battlefield when I have to do a little bit more of that heavy lifting. But for going the conquer with the Kennen, playing very patiently, because you could have had 1, but you know, he's saying, what happened to the Kennen in my gamer 1? It just ate a Wage of the Power straight, or Wage of the Pain straight to the phase. But I almost felt like it was a worthwhile to do so, because at the end of the day, you're getting resources out of the hand for Ezreal, and it still ended up in the trash. So might as well get a little conquer for your troubles. But of course, Coco knows a whole lot better than I do. And a little bit of a little caster bias that shoulda, woulda, coulda, right? Because he could have had it for the very next turn. It just happens that Deadly Flourish was indeed in hand for Ezreal, but this is the double conquering turn for Coco.
That's where you want to be, right? You want to be on the even numbers as you can. 0, 2, 4, 6, 8 win the game. Currently, though, and straight down, get that Baron out.
Unbelievable. Turn 4 or maybe turn 5, I don't know, but either way, this is the earliest Baron Nashor you can possibly have on curve. 6 energy, 2 power, and now you're having to deal with the most massive threat that we discussed before. This guy is almost an auto win condition for Kennen. Baron coming now, not only do you get an additional 3 points, or not additional 3 points, but an additional point to add up to 3 conqueror. But now, realistically, I get though, how does this Baron ever leave? Watcher maybe, but I don't know. It's still a little bit too tall.
Even with Watcher, there's no pump spells in blue or purple. They don't run a shovel of themselves. They can't walk and take damage. So even with a Watcher, you're still only at 9. It's a Watcher plus an additional body. It's not exactly easy to do. And the clock is ticking hard. We've got 2 turns, baby.
No, 2 turns is right. You're going up to 6 the very next turn. And then after that, you're essentially getting up to 9 if none of these units are getting taken care of, which is just so tough to do. Of course, something like Singularity could go a long way for just single digit hold potential. There's no runes available at the ready for Coco, so isn't able to do anything to kind of combat these spells, but has 2, 4, 6, 7 energy to work with. So I think Singularity has to be the best bet, but keep in mind, using a spell like that in this position means you're not developing any kind of board state for yourself, so you're not really contesting these battlefields, and it's just kind of delaying the inevitable. But Wages of Pain times 2 to take care of the Nocturnes, so at least shortening the clock, adding it to 3 turns rather than 2 for the time being.
Just remember, the Baron can just essentially gank to either battlefield, so you are getting 2 points per turn with a Baron.
Oh,
so you are getting basically those 6 points this turn either way.
oh no, you can't gank from the Baron battlefield to the others. It's vice versa. You can gank from the other ones to the Baron pit.
I thought Baron pit was the one that made it like everything was open.
Into it, everything is open, but out of it, you can't. You still rely on ganking.
I do like the fact that it seems like the official stream was listening to our stream, because when I said 6, they put it to 6.
There we go. Getting in on the Runes of Rift action, but let's take a look. Only 4 runes available because the Heroine, despite being such amazing play, it was quite the expensive play. But oh, this is different, Aguito. Is the fire along the sides of the UI? That's new. That wasn't around in day number 1. Is that to signify that Coco is running hot right now?
It could be a case of that. It could be more of a case of this is kind of like the last turn standing situation, just trying to give us a little bit more pulse on the finger here. Although I think during one of the streams they did say they had like heart monitors, and it didn't really help because these players actually know how to play, and so most of them stay pretty cool under pressure.
Yeah, honestly, it's myself having an increase in heart rate as I am so excited to get this undefeated game / day 2 overall is started, right? So Baron Nashor pulling back for now, has an inverted timeline, which could be pretty detrimental for Ezreal that loves to carry a book in their hand. So something that could be like a final solidifying card to close things out and guarantee that Ezreal doesn't have too many interactions to work with. I don't think he's playing it now. It seems a little bit premature, but thinking about it, might just go ahead and develop those tentacles we saw in game number 1 right now, just to have a little bit more board presence, enabling him to conquer. But he's saying, why pull back the Baron? I can just hold from here.
I mean, that's the thing. Just hold. There's no right winning hands. You'd have to really sort of go like, well, what's my secondary play? Can I move around the battlefield suspiciously? I mean, it's fine, to be fair, because obviously you're going to go to 8 next turn, as long as this poor little... You know what? We can go to 8 next turn, don't worry about it. So currently we have 3 tentacles, 2 tentacles that are 3 might each, a 4 might Traveling Merchant, and a 12 might Baron Nashor until we see a second one, which there won't be in this deck because too much space, right?
Definitely, the more I think about it, the more I love in a heads-up play from Coco. Chat has been saying it, uncheck power. Realistically, what is the only out for Majin Bay? It's exactly that one card. You have plenty of resources to go ahead and deploy that out. So he's saying, this is me playing completely around heads-up uncheck power. How do I lose the game? That's the card, right? So retreat everything. Uncheck power only hits things at the battlefield. So you're forced for a monstrous play here, almost an impossible task. Watch your Bellows Breath takes care of the little guys, but you're definitely not taking care of Rasa and Baron Nashor. But I guess it's almost good enough. I think it is good enough, as he's going to go ahead and play out these cards.
And so you should be doing enough here to get rid of the small guys. Obviously Bella's on the 3 here, and then Watcher should be coming out now to give it -3 might, to then deal damage to kill everything off that just got tagged by the Bella's Breath. I don't know why Ruination is popping up on stream, everyone. It's a very weird card, especially because Ken doesn't run it as a rule. Do not play this card in your Ezreal deck, as it's cheating.
They're probably saying on the cast, saying that might just be the only current out. And okay, I could respect this card, as it is a little bit more realistic than a Ruination. Downwell could do a little something, especially considering the fact that you just have a single unit, so it's not that disadvantage to your board state. But of course, tokens just disappear. The Baron Nashor back to hand is such an expensive card to play out, so I think Downwell / uncheck power were potentially the only outs. Now Coco, all you have to have is a ride the win in hand something of the like in the trash slash fizz in the hand as well. And for Majin Bay to not have a hard bargain, and this is going to be a clean 2-0 going in the direction for Coco.
This feels like it's very much like I'm just going to try and do as much as I can with what I've got in hand. But as we just said, if you've got to ride the wind, if you draw into it, if you can flow a lightning rush, ride the wind still cheap enough for you to play this turn, and that's the Kennen singing, right?
Yeah, he could flow a little bit more, or he could dig a little bit further as well. There is a ride the wind in the deck, so all he has to do is find the fizz. He doesn't have ability to enable flow or ride the wind with flow, as he doesn't have the Kennen any longer. So gets the Shuriken, digging a little deeper, 3 cards deep. Can he find the fizz slash the ride the wind? There's 2 left in the deck currently. Ooh, there we have it, folks.
GG, baby.
Was the first card off the top.
So, yeah, that's how you do it, right? So, and that's one of the reasons why you play, I say, a little bit quicker. Both players play at a good speed. No one was there thinking for 15 and a half minutes. Very good game 1 of today's round 9. There should still be enough time to go to another round. Another game in round 9. So maybe we'll see the backup match if it's going well. So overall, very nice. Very good.
Very, very nice. Amazing plays from Coco Lopez, showing everyone here full on display why Kennen is not to be underestimated. He is the most represented deck for a reason, and congratulations taking down Majin Bay, the other opposing undefeated player. But as we say, let's go back to the commentary booth for the time being, as we would imagine we're probably getting a little bit of a backup feature match rather hopefully sooner than later. But I want to say, if Colin Kaiser #1 seed wasn't the main feature match, I almost wouldn't want him to be the backup feature match, because I want to see that full game, the full best of 3, because usually backup matches go ahead and start off like in the midway point. So I don't know, what would you want to see for a backup? Still 2 undefeated players, or a little bit lower in the brackets?
I would like to see Colin, just that way we know how he's running the game, how his Akali's different to everyone else's. Obviously, we saw a couple of Akali half games yesterday, so we do know what the better ones are doing. I don't want to see a Yi, even though I know Colin is playing against a Yi according to chat, so I don't really want to be seeing too much Yi, as I expect the rest of the day to be kind of Yi filled.
Yeah,
and then maybe Rengar.
Yeah, Rengar could be fun. I'm down. I'm thinking about it. I think we only saw a single Rengar in a backup feature match, so I'm all down for something like a Rengar on stream. And catching with chat for a little bit, it looks like not a lot of Kennen enjoyers. Guys, the one upside of Kennen doing so well, if we get something like majority Kennens in top 8, we've seen what happened to the last legend that had a very prominent distribution in top 8. So don't feel too upset about it, because yes, it's annoying in the moment, but we see how quickly Riot can respond to things like that. So honestly, when they announced Kennen, and when they announced they were going to go ahead and revisit the ban list, the first cards that kind of came to mind for me personally, I thought Fizz was going to get hit, and I thought Rasa was going to get hit. But they're like, let's wait for these guys to get real results. And this is Barcelona. You can't get any realer results than this. So we have half of the top 8 be Kennen. Now we have a good kind of metric to say, look at what's going on in the meta currently. So do you feel like Kennen is over tweaked, or is it just all the strong pilots playing that deck currently?
I think Kennen as a rule is just a very powerful deck. It's got probably the 2 best domains in the game, in my opinion. It's just got a very, very good signature spell compared to a lot of other decks where it's maybe we'll play one of it, or maybe we'll play one in the side just in case there's a matchup where it works out. But no, I think Kennen just has a very good deck built around it. As we've seen, 3 order cards in the deck, so it's just kind of showing you that order may not really be on the menu for what we've seen going on. What I will say though is, because I know you love your big bad pros here, Randy was playing today versus Squirtle, and Squirtle unfortunately took out the Frenchman.
Oh, nice. So, hey, he's coming back with vengeance. But real quick, Aguito, let's listen in to Coco's winners interview.
And that's my goal. So I'm going to play what has a high ceiling, which is, in my opinion, Kennen, and that's what we're here to do. And that's exactly the story that we had in Atlanta. That was the last time I got to talk to you quite a bit, is, you know, getting all the way to the finals, you know, and one of the most climactic endings I've ever seen in a Riftbound final, of course, not, you know,
it's okay.
Not the result you wanted, but
it's okay.
But the way that you're even playing this Kennen deck and the excitement that comes when you play these Barons and you take control of the game, you win when your opponent is unexpected, especially like in game 1. It definitely feels like it could be one of the best decks in the room. So I want to go back instead and focus on like the team dynamic. Challenger TCG, you guys practice a lot.
Yes,
you guys play this game a lot. But a lot of your team, I feel like, plays, you know, Legends, you know, they're looking for best ofs. But you're looking for the win. So when you were locking in with this Kennen and testing, is this the specific version you've really landed on because of the specific tools you've chosen?
Yeah, 100%. I know, like, I was probably one of the first people to ever put, like, even the Baron Harem package in Kennen. I know I, like paved the way to that, to be honest. I started testing this set before it even came out, and it was like, as soon as I saw it, I was like, oh my god, this is like free to do. I was originally on like 2 and 2 because I feel like it's like not a big commitment. It's like 4 cards in the slot. It is what it is. We're on 1-1 now. It's like even less commitment. I don't understand how people are not playing Baron, to be honest. It just literally, in some matches, it just wins the game, and it's at the cost of playing 2 cards in your deck when you have Zon Warren. I feel like it's like free. I don't know, but
it definitely feels that way.
Yeah, it's so good, so powerful. Like, you saw that game. Like, that game is usually grindy. I played that matchup a ton. Shout out to George G, my boys. I played nothing but Israel. We played a bunch of games. The games go long and grindy, and Baron is like the way to close that gap if you can get him down early, as you guys saw. So helps out a lot.
Well, you had all of our casters and even our co-stream casters popping off with those excitement moments. So I hope stuff like that continues to happen for you today. And, you know, maybe another shot at top 8 and maybe another finals could be in your future going on. I'm not going to jinx anything, of course. You know, we're not playing Jinx here. We're playing Kennen. I guess my last question to you is, because you have another teammate of yours that is currently undefeated, unsure of his results. Colin playing Akali.
Yeah.
Obviously, you probably want to avoid getting paired into him.
Of course. Yeah, we don't want no team kills, obviously. Yeah, that would suck to get paired into each other. But, you know, that also happens when you're playing with a good team, when everyone's doing well. And, you know, eventually we probably, some of us will get paired. It's part of it, right?
You must knock down the other top players in this game to get to that pedestal.
Exactly. If you're going for first place, yeah, it's everybody, right? You got to take down everybody.
Even your opponent this round with Majin Base, you know, shout out to him as well. But Coco, congratulations once again on your win. You've got 4 more rounds to go and then a potential top 8 to play out. So we're going to send it back for more Riftbound action.
Yeah. Coco's like, on to the next already. Let's go ahead and lock this in. I'm undefeated. I am running hot. Let's go ahead and keep that momentum. But that was cool. Yeah, chat, for anyone just tuning in, we just got done with the main feature match for round number 9. So we're most likely heading into a backup feature match. So we'll see. It looks like there's still a decent amount of time. Let me pull up and see the actual real world time for round number 9. Let's see.
I'm going to say this now. Maybe it's out of pocket, maybe it's not. But I can honestly see Coco being our Mike Tyson, the heavy hitter of Riftbound.
Ooh, I like it. I mean, he's been in the finals before, so he's just so close to getting the actual trophy for himself. But Aguito, if you're ready, it looks like the backup feature match is here. Let's head over and meet these players at the feature table number 2. It looks like Rek'Sai versus the X1 Ornn. This is a little different. Do we feel like this is the aggro Ornn we've been seeing a ton of?
I think it has to be, because the meta is still very aggressive, so it has to be sort of tempo Ornn, not this Voltron version. I like a Rek'Sai, to be fair. I don't know how you feel. I'm generally a big fan of the red and yellow decks, so seeing a Rek'Sai on stream, I know I'm going to be happy. I know quite a few people in the UK are going to be happy, as it's one of our sort of pet decks over here. Ooh,
I can see it usually relies heavily on things like Sprite Fountain very early on. Now I'm trying to think of what other cards. I mean, last time we seen it, Ornn was in the finals of our very first Vendetta Weekly, going toe-to-toe against Rengar. Fell a little tad bit short of that matchup, but was very, very impressive. Does he have what it takes here in a game number 2 situation to take down a Rek'Sai player in another 2-0 clean game, as we saw in that first feature match? But both these players are X1, so they've been running hot all weekend long, and they don't want to get cold whatsoever. So I like both of these decks, and honestly, this should be an exciting kind of like explosive matchup, if you will.
Definitely. Just remember, for those who aren't really sort of into keeping with Ornn, even though you don't normally run a lot of their spells, unfortunately you can only run one signature spell, and the one you do run is the Requiem, so that way everything here can become readied, and then you have ganking as well. So it's a pretty powerful card, and it does sort of seeing that big Ornn just bashing around the battlefield as much as he can.
Definitely. We'll see. I'm trying to remind myself what the Ornn that we've seen recently run, because they didn't show us the deck list. I believe it's just heavily reliant on units to do the most of the kind of interactions in terms of taking down your opposing units. So both of these guys have the very similar game plan. Attack, attack, don't prioritize defending whatsoever. So the first person to kind of get the upper hand in terms of point tempo, I think is going to be incredibly advantageous to them. So we'll see. Of course, Rek'Sai losing game round 1 meant that she would be on the play, and does have a nice little unit to go ahead and conquer right now. So Cannon-like Sanctum has to be probably the best battlefield for a Rek'Sai player. Look at the top 2 before utilizing that legend ability to even look further down the deck, and that he's doing currently.
Ooh. I mean, it's not too bad. There is 2 hopefuls in hand, so worst case scenario, we just essentially play 2 2-cost hopefuls coming down. 8 might on turn 3 is pretty good. If you ask, sorry, turn 2, if you ask me, is very good. So we are just going to go. That's real good.
Real good. Always feeling good to hit an Under Titan very early on. So look at the amount of rune economy. Yeah, 6 energy to work with. So plays the manufacturer for 100% free 99 and gets a little, gets the ability there. But as you mentioned, Noxus Hopeful allowed to be, comes online with that Legion ability. So 2 energy, nice and cheap. So I think this is about as good as a board state you can have this early on for Rek'Sai.
So, but as we've already seen, chat's already saying it in chat, Ornn is kind of unfavored. I'd say probably like a 40-60 here for the Rek'Sai, because Rek'Sai can just be more aggressive than the Ornn. But they've already won game 1, so this isn't exactly the easiest for the Rek'Sai. They've obviously seen what's going on here. Ornn players have probably been seeing what the meta is bringing for them. Maybe we play Watchers and Bellows to try and keep things down. A lot of aggro decks are very low to the floor normally as a rule. It's only really those body decks that get to have those bigger units that kind of get to fight you when they want to. Overall, though, great turn 2 play.
Exactly. And answer chat real quick, since we have a little time in this early game. J4 saying, what's X1? So X1 is a common term used when they just have 1 loss. So X is their wins and then 1. So usually, people are making day 2 when they're X2, right? When they're wins and only 2 losses. XO means they're undefeated, so on and so forth, for any kind of clarity, for clarity's sake, I should say. But, I just remembered as this hits the board currently, Pit Crew was instrumental to the game plan for Ornn, right? You go ahead and have so much gears to ready the Pit Crew, get in, get out. The only caveat being is you don't have the little boots of swiftness / the coal to get the gold when you conquer, right? Because I feel like Pit Crew definitely shine the brightest when you can enable that combo.
Yeah, Ornn still runs more gear, so it still runs the seals, so, you kind of, once they replace it, but you are sort of dropping when you can. You do make a little bit of gold in Ornn with the World Atlas. You can Wages of Pain to make gold as well. So there is a way to get gear out sort of around where you want to. Tapping here to bring out, I was going to say, don't really fancy bringing out such a heavy card right now with the quick draw Starrick's Gauge. But again, as we just saw there, gear came down. You can pay for the cost with the Ornn ability, which is, people say Kaiser is obviously for spells. Ornn is obviously for gear, so you can pay gear costs power with the Ornn legend ability itself. We do have... You don't really want to play a Sprite's Fountain, even though it would keep your Pit Crew safe this turn. It's a bit of a weird one.
Definitely a little bit of a weird one. He was trying to contemplate whether to go ahead and deploy out the Brutalizer this turn, or should he keep some energy up for the Decree of Focus. And I think he chose right, keeping a little energy up for that combat interaction. Decree of Focus, when you compete in a combat against a Fury unit, you get an impressive +4 might. So defending both these units is probably on the mind of our Ornn player. Let's see if he defends against the Noxus Hopeful, though, because if he swings a Manufacturer... But first things first, it looks like a Void Rush. I believe that's the name, right? 'Cause I'm getting, that's pretty much the best that you can have, so you don't have to deal with any combat tricks. But keep in mind, Decree of Focus is reaction speed, so you can save one of these units most likely.
Yeah, the fun thing as well here is obviously the other one goes to hand, because that's how the card works with Void Rush. You reveal the top 2, you have reduced cost of 2 on one spell or unit or gear, and then you put the other one to hand. So luckily for the opponent, they can't double dip on this Falling Star, but they can obviously throw some weight down here, presumably killing one.
Wait a second, doesn't Decree of Focus say when you're in combat against a Fury unit?
Or spell.
Or spell, of course. I've completely forgot that little line of text. So he's reading, the Rek'Sai player forgetting as well. So it says a unit or a spell. So you're totally right, Agito.
Yeah, so it's really good into this matchup. It's really good into Akali, in all fairness. Obviously, Rek'Sai, known kind of to be more of a tempo deck with the Fallen Stars. I don't think you see much of the Piercing Lights anymore because I feel like the game's got a little bit higher than the 2-might threshold that is really good into. But Fallen Star, great card, and as we were speaking, sort of behind the scenes. One day that could be a £50 card, who knows?
Yeah, we'll see.
Any day now.
And man, Orin trying to do everything he can to go ahead and prioritize the safety of this pit crew, but I just don't think it's going to go his way. Pushes in first things first on the Candlelight Sanctum to do exactly as he did earlier on to get the full use case from our Rek'Sai Legend ability. Does Candlelight... Okay, I feel like... Okay, he's just putting everything on the chain. I see. I thought he was getting Rek'Sai on beforehand, but an Inferno and another Void Rush. Actually, is it Void Rush? Because I feel like I'm confusing it with Lightning Rush from Kennen. Let me look it up.
No, it's Void Rush.
Okay, just making sure.
So to be fair, Void Rush is pretty good here because you can just play it from hand. We have already played a card this turn, so it's a 2-cost hopeful again. Tapping yourself out. There you go, so 1 left up. Nothing you can really do in Rek'Sai for 1. So it's not the worst thing, unless they have a Decree that you could find in the deck. But I don't think you really run Decrees in this deck. Unless you're playing against purple. So you're playing, obviously, the Order Decree, Killer Unit, Killer Gear, which is pretty good. Especially against Kennen, who's currently the menace of society.
Definitely. Now, I think Rek'Sai is really thinking about it. He's saying, all right, whatever I throw over is just going to be hitting the trash. So what can I go ahead and trade? Usually Rek'Sai doesn't mind trading units as long as you have more units in the back line, which in this situation he definitely does, and goes in for 2 just for the extra insurance, saying if you have a discipline, or I should say an on guard, I just want to make sure you are going down. So down goes the pit crew, most likely taking, wait a minute. He had 3 mark damage, had to do 4. Technically, the Noxus Hopeful was enough, no?
Even though it took damage, it still has its same might value. So it was still doing 7.
So I know. So didn't he just fork over an additional unit? I think he was playing around the on guard. I believe so.
No, the Pit Rookie was at 7 might, that is. 7 might, 3 damage. And it did 7 might to the 7 threshold.
I know, but it had 3 mark damage, right? So Noxus Hopeful would have done the remaining 4. So it would have done the job. But if he would have on guarded, he would have been 2 ahead, which is why I believe he put the manufacturer in there.
Yes, you had to make sure that it did go down, and yeah, you can never be too sure in these green decks. So you have to kind of push everything in, right?
Yeah, just a little extra certainty. Which doesn't feel too bad, but it did come at a bit of a cost. 2 for 1 doesn't ever feel good. Now throwing it back over to Orin turn, despite having a very strong start for the Rek'Sai player, almost feel like he has his back against the wall. Sprite Fountain coming down, getting the value from your opponent's battlefield. Always a good sight to see. On top of it, you're finally tying your opponent in terms of points here. If you have a secondary Sprite Fountain or even something of the like I believe some Orins are running Sprite Burst, could go a very long way to secure these battlefields, but it's a little tricky. That's just kind of the offensive move. Of course, if you tap out, you're not defending. Oh, I like this even more. A little bit more efficient here. 2 energy just for a token.
Yeah, this is pretty good. Obviously, we get the 2 tokens back on the following turn, so we are going to see an absolute rundown of these tokens in the next 2 turns. I like Sprite Burst because it's a spell that you can use on turn 2 if you are going second. It doesn't deramp you, and there's a good chance that you are going to be taking 2 battlefields on that one. It's very rare to see your opponent get a 4 or 3 might unit on their first turn to walk out into a battlefield. Overall, though, really good position to be in as the Orn. As you can see, they did win game 1, so maybe this is what they did. They overpowered them with little sprites, and obviously with all the backup spells they have access to, free up is quite scary for a Rek'Sai.
Very true. He does have a Noxus Hopeful, which is a clean little threshold to get over these Sprite Fountains, or the Sprite Tokens, I should say. But of course, he was a bit fearful of the On Guard the previous turn, so might be a little bit worried of something like an On Guard this time around, and a Patch Poro to take advantage. Actually, Ornn is only power like Kaiza is for spells, right? So Patch Poro isn't cheaper. I think it's more so for the pit crews that he runs in the deck.
It is. I think also the Poro Snacks here, it's paid the cost of that, so you're only having to pay the 1 energy, so that way you don't have to waste a Ruin. But getting the draw is pretty good. We are tapped out though, so no sort of like comeuppance here for these sprites, but they will be back next turn. So you'd have to sort of worry about the crackback. You can just take 1, so maybe go on to Candlelit is probably the best one here for the Rek'Sai to just keep digging deeper. That's probably the best play to here. What's in hand? Do everything's fun. We do have a Cull, but not always good to kill your own units off, especially when they're not really the expendable kind that you want.
Yeah, we'll see exactly what he's leaning towards, because keep in mind, we saw the Void Rush get him another Falling Star, but a Falling Star on temporary units just never feeling too good. On top of that, these Sprite Fountains are so incredibly good, right? You took down the tokens, but just on the very next turn, 2 more tokens get reanimated in a sense, and back to the Conquer game plan they go. So it does take your line of play, Alguito, saying, let's go for the Candlelit, as we've been doing for the 3rd time this game too. Finds a salvage, so yes, it triggers all Death Knell, but they're temporary, so once the beginning step comes for Ornn, it will be going down, so something to take into consideration. But I don't know, I almost like the board development slightly more. One's kind of like a play for now, the other's a play for later, and in this situation, I almost like the future play, but it's tricky because it is a point tempo kind of game, and you are slowing that down for Ornn. So what did he take? I didn't see.
He put the salvage to the bottom. Unfortunately, a salvage is action speed. He can't react to the trigger, so it's not as good as it is. In the day, it will be. One day we'll get a reaction speed spell. Don't worry. But coming out here, getting an extra unit, I think it's pretty good to get the extra recruit out early. This way, you can use the Cull if you have to. Maybe on the Porobot currently in the back there, but currently speaking, it is head-to-head, but they will be going probably to 6 points on the following turn. So hopefully, Rek'Sai has a against the odds in hand. Yeah, that works too.
Looks like that is the best they can do to go ahead and slow down Ornn, because now you're having to invest more than just the 2 Sprite Fountains onto a single battlefield. For at the minimum, you're able to get that Conqueror easily on the Seat of Power cores. But more importantly, you want to go ahead and benefit with that draw. So what can they kind of put together to make sure you're conquering both these battlefields? Is there a line? Because right now, defending for 8 total might, you're attacking currently for 6. A massive foresight might go a very long way. As I'm trying to think back, most aggro Ornn decks are running something like a massive foresight, no?
Yeah. They are just trying to keep it going. They are just, obviously, Ornn loves gear anyway, so any gear that is beneficial is obviously perfect for Ornn. And in this situation, we're going there. As you may have noticed, it's not the usual Ornn you see. It's not the blue Ornn currently sitting in the champion zone. It is the one that says, hey, let me dig for some gear. So, there's a plan there.
Oh, I like this. He might be going for the Cascade of the Brutalizer, going up to 5 total might. You take care of 1 Noxus Hopeful, and then you get right over the top of the 2nd Noxus Hopeful, keeping a token alive. Ooh. And forget about using both tokens here. He's out for blood. Stair Gauge bringing it all the way up to 8 might, but doesn't that trade?
9 might. Because with the Brutalizer is when it's equipped to give me +2, so it's 1 from the base equipment, 2 from the activation.
6, 9, yeah, totally right.
6 into 9, so yeah, unfortunately, that's a big sprite. He's coming down, he's swinging down.
Incredible plays. Who dare say they can see a Stair Gauge in a lot of decks? It looks like Ornn making full use of it, able to get the Conqueror so cleanly. Whenever you get a single digit over your opponent's defending total, it's a feels good moment. On top of it, to make it even sweeter, you are able to get the Seat of Power, double Conquer up to 6 points. We all know how important that is for an aggressive deck like a Ornn currently, and you get the additional draw. 3 energy remaining. I feel like if you have some Steel Pulls in hand, drop them down and just prep for the final push. If you don't, it might be a little tricky, which I don't think he's going to have anything for the final push. So at least the Poro is there.
Yeah, so you have to try and get yourself into that position. You're only going to 7 next turn with the pyro on the board. If you have access to the crown, the Requiem, then you can equip that, and then you can gank across to go to the 8th point. So it's not all for nothing. We do have a big Undertitan in the hand, so if we really wanted to, we could just put these up and try and go for a play. Which, with the current board, I don't think is the best thing here. But they are kind of stuck in a situation of you have to have it or you don't. Falling Star might be the play to get rid of that power in the back there, as you don't really care about the temporary, as you said before. It's a bit of an awkward one because it is like do or don't. Not all games are fought evenly.
You know, I love what you just brought to our attention, right? Requiem, the signature gear from Ornn. Even if you just have a single Porobot in the backline, which he currently does, you're able to go ahead and push it forward. First things first, attach the Brutalizer if it goes down, attach the Stair Gauge, push on forward, and then attach the Requiem. It readies your units, and then everything at that battlefield has ganking, but a Falling Star just to make sure you don't have any units at the ready for the next turn. I think this is a heads-up play for Rek'Sai.
Yeah, it has to be temporary. Obviously, it is what it is, but that one unit in the back there that will be alive on the following turn, you just have to be careful. A one of Requiem, as it can only be one in a deck, isn't nothing, but at the same time, it's not the greatest. And we find the second Sterix, which is something.
Oh, nice. You're totally right. A Stair Gauge coming in at quick draw reaction speed to save the day. That has been the total difference maker. Reaction speed pumps coming in to save these units. When the Falling Star thought they can do all the work against the pit crew early on, the Kriya Focus come to the rescue, and now the Stair Gauge coming to save the Porobot, enabling the plays we were just talking about. So many gears coming in so clutch, and Ornn looking good. I could totally understand why he is currently X1 and still threatening to go and compete for that top 8 spot.
I think you want to play the captain here, unfortunately. Just try and get yourself out the extra recruits on the battlefield. Try and hold it down.
We are talking really about...
Look at the top of the deck there from the Rek'Sai trigger. Oh, we're going to go for Embassy. Okay. I'd have thought the Vanguard Captain would have been the better play there, just because you've already played a unit this turn, so getting the extra 2 down. That Porobot is going to be equipped with the Brutalizer and the other Sterix on the following turn. He's going to be like a 12 might unit that turn. If we do have access to the Crown, the Requiem, then it is Knights Out, and unfortunately, that is all she wrote. Trying to get over that 12 might is also going to be very awkward. Playing the one from hand instead, trying to get out the extra tokens.
Uh-oh. He's not realizing. I mean, of course, we have the caster vision, so we know exactly what's in the Ornn hand, and time does fly is not taking into account the capabilities of hitting both these battlefields with a single unit in mind. He's saying, wait a second, you're not purple. You don't have access to things like Boots of Swiftness, but little does he know he has, as we said before, the signature gear. So pushes Porobot for a nice little simple conquer. Actually, Stair Gauge is enough, so gives up to 7. And Rek'Sai is 100% tapped out, even if they had some kind of defensive capabilities. Ooh. But even easier, pit crew, player gear, conquer, and just like that, you said it, I'll get the lights out and GG 2-0 sweep in both of these feature matches of our first round number 9 of Day 2 Barcelona.
And that's what you want to see sometimes, right? You just have to do it. I think mind's eye, obviously, because you need to conquer that turn to try and keep the game going a little bit further for the Rek'Sai player. It might have been a case of, I'm just going to double down on the power in the back there, just in case they do have. They had 3 up, so maybe they could, and guard. So obviously, you want to try and do what you can. Waste cards in the hand. Obviously, we have caster vision, so we do kind of get to see cards every now and again. It's much easier to sort of go, oh, you should have done this, you should have done that. But yeah, what you really do against an Ornn that's just got like 6 cards in hand, you know, could be anything. Could be a boat.
Yeah, it honestly could be anything. And just like Federo saying in chat, and hey, Federo, get to see it. Ornn had like 3 different lines of winning. So the pit crew one was kind of the easiest one to do. Kind of for anyone watching the stream, concealing that signature gear from anyone in the future. So what a way to start off day number 2. Really cool matches. Now, guys, say it with me. Hands up in the air. Let's pray that Riot production team is not going to do us dirty for a second time. Are we gonna get Akali, or maybe, knock on wood, do we think Akali fell a little bit short against Master Yi? First things first, let's listen in onto the Ornn winning interview.
I don't know if you're aware of this, Science, but Ornn hasn't really had the most success before Vendetta. But now, this aggro sort of Ornn deck has been very popular, and you are doing incredibly well. There are 5 of you here in day 2, but only 2 of you doing this well. You're now 8-1 going into round 10. How has this deck been working for you, and how successful has it been?
Well, for now, I cannot complain. It's been great. So, first, why did I choose Ornn? Maybe it's... so I played the Nation Clash. It's a tournament with Riftbound with draft. And we had to play with 8 teams from different nations. And we had the draft with pick and ban. And so I ended up picking Ornn. And so it became kind of a meme that I will bring on to this RQ. So I didn't know if I had to try out with a good deck with Azir or something like that, or Ornn. And in the end, I decided to pick Ornn and change my deck list in the last second. And it's doing great for now.
And it's working out for you. So I kind of want to talk about your journey getting to day 2 now. Okay, so you have 4 more rounds to play today, obviously. You're now 1 win today, so now moving on to 8-1. How have the matchups been? You know, you only had 1 loss yesterday, which was to Kennen, okay, yeah. And which is the most represented deck in the room. But did you play against other Kennens as well?
I did play against other Kennen, and it went quite well. So I think the matchup is not that easy. You really need to counter the rider win of the Kennen.
Yeah.
So once he gets on the point tempo and he can back to base, you cannot win. But if you have the point advantage, you cannot lose.
Wow. I mean, that makes a lot of sense then. And, you know, and the Kennen decks can for sure, they have a very big variation on, like, do they high roll or do they not?
Very high roll deck, so it's sometimes you cannot lose with Kennen.
Specifically in this matchup you had against Rek'Sai, I feel like that's almost like a pretty favorable matchup for you because they typically want to play a lot of these removals type spells to then play their own units and get onto the points and keep conquering over and over again. But when you're playing things like Sprite Fountain, and you're just
favorite cards,
getting all the, and you don't have to pay the power cost on them, you know. When you're just getting on to all these battlefields with sprites, it almost feels like if they use their removal, it's a waste. Right, so I got to say that this matchup is probably pretty good for you. But other matchups that you ran into yesterday that you had either a hard time with, but you still won. You know, like what kind of decks do you think this deck really excels against in this format right now?
Actually, I think Rek'Sai is good, as you said, and for the rest, I'm not so sure about what are the good matchup or not because I didn't play a lot of Ornn actually. So. Every time I play against a deck, I'm like, okay, it's the first time. Let's see how it's going, and I figure it out.
Well, you definitely have figured it out because, again, coming into today, X-1, I was definitely keeping an eye on you yesterday as well to see how many Ornns we could see potentially get on stream. But you are now 8-1, moving into round 10. Congratulations once again. You've got some more tournament to play, though, so I'm going to let you take a break before you have to get some more, and we're going to go ahead and we'll send it back.
Nice stuff from our Ornn player. And you know, it almost feels like Ornn, at least the Vendetta version of Ornn, is almost what Lilia last set wished it could be. You know, as aggressive as possible. But I believe the big difference is those Steric gauges or gears in general. You got the Poro snacks, the Steric gauges, the Brutalizer. Lilia never was able to make use of that because you don't have the Ornn legend ability. So I think that is the one thing that's really propelling him forward and is a good reason why he is still just at 1 loss in the weekend. Aguito, do you want to take a little bit of a refresher break before the next round? Because I was going to go to use the restroom real quick. We could take a quick, like, 1-2 minutes.
Leave me here with chat, the festering mob that they are, and we'll see what's going on. How is everyone in chat today?
Okay.
What we're looking forward
All right, chat. I'll be right back. 1 minute. Just let me take a quick break.
Right. How are we, everyone? Don't look at the yellow unit. It's a bait. There's no units today. Everyone who's playing any set 1 or PG decks is essentially here trying for top cut and trying to win it all because there's no secondary pricing for them. The sets, the Annies, the Yees that we've seen, I think we've seen the Luxes coming through. They're all basically here just for the 64 place finishes and whatever else they can kind of win out through the day because they do not get their best of metals as they've rotated out now, as we are now into set 4. With that being said, The regional qualifiers, the next big one, the one for us in November, they do have their own special PG alters that are up for grabs, I suppose you can say. And I presume we'll be seeing Prismat back on his trusted Dark Child. My prediction for today was going to be Irelia, just because it's one of those weird decks where it needs to kind of start putting numbers out now, just because it's obviously on its last rotation. It's the last set where you can start getting those cards in. It's also a card that's worth a little bit of value, so obviously we'd see some more coming through. With only one Irelia currently going on. It's, you know, it's all or nothing now, really. So you've only got, what, 4 more events till it rotates out, essentially? It does need it. The Lilia thing was obviously, Lilia was like this sprite aggressive deck that wants to go really, really fast. I think the issue for her, unfortunately, was the fact that Vex was literally like in every other deck, so you just never really got anywhere with purple. Kennen obviously being like the best representative purple deck now, doesn't necessarily run Vexes, so you don't have that issue anymore. And that's kind of where it was. Like Lilia can basically do what Ornn does, but Ornn does it a little bit faster, a little bit cheaper. So aggro Ornn is kind of the way you want to be, which is really funny when you think like Ornn was this Voltron deck originally, and now he's basically the gear spam deck that wants to go really, really fast.
All right, Aguito, thanks for holding it down. I am indeed back, and it looks like you guys are on a Lilia topic. But yeah, I think what Constantino, the previous Lilia main, I think he recently migrated, at least recently, I saw you playing Lux Louvre. How has that been going, Constantino? Have you been finding some success on Lux, or just trying it out? And in the meantime, Aguito, let's look at the potential rounds and see who's been winning, who's been losing. Let's hit a quick refresh for anyone on YouTube, for anyone on Twitch. I know I say this 100 times for those people that are actually watching the whole stream, but you know, is Twitch, is YouTube, people come in and get out, so I always repeat myself. Exclamation point bracket if you want to see what I'm seeing right here currently on the screen. A tie. Master Yi Akali is a tie, or you think they inputted it? I can't believe that game tied.
Say it's gone to time, so it might be a case of their 3 rounds, they just couldn't finish it off, maybe.
Wow. I think it's way too early for an intentional draw, so that was an unintentional draw. But taking a look, it looks like Master Yi took down the only undefeated Aurelia, or one of 2 undefeated Aurelia. Panda Anaconda, the sole remaining undefeated Rek'Sai, continuing on that rampage. No pun intended, because I think they are making use of Rampage as a card. Kennen also undefeated. Where is the... Okay, Majin Bay lost. And Aguito, I'm seeing Kennen. All these Kennens are still winning. Unbelievable.
I mean, it's the most represented deck. They're going to take a few wins right here and there, so it's to be expected. I was just saying to chat while he was out, though, that the Master Yis here, the Annies, the Sets, the Luxes, they are here basically to win it all or nothing, because there's no secondary prizing for them, as their best stuff have already rotated out. So those Master Yis are just basically digging down for the top cut now.
Last little bit here before we go back to the stream. It looks like there was one Kennen that did fall down, and it was the other Challenger TCG player, which I don't think he was undefeated, but he was just at X1, does fall down to Aurelia. And I don't recognize his name. I almost thought it was 8Pop2, but you know who I saw that was in the tournament today? It was some of the better Chinese players. I saw EDG Rico's name pop up yesterday. I don't know how he's doing, but hopefully made day 2. Another name I saw was Bulong Zong. I hope I'm saying that right, but if you guys remember Bulong, he was a regional champion with Annie, the one with like does the PC modes a lot. He was out there, and he was definitely at the higher tables. So let's see if we can find these players / see anyone else you guys might recognize. Kroos, previous Aurelia best of winner a couple regionals ago, so finding the win with his coveted legend. So Kroos still doing well. Other than that, I'm not really recognizing anyone else. Let's look one more time. Haru Kaze still on Akali getting the dub.
So most lads there, 1 Rengar down, 1 Rengar up, so that's not so bad for the Moist Boys. We obviously know that Squirtle won his last round against Randy, because Randy was he's done it, he's beat me.
Nice.
there.
You know, Prismaticism, for anyone keeping tabs on him, he did get a loss earlier in the tournament, but he's still going strong in day number 2. Gets the victory here in round number 9, so still fighting strong for that best of Rengar. But we do know there's one undefeated Rengar, so Prismaticism has to go undefeated from here on out. And then one of the Rengar players, or I should say the Rengar player, has to find a loss here and there. So we'll see if Prismat able to make a little bit of a comeback here. Last little tab, because I'm kind of curious to see if we recognize anyone out. Oh, shout out to Gonkra getting a dub here in round number 9. Last little bit, and okay, I don't recognize anyone else. I think round 10 pairing should be starting to get paired.
I recognize the Volcat. I think Volcat we've seen on stream before.
The Draven player?
What, underneath the Gonkra? Yeah.
I believe, funny enough, speaking of Volcat, he was the one player that took down Allen. So Allen lost to Jay, and then Allen lost to Volcat. So Jay was the Aurelia player, Volcat was a Draven. So Mel not feeling too strong against those two legends.
Is what it is. You can't have every matchup can't be the best matchup, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, honestly, I'm wondering if we still get a potential Allen ZQ game, because I feel like it's a disservice to all the viewers and, you know, us here at home to not get an Allen ZQ. We're talking about the man, the myth, the legend. He is the number one in a lot of people's eyes. We can't go an entire regional weekend without seeing a single Allen ZQ game on the feature match. What do you think, Aguito? Are we still going to go a little bit down the tables and see one of his games?
I feel like we need to see Allen, or we need to see Colin before we get into the top cut, because obviously those are the guys you're going to see in top cut anyway. But we've not seen a full Akali game yet. Yi is that kind of weird one where we don't want to see champions that have already rotated out. I feel like so we've been ignoring the Luxies, we've ignored the Set, we've ignored the Annies, we've ignored the Master Yis. It does feel like Set 1 is dead to us now, as it should be until the big regional events in November and December, where we get the new alternate art best ofs for those PG decks. But yeah, I think it's the case of maybe some of these characters that we know from the pro scene have been going into the PG1 set stuff, and that's why we don't really want to show off decks that can't be winning a best of, because we can't talk about it afterwards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, those championships are going to be some of the most exciting moments of Riftbound history. The first ever champions of year number 1 Riftbound. Those are 3-day events. They have Swiss on Friday, Swiss on Saturday, and then a whole day dedicated to top 8. They're not just going to show us one match of the quarterfinals. They're going to show us all 4 matches, and the same is going to go on for the semis. And then, of course, the big old conclusion of that event, the grand finals. So man, imagine a whole 6 to 8 hours devoted for just 8 players. That will be a spectacle. So I'm so excited to know EU has it first, coming up in November 11th, if I remember right. And then of course Convergence Fest, December 11th through the 13th is the US one, or I should say the NA one. So I'm excited, you know, kind of on a similar topic, prize cards. You said over number best of cards. Real quick, how do we feel about the Jace Brilliant Invector with the low-cut shirt as a championship card? Chat, do you guys like it? Aguito, how do you feel about it?
You mean today's You Are the Best, you get the super special Ooey Gooey extra card?
Mm-hmm. The championship card / top 4 card, I believe, get the exclusive artwork.
Originally, I was like, why didn't they give it to the Orange Jace? Because Orange Jace was like the main one people were playing. It's like, give them something they can play with. You know, if somebody wants to like show off their max rarity deck, give them the best card. But as you've seen from a lot of Jaces, they've kind of gone away from the orange one to the blue one now. So I think it's actually the better choice. Although part of me feels like maybe it should have been the one from set 1, because that one feels like you can kind of slide it out when it needs to. Overall, I'm happy that we are seeing more best of cards that are obviously having like their own alter art, so it does feel a bit more special. Obviously, we've seen the Cassente coming in the next regional one. We know we had the Ezreal before, especially over in China, and we saw that we had the alt art Misfortune as well in the Bunny Girl outfit. I can't remember what that one's called. It's like Space Raider one. So it's nice to see that we are getting like these extra little special cards. I think a lot of people didn't really like the Poppy ones from the last rotation, so I think it either got hit and miss, but I do think that this is a nice one to go down. And before we kind of go back to the cast here, thank you everyone for being here. I know it's super early for a lot of you in the world. The UK, it's not so bad. Obviously, we saw that later, the earlier end of the EU guys' side, but obviously for America, You're the real ones because it's super early, right?
Yeah, it's approaching 5:30 a.m. at least for the East Coast here in the U.S. West Coast, you guys aren't even awake yet. You guys are chilling at 3 a.m. or I think a little bit. Yeah, I think it's 2:30 or something for you guys. But last little note on those price cards, I don't feel like they've yet matched the cool factor, or how should I put it? Just how great of a card the very first regional championship card was. It was the MF. Thinking about it now, it almost was like a Crystal Rose MF. Or actually, how did it look? I feel like I remember, but I want to know exactly. It almost looked like the Crystal Rose Ori, but we have yet to feel. I mean, the Ruin Keen one was pretty close, but I want to see a card that definitely tops the MF. Or do you think the number one, the first one, should always stay as like the most highly praised one? Eventually, we got to beat it, no?
I think it just depends on favoritism. I think there will be a point where, maybe we'll get an Ori like 1 of 1, and that will obviously be the best card ever because everyone seems to like Ori. It could be a case of it could be a Lux where we get a 1 of 1. Maybe you get the elemental skin, so when you shine it across, it actually changes its skins. That'd be really cool because obviously it's just a coloring thing, so you just have yourself a rainbow foil effect.
Okay. Yeah,
But,
I would.
yeah,
I wouldn't.
that's like best
It would be
one.
cool to see something like that. I mean, maybe eventually we get like a metal card for the champion, which is like a 1 of 1. They're already 1 of 1, but even more exclusive. So I can see that. The beautiful thing about Riot, what they've been doing for this year one at that, is that every regional, every set, they've been kind of improving the pricing. Price pool in general has stayed about the same, 25,000 for the collective top 32 / top 64. But remember, at one point, day 2 literally got nothing. If you day 2'd, you only had to get top 64 to get your invite. Now you get the Crystal Rose Sona mat. Now you get some prize wall tickets. So hopefully that trend continues, and they're just going to get more and more rewarding for these bigger events, especially when we take into account the attendance continue to increase. What is the cap, Alguito? Is there realistically ever a cap to these kind of events? Because at one point, it might get too crazy. Let's say if like 5,000 players are in a single venue, if that's even a thing. What's the biggest one you guys know of, or what's the biggest one you've seen before?
I think Magic had the biggest one a long time ago. I think we're talking like 20 years ago, and I think they had like a 4,000 player event. It was something ridiculous. It was like probably the biggest event ever in TCG history, and they kind of know that that's maybe too many people because you're playing probably like a 3-day event then.
Yeah,
So
definitely.
4,000 people, that's like what, 20 rounds plus top cut. And it might be a case of it's a top 32 top cut. So the Sunday would be maybe 120. So that way you're doing 5 rounds on day 2. So I think it's what can you realistically do without penalizing, the extra like 2% of people that didn't make top 8.
I think you said it perfectly. I think it comes down to what is the most amount of players we can go ahead and contain within a 2-day experience. Most people have to work on Friday, so you can't run a true main event. It has to start on Saturday. It has to end on Sunday. So yeah, I think you said it best. It has to be similar to what we have now. I wouldn't be too surprised to see the cap at 2,500, which is still for the crazy demand that Riftbound has seen as early as this first year. It just doesn't feel like enough. What they will do, which was already announced, they're doing 3 regionals per set. So that's a good amount more regionals. So more chances of actually getting into one of these. Because if you guys don't know, if you guys are newer to Riftbound, those regional tickets sell like that. It's so tough to get it. Like even if you get online within a minute of their opening, it's sold out. Trust me, I've tried. It is so tough. So you best maybe start creating content, get the good old creator badge like some of these guys do, because it is really tough. Some people do get lucky. Of course, there's 2,000 plus players that are managing to get it. So, hey, wishing the best for those that are looking forward to competing in the future. How about you yourself, Aguito? Are you thinking ahead for 2027, trying to attend any of these regionals?
I want to go to the regional qualifier, the big one at the end of the year, November, if I can. But obviously, I'd be going as either a creator, if possible, a caster, if possible, or begging on my knees to go on the Friday to try and get into the regional event. If I couldn't do that, then obviously I'll be here with you guys trying to have some fun. But I have said that I want to just get into like one regional a year, so that way I can just go and have some fun.
Yeah, that seems ideal. I went to Atlanta and that was like my fun for the year. I honestly should compete more, right? It'll make me, I feel like anyone that actively plays is naturally going to be a better caster, but I do enjoy my time with the streams. I love interacting with you guys. I love it, casting alongside yourself. I'll get there as well as some of the other casters. So I have a blast doing these co-streams. So I feel like I'm not missing out too much because when I'm at the venue, I'm not to say I'm like stressed out, but I'm like so locked in. Like if I'm going to play, I'm going to go out there to compete and, you know, try my hard as I can. So I feel like I'm just so preoccupied with like not tunnel vision in a sense, but kind of similar. Like all I want to do is just practice, which rightfully so. Anyone that's going to pay good money / invest the time to do so, you probably should. But you know, when we do the co-streams, is a little bit more of a relaxed environment. We're just sitting back, chilling, casting some good old Riftbound, and I kind of don't mind that vibe, honestly.
I say the stress is off us. We're a co-cast. We're not sort of being scrutinized by Riot too much. I feel like obviously we're not having to do the plays ourselves. We're just going, you know, what's the easiest line that you can see? What does the deck want to do? What is the deck going to do? What should it do? And that's obviously a lot easier for us to do than going, all right, I've put 175 hours into this deck. Round one, I got absolutely whomped by a deck that I forgot about, and it just feels worse as the day goes on.
Definitely, and it looks, chat, round number 10 pairings have gone up, so I believe round 10 should be starting sooner than later. I'll get to let me know when the stream is starting because I'm over here on the bracket page. Colin K, we've been dying to see him all weekend long. Can we please see an Akali on stream? Is going to come at the cost of another Kennen on the feature match, but at this point, chat, just expect Kennen being on the stream over and over again. If these guys are going to stay undefeated /X1, we're going to get used to it here, but Colin K versus a Kennen. Table number 3 is where I'm trying to go towards. Coco versus the other undefeated Master Yi is going to be something that off screen is going to be cool to see. Another table that I wouldn't mind too much is, you know, there's only 4 undefeated players. Table 1 is one of these players, right? Or one of these matchups, as you say, Renguard, Panda, Anaconda. I don't mind that match. Master Yi versus Renguard. I feel like we've seen it 100 times, but not at this caliber. So hopefully either Colin or Panda is where I would love to go.
Yeah, someone that we kind of know, and someone that's obviously got something that we've not seen much of. We haven't seen, I don't think we actually saw much Rengar at all yesterday. I think we had a match for like one game and that was it.
Yeah, I believe it was like the backup match. So we didn't see too very much of a Renguard. Granted, I feel like we've seen enough. I don't know any new tools in Rengar specifically. They've only changed their strategy because earlier on they were going for a little bit lower to the ground, literally with the one cost to determine sentries, but now going for a little bit more of a mid-range package ever since Prismaticism won the Canadian Regional, or not the Canadian Regional, the Canadian Showdown. And kind of so this is probably the better optimized build. I could probably pull the deck list if we really want to tune in and get kind of refreshed on that deck, but I'm pretty sure if they're going to put it on stream, they're going to give us the deck list either way. Other than that, it seems kind of straightforward. Like we're off the spice, right? Day 1 is over. There's no Renekton's, there's no Zeds, there's no Shens, so we're going to have to get used to some of these kind of Kennen, Aurelia, Master Yi matchups because it looks to be full on out from here.
Someone was saying in chat earlier there was a 7-1 Renekton earlier. So
no way.
One obviously there'll be 8-1. So we might see a Renekton maybe as like a backup feature much further down. But obviously the issue is once you are sort of in that position, it does make things awkward. There could be 7-2 now, so they might be sort of on that cusp. But it was pretty cool if they are.
Hey, shout out to Renekton. Very similar to Akali. No one was giving the light of day. They're like, Renekton, who? He's just a best of metal card chaser. But if he's actually putting up some good numbers, I would love to see it. But okay, it looks like we got what we can get from the bracket. Let's go ahead and tune back to the stream, as I would hope these casters are done with the guest of flavor. You know, Agito, me and you are just buying some time here. These guys are really buying some time with the guest of flavor. But here, we'll go ahead and answer some chat questions in chat. Feifei saying, what green card is remotely ban worthy? So Feifei, we're talking about remotely ban worthy. We probably have to bring everyone's attention towards Stellacorn. Stellacorn is probably the closest you can get for a ban. What do you think?
I think that Stellacorn's probably the only one that is in brackets egregious. On Guard is a staple that you can kind of like make it work. Defy is obviously defies the color of green, and then Discipline is again the same kind of range that it's, you know, these three cards are staples and you kind of need them to have green as its identity. Stellarcorn is essentially, I think most people say, was Satan. All that draw power, we've seen it before where, you know, drawing 3 to 6 cards a turn is absolutely diabolical.
And it's probably a big reason why Colin is seeing a lot of success with Akali. I feel like Akali is the only deck that can use the Stellarcorn a little bit more efficiently than an Aurelia. Aurelia has to pay a little bit more resources to kind of move around the battlefield. Akali, get in, come back, go in from the Empowered Legend ability. That's 3 draws in a single turn. So yeah, I think in terms of green, Stellarcorn, Herder, and then potentially Aurelia Fervent can get a little bit out of hand sometimes if you ever seen it. For nighttime, ! bracket, whether you're on Twitch or YouTube, it should pop up for you.
Yeah, people saying Aurelia's Battlefield. The issue is Aurelia can just benefit from so many battlefields because of how the Aurelia card works. Hopefully, once Aurelia's best ofs rotate out, so obviously set 5 when we go to Radiance, Aurelia is probably going to start, you know, being here, because obviously you're not fighting for that best of metal card or the plated legends. But the issue is when you sort of like ban things because of one legend, but you're not really hitting the legend. It's, you know, they did with Draven. Like, that's the issue. You know, you can't really hit Aurelia because the purple one's awful and she doesn't have a 3rd card. So if you hit Fervent, she just doesn't have a deck.
Right, and you know, as you guys seen before, the philosophy behind bans for Riot is they want to see tangible results, not the community, you know, crying and shouting that something needs banned. They want to see actual metrics saying, okay, there was a 40% deck distribution among all top 8 players on Draven. That was pretty clear indication that something went a little bit stray in research and development. If Aurelia was like 40% of day 2, which it had strong representation, but nothing close enough to warrant some kind of an emergency ban like we saw earlier this year with Draven, right? So I actually don't think anything is close to it. Of course, the only exception being is probably something like Kennen. And we have 4 Kennens in top 8 today. I think it's something for Riot to keep their eyes on for Singapore and then maybe even the Chinese regionals. If the Chinese regionals kind of look the same, if Singapore looks the same, I wouldn't be too surprised to see something pretty similar like what we saw Draven. But that's if people just don't catch on and say, okay, let's put some more yellow decrees. Let's make sure we can one-shot the Rosses. Let's put unchecked power into our blue decks. Because there's ways, like, Kennen feels strong, but keep in mind, guys, we're only 20 days into Vendetta. Things are still evolving. The decks are still getting optimized, so I don't feel like all the answers have been discovered just yet.
I think it's the other thing I will say, though, and it happens a lot to Europe, is please stop ruttering cards or telling us how cards work like a day before an event happens, because you can't change your deck if you've already traveled to an event.
Are you talking about the Dragon Form thing?
So the Dragon Form thing to me isn't like super big. I think it's more how tokens work is the issue, where it's like, oh, tokens only take the base form when you do the... mostly for LeBlanc. But it's a case of like, the issue you have now is how you've changed the ruling on a card just means that that deck now doesn't work correctly. But because you've already had to travel to the event and you've been there probably since Wednesday, you have no way of changing your deck out.
Okay.
Is that Prismat?
It is, you know, it's not the Akali. They're doing us dirty, chat. They're doing us dirty. Where is the Akali? We want to see it, but I can't complain too much. We do get pretty much the second best. Let's go ahead and rendezvous over to this feature match table. Prismaticism. Uh-oh. Rainguard or Rainguard Violence?
It's the way, right? It is the way. Who is the best Predator? Who is the best Pride Stalker? I don't want to say it's going to be Prismat because they're both in the same position, but... how close are the decks? How similar are we going to see them be? It looks fairly standard. Darius as a one of is normal. You've got your ambush cards where you need them to be. You've got your Grim Apothecary. You've got the new Rampage card in there. That's kind of like the only new thing I can see that is being put into Rengar, because challenge is a little bit of a loose cannon at times, and occasionally you don't mind just having a Rampage come down and swing for a little bit more might.
Definitely. You guys know Sam D. Sherman was the originator when you ask me about rain guard builds, right? But I feel like for set 4, it actually turns his eyes to prismaticism on kind of optimizing the ideal rain guard build. And honestly, as you said, I think this guy was taking a little page out of prismaticism's book. But as we just said, Prismat, oh, this is a little different. I mean, the clear focus is that punch first and the rampage down there. I don't think the opposing rain guard had access to those cards, or did I miss it?
It did. The difference I can see is the pike is less pikes and more Grim Apothecaries, but everything else seems to be the same numbers. So it's a very similar list. It's just, do you want the acceleration from pike early, trying to get the extra point in when you can? Or do you want more of the consistency with Grim, so that way you can obviously flicker it in and out, get your might up when you can, trying to win those battles in unlikely ways. But both decks are very similar. I think Rengar has, for the most part, been solved until set 5, and then that will sort of be the last sort of like hurrah for Rengar to come and beat down. What I am upset with, though, is why isn't our man walking around with a thick chain of children and the Rengar stalking them?
Yeah, just put them all on your neck. But no, he's saying new season, new me. Let's start fresh. That way I can really see the fruits of my labor this season. You know, he started off with 1 Annie around the neck, and then he got completely carried away, and now he's rocking 5 or maybe even 6 Annies. I can't even remember at this point. So he's starting fresh, right? He's saying, I got 1 rain guard, but it's not the pretty one. It was just a showdown one. I want the real deal, and he has to get past someone with the same idea in mind. Both these guys competing for that best of metal. And oh, he does at least have 1 Annie. I think he got inspiration, I believe he told me before, from Seto Kaiba with, I think, the blue eyes, was it, from his chain?
Yeah, it is kind of funny that he's a flip card now. So he's got the cartoon Annie representing the tails, and then the Rengar representing the heads. I'll take it. I'll take back what I said. He's still wearing 1 child.
Yeah, it is what it is, but I'm curious, how impactful is it going to be being on the play versus the draw? I feel like if there's any player to kind of mitigate the difference between play draw discrepancy, is going to be Prismaticism. He's just such a high skilled player that no matter what situation he finds himself in, he's thinking that 2 to 3 to 4 turns ahead, and where you would expect it the least, he just ends up coming out ahead. And I'm over here thinking about to myself, I'm like, man, how did he know his opponent was going to do that? But he had it locked and loaded the entire time. And this is why we see Prismaticism really tank deeply in some games, where he's just thinking, where some people accuse him of like slow playing. But think about doing so many possible permutations in your head. It's literally some kind of different caliber thinking that he's operating, which is why he's found so much consistent success. And I'm excited for this game. Round number 10, round number 1, or game number 1 rather, looks to be starting soon.
Yeah, should be any second now. Obviously, we're on camera. There's no take backsies like we saw in the first game, so we should hopefully be getting into this very soon. There seems to be a lot of dishonesty or a little bit of sadness going on in the Twitch chat here on the official side. From as far as I'm aware, Prismat is a very nice gentleman. I've never heard anyone say a bad word about him, but apparently chat thinks he's a bit of a rude boy.
You know, when you get a lot of attention, you get a little bit less patient, I want to say. But no, Prismaticism has been nothing but nice the couple times I've met him personally. So honestly, I think he's deep down a nice little sweetheart / teddy bear. Not in, or, you know, maybe I'll be careful what I said, but he seems like a good dude, has a great heart. But here we go. You can't get too much better than this. Irresistible Faith would start things off. And even if Rengar had an opening play, I think this was the correct line. You don't really want to go ahead and fall victim to that Faithful nice and early. So want to go ahead and make sure he contests his battlefield. But as I say that, the Star Spring completely throwing things out of whack. He's saying, okay, you can go ahead and conquer. But no, your opponent going up to 5 runes is never a place you want to be on these battlefields because of the chosen champion. So very patient play from Prismat.
Yeah, it's very awkward. You did miss the first turn, so it's, you know, it does feel not great for the opponent. Obviously, you didn't get yourself any advantage out of that either, so it's not the worst place to be in. Tapping fully out to go into the fight back there, knocking out the poor little Faith Folk. He did his best. But you're still in a good position here as Colin. You will go up to 6 runes. Rengar is available if you just want to sort of hang on to those, making your opponent kind of fear the repercussions. Trying to think what we can do here, really. Move in, get yourself the draw for... So just try and get some points. Yeah, there's no real issue. Just sort of walk in, take it over. You do have a handful of ambush cards yourself, so it's not the worst situation to be in. You're 4 into their 3 when they walk in. Obviously, as another ambush deck, they can put their own stuff in. As you've already mentioned, Rengar can come down and punch down.
Oh, stacking the triggers. You love to see it. You only had a 4-might unit, but when you play a unit, you give a buff. So Legend resolves first. Kaiser's has a 5. But I'm wondering, I mean, apparently Prismat has done this combo a million of times by now. I thought to put things on the chain. No, I think this was correct. So making full advantage of the legend ability, Kaiser goes up to 5, enabling the draw there. So it goes on the chain, and then he looks at it once the other things resolve, if it meets the criteria, and that it did. So it gets the additional +1 and leaves a couple runes available for the ambush, as you mentioned before. I think there was at minimum a Nidalee in hand and an Inferno to try to capitalize on the Star Spring, save the Kaiser, and then catch your Rengar opponent off guard. But is it truly ever off guard when you're playing the same deck, right? You have to anticipate ambush coming every single turn almost.
So do you follow this up with your own play now? Because obviously you're a defender. The Inferno doesn't feel great because she's only going to be a 1-might unit. You will get the extra from the Rengar, as it isn't once per turn. It's just when you play a unit. So having a 6-might Kaiser is pretty cool. It's a buff though, right? No, is it +1? It's just +1, right? So it's not a buff.
Yeah, +1 might from the legend ability.
You
have
sort of go Nidalee to Nidalee, right?
But of course, that's going to be all your runes available to you. And then Kizma has enough runes to go ahead and deploy an additional ambush unit. So things aren't going to be favoring Prismaticism. I feel like the best you forego trying to win this trade and just save your Kaiser Survival to enable a little bit more card advantage the very next turn. But a tricky decision to be made. And there is actually another Nidalee waiting to get deployed out for our other Rengar player.
Yeah, so do you +1 the Kaiser, so it's 9 into what is currently 8. So you are winning this one. They kind of have to take the battlefield, in my opinion, just so that way they're not just losing out constantly. I mean, that's also a good play too, because they obviously hold, they own it, so you don't mind losing 1 card to keep the Kaiser sort of ramping up for the next follow-on play, as you can bring out the chosen champion to pounce down and take over a battlefield.
And I love this play from Prismatic saying, if I can't get the defend combat, I'm not going to give you any combat wins. If you want to win it, I want you to tap out. And that he does to go ahead and bring that Inferno back. Doesn't go for that play we've seen before where you first made onto Star Spring. He's just saying, I don't want to leave any of my units exposed. But right now, it's just 1-to-1, so no one really has the upper hand. So as long as I'm able to keep on par in terms of board states, things are going to be a little bit more fortuitous for me going forward. But I like Prismat's position, saving the Kaiser Survivor, getting those additional resources turn and turn again. I'm wondering if he's going to do a similar line of prioritizing the safety of Kaiser Survivor from that Star Spring. And man, he's doing such a great job of making sure his hand is nice and healthy. Look at the hand so far.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you want to see, right? You want to have a good hand sort of play back into. Is that a Grim? No, it's a Darius. Oh, okay.
Oh, a pseudo first mate. He's saying Darius onto Star Spring. What clean plays coming out from Prismaticism. He's saying if I have to leave something on the battlefield, it's gonna pretty much be the unit I care the least about, being that Kinko Initiate. Really clean stuff.
Yeah, I thought they'd leave the battlefield sort of up as well. I kind of thought they were going to do a cool play where you bring back the Kaiser with a Grim hitting the star, and then you just play the Grim back to hands. That way it's like a kind of a free one. But no, this is probably the best way to do it. You've obviously got the aggression from the Irresistible Faith Folk next turn if they can't sort of get rid of it with another Rampage or a Challenge, which I don't think they were playing in this deck. But again, I think Challenge has kind of lost its playability now that Rampage is... it costs 1 more, but it does so much more.
Yeah, even though the board state kind of in a similar situation, or actually, I digress. I think the board state is definitely heavily favoring prismaticism, but of course, there's just so much runes available for our opposing rain guard as well. So starting things off, a nice little draw. Same thing he did before, so didn't have 5, but legend ability does proc beforehand, so gets to draw now 4 runes to work with. You know, something that both these players are always keeping at the back of their minds is when these chosen champions are gonna pounce down onto either of these battlefields. Currently doesn't have access to it on either board state, but Fae Folk and tapping completely out. Things can get a little bit dicey if you ask me. Can Prismaticism completely take advantage of a tapped out player like the other Rengar? I call him the other Rengar. I could probably call him by his name. Let's go with Kizu.
Kizu, I think this is probably the safer play, but obviously you're going to get pulled in by the Fae Folk in a second anyway. So not as safe as it could have been. I feel like you're probably should go for more of a cheeky play. Get the first mate in first. Get the point from the Starcrossed. And then you move the Inferno in to get yourself the extra draw, because they are, in comparison, very low on cards compared to the Prismat's hand here. As you can see, it's a fairly good hand. It's a good little fan, as it's probably still warm out there. Buffing up a unit. Would you rather buff the Darius or would you rather buff the Kaiser?
Yeah, something to take into account, right? Saying you could even buff the Fae Folk so that it could cleanly take over the Inferno. Your opponent's tapped out, but if you bring in a Fae Folk, you probably want a bigger unit to do so. So taking a quick thought here, he's thinking about the might increase, or actually he's still thinking about the Pit Rookie actually. So both pumps online, and yeah, this is where these kind of deciding factors, whether it depends on what you're thinking about bringing in with the Fae Folk, because I would imagine if he has another ambush unit, you do the tried and true play of Fae Folk, bring something in, ambush in, push the Fae Folk back. And does Kizu decide to bring anything in? The answer is no. So it just gets a clean little trade there, 1-for-1 Fae Folk. But actually, you keep your Fae Folk, of course.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the hand. I do see there is a punch first hand, so not really upset via the ring. I'll come in next turn to pounce in and either take it out. To be fair, I think the Fae Folk's already done its job. It's already slowed down the approach. But I do think that the Fae Folk will be a menace to society again on the following turn, if it can be. Oh, no, we're tapping out. I was going to say what we're going to bring out here. 2 and 1, we are going to go for... Ooh, the Forerunner.
Love it. Love it. It readies the Darius, so just like he did in the previous turn, enabling him to go back to the safety of the base. And did he pass before bringing the Darius back? I wouldn't imagine so. You ready it, so might as well take advantage of that. And he did. Interesting. Actually, is GG. He saw enough.
I mean, what is it? 2 to 3, so you're already a turn and a half behind. You know that on the following turn, Rengar's going to come down, take out whatever sitting on the battlefield to go to 6, and then it's just a case of, all right, I've lost my big units. I just can't keep the game going anymore. And to be fair, I thought they were going to keep up at least 2 or 1, just so that way they could have access to the punch first. But again, I think they just saw the writing on the wall. It does feel like if you go first and you do have a good turn 1 play, then the game is not so bad. But as we did see, they were a full turn behind. They didn't have a turn 1 play. They just couldn't really keep up with the momentum that Colin brought to the game. Sorry, not Colin. Prismat brought to the game. And so it was just so awkward to try and keep going with them. And they were just behind. You just can't keep up then.
Exactly right. Well said. It's just the tempo was just so heavily favored towards Prismaticism, and it was only increasing, right? The Ferris Forerunner coming down, Darius back to the safety, went all the way, I believe went to 6 points on that turn. So he saw the bigger picture. He knew what was going to happen, even if he could defend, which Rengar not really known for their defensive capabilities. Yes, you could have something like a punch first, but the same can be said about Prismaticism. And man, Agita, look how cool, calm, and collective Prismaticism is. He says, I got 1 loss, but I still have full confidence that I'm going to be walking away out of Barcelona with a new name and a new, or not new name, but a new best of Rengar on my chain, potentially.
Oh, so he's taken out all of the Thrill of the Hunts and 1 Sabotage, I believe.
And to answer chat real quick,
holding it.
Constantino, Seed of Power was Prismat's. So Starspring was Kizu's.
Yeah, Starspring, as chat is saying on the official Twitch, is like, why would you play Starspring into a mirror match? As you know, it doesn't feel good. You know, it's probably one of the ones you don't want to see. But then again, you also don't want it as your third round field either, because you also want to have as much advantage as possible. Playing to your best advantage, which is also your opponent's best advantage. Try and get it out early, and then try and push for the wins with the following battlefields. Is probably the plan right now.
Yeah, and I believe battlefield selection was the blind, right? So you didn't know you were going first or second that time, but when choosing Starspring, so it could have benefited him. I mean, at the end of the day, they're playing the same deck, so both of these battlefields will be benefiting both of these players, right? So I don't think there's going to be the identical battlefields. I think they just haven't removed it from game number 1. But I feel like Prisma is the type of player, despite him doing so well in that game 1, he's like, man, what could I have done better? He's always that critical of himself. If you've seen his streams, if you see how he operates, the first thing he's done after finishing a game, win or lose, he's like, what could I have done? What sequences could I have optimized a little bit better? So that's what really separates some of these more competitive players from the top echelon of player like Prismaticism is in.
Yeah, well, apparently Thriller the Hunt is not so good in the mirror match, so he's taking that out, putting another first forerunner. I think just trying to get maybe some bigger units that are just more useful over the course of a longer game. Obviously, this one was very quick, but obviously now the opponent is kind of more on the know what's going on. Although I think if you see Priz, I think you just knew he was on Rengar anyway, because he was announced that basically for the last couple of weeks that, you know, Rengar is his deck for this format. So no scary, spooky Andy's coming around.
Yeah, not yet anyways, but you know, if Prismat manages to win while he's going second, I'm going to be even more impressed than I've been already with Prismat, right? Because this is a kind of matchup where, as we said before, going first is a huge swing most likely. But I want to say, I feel like sideboarding out the Thrill of the Hunts, not having that kind of counterplay potential to catch your opponent off guard. I wonder if that's an ode to like the ambush potential from Kizu. He's saying like, I could Thrill the Hunt, but he could just ambush things into that battlefield. So knowing this matchup very, very well and understanding it takes it out, and saying Fair's Forerunner when you don't go against a purple deck is completely OP, and that it is sometimes.
Yeah, I mean, game 2, we are looking here at the Seat of Power on the side of Kizu, but we are going for the Emperor's Deus. Originally, Rengar's favorited battlefield until we kind of reread the battlefields and go, wait a minute, that's not how that was meant to work. But paying the 1 for a 2-mot unit isn't awful.
It never is, but here we go. Game number 2 of round number 10. These guys are fighting for their top 8 lives if they continue on this undefeated, undefeated meaning X1, pseudo undefeated. They could very well be one of the X1 players at the end of the day over here in Barcelona, but passes on forward the most ideal turn 1 as Prismat did in game 1, the Irresistible Fatefolk. Does Prismat approach it the same way? Even though you have units to play, do you just forego it and saying pass the turn? Because Starspring isn't available for these players, so Faithful can't just go ahead and retreat back if you don't have something like a first mate, which we know here in the booth, he actually does have one.
They're going for free, we're going for a first mate. No, going for the Cub. Okay, Cub's coming down. Obviously doesn't get to do the hide shenanigans, but I mean, it's a 3-mite unit, it's pretty good. You are tapped out though, so if you really want to go for an aggressive rampage with trades, that's not so great. Try to see what's in the hand currently. Kaiser's probably the best bet here. Just get it down early. That way next turn you can sort of move everything in, drag the weakest thing off the board into it, and then go from there.
Yeah, he's almost trying to think how to do it. And oh, this is the value of Pocket Club over additional Red Pikes, because Red Pike on defense is only a 2-mite unit. But I guess in this situation, even if Faithfolk pulled it in, you either tapped out to ambush your unit in, or you just kind of developed the bigger quality unit being that Kaiser Survivor. But there's no way, yeah, Prisma doesn't have any way of pulling these units in at these color domains, so I think this is fine. The question is, do you go ahead and contest one of these battlefields with the Survivor in the back line? If you do, are you forced to leave all your runes open for some kind of combat tricks in the terms of ambush units, as Rengar tends to do?
I mean, do you go onto the dais? Do you then return it to hand, pay the 1 for the 2-mite units? That way you have something available for the follow-up, and then you can just throw out another Nidalee, trying to go 1-for-1 or toe-to-toe with what's on the board? Or do you just go, I don't need to fight here, you can fight me and I'll fight when you pull me in? Because obviously 5 up currently, Rengar can come down, but again, can be said the same way around where they'll have 6 up on the side of Kizu. So it is a little bit of a Russian roulette style gameplay.
I like what you're saying, right? You going with the Pocket Club, bounce it back in, taking advantage that Pocket Club actually has the hidden keywords. So you have the Sand Soldier on the battlefield, you hide the Pocket Club, and then you yourself can go ahead and develop out a strong unit like the Survivor, but no saying, all right, 2 can play at the Faithful game and leaving 3 suspicious energy open. So if my first thoughts are going to be something like the Nidalee that we see in the hand for Prismat, saying, all right, if you're going to bring in the Faithful, I'm going to go ahead and slam this guy down. But Kizu trying to approach this as, you know, professional as he can, take into account all the outs for Prismat. I think he has a Nidalee of his own. So step number 1, interesting. I was gonna say he could probably take advantage of the Seed of Power draw, but actually goes for Seed of Power first.
Yeah, it happened in the first game where, for whatever reason, Izu likes to go on the Seat of Power first, so you lose out on that draw, which doesn't feel great. But it's much safer, I suppose, just getting in and getting out.
I think this is what's going on. He's not going for the double conquer this turn, or... No, yeah, I don't think he's going to be pushing the Faithful. If he does, he doesn't have enough energy to go ahead and bounce things back. So just keeping it at the single point conquer, which makes so much sense when he didn't have any intention of double conquering. But now Faithful hitting the trash for Prismaticism, left alone with a nice little Pocket Club. Seems like we're getting a very similar picture being painted, just on the opposite sides of the board. The board state just ever increasing turn after turn for the starting first Rain Guard. And it almost feels, as we said before, the secondary to play Rain Guard always on the back foot. But hopefully, for Prismat's sake, the Ferris Forerunner could be that turning point.
Yeah, and right now, as you know, that's going to be a hidden cub, as there's nothing else to hide in this deck as a rule. Something will be going +1 in might, so there could be a 7 might Rune Runner, that could be a 3 might token, there could be a 4 might Packer Club on the follow-up play here. So that's a pretty stacked battlefield already. Obviously, Prismat is a half turn behind in terms of point advantage here, so it's not the greatest thing to see, but this can be a very quick deck. If your opponent leaves up no ruins and they have something stuck on the Seat of Power, you can just Rengar in and take over that and then start pushing forwards. I think, like a lot of people asking in the official chat, is why would you take out the Signature Spell? Thrill the Hunt is such a good card, but into a opponent that has the same cards, you're just trading for the same things, right? So you want to kind of have more advantage in terms of bigger units that can deal with things coming in.
Yeah, makes good sense to me. Now, trying to think ahead for Kizu, he has to take into account that that's most likely going to be something like the Pocket Club. So how much might does he have to go ahead and contest to conquer the Emperor's Divide, or Emperor's Deus? What's the official name? Why am I forgetting here?
Emperor's Deus.
Yeah, Emperor's Deus. There we go. So the Sand Soldier up to 6 plus the 2 is 8, and then the Pocket Club enters in at essentially 4. So 12 defending might be a little bit out of the range. Has a good amount of might to work with. Darius could go up to 8 total might if you play another unit. 8 plus the 3 is still a little shy of that total might, so things are looking a little bit interesting. You can never go wrong with starting things off with a nice little draw to weigh out all your options before committing.
Yeah, I mean, this could be a play here where you do move the Irresistible out, taking away the tokens, so that way you are reducing the might. As long as the battlefield has a unit on there, though, that card will stay hidden. So it's not the worst or be-all for Prismat in this situation. But we do just need to try and get some kind of flow going here. Hopeful for 2, always a good play, no matter what deck you're playing it in. Moving in and dragging it over the Sand Soldier, which is the play. Now remember, when things get revealed from hidden or played on the battlefield, from anywhere, you can just target something to give it that +1 for the turn. So you could, if you really want to, trade with this into the Irresistible Faithful, so it can't do any more of the dragging around shenanigans. Not really leaving you that far behind, because Rengar can only go to 7, which means that he is essentially not trading out with the other battlefield.
You know, it's smelling a little bit like a bait right here. He's saying, all right, go ahead and reveal the Pocket Club. I still have 3 energy to work with there. If I play one more unit, I buff up the first mate, and then I could take out the Pocket Club for my first mate. but I guess essentially it's still 1-for-1 on each of those showdowns. So I think you still reveal it. Sand Soldier gets pulled in, Pocket Club gets +1 on the Fate Folk, or not +1 on the Fate Folk, +1 on the Sand Soldier. So 3-3. Kaiser doesn't draw because he doesn't have that Nidalee ability. So I think Prismat's saying, what's the order of operations here? Do I have to reveal hidden? I think you have to resolve Fate Folk first and then hide, open the hidden. Or I guess you react to the move ability from Fate Folk.
Yeah, because there's always a window to do everything, right? Apparently the judge is saying that Prismat is being too slow, according to the official chat. which he's not.
That feedback before.
20 seconds. It's like he's literally gone like, "What are you doing?" Which is your play, and then he's just like, "You're being too slow." It's like, well, I need to know what's going on so I know what I can react to.
Wow, the judges being stricklers here in day 2, because if you guys remember, there was a Vex on stream that everyone and their mother was kind of yelling at the screen, "Are you slow playing? What are you doing?" But this time around, kind of learning from day 1, not taking anything, because honestly, I don't think Prismat was tanking that hard that turn, but I guess there wasn't too much to consider as he was tapped out, but throwing it back over 2-2. Now trying to decide, do I keep on reinforcing Emperor's Dayhouse to just go ahead and defend, as there's not too many units in the back line, and of course we didn't see him come down in game number 1, trying to always take into account those Rain Guard trophy hunters, because right now in this mid to late game, Kizu has plenty of resources to make use of that chosen champion. But ooh, I was gonna say Imperial Forerunner again, but it was actually just 5 runes there.
Time to burn and turn, right? Do you have a punch first, good sir? No, we have a Nidalee though. Does Prismat have a punch first, good sir?
I think he gets him right over the top, right? Nidalee goes up to 5. He was swinging in for 6, so punch first is exactly what he needs. A 2-for-3. Love to see it, on top of getting a potential 2 draws. Man, Prismat, if there was one turn to kind of pull out ahead, it was this turn right here. It could be the game-deciding turn. It all matters. How are you going to be able to defend a little bit? Can Kaiser be safely retreated, or just kind of forking over to the wolves, as I don't believe she's able to defend with only a sabotage being your viable play, and that is not a defensive card at that.
No, I think right now though you did get double draw off of this here, so it is all in all a good play. You don't really want to lose your Kaiser because obviously your draw engine is going to disappear, but you're in a good position here. I'm just trying to think like, what is the way to do this? You're 4. Move 2 units in, take it out. So you've got 1 up, threatening the second punch first if you've got it, which I don't think Colin has currently. Prisoner. This could keep talking about Colin. I broke my brain.
We wanted to see Colin, chat.
It is. Maybe it's inside. Maybe it's in the feature match, second one. Yes, there's no second punch first. So unfortunately, you aren't really threatening to sort of like remove their board. So you will be going 1-for-1 if you can. So you might see the fact that they might put the hopeful in first, trying to see if they do have access to something else, and then maybe jumping in with a Rengar to take hold. I mean, that's a pretty good hand on the side of Kazu, so I'd say, Kazu's got a better hand than Prisma has currently, and he is obviously open on all the runes, so he can just go straight in. Going for the Cub, I believe this would be, so 3-3. So, yeah, good trade, all right. And then the Rengar comes down for a 7, as he gets the +1 from the Legend ability. So
yeah, you're totally right when you say the battlefield presence is favoring Prismat, but the hand, as you mentioned, is heavily leaning towards Kizu, as well as the rune economy currently. So much more runes to work with turn after turn compared to Prismaticism. The punch first, a hefty investment. It was necessary, but here we go. Trophy Hunter coming down, taking full advantage, going up to +7, or 7 total, might rather, and that is a double conquer for Kizu, going up to 4 points, and now just double mech tokens to work with. Things aren't looking too optimal for Prismaticism, but if there's anyone that could find a good line to kind of swing things back in his favor, it will be a previous regional champion like Prismat himself. 6 runes to work with, has a Rain Guard of himself to capitalize that Kizu is completely tapped out, but always trying to keep in mind what will your opponent do on the following turn. First mate, Kaiser Survivor, and plenty of hand size and plenty of runes to work with. So being cautious here. It looks like swinging in for 7 versus the 6 with Grim.
Yeah, to be fair, I was trying to think like what was the play there? What was you going to do? I was thinking maybe they'd go for putting the 2 tokens into the hopeful, but what you do first is you go Rengar in, kill the Rengar with the Rengar, give yourself the +1. It's getting a buff here, so obviously we'll trade evenly here. Unless we can play another card this turn, which at 1, I don't think you are.
You know, I just want to point out the efficiency from Prismat is unmatched. Both of these battlefields getting conquered by a single-digit might differential, right? Just +1 over the Emperor, +1 on the Seat of Power, and on top of that, you are getting the additional draw. The only downside is that you're just sitting pretty with 1 rune available, so it doesn't have too many defensive tools to work with, as we saw from the previous turn. So the fact that Kizu is able to get up to 6 points more than likely the very next turn might be setting him up for a clear path to victory going forward. But let's see, a hidden Pike might have something to say with it.
Yeah, currently looking here. So all in all, I think it's a fairly good position to be in. Obviously 5 to 4 is obviously good for yourself. Your opponent's going to try and get the battlefields back. As a rule, I believe you only play the 1 Rengar, so that way the biggest threat is gone on the side of Kizu. But obviously Prismat here holding onto his as much as he can. And obviously threatening with the 1-up is you're always going to worry, do they have a punch first? Because the best game to play is the mind games.
And Prismat is one of the kings at those mind games, kind of bluffing turn after turn, saying, I'm going to keep this 1 energy. That way I always keep you a little bit on your toes, but has to push in regardless, saying, look at all my energy. There's 2 players that can play this bluff mind game. So reveal your hidden card, whether it be the Pocket Club. It was a 1-up, so we know it's not. And of course, we know it's the red Pike there. Can go up to 5 total might. If he spends his last remaining Fury Rune, that is a decision to be made because he's already kind of hurting in terms of rune resources. But you do come out ahead on this trade. But that just could be temporary because we know there's just so much ambushable units in the hand. Or at least should be in the hand. And we're seeing the top 3. It could be a Nilly coming online.
Yeah, I think we kind of knew something was coming in afterwards because it kind of had to sort of push the pressure. So we are currently 9 into 8, which doesn't always feel good. But you got to do something, right? You got to try and keep the game going. No draws from Italy, which is obviously what you want to keep off of this play here. And then we are going to do the first mate back to hand, which is, in my opinion, is a great play. Going in with the Sand Soldier. So just holding down what we can. And then it is 4 into 5. Getting that draw extra from the Kaiser. So 2 draws indeed.
2 draws is right, and the quickness of the mech going into the trash, or rather just kind of disappearing, telegraphed to me, if I'm the Kizu player, that he just didn't have any potential punch first. Because if he did, he would have gone ahead and utilized it there on that defensive hold. But man, Kizu just 1 more turn away, and is almost as anticipated. Kizu having too much tempo, and Prismat realizing exactly as Kizu didn't gain number 1, it is going to that game number 3 and 30 minutes remaining. So plenty of time to work with, which kind of goes back to, are the judges being a little bit too much of stricklers? Because as one of these guys in chat said, it's a Rengar v Rengar. These guys are no way going into time. So I think you're allowed a little bit extra time, a little bit extra grace to kind of think through your plays.
I'm just looking here and thinking to myself, like, if he maybe was at 7 runes, maybe he can kind of like I'll be cheeky, I'll sabotage, I'll see my opponent's hand, what's coming for me next turn. Can I get around with being a bit greedy by holding the runes up for Rengar to jump in for 7? Do I need to be concerned about how many low cost units they have there so they can kind of pump themselves up before they walk to the battlefield? But I think sometimes it's a case of like, if you think like there's a 50-50, maybe it's better to go to game 3 and go first. That way you get yourself the advantage where you can, as we did see from the first game. Obviously it does help when your opponent didn't play a first turn unit, but yeah, I mean, it's Rengar versus Rengar. Rengar's going to win either way. It's just, who do you want to win? Do you want Kizu or do you want Prismet?
Right, we will see a Rengar victorious regardless of which player it is. A lot of players are rooting for Prismaticism as he tends to be a fan favorite. And the fact that he's been a bit of a friend for me, kind of, you know, friend from a distance, because we've had him, I think he was like our 1st or 2nd ever online weekly champion. So he has a nice little I got a little heart for him for being, competing on early events when a lot of players weren't really playing very, very early on. So always something for me to kind of root for or a reason for me to root for Prismat. But it is him starting off one more time, and we saw how advantageous it was for both of these players, Prismat in game number 1, Kizu in game number 2, and now is Star Spring. So similar story. It's kind of like the 2 games combined into one here at the concluding game 3.
Yeah, I was just say, to carry on what you said a moment ago, a lot of the challenger players do kind of join us on our stream, so it's always a pleasure to see them on the main stages and actually get a little bit of recognition, because obviously they're fantastic guys. We also get to see a few of the other teams, like Mice do come up occasionally, so it's always nice to see that these pro players do kind of chill out with us occasionally, because they're also, trying to learn their decks, trying to do the best they can, trying to see what a competition would be before they get to the main stages themselves. So, as we always say, thank you guys for being here. It's great. And obviously, thanks for the players obviously playing in our events.
100%. Quick little side note before we get into this game number 3. Crazy enough, me and Colin, we live in the same city now. He used to live in Texas, but he actually moved back to Tampa, where he was originally from. And that's where I'm currently at right now as we speak.
Don't dox the man, come on.
I see him at locals here and there.
Don't dox him.
Well, no, I mean, it's a big city, right? I'm not going to give you guys the address, but he's put it publicly that he moved back to Tampa, right? So here we go. Final game for this first feature match of round number 10. Can Prismat hold down the fort and just continue on the X1 streak here in day number 2, Barcelona? Or can Kizu just find the line, find the defensive holds to break the pressure that we know Rengar is able to apply? But both these guys getting ideal starts game after game. Irresistible Fatefolk, you're happy to see it, but not when you're fighting against it, of course.
Yeah, I don't like seeing that turn 1 and no playing units. I know there's like a combo in hand where, like, you go to the next turn, you have 5 up, you can get 2 units out instead of the 1. It's just, it always feels bad to me when you just see your opponent not drop a unit down, especially when Colin kind of wants you to get walked in by the opponent. So it's a bit of a weird one.
It is, and what's already in hand is the Ferris Forerunner. It made such a difference in that game number 1. One more turn away if you go ahead and don't play anything with any power, which I would imagine is on Prismat's mind. You could go ahead and develop out a nice little, I was going to say Inferno, but it is a little bit better as an ambush unit, but might as well just have it as an assault attacker either way. Nice little Noxus Hopeful. These are ideal curves for Prismaticism. Looking good so far.
I'd say I think that's Kizu is on the same situation where he wants to be able to get a cheap unit out to get out the reduced cost of the Hopeful. Having 4 might very early on is ridiculously good in this game. For those of you who are sort of new to Riftbound, having anything of advantage with 2 units on turn 1 is fantastic. You will see that occasionally with the Killing decks doing the Nocturne shenanigans. But again, you're just seeing here playing 1 down for 2, playing the Hopeful down for 2, leaving 1 up. Threatening, he says, with a punch first if someone gets dragged in. But obviously, you got to have it.
Oh, this is tricky. I'm wondering if you just go ahead and play Ferris Forerunner. No, I was going to say Ferris Forerunner on Star Spring, take the Noxus back, but then you have to sacrifice your Fatefolk to bring one of your opponent's units in. So how do you want to go ahead and do this? Because he has 6 energy. He has something at the very top of his mind. He wants to develop out the Ferris Forerunner ASAP, but is there a better line? He also has access to the Nidalee. Faithful could go into Emperor's Deos. Literally comes in, takes care of the Noxus Hopeful, gets a potential draw 1, but it comes at the expense of your Faithful. So thinking carefully here, if you double conquer, or rather double score this turn, you're going to end up losing one of these units. So, okay, goes for the smaller play for the time being.
Get the draw. I think the draw is pretty good. I was just thinking to myself, do you have an answer if they do have a punch first? That's the big thing for me.
Yeah, and there's a big thing for a lot of players when you see that single energy available to them. But Prismat's saying, all right, I'm already up by 2 points. That's the biggest margin we've seen so far in this matchup. Let's just go ahead and establish as big of a board state as we can. Go as wide as possible. And that he's doing a Pocket Club initiate of Inferno, Faithful, and a Noxus Hopeful. It can't get too much better than this for a turn 3.
There's no point being super aggressive here because obviously there's nothing to fight for. Obviously the battlefields are currently clean.
Oh, look
Alan
at
is
that,
tapped out.
Agito. He actually did have the punch
Damn it,
first, so it wasn't a bluff.
No, it was really good. That's an Alan now because I've reading chat. Prismat obviously is fully tapped out, so you can kind of do the shenanigans you want to do. Kind of leave yourself available for next turn is kind of the answer, though. For free, we're going to go for Initiate. Okay, so you bring back the Hopeful. Presumably getting the draw.
Yeah, definitely gives a draw, right? You have the pit crew, you have the Noxus Hopeful, so it gives the +1. Not that it matters, as this not just a free 1/2 conquer. Oh, is Prisma maybe rule sharking a little bit, not letting him get the draw because the legend ability resolve first? And oh, he was. He's saying if the legend ability resolves, you miss the trigger for Kinku Initiate. I actually didn't realize that.
Yeah, some changes are a bit weird like that, right? But he did have enough on the field. Pit Rookie is 2. The Hopeful is 4, so that's 6, right? So you should get the draw on it because it's any units that isn't this one. As long as they add up to 5, you get a draw. So that was a bit of a weird rule sharking moment.
Right, you draw
doesn't really matter in this
first,
situation.
and then legend ability. But Prismat pointed. He said, "Wait, you added the buff. You missed sequence, and you missed the trigger. That's interesting. I didn't know you could actually miss the Kinko Initiate trigger. I feel like they both went on the stack." And then you decide which one resolves first.
As I said yesterday, every day is a learning day when it comes to Riftbound.
Oh, yeah. Especially in year 1 of the game. But I feel like we know a good amount of the rules compared to a lot of players, especially some of these new players just joining us for Vendetta meta, right? But as someone said, are we saying Paka Club? Maybe I am. You guys know I get crazy with these names sometimes, but Paka Cub is on the board state for Prismaticism. Trying to think carefully, 4 runes to consider. We got a Thrill the Hunt in hand. We got a punch first in hand as well. So 2 kind of combat interactions for Kizu. Is that what he needs? Because if you try to simply conquer Emperors of Chaos, he could be catching in and running straight into something like a Thrill the Hunt. But with all this energy to work with, I don't think you're too worried about something like that.
No, it seems very weird at this time of play where you just want to start throwing, the last turn kind of plays out early. As you said, we do know there is a punch first hand, so you do have to be careful when you're walking onto this following battlefield. So it is kind of all or nothing in terms of power here. So we're looking at, would that be 9 into... I think they've also got a Nidalee as well in hand. So you could potentially walk into about 20 might on the side of your opponent. So Prismat really just have to be careful when he is walking in.
And it looks like he's being very intentional with his push. He's saying, all right, let's just go 1 by 1 and see what my opponent does. Kind of testing the waters. Inferno going up to 3 just wants to offer up the trade for Kinko Initiate / bait out some resources from your opponent. And that he is. It looks like a punch first will be ambitiously invested onto this battlefield. Is it time for the cat daddy to come down? Rengar Trophy Hunter could take full advantage of this, but no, saying let's just take the other unit. 9 defending might. And
so he's good enough for a Forerunner?
No, yeah, Forerunner it is.
Yeah. So that's a safe play. Obviously, your opponent is a little bit not in the right space to be right now. Do we put down the Hidden Cub as well to try and keep the might on your advantage if Rengar does come out next turn? Using the punch first now is obviously pretty good on the side of Kizu, but he is already behind in tempo, so it's not the simplest play here, but by the looks of it, we are going to say, we're ahead. Let's play the whole game in an aggro deck.
Yeah, I think the job's been done. Prismatic wanted something out of the hand, and that he did. It was a big play because you stopped the double point Conqueror, but at the same time, that's 2 runes going out the window, and more importantly, you only have 2 units to work with, which is why he went ahead and reinforced that other battlefield so intensely, because even if you bring the Noxus Hopeful back, swinging in for 5, Pit Crew swinging in for 2, so only 7. You're just barely getting over one of those units, being that Fierce Forerunner. Of course, not limited to once per turn, the Rengar Legend ability, so if you play enough units, you technically do have enough tools, but now maybe 2 can play at the punch first game with Prismaticism having 1 rune available. Nice little sneaky 1 rune that is.
Yeah, I always say to people, everything is a mind game. You try to make your opponent play as many cards as possible to make it harder for themselves, and you always leave enough runes up so that way you can convince your opponent that you've got something for the follow-up.
And we see here ourselves, only 3 cards remaining. It looks like another Fierce Forerunner, a Nidalee, and then I believe Actually, I couldn't make out the last card, so no punch first to his name, so that one energy is as good as tap. Star Spring will probably get utilized here. It adds the buff first. Star Spring will trigger, bringing it back to base. Now up to 6 total might. I don't mind pushing in. Actually puts it on the pit crew, so I guess you kind of spread the difference here. But either way, I think he has full intention of taking down this Emperor's Deus this turn.
That seems to be the plan. The plan would probably be also bring in Rengar just to basically throw the might out the window. But we are currently sitting on a 11 to 8 currently. If you've got the punch first in hand, which I don't think he does, this could have been it. Really, I think they should have hidden the cub.
Oh yeah, he did bounce it back to hand. He probably should have hidden the cub. A bit of a future play in terms of just trying to save enough resources for what he had in mind, because I think you needed it for the Fair's Forerunner. But at this point, 2-4, and oh, a suspicious 5 runes left open for Kizu. So he's saying, please welcome yourself into one of these battlefields, and let's see what he has, because both of these players still have access to the chosen champion. So as soon as one comes down, the other one should follow suit. But okay, decent cards in hand. We're seeing the pit crew, the cub, 2 pit crews at that. So that's a 2 buff / 2 Rengar legend ability might increases as well. So Prismat still sitting in a very, very comfortable position. I mean, look at the board state, right? 5 units versus 1. This is not where Kizu wants to be, not where he feels comfortable. So really good stuff so far going forward for Prismat.
It looks like we are going to bring the cat down. Cat is coming down. He's going to get the +1 on, I presume on the kitty cat. Bringing back the pit rookie, keeping it safe. So you're currently 4 into 7, which isn't awful. It's definitely savable here. We do have a niddly in hand, so that way we can go in 9 into 9 if you want to do the weird trade that way. We're going to do the weird trade that way. It's fine with me. Oh.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Actually, it was. I think this was the more efficient play, right? It was still 7 to 8, no matter what. Your opponent completely tapped out, so it does take a nice little trade there. And Fear's Forerunner number 2. I think this card has been making the world difference. As Kizu one more time, seeing the writing on the walls, he's saying, "I had enough game number 1. This was looking even worse in this game number 3." Prismat walking away with his head up high, 1 loss to his name, and still pushing forward into a top 8 contention for, I believe, what could be the 4th or 5th time in his career.
He's got many Annies to his name, so I think he's at least 5 or 6 at this point. So this would probably be maybe the 9th one. He's a very good player. You got to give it to him.
Yeah, normally I would agree with you. I don't know if we have 9 regionals just yet, Aguito. Either way, no stranger to top 8. Congratulations, Prismaticism. Now, can we please get the Akali? But at this point, I want to see a full Akali game. If we get a backup feature match, we're probably heading into a game 3 situation. So I guess we'll save Akali for round number 11. I really did want to cast it with you, Aguito. I was even dreaming about it. You know, I didn't get too much sleep last night, but I'm like, okay, Akali's number 1 seed. How in the world is Riftbound not gonna put it on the feature match table? So I was already thinking about things to say, but I guess we're not gonna get it. You know, I prepared for no reason, it looks like.
Please do dream about casting with me. I thought it's more of a nightmare, most people would say.
No, it's always a blast, Aguito. You know it. But let's see if we catch up with chat. Nicholas saying Prismat definitely cheated out of card draw from Kinko Initiate. Nicholas, yes and no. If we're at the local level, you allow it all the time, right? But Prismat understanding the rules very, very much so. It is what it is at a regional caliber event, especially when you're as cold. And I say that with a warm heart, right? Like you got to be cold at the high level, right? Sometimes you're like, okay, you could take things back, but the highest players will never let you take anything back. Have you yourself ran into something like that, Aguito, where someone just didn't let you take back what seemed like a normal take back, but you missed the trigger, you missed it, and the judges are going to side with you?
No, to be fair, I'm pretty good about that as well. And as I normally say, if you're playing at like a next level thing or you're playing for fun, you kind of let things slide a little bit, but you also explain the situation. It's like, that's not the usual play. How it should work is it goes this way first into this situation, and then it resolves backwards, or whichever way around you need to be. But when you're at Nexus, it's essentially a learning experience. You know, you're trying to play your deck, trying to learn it, you're trying to get into it, you're trying to figure out, like, how does this slide into this? what resolves first, how are we doing this out. So you're there to help each other. But as you said, when you're on day 2 of a regional event, unfortunately, some people will be a stickler for the rules, and it's within their right to be that stickler.
Yeah, if there's any moment in your life to be a little bit stricter on yourself / on your opponent, it's gonna be a day 2 situation, right? But Nicholas, I'm right there with you, because honestly, how I understood the rules, both things triggered onto the chain. You choose which to resolve. You could choose the legend ability to resolve first. You still have to resolve the Kinku Initiate. So any judges in chat, let us know exactly what happened, because you're right, that was my understanding of the rules as well. But the judges are there. Those are regional caliber judges. So I'm going to go ahead and side with the decision that was made. Unless it was just Prismat that kind of ultimately decided, he was like, no, you're not taking the draw.
No cards for you. Oh, but I have 6 might on the field already. No draw.
And all right, guys, it looks like we get the what we've been waiting for all weekend, Prismat's interview here for winning this round.
As I've seen you at all of these regional qualifiers, how you been?
Not bad. I won Ottawa.
Yeah, you did.
I made a lot of people play Rengar all of a sudden. Though there were some people that were catching on that the deck is very strong. I'm surprised. Like, where was it in set 3? Honestly, it was just Sam Sherman playing it, and all of a sudden they're all here. But had a pretty good vacation. Came back, practiced for this. Still took a while to settle on my deck, but I did settle on it faster than previous decks that I chose. Ottawa was the test run for Rengar, and it went as well as it basically could have, so nice.
It did go as best as you could have, and I want to follow that up with, because I was paying attention to that event at home, and the first tweet I saw after that event, you said, oh, this is what it feels like to take the weights off. Can you elaborate on that? Because the entire time I heard while you were playing the Annie deck, people even like Alan ZQ had been saying, oh, he's playing the best deck. He's playing the best deck. But now you are saying that this is an even better deck?
Well, I think in set 2, Annie was the best deck. But then going into set 3, she got a ton of new cards, but then her weaknesses really started to get exposed, where she doesn't have backline removal. She's pretty bad at holding, so if you fall behind on the race to 6, you just fall out of the game. And you don't have card draw outside of Kai'Sa. And the Rengar as a deck, I've got much better card draw. I have Kai'Sa, I've got Battlefield draw, and I also have the Kinku Initiate, and a lot of other effects that effectively are card draw or save units. I have backline access with the Fey Folk and Rampage, which is amazing. And then I'm also able to hold very well. So even in the late game, if I fall behind, I can set up massive holds for 30 plus might.
Yeah, the threat of Yamato Kana has also told me a running joke that it's like, oh, well, we just know that Prismaticism loves long swords, and Rengar is just almost every card in your hand is a long sword, it feels like. So with the jokes aside, I want to get a little more serious. Every time I've heard someone tell me about a bad matchup for Rengar, I go look at you having played against somebody who played it, or even your opponent from this round, another Rengar, played against them, and then it didn't actually look like a bad matchup. What are you afraid of in this current format, and why is it not legends like Kennen?
Dazzling Aurora is my one big fear. Like, especially Jace, they have way too many removal spells. If they get the Aurora out early, and there's not a ton you can do to stop them, and just draw your sideboard cards, then they get the Elder Dragon out, and one Elder Dragon backed up by all the spells is often enough to win on its own. So fortunately, there's not too many of them here, and haven't faced any. So yeah, that's what I'd say is the one bad matchup. I went against a LeBlanc just before this round. I was a little bit worried about that matchup, but I found all the backline removal that I needed, so I shut them down completely. And otherwise, I mean, Yi is pretty even, Kennen's pretty even. Otherwise, yeah, no bad matchups.
Nice.
And on a scale of 1 to 10 on difficulty of this deck, because I would say that Annie, to me, was a pretty skill-intensive deck on knowing when to use those resources, because like you said, your only source of card draw are these Kaisas, and if you don't find them or you lose them, you don't keep them alive, then you just lose access to that. On a scale of 1 to 10, skill level, difficulty of this deck, what would you say for executing this for the people at home?
I think the number of decisions you have to make might be higher than Annie, but because Annie was a weaker deck, it made it more difficult to succeed with it.
That makes a lot of sense. But you've got a long day ahead of you, potentially a top 8 inbound, and you've knocked, at least one of your best of contentions here. You've won that match, but you've got to, of course, play the rest of the day. So congratulations on your match win. Once again, Prismaticism, representing DSG now and making the team proud for this event, but we're going to send it back to the desk.
Yeah, I'm pretty cool hoodie at that. So clean victory for our fan favorite Prismaticism. And yeah, Nitro, nice little Aurora hate. You know, I asked the question yesterday, is Jace Aurora just a tad bit too inconsistent to find themselves at the top tables? I think we get our answer despite it being such a high power scale kind of legend where, you know, if you hit, you're just going insane. And Aguito, round one, or I should say backup number one, was a regional champion. Now we get blessed by another regional champion with Diwali, the first ever winner of a regional, being the Houston one. It looks like Diana versus his opponent. Or are we down to go to the feature match here?
I don't know how I feel about this, to be fair, because I feel like Diwali, obviously a good player. It's just I feel like he was on table like 20. So they really just don't want to show us Colin. Colin is not getting played today until he gets top 8.
No, they're going to show us next round.
Game.
If they don't show us next round, we riot, chat. We riot. But yes, guys, exclamation point bracket in YouTube or Twitch, wherever you guys are tuning in. And big old thank you for everyone tuning in. I appreciate you guys checking us out for this co-stream of the Barcelona Regional. And I don't mind checking this out. We saw a red-orange deck thrive with a Rankar Legend ability. Can his brethren with the similar domain combinations find success against Sean Diwali? Very similar list. Honestly, where's the differences between this and Prismat? I'm not seeing it.
Different chosen champion.
Of course.
That is it. That is literally it. To be fair, the difference between that deck and this deck is you just do your turns one turn earlier normally, so you do get like big advantages a little bit quicker, which is obviously very nice, but sometimes a little bit out of pocket it can be. So we are going to game 2. So I believe this is the best of Renekton currently. I think he's only lost the one game going into Diwali. We'll obviously see in a second when they show their stats off. Diwali is also, I believe, at this point, 9-1. So he's also sort of like on the cusp. But I think he's the best Diana currently in the proceedings. So yeah, they're both 8-1 at this point. So this would be obviously going into their 9th win or 2nd loss of the weekend.
Yeah, even if you don't get into top 8, you can never go home too upset about getting your nice best of metal, because that's what your full intention was, because the real IV comes, or EV I should say, comes from winning those really renowned best of metal cards. Diana, one of the more sought after ones, which I would imagine will sell somewhere in the neighborhood of like 30,000 USD. That is money. So here we go, guys. Game number 2 of the second backup match, or round number 10. Can Diwali just close things out and show us why Renekton hasn't heard too much chatter across the Vendetta meta? Or can Mass of Momentum prove to us that Renekton belongs with the best of the best here in Vendetta as well?
Personally speaking, I just think that if you're going to play this deck, that Rengar is probably the better one. Everything is one might more if you're bringing it in, especially if you're also playing the aggressive ambush variant of this deck. But as I said earlier, getting those super early turn one plays in where you can go straight into a Kaiser, for instance, is obviously very good. And as you can see here, just getting out the Rengar just to essentially throw down that big beef stick.
Yeah, you know, very strong similarities as we already accounted for. Renekton and Rengar playing a very similar style. So similar battlefields, similar cards as we're seeing here. The Fae folks, the Kaiser, the Trophy Hunter. But let's see, what is the big difference? Having those additional rune resources, you pay 2 power for 2 additional energy. And we're seeing it here at reaction speed. He was tapped out, but now has 2 energy for something like an Inferno to come down. You can save the Trophy Hunter. And then you swing in with Inferno at only 3 might though, but Nidalee, actually, wait, did he have one floating?
No, Nidalee's 3-1.
Okay, I might have missed so. I thought he was tapped.
No, he had 1 up, and then obviously then he paid the 2 to go into the additional 2 energy to then bring out the kitty cat and get in that draw, which is pretty good here. Overall.
Why didn't he send back the Rengar though with Star Spring?
Yes, that's a great question. The answer is I don't know.
Rengar
it's not once per turn, is it?
Had Smokescreen. Nidalee comes on, triggers Star Spring. Rengar comes back to the safety of the base, unless it wasn't the first unit played at the battlefield, but it almost seems to me that it was. Okay, Atem, thank you so much. It was the Faithfolk already got sent back. I must have missed that earlier on.
But right now, holding before on both battlefields here, it's going to be a bit more awkward for Diwali. We did see that they did get the Stupefy off the top with the Diana trigger, so they aren't for nothing right now. So it could be a case of trying to just push in and go for a trade at free for free, pumping this Tide Turner, depending on obviously what is in the hand. Kha'Zix is also a good card in down that you see occasionally, so maybe we see that come down, but no, the hand looks a bit empty for that. We do have some stack decks though, so we can start pumping if we want to. So stack deck number 1.
Trying to get up to 4 total might. So aiming for 2 right now, but we'll get the additional from that abandoned hall as you're kind of alluding to. Stack deck gets it a little bit higher. Stupefy will make sure you 100% win this trade, which I would imagine Diana probably has it in mind, or else he wouldn't have swung into abandoned hall if he didn't otherwise. So up to 3. Stupefy would bring Kaiser down to 3. Titan up to 4. Or a stack deck to trade evenly can't be too bad as well. Or even to find the Stupefy.
Yeah, I mean, the Stupefy was off the top from the turn before during the combat, so we've now got 2 Stupefys in hand. Getting a draw, reduce the might of the Kaiser, and then you'll be at 5 to their 3. So overall, it's going to be a hard-fought battle for this poor Tide Turner.
Keep in mind, he also has a Rhine the Wind in hand, so perhaps his real game plan is to double conquer both of these battlefields. So I wouldn't be too surprised for him to take an additional Stupefy to make sure you take down the Nidalee on the other battlefield as Renekton with the lonely 2 runes available. This is a clean double conquer if you ask me. And no, he's saying, you know what? I'll meet you over at this battlefield with a Moonfall, bringing the Nidalee most likely into Abandoned Hall. And that is a clean sweep. Tide Turner should be going up to 5 might, and those 2 units are only going to be adding up to 4 total might, as Renekton can't do any other interaction from here from this point out.
Unfortunately, there's no 0 cost spells of it. Oh, bringing in the Faithfolk. I suppose the Faithfolk is probably more of the detrimental card going forwards. They can't deal with. I suppose they got Ride the Wind, right? Yep, so exactly. They can say they can't deal with it, dragging it back in, but they can obviously Ride the Wind over to it. The card is only getting the +3 because obviously it resolves off the battlefield. But again, it's all you need to do to just kind of clean it up. And this is kind of why people forget how good Diana can be. She is a battle mage, and by battle, I mean she's taking everyone with her.
Yeah, and exactly why Sean Diwali is a previous regional champion says, why just clean 2 of these units? Let's get everything off the board, including the Faithfolk in the back line. But now just doing what you can. 2 units is as ideal as you can with the 4 remaining runes. Throwing it back over to Tide Turner, but so much Riftbound still left to be played. 2-2. Tide Turner can go up to 3. But you're kind of running a slightly bit low on hand advantage. You know what can completely change that though, Aguito? It looks like a Hui might just be getting slammed down this turn.
So he did draw into it on the previous turn, I think, off a stack deck. So yeah, we can just sort of set up the back there. You don't have to be too greedy here. You can kind of lure your opponent into that sense of security where you are just running amok where you want to. We do have the student as well if you do want to just do the whole same thing again where you just pump. So there's a few plays here.
The play that I don't think he will be going, I think he is going to forego a conquer this turn. He understands that he doesn't have too many defending tools. I mean, if you go into the Abandoned Hall, you do have double Stupefy to defend, so maybe I misspoke. Maybe he does have enough to defend this Tide Turner.
He's also got a Kha'Zix hand if you wanted to sort of like force out a play.
He does have the Kha'Zix there, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see something like, okay, keeping 4 runes available for the Kha'Zix, but no, completely tapping out and just passing on forward, saying, all right, let's just go ahead and have a nice little development turn, and sends it over saying, Renekton, I want you to be the one a little bit overexposed on both these battlefields, and I will capitalize it going forward. So pushing on, I think Renekton is one deck that probably is kind of forced to conquer every turn he can, or every opportunity he gets.
Yeah, unfortunately for Renekton, he's essentially a deck that doesn't really get to hold. It's probably the best way to say this. Yeah, you can bring it back and you can move out again, right? So you're losing lesser impactful units, I suppose we can say.
Definitely. And to answer chat real quick, I think birds fly fast. They normally show the deck list at the beginning of each game, but this was the backup feature, so they actually didn't show it. Oh no, they did show us the Renekton. So yeah, rewind a little bit, and you'll see the deck list. It doesn't include the sideboard, but you get the majority of that deck list. I forgot. I just confused it with the Rengar because it looks so similar.
It's the same deck, just a different champion.
Exactly.
Don't look into it, it's fine. But no, I mean, this is a good position both to be in for Mask as well as Diwali, because Diwali can once again conquer both battlefields here, going 4-4. There's no additional ways of getting the extra sort of points going currently, as I don't think Diana normally runs a time warp, so it's not a case of like be scared when you're holding at 6, they can just go to 8. And I don't think they run a Baron either, so it's not like you have to worry about like the additional things that can happen.
Right, you know, traditionally Diana has had a little bit of a tougher matchup against go wide decks. The one that comes to mind is something like a Rek'Sai. Rek'Sai's tend to get a bit of the upper hand when they're versing against Diana that just has single unit interaction. Moonfall just brings in a single unit. Starcross bounces back a single unit. So when you have to deal with a very wide board state, like it looks like Renekton could kind of dish out, things get very complicating, forcing some strange kind of defending type plays, which I believe Diwali's kind of setting up on this turn. So Ravenbloom defending one, Kha'Zix off the back of an abandoned hall defending the other, and with enough spell interaction, Stupefy allowing him to draw 2 more additional cards. With the last 2 runes it looks like he's going to have as he puts up the Hui in the base, and things are looking good. This is a very tough board state for Master Crack.
Yeah, it's not going to be super easy to walk into. Obviously, let's say the Kha'Zix is no longer at +2, so we can sort of walk in there with 2 of these young, feisty pirates. But again, you've got to be worried about the Stupefies in hand, as well as the additional effect from the Kha'Zix getting the +2 if it's alone. So you don't just walk in by yourself. A hidden card here could be a switcheroo. I think that's what we've seen from the deck. I don't think the deck runs too many hidden cards otherwise. Maybe a Tide Turner.
I think usually we see the Tide Turner, but I wouldn't be too surprised to see something like a switcheroo, but might not be too impactful versus the lower the ground units that Renekton currently has. Swinging it for 2 just in case it is something like a Tide Turner, but keep in mind if it is a Tide Turner, that Hui is going to be meeting both these first mate at that battlefield. So let's take a look at what Diana has in mind. Legend ability able to go ahead and play as well if you want to go ahead and use it during the showdown. But Hui should be more than enough. The potential to defend for 8 total might alone is something to be considered of, because Tide Turner technically counts as being played, so you could push the Ravenblue student back. But seeing what he draws first, I like this.
Yeah, so student journey looks like being on the abandoned hall more because obviously it's doubling its benefits, but you know, still going 1-on-1 to take out the other. And the Kha'Zix gaining a different buff is also pretty good for this matchup, because if they can walk in and go 1-for-1 and then you flip over the Tide Turner, it will be a 1-on-1 battle again, which then means that the Kha'Zix goes to 7.
Yeah, what it seems like Massive Momentum is doing here, he's just baiting out enough resources from Diana. He wants the Hui to come in because he wants to go ahead and take as much units down as possible with something like the Trophy Hunter currently sitting in the hand. On top of that, if things get a little bit dicey, he also has a Cleave. We're talking about an impressive 9 total might added onto that board. That technically gets directly over the Hui, so let's see exactly how things play out. So Tide Turner, as anticipated, does come in and brings in the Kha'Zix instead. Kha'Zix coming in, but doesn't get the additional +2 as the units on the opposing side are not alone.
I think he's just trying to figure out. That's probably the best play, but again, I feel like the issue should have been you should have wanted to trade right, and then you let them kind of push through, and then you bring it over, because the worst case scenario is you'd be bigger than your opponent still.
Oh, a little bit of a rewind.
Hey, backsies. Prismat would never let this happen.
Yeah, right. Technically, rewinds are allowed as no new information gets revealed, which in this state, Mass hasn't revealed any additional cards from his hand, so technically no information has been gained for Diwali. So this is all within the rules, so stupefies before revealing the tie turner. It's almost more of a disadvantage to yourself because now your opponent easily knows that there is a tie turner, but honestly, versus a Diana, more often than not, it's always going to be a tie turner, but gaining Abandoned Hall, you know, I don't know. I feel like that's too much of a rewind. You missed the Abandoned Hall trigger, but if your opponent said it's okay, even at this high level of stakes, I guess it's okay. But what are you feeling like, Ito? Would you allow that take back?
I think at this point, you are in like the position that any failure is your own failure, and you shouldn't be going like, oh, well, you know, I want to take it back so I can do this play. You know what you're doing. You've already revealed a card. You've played a card by that point, and you've moved them around the field. Nexus Knight, fine, because you're obviously still in the deck, but by professional standards, I feel like he's gained too much knowledge to know that he can rewind it, which I feel like is a bad play. But it didn't move anything over, so...
Almost borders on the line of like you were like kind of fishing for a little extra information, but actually foregoes the tie turner trigger, doesn't bring in the cosmics anyways. He's saying, all right, let's just go ahead and take the little 1-for-1 trade, allow the Conqueror up to 5 point, goes the Renekton. What else can he go? Because now Kha'Zix, if Inferno comes in, you will be getting the additional +2, so Kha'Zix up to 8 potential might, and still has 1 energy remaining to work with, but I believe all stupefies have been used already. So let's see what comes down. Has another first mate. The -1 still online. So I believe Inferno with a buff swinging in for 4. First mate swinging in for 2. So 6 to 6. Saying 1-for-1 this time around.
Yeah, so we do have the cleave in hand. I think this is what we're holding up just in case they did want to move the Kha'Zix over last time. Superfire is probably the worst situation to be in if that's the case. There is a gust, so they can gust the other thing away. So that would be a little bit of a weird one from the side of the Kha'Zix, but he wouldn't be doing much otherwise, so he'd still lose to the currently 7 might.
Or is 3-4 plus the 3 plus the 1 on Abandoned Hall, so can't even take down the Inferno. That's a double conquer, and now up to 6 points with the trophy hunter still in hand. Are we about to see a Renekton take down a regional champion here on this backup feature match? Those are some words I never thought I would say in Riftbound.
I'm going to say this now. They're going to go 6-on-6. And it's going to be a top deck, because I don't think there's any way possible that Diwali doesn't just take back both of these battlefields.
Yeah, Punch first could go a long way, but we're seeing here Renekton's hands, Trophy Hunter, and literally the last cards remaining, which means with only 1 unit in the back line, he doesn't have any other card to kind of push forward the other battlefield. The only exception being is the accelerated potential from the Chosen Champion. It's a little bit pricey, but it is an accelerated unit at that. You pay, I believe, 7 total, 6 for the cost, 1 more for accelerate. How much does that leave you to work with? 2, 4, 6, 7. So you have 4 extra energies. So at the minimum, a Nidalee and a Chosen Champion to try to conquer and win the very next turn.
Yeah. Just showing the deck again, in case you missed it earlier, while we have a quick judge call, looks of it.
Was it a judge call? Did the timer stop? Because usually they've been stopping the timer recently.
So he took his headphones off and spoke to the judge, so I don't know if it was a judge call or a question.
Yeah, I really doubt it was a concession because Diwali wasn't in the worst spot, but Renekton looked to be in a decent spot. You know, in the meantime, I'll go ahead and check out the standings for the current round. It looks like Panda and Akonda, the only undefeated Rengar remaining, continuing on that undefeated streak. So he ended up winning. Coco Lopez, again undefeated. Colin Kaiser, tied for 2 rounds in a row. Is he going for a late game Macaulay? What's going on with these ties?
That's the thing, right? You just got to hold down and do the best you can.
Technically still undefeated, but 2 ties is not where you want to be if you want to get into top 8.
You do need to basically just win the next rounds, right? I think it's just that some of these games are going long. People are taking their time a bit more. Obviously, if you're not on a feature match, the judges aren't really pushing you along. It does feel kind of bad to be the person going, judge, my opponent's slow playing me. Can you can you rush him up? You know, it's a very awkward one, I think, both as a pro player and as just a regular person, because you also have to keep facing your pro player, which I think is why a lot of people give in poor Mr. Prismat a bit of a hard time for being a stickler. But again, if I was the Renekton player, I wouldn't let them take back the other player they just did then. So
yeah, especially when we're talking about essentially going home. Yes, you're still fighting for your best of metal card, but you're not contending top 8 any longer, right? X2 hasn't been in the top 8 since I believe the very first introduction to top 8, because in the past it was top 64, I believe, for 1 or 2 regionals, but ever since top 8, it's always just been X1s getting in. So Hui does get the conquer up to 5. Ravenbloom student posing a nice easy conquer as well, but the double backup of Hui's onto the Star Spring looks to pose a bit of a threat, even for an accelerated Renekton 10 total might. And Diwali's saying, no, let's go ahead and retract that a little bit. I meant to play it in base.
say it's fine, don't worry, it's fine. Oh, okay. I was gonna say you could probably gust the Thurner off the battlefield.
Oh no, he pushed it back from Star Spring. So he played it and then pushed another Hui back from the Star Spring to get the movement trigger.
I suppose it doesn't matter in this situation because both of them can't do anything unless they have a Ride the Wind activated. So it doesn't matter too much here. But obviously, that is the wrong way to put back because that's the one you just played. You have to push back the one that wasn't played, I believe.
Yeah, he's kind of saying it makes no difference which way it was. They're exactly the same. So just kind of cutting corners, if you will, there, but not making a difference whatsoever. So trying to conquer up to 6. And more importantly, you're trying to defend a switcheroo in hand. Might be exactly what it needs. A pivotal switcheroo could be the piece to defend, and then you have enough backline to go ahead and succeed in conquering the very next turn. So this might be the turn. In it to win it is the game plan for Diwali. Are we going to go ahead and see things play out? Because full battlefield presence favoring Diwali and only
that's
2
Rengars
cards. Rengard, no. You're totally right.
That's 2 Rengars. Is that 2 Rengars in Italy? I mean, right now the plan is to walk in and just take a battlefield, right, and just do the best you can to hold it for the turn. And just hope that they can't take you down with the. I mean, yeah, that was true. They can't take you down with the other Hui that is currently available. Putting them back to hand so that way they can buff the Hui if they have to, rather than hiding it. I think is the best way. Switcheroo. Oh, ignore me.
I think a double hit and play might be the line here when we're talking about the potential last turn of the game for Renekton / yourself. Hide the Tide Turner over on the Bandit Hall so that you can bring in the Hui, and then hide the switcheroo, or maybe we're talking about the other way around. Switcheroo on the one that doesn't get might increases like Abandoned Hall, and then Tide Turner. Actually, no, I think I was saying it right. So Tide Turner onto the other one to bring in whichever way you deem reasonable, which might just be the one in the back line. Things are looking very, very good for Diwali currently, even with a Renegard in hand for a mask.
I mean, the issue here is you would walk in with the 3. If they play the switcheroo, would they just go to 3 so they go to 5? Or was it because you've played it and it's targeted, it's already giving you the buff, so that way they'd be 4 into 3, so they lose out on that one?
We'll see. Thinking about his full options, has plenty of runes to work with, of course, as chat pointed out. And as we kind of were saying as well, Chosen Champion, still way to him, picked up a card that isn't going to be doing very much on this final closing push. The Faithful, unless you got something like Confront available, could do a little bit of something, but has to do the majority of the heavy lifting with the Renegard, with the Nidalee, and only one of the bigger units. So it's either the Chosen Champion or the Renegard, and then follow it up by a Nidalee, because he doesn't have enough runes for everything, of course.
So you have to really sink yourself down though to get to the Rengar ability to get the extra damage in. That is the issue though.
Yeah, and playing around these hitting cards is not an easy thing to do by to do whatsoever. So Kinku Initiate is step number 1 that the Renekton player decides to do. Any hidden cards, I believe that one has the Tide Turner. So if you reel the Tide Turner, Hui comes in, you draw one, and you're praying you top deck a unit, because right now he doesn't have any way of increasing the might from Hui, because no units to his name currently. So a little bit of a calculated risk. But is the Rengar coming down? It's almost seemingly so.
So I feel like it's the switcheroo currently at the Abandoned Hall.
Oh, really?
I feel this way. I don't know for certain. I feel like the Tide Turner is at Hui's for whatever reason. Obviously, if you then tide turner, bring the Hwei in, and then you go. See, that's what I thought Switcheroo was at this one.
Nice.
Because it benefits from the play, right? So you get to switch it over, so they go to 3. They then get the play effect to give it +1, and they get the effect from the student to go to 5, right? So it'd be 3. It'd be 2 into 5.
Okay. You know, he's saying if you play the Rain Guard here, all right, we'll give you the Bandit Hall, but how in the world are you taking Star Spring away from me? I hold up to 7 with the Tide Turner being able to put the Hwei back to base. That's going to be 10 total might, if not 13 to 16 total might incoming the Bandit Hall direction. So I like this line, forcing Renekton to deploy out the Rengar, but just like someone said in chat, I don't see a world where Renekton walks away this too happy here, because I know he gets a mini victory in the Conquer here, but there's just no way you're taking down the Hwei currently this turn.
I think it was very awkward, because for me, I feel like Nidalee might have been the better play, because I think you win by one might, but then you get the draw. But obviously they'll kill the Nidalee instead then, so you don't get the draw anymore. But with having essentially 7 runes available right now, which doesn't necessarily help too much in this situation, but we can put the 1 down just to make it an additional might, right? Try and build that battlefield as best as possible, and then on the following turn when they move in, you can bring in the Nidalee, right?
I believe so.
Renekton is reactionary, so you can just do it on your opponent's turn if you have to.
Oh, you know what? I haven't seen Renekton Legend in such a long time. If you know, we saw one yesterday, but I was saying he doesn't have enough runes to work with. He definitely does, right? Because of Renekton allowing him to get 2 additional energy. But let's see what he can realistically do with that additional energy. Nidalee and a Faithful, that's it. You can't even go ahead and play the Chosen Champion on top of one of those units. So doing what you have to do, reinforcing the battlefield, leaving a surprise Nidalee online, but I just don't think it's gonna be enough. The Wally holding up to 7. Tide Turner reveal, bring the Hwei back to base. If you could pitch a unit, go ahead and do so, and then double Hwei to swing in. On top of that, if you draw something like a Star Cross, you could bounce back the Tide Turner, bounce back the Rengar. This game is as good as over.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. Obviously, currently they don't have... Oh, excuse me. They do. And say currently they didn't have a unit, so that would be the difference maker here. Obviously, they've now found that unit, so we have an 8 might unit on the field versus the 7 currently available. If he moves 1 in, you play the Nidalee. And then you lose if you don't do the right numbers here. So obviously, you got to kill the Renekton. Sorry, no, the Rengar, just because obviously he's the big bad buddy. But then I don't think you win on this following turn. That's the issue.
I think we're just sending it here. Double Hwei, double draw. If you're drawing any more units, that's just going to be additional might increases, because even with the Nidalee coming down, this isn't Rengar. You're not getting additional buffs. So 6 + 1 is the 7. Nidalee going up to 4, so 11 defending might. That's not even enough for the current board state or the current collective might total from Diwali. So it's just as easy as that. Double swing in. Let's see what he draws to make it even easier, because the Star Cross alone is already a game-winning spell, if it wasn't already game-winning enough.
GG, yeah. Unfortunately, the might difference was enough getting into the extra units that he didn't have in hand, so it was a top deck kind of hoping, really, the best way to put it. Obviously, and then doing the stack deck to get the other units, so they could both be 8s, was basically the thing that held him here. To be fair, that was just top deck magic, and if not, that would have been essentially a game to the Renekton, which, I don't know, guys. Is having ways to draw an extra 10 cards on your opponent better or worse? I don't know, but it's purple and blue.
It is. And, you know, for a second there, it almost looked like Diwali was upset about the win, right? he kind of looked confused. He's like, man, I'm fighting for my tournament life. How did I win so easily? And maybe more so, how is it Renekton at these high tables as well? So GG, both regional champions keeping their dream alive, both trying to fight and contest for what only 2 people in the history of Riftbound have managed to do, which is a 2-time regional champion. Can Prismat do it? Can Sean Diwali do it? I mean, only time will tell, but those were some fantastic 2 rounds to kick off day number 2 of Barcelona. How are we feeling about these 2 rounds? Are we too caught up on not seeing Colin Kaiser, or were they cool? And maybe hold the thought, as we always like to see the winning interview from Sean.
Top cutting your way, looking for those, that climb back to another win with some other people in the room. Still representing the Diana.
Yeah.
Quite a choice to make, honestly, if I gotta ask, because I think a lot of people
Why
have been downplaying
is
it.
the audio off?
We were even talking about it yesterday. The Kennen matchup can be rough sometimes on the kind of like the highest of highs for Kennen.
Yeah, their draws are better.
Chad, is the mainstream also a little bit audio funky?
So why the ultimate decision to stick with it?
Stick with Diana. So, a few things.
They've become robots.
I just like the deck. I mean, I like Kennen too. I'm not gonna lie. Like, I'm a stack deck enjoyer. You give me Lightning Rush.
Chad, who's
it's
watching
the
the
kind of deck I
mainstream
like.
on the side as well?
There's 2 reasons.
The
So I
visual
think
broadcast,
Kennen is
yeah,
like
audio
a
broken.
more overrepresented deck.
Okay.
And because of that, there's more people playing, and I would rather get the Diana Best of Legend than Kennen. But also, I think people are like putting hate cards for Kennen. So for example, a hate card would be something like Forge of the Future, I believe. It shuffles 4 cards back in. People are playing things like Disposal Order. I have some like sideboard cards just for Kennen, right? Like, I don't want to tell right now, but you're good. I got some stuff. So I think that's another reason people are putting hate cards for the deck. So I don't want to be on the most targeted deck. The last thing is, I'm not gonna lie, I was dooming super hard. Like,
oh no,
I don't know if you know, I have a Diana guide that I'm supposed to have updated, and I had some personal life stuff happen. But outside of that, I was dooming like the people I'm coaching, I'm staying with in the Airbnb. They saw me at 11:45 p.m. like before decklist submission on Friday, and I'm sitting there like head in hands, like almost switching to Kennen. And then I did something what I think is, I drew inspiration from the 2nd place Hartford list, because in the pre-regional, I got destroyed, and I realized I was boarding in my Sprite Fountains every single game. And I just completely changed my main deck, completely changed my sideboard, and honestly, that change, I submitted my deck at like 11:59 with like 50 seconds. Like, so 10 seconds after it hit midnight. I don't even know if it was due at midnight, but I thought it was. So like, I submitted it with 10 seconds left before it was late. And the changes I made have all came up huge.
Yeah.
Actually huge. They every single card that I switched, including like for Switcheroo, every single one has actually, it's came up and been good. And nobody expects Switcheroo out of Diana, because nobody has ever played Switcheroo and Diana. And Switcheroo is in an incredible spot right now. It deals with Green Akali, Kennen Mirror, Kennen matchup, I mean. There's against Renekton, Green Orange, against Rengar, they have no interaction for it. They punch first, you're like, all right, that's mine now.
Yeah, thanks for the buff.
yeah, exactly.
Well, so it's I believe in relation to that, the words you said to me yesterday was, the cards I'm playing in my Diana list are crazy. Like, you said that to me, and I was like, I can't wait to see what the spice is. I'm glad we got to feature it. You got to share the stage with Prismaticism on the other side, by the way, this round. So stay tuned. We have some content, I think, that you filmed for us
sweet.
later.
We
so
do.
stay tuned.
Actually, it's pretty good.
It is very good. So my
chill.
last little bit, I guess, on this is Renekton, because you brought it up.
Oh, yeah, Renekton.
Could you even expect yourself to be seeing this deck this round?
I've literally never played against Renekton. I think I played against it once in pre-Rift or something.
Yeah.
Maybe. And then it was horrible there. And, like, Renekton might be the worst hero in the game. Like, well, no, maybe not in the game, but, like, definitely from the last set. And that's my buddy, by the way, Masco Momentum, Peter B. I've stayed at his place in Vegas before. He's a super nice guy. He's just an insanely good player. It's honestly, I don't believe Renekton is very good still, but in the hands of like this shows up all the time in Riftbound. If you put a skilled pilot on even like what I consider one of the worst decks, I have a friend that played Garen as well before and did well with it, right? So you put a skilled pilot like in that spot with like a bad champ, you can still do well. And it's like you can one trick like League of Legends, and it's so sick that you can do that. The fact that he did so well is unbelievable. I think it's like an inspiration almost. If he can do that Renekton, I should be able to do this with Diana, right? So
we talk about people like Set, or with Colin Kaiser, with Set.
Exactly. He's the perfect example, actually.
Yeah.
I think he's underrated in how good he is, because he's always like, he puts ankle weights on himself. You know what I mean? Like he is legitimately completely. I played against him in other card games stuff. He's just so broken as a player, and he's never actually stuck with a game before like this. Like he gets bored of them. He's like a TCG, like legitimate. He's a TCG savant, he gets bored of them and just moves on to the next one. And thankfully for us, because if he stayed, it'd be bad. But Riftbound's so good, he's like, I'm not leaving. Yeah. Unfortunately, he's a nice guy. I like him. But
absolutely,
he beat me, and that's my one loss.
Yeah, the one loss that Diwali has this entire tournament so far.
And he's just cracked. He's like, he plays set and top 8s. He's playing Akali, started 8-0. He beat me, like, and we had a crazy match. He's just unbelievable, and I think he's easily one of the best players in the world, like not close. Yeah.
Absolutely. But you are also in that repertoire of players, Diwali. Don't sell yourself too short. You've got a couple more rounds to play, though, so I'm going to let you get to it and take a break, and we're going to go ahead and send it back.
Man, always a treat to hear some insight from Sean Diwali, but he's not wrong. Colin Kaiser is in those top tier players players out in this regional and pretty much in every single regional. I think he's one of the players that hasn't missed a regional ever since Houston, believe it or not. So those Challenger boys, there's a little bit different things going on in the water or something, because they are on another wavelength. But that was some awesome 2 rounds. As we were getting to before, Alguito, how were we feeling about these 2 opening rounds? Were we upset about Akali not being shown just yet? Oh, they went fast, Aguito.
What the hell is this? No!
Here, hit us with the shout-outs, Aguito, as I'll go ahead and bring these next 2 casters.
Shout out to the Riftbound guys. F you. This would have been the perfect first round game. How dare you do this to me? Now I'm getting out of here. But I love you all. Have a great day. And how dare Diwali say that Colin's name is in everyone's mouth? That man is probably already a legend. Just as good as Squirtle, just as good as Alan, just as good as Prismat. You know, I wouldn't say he was a not known player, but again, thank you for having me. Plus, we'll see you guys soon. Enjoy this amazing game that's going to happen here. Whoever's on next, you lucky son of a bitches. Love you all.
Love you too, Aguito. Take care, and we'll be in touch as always. But Orbital and any of you guys listening, hop into the casting booth. I'm going to throw it over the feature table and then set up your cameras in the meantime. But guys, we'll see Aguito in the very, very near future. And this is a rematch, top 8 rematch. Colin Kaiser fell down against Squirtle on his generational run. But NA and Orbital, I believe you guys are here. How are you guys doing? And are you prepared for this amazing match we have for round 11?
Hello.
Oh, yeah.
Hello.
I'm excited.
Hello.
I'm excited. This is gonna be good. This is gonna be a good one. I'm excited because we got some new legends and a little bit of the old as well. It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah, for sure. It's really funny. I think the legend I have casted the most is Aurelia, of course, but the second most is Azir. I'm not sure how this has happened, but it is cool. I feel like I get a lot of games out of this legend, and it is a pretty high skill legend. So looking forward to seeing what Squirtle can do with it.
Yeah, it'll be good. And plus, I don't know if you're still here with us, but we're already diving in because we were a little bit further behind. So hello. My name is Orbital. With me is NA45. We'll be your casters for, I believe, the next 2 rounds here. Looking into round 11 and 12. Now, Squirtle and Colin Kaiser, these two obviously facing off against each other in the past, but it's an Azir versus an Akali. And for Colin, keeping a pretty solid win record, but obviously not in the undefeated territory. The Akali obviously having a lot of fun in this current meta, plays a little bit differently than the Aurelia, but for Squirtle, obviously already being on a feature match number 1, I believe on day 1, but this time around 8-1-1, hoping to make it to the top side, and we'll see what they can do here, as I believe they are going, they went first, and we're now on turn 2.
Yeah, and Colin leads off with the Mournful Witness, one of the cooler new 2-drops in Vendetta, specifically meant mostly for Akali, though I think I've seen Yi use it a little bit. It is just a vanilla 2-2 until it does survive a combat. So it is meant to be used with the Akali legend, where you can send it in and then pull it back, and then it gets buffed up. So not too shabby. We'll have to see how much Colin actually ends up using this Akali legend, because I've heard some people say that you just don't use the legend and you just play the colors. But I mean, if we're playing cards like Mournful, that seems to be leaning right into the movement strategy.
It would make a little bit more sense that you would use it. I feel like, especially with some of the action, like we're seeing right here, it's a very quick snap call to get an extra +2 on the table, or to get an extra little benefit for your Mournful Witness, and it works quite well. I like the idea that we are seeing more and more of the I want to say static main deck styles instead of using that legend. I think it's a lot of fun. But for the moment, we're seeing the Celicorn being prepped, so a majority share of Colin K's build is getting ready in the base. So Squirtle is able to develop as well, but recognizes that the movement tech will be starting up very shortly.
Yeah, I think you make a good point of not over committing to the whole movement strategy, because you do have to win games. You do have to still score 8 points. So as cool as it is to move around and move around and move around, you do actually have to win the game at some point, whether even if you have 20 cards in hand. So yeah, you make a good point there, and we did see an Astral Heron in his hand as well. So definitely has some tools to set up for a hold at some point. I think that card's really, really powerful. The first time I played against Akali with Astral Heron, I was like, oh my gosh, I need to go buy my playset now. Played a free Falling Star on me.
Yep. It's so fun. It's so fun to be annoying with, but as the development occurs, it's the same as per usual. Sand Soldier being made thanks to the Azir very, very carefully crafting a double up onto that Star Spring. As easy as can be, really, and already the prep. So what we're looking at is close to, I want to say, about 5 on either side, and with a quick make, once more you reattach, you bring that eye back, you reattach, and all that fun stuff. Very, very comfortable. 2 Sand Soldiers in base, 1 out on each battlefield, as well as a recruit behind to add just a tiny bit more might.
Yeah, and Squirtle's off to a really fast start. This is kind of night and day compared to the Azir match that we watched yesterday, where all the games were fairly slow. But no, we have a Squirtle on his third turn here with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 units. I mean, definitely what you want to see with Azir. Like when you go wide, things get a lot more difficult, especially for legends like Akali that probably are not playing a lot of like AoE spells. You're not probably playing like Piercing Light and such. You're gonna have to deal with a lot of those the hard way.
I like the way that you put it. It's the hard way of doing things, or what I like to refer to as the normal way of removing enemy units, which is in a showdown.
Yeah.
Like I don't, like that's kind of a wild way to put it, but it's 100% fair, right? When you are looking at some of these decks that do utilize more straight might challenges, the showdowns, the actual combat side instead of spell tech, it is a very different way to play the game. We are seeing a hard push 4 and 3 coming out from the Mournful Witness, as well as a Stellacorn Herder. Very rarely do we see the Stellacorn Herder being used as an offensive tool, but you are really hoping that you can take victory in this moment for Squirtle. Some opportunities arise. They're not truly the arise factor, but at the moment it is just a clear, very nicely done. Stellacorn will go away. I believe you still get a draw for that movement, which I think Colin did, but leaving the Mournful Witness just up, not allowing the card draw to go through, but leaving the 4 might available.
Colin saying, hey, 1 draw is enough. I don't really care as long as I am able to start picking away at this board, and definitely has done that. 2 units going down there, and here comes the Astral Heron, and he does have the combo in his hand too. We do see Azonia's in hand. Okay, he's thinking here if he does want to use the Star Spring. But yeah, so he does have Zonia's in hand, and for anybody unaware, the little combo with Astral Heron is you will, a lot of times, play the Astral Heron to a battlefield, you get your free play, she is used here on the longsword, and then you hide a Zonia's. So even though Astral Heron was played at 0 energy, it does trigger off of itself, just like Darius. You hide the Zonias, and now during your opponent's turn, you can go flip Zonias, and then you get another free card play. So it's creating 4 energy, 4 power, just for the first time you play it, which is just crazy. This card is so good.
Does feel a little bit overpowering in there for Squirtle, recognizing that things have gotten a little bit dire, especially with the longsword in the back pocket and a hidden. These are multiple tech pieces that for Colin, it's going to be a little bit more hold pattern here. And I will say, for Akali's, a lot of people have struggled. You know, you always talk to them about what do we struggle with? Well, we struggle with actually holding and not using the specific specific tech. You know, movement is always good, but it's more of an assault pattern. To be able to hold and be able to overcome is the scary part of the game. So for Squirtle, recognizing that, hey, this Astral Heron might have a lot of value. I have enough might to swing, but do I wish to sacrifice a lot of the Sand Soldiers for this specific piece of the pie? Well, that's up to their interpretation. They're currently 3 points up, which is quite a hefty lead if you wish to apply more pressure to Colin K.
At this point in the event, these top players should have a somewhat of an idea of what the other top players are playing, just from word of mouth, right? Because everyone's played each other at this point, and you do have somewhat of an idea of what they're playing, so you can say, okay, so Colin is on this build, he's playing Zonias as his hidden. There's probably at least like 1 or 2 other hidden, but they probably expect a Zonias here, so definitely don't want to overcommit too hard, because I mean, he just flips the Zonias and you feel a little bit sad. And instead, just opting to build up even more. And I mean, it's getting to the point where that's like just game-winning amounts of might set up there for Squirtle, and he's in the points lead as well. So he's just able to play calm, say I'm just gonna sit on all these units, and I don't even have to play an Arise at this point in the win. I can just sit, build up, and then go for that big push with the Azir champion unit at the end of the game.
It's 100% a fair tactic. I mean, it goes back to what you're talking about. For an Akali, sometimes you don't really see a lot of those heavy, well, I mean, we assume so. Granted, we could always see a sideboard a little bit later, but the idea of, hey, you know, it's there, it's not the best, but it is going to be a chance at finding some of those shots. Well, you're only running 3, and the fact of the matter is, it does have to be a little bit more out of battlefield concentration, especially with the Shuriken flip. Some of the opportunities for Colin, you just can't attack this baseline. So for Squirtle, as you mentioned, very, very steady. And not only that, built the base up, built the battlefield. You look on the other side, it's a double recruit plus a Sand Soldier and no hitting card, but still frustrating to deal with either way. The only real benefit for Colin right now, fully tapped out by Squirtles. So the world's your oyster if you're willing to make big moves.
Yeah, and we get a little peek at Colin's hand there, and we don't see any falling stars, which you would love to see here. Because what you could try and go for, if you did have one, is go for like a double fall or a falling star onto the backline here. There are a couple Sand Soldiers, and then pull up onto Star String the Heron back and push the Heron onto the Hall of Legends. Because at that point, you've cleared out 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 units. But unfortunately does not have that, but still able to clear 3 of them the easy way. Sorry, I say the easy way, not really the easy way, but the more normal way of through combat, and putting up a big hold here on this Star Spring. What is that, 10, 14 might plus the Zonias?
Yeah, it's a very, very nice swap around, and again, it's a great hold, a lot of weight behind it. You're still running to catch up, so Squirtle does have a turn or 2 to decide to fight. And again, in an exhausted state for Colin K, I feel like Squirtle has a decent amount in the pocket. Now, unless you didn't draw a lot of the extra value behind, it's going to be a different game. But I do see a Brutalizer in hand. I see a Discipline as well, I think is what we've flittered over. So I feel at least for one of these battlefields, you are going to have enough. The only problem being, you recognize that hidden card is going to be most likely the Zonia's Hourglass. So for Squirtle, it's how much are you willing to invest? How much can you pull away without overdoing it, especially with your Azir already down on the table?
Does need to remember that despite Colin being tapped out, he does still have 2 energy power to work with here. It is hidden, but he does, as the Heron will trigger. And here comes 2 more equipment, so definitely Squirtle setting up for a push here, throwing the Brutalizer onto a Sand Soldier. Be surprised to see the Hammer get thrown onto one as well. That card is just so powerful. It's Brutalizer, but a little bit easier condition, right?
Yeah, it's not only that, it synergizes really well with an Azir deck. I've always mentioned this. Hand Hammer is amazing. If you're not running 3, it's you know, to me, I would much rather run 3 because you're multi-swinging pretty much all the time with another Sand Soldier. It applies so quickly because you have some of these recruit pieces all the way around, and not only that, you just gotta go ham, which is what Squirtle is currently doing. The hand hammer is being used as just an extra attachment gear on the back end, which is going to be brutal to have a little bit of fun with. It is going to be a hard swing, nasty into the Heron, and we've seen this play before from multiple Azirs as well as Squirtle himself. Take one battlefield, overwhelm it quite heavily, and then look for the Azir later. But in the Heron stack, it is just 1 up. So for Squirtle, very, very nice read. 10-9. Zhonya's being dropped back, saving the Heron, but leaving the other battlefield very much wide open. Answered with a Death Grip as well, just to go ahead. And I think sent a lot of the might over to another Sand Soldier.
Yeah. This is looking like it's pretty heavy commitment here, but does make sense. You do want to try to get rid of this. But what's cool here is, sure, you don't kill the Heron. Well, you don't immediately kill the Heron. You still probably have access to killing the Heron here. But he's got this enormous Sand Soldier that it looks like he can almost clear out the Star Spring with. And then you still have this just pile of equipment if you do want to try and kill the Heron again, though. I have my doubts that you would, because it is a pretty hefty investment to try and get over 9.
Yeah. I mean, I think you can do it. For Squirtle, I think the decision is, again, do you have to conquer both? Well, yes, don't get me wrong, you would like to conquer both. But the play, without dealing with the Heron, you have the weight behind. I think you're deciding how to force entry with this super empowered Sand Soldier, and going in with a little bit of a slow start with number 1. It is going to be just a singular Sand Soldier, I believe a grand total of 5. Yep, with that brutalizer down, looking to thin out the crowd as quickly as possible. And if you get the choice, it's good. Colin K, do you wish to drop that shuriken flip now or later?
The one thing with Squirtle, though, is he does probably want to make sure that he's holding runes for a Arise, whether it be on this turn or later in the game. And, okay, yeah, that was nice. Throws in the Sand Soldier to make sure that the Zhonya's gets popped, and now you can try and deal with the Heron the more final way. And it looks like Colin says, yeah, you can have them. Fair enough.
So, yeah, very, very nice coverage, conquering the Hall of Legends, pushing up to 5, and we already recognize Squirtle is kind of going for the win here. It's a heavy D-ramp position. Good pull with the Azir on over to the opposite side battlefield with the 9 and more. I think we're calculating it up. Remember, that hammer does so much. 9 on the dice, 2 on the soldier, 2 to 3 more in the back as well. It's a lot of weight plus the Azir, and you just wipe it clean. Well done by Squirtle. It's a move that we've seen before, but it's nevertheless a beautiful display. Colin K will get 2 mechs, but that's a lackluster consolation prize considering Squirtle is just 2 points away.
Yeah, I see no Arise in Squirtle's hand. There is a Hidden Blade, but I mean, no Arise means it might be a little bit hard to keep units established if Colin is able to clear the Sand Soldier here.
I agree with that, but I still think it's a very nice amount of weight that you've thrown around here. Squirtle, you did quite well in maintaining, but you just need to look at a double conquer next turn. But with 3 runes up, it is scary. So Colin K, long road ahead of you, but it was a hefty investment. So does Colin actually have what it takes? The discipline and shuriken flip, neither used in these combat moments because you were fully tapped out. So these are going to have to be used in a more offensive pattern. Let's see what can be done. Mechs are great, especially if multi-attaching the longsword. Can be a lot of fun to work with. I'm just waiting. I mean, NA, this is... I feel like this game 1 is already coming to a rapid close, whether we like it or not. Oh my god,
wow.
Further D-ramp. And then there's the hidden as well. Okay.
Oh, wait a second. Oh no, he doesn't have any I guess it probably doesn't matter, but he doesn't have any green runes for the Defy in his hand.
He's out. That Hidden Blade is gonna have to do so much work here. Calling K, it's a question if you can call it out if it's a Hidden Blade or not. Oh, this is gonna be surprising.
Yeah, against the Azir deck, you can generally guess that the hiddens are going to be either it's like Hidden Blade, back off, the guards. Probably guards is probably the most common one.
Yep.
And it's probably not a guards here as he did put the hammer on it. Probably make that call. Then the other cards that I have seen is we did see the yellow Kennen yesterday, which is very interesting, and obviously not going to do a lot in this situation as it does require 2 extra energy to get the stun. And the last one that I have seen is a resonating strike, one of the new cards in Vendetta that will deploy one of your units to that battlefield and give it. But so Colin has a fair bit of might to work with here with the discipline, the on guard, and the longsword that you can just cascade through your unit.
The cascade might be what you're calling for. Keep in mind, not a heavy empowerment behind there. This movement tech can do a lot of work if you can make it happen for Colin K. I say that kind of out of turn here, but you got 3 units to play with. You saw the Akali off on the Chosen Champion slot, but that would require an extra investment, and at this point, pulling it out would not be the right play. It is going to be a discipline possible add up, and then an on guard behind as well, empowering the Mournful Witness that was left alive from before, a +4 on top, so a grand total of 6 might to work with here. 8 if you're including that longsword. That can be more than enough to start shoving your way into the battlefield and clearing out a lot of these opponents. And remember, there's only 1 rune up. Squirtle is just like, it's only the hidden. Really, there's the attachment. Moving on in, a great investment of 8 to start. It would be enough to take out the Sand Soldier as well, but there it is. A reveal of the Hidden Blade, and I don't think you got any responses in hand, my friend.
Yeah, if you have no Defy here, that's pretty unfortunate.
Oh, no, it was.
He did. Okay, nice. He drew a Defy either for turn or... that's pretty significant here. So...
Oh, that was off the discipline, right?
Wow, that's a really good draw. Because now Squirtle has almost no development here, and you do need to score twice on the next turn to win. All you have to do is clear this Azir, which looks pretty free with the mech plus the longsword, and now Squirtle sitting on a single Sand Soldier, and it will be 3 runes for the turn. Wow.
I mean, that's just super, super well done. Colin K giving us a taste of the power of this Akali deck, but as you mentioned before, it doesn't feel like it's truly the Akali. It's just really, really well-tuned decks of the red and green. We've seen the Akali legend ability used, I think, once to bring out the Mournful Witness. Other than that, it's just been really good play.
Yeah, and because Squirtle deramped so hard on the next turn, you just never need to be afraid of Arise. The only thing that you do need to be slightly conscious of is like a guards here for an accelerated Sand Soldier. But I don't think there is enough might to... Okay, wait. So if you had an accelerated Sand Soldier, you equipped it with a Brutalizer, that goes 5. And then you'd need 2 equipment, 6, 7... No, yeah, I don't think there's any way for Squirtle to win on this turn. So Colin guaranteed to get another turn at the very least.
Yeah, you're hoping for 2 turns for Colin, right? Like you are hoping to move from 4 to 6 with this Akali out. But with the empowerment ability behind it as well, we're really going to see that extra movement at the very end. That is... I realize now, almost a safeguard, right? You take a look at the Akali, and with the board state like this, when you're maybe a little bit low on the rune count, you are looking at kind of the smaller weighted units to kind of overwhelm. Utilizing that movement trigger now with the Akali, with that extra +2 damage, every time you kind of move in and out. It is very frustrating to deal with. It is very, very scary. If I'm reading that right, I keep forgetting exactly what it is, but that movement can be very yes, you do deal damage to a unit at a battlefield you move to and from. If you use the Akali legend ability, you are able to deal a total of 4. So Squirtle is going to have to continuously invest a lot of these gear just to keep the soldiers alive.
Oh wow, he did draw guards. Yeah, I don't think you commit anything on this turn, but setting up for next turn with the guards, it is possible. I mean, Colin doesn't have any other units as far as I'm aware. I'm thinking you just play the equipment, play Azir or a Azir Legend for another Sand Soldier, and then just pass it over.
Yep. Yeah. This is the benefit of being at 6 points, right? This is the benefit for the earlier fight that Squirtle kind of laid down. Look at the number of gears, by the way. That is a chaotic amount, and it does hurt that even next turn you're not going to be able to really bring out that extra, an Arise or anything of that sort. Obviously, it's only 2 cards in hand, but there's a lot of gear that you're just not allowed to work with, and it's such an opposite problem that we normally don't see Squirtle be in a position of.
Yeah, there's a pretty big investment into that turn to get to 6 points, which told Colin, hey, there's no Arise. Probably won't have to deal with an Arise for the rest of the game. Play Arise on the next turn.
Well, we'll see. Colin K moving up to 5 points. Very, very comfortable. A charm as well would disrupt all the plans, I'm sure. I actually really, really like that idea. And you can see now, double checking with the Doran Shield. Colin K drawing a great way to stall out Squirtle once more. Force one of the soldiers to go down, and it will be a draw in. Feels so bad. But Squirtle will lose one of the Sand Soldiers.
Yep. So Sand Soldier does trade in. Oh, this is cool. Yeah.
I love that play.
Yeah, that's cool. I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, that does make sense. You can charm him in and pull your guy back, though. Why? I'm not quite sure why do it that way instead of just like retreat him. Oh no, it's better this way because then you can just push him right back up. So yeah, no.
Yep.
That's really cool. Cool interaction.
It's essentially like not a temporal breach, but it's like that Zanya's or a flash or anything like that. It is free. Very, very well done there by Colin K.
Heads up play. That was cool. Big fan. So now there are things that Squirtle can do to try and end this game with the guards in hand, though I do think it'll be pretty difficult.
I mean, if you can do it, you can do it. Here. There's going to be the shove number 1, NA, right into the Akali. And knowing that the Akali legend is down, meaning you aren't going to be able to save this Akali on the far end. Very nice stack. We're looking at 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, I think 7. I miscounted. I do apologize. I forgot about the 3 at the end. So it's going to be a lot of weight plus the recruit. Yep, there it is. 8 to 4. On guard! Colin says on guard and says, please don't do this to me.
All right. And if Squirtle does respond with a Defy, I guess you can play the Defy. It's a little bit awkward with your rune count, though, because you have less power to actually invest. Ooh, okay.
Once again, Defy. This feels like that kind of last-ditch effort here. Both players scrambling for their 7th point. Colin K has done a great job in adjusting and fighting for these battlefields and moving up from a 3-point deficit. But the danger now stands that for Colin K, you have to find a way to traverse across to the Hall of Legends, which you can do with the Star Spring, do not get me wrong, but you're nearly top-decking as both players' hands are nearly pulverized.
Yeah, he has the shuriken flip. He's had that the the whole game. Should help a little bit here.
Yeah, but it's only one, right?
Yes, it should just be move up to, but it has flow.
Oh,
So
it does. I forgot about that. Yeah,
you can play it twice. Oh, and he has a longsword in hand, so and go ahead and swing in for 7, which I think just clears it up. Well, maybe not, because the guards is like pretty big actually.
Yeah, it's an extra sand soldier. It's also a hammer behind there, so keep in mind whenever the hammer is played, once that guards goes up, it is a surprise +2 behind it as well. So this can be very, very scary. But there is that flow that you mentioned that might be enough to neutralize the value points. It will be a -2 on that sand soldier. Let's see what we got. Last showdown here. If we're keeping track of all the cards, it's going to be a fun little end to this game 1.
I believe we're empowering Akali here. Yep. This does mean that if things go south, you can pull back your mech, but I mean, the guards is like a fairly big swing in might, because now it gets the hammer bonus. So what is this? Now this is up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 might.
Yep. So the other side of it, you can try and eliminate one of the sand soldiers and look for another swing. You have an extra longsword in the back pocket. You have enough runes as well to play it, but it's a slow chip away.
Oh.
Let's see what you can do.
Okay, yeah, so Colin has enough might, so now you just throw double longsword and push it up.
Hey. Found the line at the end. Colin K takes game 1.
Yeah, that's awesome. I mean, really showing what the Akali Legend can do there at the end, the power of the Shuriken flip. And then also we did get to see the Akali Legend used a couple times to great effect in that game, particularly with the charm. I thought the charm play was really cool. That was not something I'd seen before, but yeah, it makes total sense. And got to see the Heron come out, got to see a couple cards off of the Heron. So, I mean, Colin really showing everything that the Akali Legend does and doing it well.
Forcing, not only that, forcing an Azir to that kind of breaking point. We saw that D ramp all the way down to 1. Squirtle dug, and it's so rare, I think, when we, at least for Squirtle specifically, where we watch an Azir player get stuck with this position where they actually have all the gear that they want, but they didn't land any of the major cards that they needed. We were talking about the Rise earlier, which is a key Lynch spell.
Yep.
Never really got off the table. Even if you did, you deramped so far because of that one turn that you had to make that play. Things just did not go your way. So I do wonder if for Colin, part of it was you didn't run into that situation, right? You were behind on point tempo for a while, and then it felt like you had built up just enough to clear the board. I am curious if you're going to get it to happen once more.
Yeah, there was a moment when I was like, things don't look super great for Colin here, but clearly was able to navigate his way to the victory. And you know, it's cool. We just saw his side deck there, and we saw the green Akali. So cool option there to swap out red Akali for green Akali. Don't know if you do for this matchup, but it is a cool option. We did see the red Akali work to great effect there right at the end, being able to kill off one of the kill off a recruit essentially for free, and then sit on that battlefield and force Squirtle to commit to it.
Go ahead and move into the second as we got the Targon's Peak and Triferian War Camp. I'm loving the Triferian War Camp. Everyone kind of knows that it is a recruit's best friend, and for the Sand Soldiers, an extra +1 will always be nice. Targon's Peak going to be heavily contested though on either end, getting to go ahead and bring a little extra to their rune capacities. See what happens though. Squirtle down 1 in a position where you are really hoping to continue on with the win balance. Keep in mind you are currently 8-1-1, moving into what is nearly the final rounds of the day. Really could use an extra win under that hand and under your belt for this Barcelona tournament.
Wow, okay, playing out the Azir going second, or on his second turn. I wonder if he does not have any gear in hand, or is opting to be perfectly rune efficient, as Colin did choose Targon's going second. Says, hey, I don't care that you get first conquer. I am going to put a juicy battlefield on the board and say, hey, I don't want you sitting on that war camp.
I mean, it happens. BF sword, big drop, but I think he called it over there, NA. Not having that many other gears in hand, the BF drop is huge, but it is, you do wish for a little extra setup in there because that's a heavy investment turn. Colin K setting up on their own legend side as well, brought out the Akali from the Chosen Champion slot, which wasn't done last turn. This time around, though, Stellacorn being able to draw one more off the back of the head and then being able to move back, double card draw, thanks to the legend. That is a free 2 cards, by the way. Very, very nice for Colin K to start building up. Already has the rune count to play with. What do you decide to do? Double conquer? Not double conquer, just one up on the Targons for themselves. And now there's the turn and burn. Will be one recycle in there just to give a little bit more to that Ferris Forerunner.
Yeah, so Colin showing that he does like the Forerunner in this meta. And it was pretty powerful last format, so not too surprised to see it come back again. And this is the first time we're seeing the Forerunner backed up with the green cards. So, and it did work to great effect last game, as Squirtle did have to clear that Forerunner, and then the mechs closed out the game.
True. Very, very scary stuff there. That Forerunner can really help develop in the backline if you have the gears. We saw a lot of Zanyas being in hand as well, but Colin K doesn't want to give that away just yet. Squirtle working with the lower gear equipment, but a higher base might value, pushing in onto that Triferian for the moment with a 5. Drops another BF sword. I'm liking it. Don't get me wrong. I love the might in there, but the idea that you that's all you have with a Doran shield behind is like, whew. I mean, Squirtle is having some fun with this one.
Yeah, I mean, the BF swords are pretty powerful, as they are they're pretty big stat sticks, and when you do cascade equipment, BF sword is one of the better ones to do so.
Right.
You can't complain too much if you are able to drop them somewhat unpunished, but it does stink that it doesn't look like there were a ton of one-cost gears in hand. Otherwise, you might have played one on the second turn and then have a little bit of a wider board to set up for a crazier rise. Hopefully, he does actually have one this game, so we get to see Azir at its full power, as Colin did have his Shuriken flip, though he did also draw more cards, as the Stellacorn did say, hey, right now, we've already drawn 4 cards off of Stellacorn, potentially up to 6 on the next turn.
Being able to have such a large hand, you're almost looking at a almost what feels like an Ezreal deck, right? Like you're like, bro, it's way faster than I like right now. The red-green just being built into oblivion, or into sky-high resources, and recognizing for Squirtle, I gotta figure this out. I gotta find a way to stop this. The Arise being dropped down, getting a few more Sand Soldiers. Now, it's not the 5 to 6 range, but it is enough to draw out what looks to be 6 Sand Soldiers in total, 3 at the ready to overwhelm this other side battlefield. And Squirtle is basically going to try and pinch Colin once more into a position where you are forced to get rid of that Stellacorn herder for the might value itself. Double VF sword on top, 10 to 13. And just trying to chip away, as you said, the Cascade might be working wonders here.
There's the Zonias. Did know about that one. So the Heron just gets to be saved. Ooh, okay, no. He says, hey, I'm going to kill that Forerunner, so your Zonias is forced to be used here. Now, this does potentially leave the Heron vulnerable. If you do want to commit to it, yep, and it looks like he is saying yes. I will be killing that Heron here before it gets too much value. Double BF sword on that. And does his hand have 2 more rises in it? I think I saw 2 more rise.
That's in. I see it too. That is.
Wow.
You said you wanted full might in there, NA. You said you wanted full might. I mean, the gods have answered.
Yeah, I mean, it could be dude, dealing with one Arise can be tough. How do you deal with 3 of them?
You waited out till the cooldown's over. I don't know. Like you're just like, please. The cooldown is a pretty hefty fine. It is a 6 and 1, so pretty much you can only throw that down once per turn, at least at the current rate that you are burning through.
Team?
Yeah. Oh,
don't know.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
His ult cooldown seems like lower than mine when I play Azir. I don't know.
True.
Oh wow!
Better.
This is a
What
card
a
I haven't seen.
Okay, that is 100% a sideboard, by the way. That is not run in the main deck. This is very specific, it feels like. When you play me, heal your units here, then move an enemy unit from here to base. You are forcing a bounce back. There's an exchange. Hidden Blade, of course, to remove all. But the Azir still will stay. So for Squirtle, able to kind of hold on for dear life in this position. Really, really well done by Squirtle to weather the storm. Granted, you didn't remove as many as you wish. Base is still pretty developed, but a fun exchange to watch go down.
Yeah, that was really cool. I have not seen a... we saw Janna like a couple times as a random tech card, but it's very cool here in the Akali. It's a reaction unit, so you can use it in tandem with... a lot of your movement. And then it also does act as an undefiable little combat trick. But dude, Colin's hand I think also has double Heron in it right now. So both players just have all the top end they could ever want for the rest of the game.
It's a little bit crazy in there. There's another. Yep, being dropped down here. Squirtle's like, what is this? I deleted you. It is going to be a Brittle Steel, very standard within a red-green as well, deleting one of those BF swords behind and dropping that down a little bit further. You can play it for flow in the back lines if you wish. However, you don't have the investment. It goes up to a 4-1 cost at the end of the day. It's like Colin is double-checking and making sure about the rune count that they currently have, and is now looking to fight that Azir on the flip side once more. Squirtle, though, at 5, looking to try and clear very, very quickly as Colin is now on the chase for points.
Yep, and Colin does have the Arise for the follow-up on the next turn, so, you could just say that you're totally fine with your little guys dying. You can just build up an army every single turn for pretty much the rest of the game, right? As he is on 5 points. That's only 2 turns away from victory and 2 more rises. That math checks out.
Yeah. Gonna be more than safe, and I think Squirtle is sitting there pretty happy. This game feeling like it's progressing much faster than game number 1. Defy being dropped down, saying no dice, you don't get to play that decree as easily. By the way, the decrees are always so much fun to watch because every so often they get a cheeky win. The green Defy is also very entertaining. It will be a finish as the Forerunner drops 2 mechs on the ground.
Here comes Shuriken Flip, which we saw used to great extent in the first game. Now used again, moving that Heron over and saying bye-bye. It was a lot of power paid this turn for Colin, but does get the Targon's trigger now, and you do have the Heron as well. So potentially up to 4. Oh, wow. Okay. This is just, heavy investment here, but it does clear out the battlefields. And as long as the Heron stays alive, which it seems somewhat likely with the Zonias, I'm not quite sure which battlefield the Zonias is on. It's in... Okay, there we go. I was like, it's kind of living in the middle right now.
Yeah. It is interesting. It does bring up such an awkward kind of fuse, but... we like to keep things clean here. There's the second Arise. We didn't get one before, but we got one here.
Yep.
Ding, ding, ding. Winner, winner, winner. 3 more Sand Soldiers back on the table here. 2 at the ready extra. This is a huge army without a leader. Out for revenge is what I like to say. Take 1. Look to punch on to the Akali. Makes sense here. Just challenge out and bring it to 3-3 ahead, if I'm not mistaken. 6-4. I lied.
Yeah, I don't think Colin's hand really has much in the way of combat tricks. I think I see 2 Stellas. There is a longsword, it looks like. So there is something, but it looks like a Kaisa, 2 Stellas, a Shuriken flip. Not really that's anything that's going to stop this Arise, but yeah, Squirtle saying, hey, I'm on even points now. I don't even care about your hair in here. We're just going to do another Arise on the next turn, and you're going to have to deal with literally infinite Sand Soldier.
You're basically spawning 3 every single turn. The
Jin.
fact that Squirtle didn't have extra, though, does make me a little bit surprised. Didn't have another gear to play down at the end there. Would have been nice, would have been fun, but also the rune count did not help. So making sure that you do have enough at the end makes a lot of sense. Eyes out, though, as a Stellacorn is being dropped directly to a battlefield, and I don't know if you are full might stacking because you know what's coming or you just don't have any other options. I mean, we see another Stellacorn in there, but a Jin sideboarded in. We've talked about this before as well. Deflect plus extra move tech for the extra energy and the power if you wish. Brittle Steel being drawn for the flow cost one more time. But it's a heavy DRAM as well for Colin K. It's going to come down to one more swing. I think Squirtle has a lot more available to them than Colin K does.
Did we see that the Jin was sided in as opposed to in the main deck?
Is it main deck? I for some reason, I didn't see it last time, and it might just not have been drawn.
Okay. Yeah, I did not catch the list as we did get on a little bit late. But
oh, it was only one. It's a singular. He's running a one of.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, when you draw enough cards with Stellacorn, you're just like, okay, I'll see it if I need it, which is fair enough.
Yeah.
I mean, how?
It's a little early in the morning for me. I do apologize to you.
If you're Colin, how do you stop the giant Sand Soldier army coming to attack your poor little bird? What are we doing here?
You say poor little bird like it's not being defended by a murderous killer. Like, why is it just a bird? It's got a sniper on the back end protecting. It's got the wildland services on its back end. It's an endangered species. And you got like the hunter of hunters with the Jin. And then a Stellacorn hunter just to play safe. What you should be asking is, why are there 17 soldiers coming at me? That, I think, is the big question here. Another Arise being played down. Recognizing it was going to happen. There ain't no safety when you have 17 spears at the ready. I love this build-up that Squirtle has right now.
Killer. Jin is an artist. He makes art. And if you don't appreciate that art, you just don't understand.
You know what? I fully get that as we get to the chip game. Slow pace, but starting out with 3 and ability to actually deal with that Stellacorn if you so wish. That would be the start chip away and then work your way down the line. Currently 16 might, but another hidden will be granted as it's I believe the Zanya's and then a quick attachment of that longsword. So giving a little bit more weight to that Stellacorn. Squirtle. First initial check being denied.
Yeah, and Colin is tapped out now, so all Squirtle has to do is math at this.
Ooh, Death Grip as well. I like it. The last remaining kind of dual trick right now. Combat trick available. Bringing it back so that way you don't really lose any value from this from that first soldier. Now buffing up that one soldier. I keep saying soldier. It's so hard to keep track, but it's soldier. You know, soldier A, soldier B. I don't know. 2 soldiers now swinging in for the fight.
Yeah, and this should be a pretty clean victory unless I cannot do math, which is a distinct possibility because it can get a little bit hard when you have all of this. But nope, we've got all the gear cascading into, we're getting to game 3. We're getting to game 3.
We are. I'm having a blast. And you called it NA45. You were asking, you were like, yo, we didn't really get to see an Azir deck. And then you watch it happen once, and it's like, well, that's what it was really missing. So would you say Colin got lucky game 1 that we didn't see in Arise? Or do you think the situation still would have been the same, and we could have possibly seen a 2-0 for Squirtle.
I mean, I don't like to say players got lucky. It is a card game in the end, and sometimes you low roll on your draws, and if you are a good enough player, you'll still win a lot of your low roll. You just got to play your deck perfectly. That's not an easy thing to say. Sometimes your opponent has the answer, but in game 1, Colin did have the answer. In game 2, Squirtle had the triple RIs. We'll have to see what game 3 brings us, because in both game 1 and game 2 were a little bit of an anomaly in each direction. So maybe we'll get a nice middle ground for game 3. But it is going to be Colin's first time this set going first. So we'll have to see what he has in mind as his going first game plan with his going first battlefield. Can only imagine he has the Mournful Witness that we saw, but I don't think we saw any other 2-drops, at least in the main deck, or at least in the cards that we saw.
That's 100% fair in there. Looking at game 3, it is time to fight it out. 2 amazing players here on the feature table for their round, both having a significant loss on their record, but neither wanting a second per se. Granted, for Colin, you are fighting from behind in terms of the standings, so this win means a little bit more going into the top cut. Final battlefields, it will be the Threshold of the Gray versus Seat of Power. Very, very fun to finish things out.
Yeah, Threshold of the Gray is pretty much Akali's archetypal battlefield. Really cool in that it just generates a ton of energy. You do get to between that Jin and the Astral Heron, you could just cheat so much. Like you could just have okay, yeah, I have 5 runes, but I have 12 energy. Some very silly thing.
By the way, an Azir running gear removal is the most. I don't know if it's not an oxymoron, but it feels so hypocritical, right? It's he's like, don't play with gear, bro. What are you doing? And Colin's like, are you joking, my friend? Are you joking? However, very much needed against the likes of the multi Zanya status, and having that out so early was a whole difference. Unit strength looking a little bit weak, but multiple disciplines, defies, and more. Calling K even threatening with yet another Zanya. As Squirtle's like, bro, we're not going down this line right now.
Yeah, Colin's hand is pretty weak right now, which is unfortunate. I mean, you like to see these disciplines and defies, but you need to have your Herons, your Stellas, your Jin that we saw in the previous game, something to kind of back it up. And this game, you're just living on a Forerunner and a dream. Obviously, you always have access to your chosen champion, but it would be very nice if you had a little bit more than that to work with here. Hopefully, one does draw into something. Is that the Stellacorn? Maybe. Can't quite see.
Well,
Brittle
Seal.
Okay.
There we go.
I mean,
nice
this is good. Yeah.
Getting to remove some of the extra. The hand hammer is probably going away. That is one of the most effective gears out there. I like that Colin didn't even have to mention it, but had to double check and make sure a Bia sword wasn't on the table. Just okay, yeah, hand hammer. That's the one that I want to take away right now.
Yeah. We always get rid of the best friend sword. Always. But okay, says, hey, I am going to clear as much gear as possible. Next turn could be an Arise turn if Squirtle did want to. And I mean, if he did draw a bunch of Arises, you can just start dropping them. But does not. And instead, is that wow, another salvage. So we just have all the gear removal in the game this time around.
It hurts to watch for. And honestly, that can be a huge game changer. A chance at a Forerunner, though. And again, you do got to trigger that Zanya's at some point. It will be shown here. And Squirtle goes, yes, that is exactly what I wanted to see. Obviously, it was there. Do not get me wrong. But seeing it is obviously the trigger that you were hoping for. A chance, though, as Squirtle still wondering if Colin K is going to look to save the Ferris Forerunner or just draw that Zanya's back. And Squirtle also deciding how I'm going to aggress to kind of overcome and maybe save my Azir in this position. Yep, very nice.
Yeah, I mean, the Vi card really powerful. does save all of Squirtle's units. Squirtle's just slowly assembling an army again. No eyes this time around, though, which does mean that you don't have all these random little recruits that can make it very, that can make it very easy to form buddy systems. You got to pair up with your friend with a hammer and run right into a battlefield, but no eyes this time around. So you do have to actually pair up with your sand soldiers. But that's a hefty battlefield already, and you know it's also funny. Squirtle has 0 yellow runes.
I don't know any other deck that does this, but it is pretty funny to see, by the way. And by the way, a solo alt art green rune. That is the pinnacle on top. I appreciate that. Just that solo one from the Vendetta set, I believe. That is the very clean artistic value. Love it to death, but it is very funny to see, especially with Colin K also having all neutral runes as well. Just no extra flair, just 2 guys going, I don't need the flair when my skills speak high enough. I love that so much.
Yeah, and is using the Akali legend here to attempt to deal 2 damage. So keep in mind, both players do have a floating energy here from the Threshold of the Gray. There's a Death Grip. Not sure what he's targeting. Maybe killing off that Sand Soldier and saying, hey, I mean, he was going to die anyway. Now I get to save my Vi or my Azir.
It is a decision, and remember, there was a little bit of DRAM, but not enough. As you mentioned, the green only was there, but that is going to be a Death Grip being utilized by Squirtle to go ahead and save that extra Vi. And opting for the Vi means that this is going a fairly different direction, right? Vi having that stun effect means that you are going to be doing a little bit more movement tech. You decided against saving the Azir, which would have allowed you to draw more in. So maybe a little bit of twist of fate. Squirtle saying, I will not have the same availability that I had last time. I'm not going to have that perfect setup of the triple arises to work with. I got to find a different way. And at this point, saying that the Vi is going to have far more value than the Azir itself is a really fun call to see.
Yeah, I mean, he can just pull the Vi back here, and it was pretty much not guaranteed, but it was pretty safe to say that the Vi was going to live on for the next turn. And if you can keep the Vi alive, then it just gives a lot of utility as an attacker on previous turns when you pull it back, right? Now it's just going to keep putting that stun pressure out. And because Colin does need to commit to a battlefield at some point, he is three points behind. You are going to have to hold at some point, especially when you do have the Heron on the board. The Heron does say, hey, I do want to sit on a battlefield for a bit. Squirt will have an answer here. I'm looking at his hand. Nope, saying that is totally fine. Colin does get the Seed of Power draw. I think he drew another Heron. Yeah. Unfortunate to see them so late. Would have liked to see them a little bit, maybe on that Brittle Steel turn.
Yeah. Well, I will say it's not the worst, though. It's another 7-mite unit. We're in a position where Squirtle doesn't have too much on the other side. So you're just happy it's another unit, I think, at this point as well. You're just like, hey, I'm so glad it's another unit. It's another 7 that I can play, that I can get real annoying with if I so decide. And that's what we're seeing right now. A great drop down onto said battlefield. A Shuriken also going to be applied, not for the damage, but what sounds like they are trying to make a move on this position. Yeah, there is going to be a double up over on the Threshold of the Gray. So deciding against a multi, I wasn't expecting 4.
Yeah, and what is particularly cool here is the Herons do stack. So he is going to get 4 energy, 4 power to play with off of the first card played. And keep in mind that if Squirtle does go onto that threshold, he gets an energy as well. So really going to have 5, potentially 5 energy to work with here. What does Squirtle have? Do you see an Arise? I think I see an Arise this time around.
It might be tucked away in there. But again, the gear isn't that big. You need far more gear with the Arise this time around, right?
That's true.
What you're only gonna get 2, and they're not even the big swing ones either. It's a shield and more. Now, I will say having the Arise means next turn we could see that way 100% on that end. However, it does show that Squirtle is saying, I can't do that. hidden card in there. You are banking on a very weak board state with almost all your runes up. You are understanding that Colin K is chasing you right now. Now, granted, you put yourself at 6, but this board state for Colin feels very, very good, or at least better than it was about 2 turns ago.
Yeah, sure. And you can probably guess that Squirtle has a lot of combat tricks in hands. It's so unlike Azir to just leave all of your runes up. I mean, Azir is an attacking deck generally, so leaving everything for interaction means you can say, hey, you've got probably a couple disciplines. Maybe we saw the decree on the last game. It looks like Squirtle's reacting here, seeing if he can maybe draw a Defy off of this. And Colin with a couple Defies of his own, I wouldn't hate defying this, but says nope. It's like both players are just going to draw their card.
Okay. I like that it was used as a card draw primarily. It's just both sides like, all right, we got to do something here. It's coming towards the end here. I appreciate it. Oh, yeah. Is that what I think it is?
Yep, and it's going to be incredibly discounted. It is going to be incredibly discounted.
That is a true sideboard, by the way. I'm double checking this right now. That was a sideboard for this situation. I see no others in there, but that is a scary thing to have as an extra. There's another discipline. We know there's already a discipline on the far end. That is a nasty, nasty guide. And welcome to the big show. Welcome to the big show. Do it, Colin. We know you want to.
Yeah, 4 energy Vilemaw is quite a crazy thing to drop, but yep,
bro,
it's coming down. Yeah, Squirrel's like, okay,
Squirtle,
that is a big fighter.
I love that. Just a corner of his mouth, by the way. Just a corner, like.
Yeah, yeah.
All right, that's good. I can't. It's like respect, bro. I hate you, but respect for that one. Oh, I love that so much. Now, keep in mind the Sand Soldier will still do damage because it is over the might value of that Vilemaw, or at least they're trying to run it as the Defy comes down. The combat tricks that were held from before is big, but the Decree instead to answer. Squirtle is going for broke right now, even adjusting for a heavy-handed ambush card. Decree, choose a friendly unit that's in combat with an enemy Fury one, and that's been chosen by an enemy Fury spell. Give it +4 this turn.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there that the sending the red Akali in does mean that he can buff up the Sand Soldier for so cheap here. So it looks like the Vilemaw is just going to die the turn it gets played, unfortunately.
Yeah, with another guard as well, you're able to bring out just one more unit to play. So a little bit unfortunate right there. Now, you still might win, I think. You're looking at 11-13 from the calling card, now buffed up a little bit further with the Sand Soldier attachment, so you are looking at a clear battlefield wipe. There's one rune available. You did have a Defy as well. I'm actually a little bit surprised. There was an extra Defy down there, but just decided against it. That might be what you're waiting for. Do you wish? Yeah, there's the final Defy. Really nice call by Colin K. Waiting it out. No Killblade. So it is a wash on said battlefield. Maybe not what you were hoping for, but a situation where, hey, you lost the units, but you knocked one Sand Soldier away. Really well done by Squirtle, though, right there.
Yep, and Squirtle now on 7 points. I mean, Colin's battlefield, the threshold is really big. It is a little bit scary to actually swing in here, but he does have the Vi for the stun. And there's the Brutalizer. All right, so we have, 3 gear out now. Still, like you said, not really the best setup for an Arise. Assuming he does have one, only 3 gear. It looks like a Death Grip and a Salvage. So the hand actually is, there's not a ton going on here.
Not just that, we are into OT. I believe this is turn 1. I think timer hit 0. Colin K, and you can see both of them like, dude, what are you talking about? No one cares. Both of them are like, dude, I know it's OT, it don't matter. Like we're getting to the end of the game one way or another. This is gonna be the final turn anyway. Squirtle looking for the finish, just has to get over the Herons. That is the main issue that you're having right now. Recognizing that a third hidden is so powerful. Love what we're seeing here, but fully tapped out Colin K means no cards in hand will save you for what is coming. A Death Grip, a salvage, and more.
He has Herons. He has Herons, and they're on the threshold, so he can play the card in it. Because he's gonna get plus one.
Remaining? Does he still have extra?
He has a hidden Zonias. So you just flip the Zonias, and now the Herons reduce the cost of the card in his hand by 4/4.
Ah, true.
He's gonna be able to play it if Squirtle goes for that battlefield. I mean, there's a non-zero chance of Squirtle. You either just full send the other battlefield, or I mean, maybe there is the math to do this. It is going to be pretty complex math, but I mean, only the Death Grip in hand and the salvage. The salvage can take care of the Zonias, and then that does draw another card, so you potentially can see something else. But wow, okay, so here we go, equipping onto the Sand Soldier.
It's double attachment that we know and love. Squirtle's been in this position, no big deal.
I mean, when you're high caliber. Ooh, okay, so yeah, it looks like he is going to go for at least cleaning up the battlefield, if not clearing it out here.
There's that number one. Big build up. 7 extra on the Vi here. Currently looking at 12 alone for the Vi. Multiple equipment attachments available. Still needing a little bit more though. That's a stun of 1, but you need a grand total of 20, I think, to overcome. With the Zonias behind, it's a whole other story. A good attachment on the other end. It's a total of 10 extra might on a Vi. It feels like Red Vi all over again, right? Multiple discards and all that. Just jump on up on the might counter. Heavy attachment equipment. Welcome to the gun show. Vi canonically.
He's going in for this. I don't know what this might value is at, but does stun the Heron here. And Colin does have the Zonias. We can put the Zonias. And, ooh, okay, there we go. Fortunately, you can't play another card here, but, okay, well, that is action speed, right?
Yeah. Okay. So it is a call down. Very, very nice job. Remember, priority is very important to talk about. And making sure that you don't do things out of order. Always check with your opponent and make sure you're following your A, B, C, and D's, everyone. Someone's going to yell at you. Mainly me, because I forget all my alphabet orders. Looking at this, no gear to save your Heron. One is stunned for the moment. Look at all that extra dice. I believe that is a grand total of 12 extra. I don't really know how they're counting it, but you're looking at 17 to 22 at the current moment. One more to go as well for Squirtle. And I think for Squirtle, recognizing that this is a spicy turn. Maybe a little bit frustrated that things have gone a little bit awry on the counter.
Yeah, because he can kill like both Herons and actually, wait, so he has 17 might? Is it? So you could kill both? Oh, you can't because of the discipline. Yeah, that does make things a little bit awkward because he did have this set up for game. If Colin did not have the discipline, you'd be able to kill both Herons and one of the mechs, and then you can just send up the soldier with the rest of the gear, and that would be game, but now it's not quite that clean, as the soldier can only go up to... Wait, actually, the soldier can go up to 7. Yeah, okay, so this is enough. Oh, no, because the Vi... Oh, the Vi doesn't lose the equipment. Yeah. Oh my gosh, he with the floating energy.
What a call.
Oh my gosh.
And he sacrifices The guard! It works so well! Squirtle rolling on in with a tail and a half to bring the Arise out. What a play!
He drew it off of the salvage, right?
I think he did, yeah. That is such a That's such a god tier play. God tier from Squirtle.
Wow, that was such an insane play. Dude, Squirtle is so good at Azir. Wow, that was so cool. All right, I didn't even see it coming. I was thinking in my head, I'm like, dang, the equipment's stuck under the vine now. Do you just like, I mean, you still have the next turn, but, and then no, just drop the Arise with the 2 floating energy. Wow, that was incredible.
You want to know the best part?
What?
Squirtle didn't have to do that, by the way.
Yeah,
he didn't have to end it right. He had another turn, technically, but to end it there in that fashion was gorgeous. You didn't know what Colin was going to have, right? You didn't know what was going to come out next. Those Herons were very frustrating and everything of the sort, which Colin fought so well with. But there were so many combat moments, and to utilize Colin K's own battlefield to Squirtle's advantage there was such a big brain move.
Wow, that was such a good match too, and it does stink that Colin is now out of the running for top cut. But I mean, he really put on a show with the Akali deck. He made the deck look pretty strong in this matchup. I mean, considering Azir is one of the top decks, as it always does seem to be kind of right on the fringes of the top tier of the meta. But then when you get these pilots like Squirtle who just make the deck look insane, if I would be so afraid, I sit down like round, what are we on? Round 11. And I'm like, nice. All I got to do is just win like 1 or 2 more matches and I'm set. And then Squirtle sits down across from me and flips his ear.
Yeah, it is another level of pain. This Vile Maw, by the way, by Colin was so much fun to watch. And it was just in that game 3, by the way. It was yet another exchange between the 2 players that shows why they're at the top of the game. Squirtle, obviously, a repeat champion. Colin K, a multi-top time finisher. And plus, I mean, this was a joy to watch.
It really was. I dare say, I feel like it might have just been the game of the weekend. 2 previous regional, or almost previous regional champions. I mean, you could almost consider Colin one with the 5-time best of winning, multi-top 8 finish placements as well. And it looks like, man, Colin just not able to catch a break in day 2 out in Barcelona, despite going completely undefeated all day yesterday. Hasn't found a single win in 3 rounds today. Unfortunate, as you said, Ine, I believe that does end his dream of a top 8 Akali. But nonetheless, we saw what he's working with, right? I am loving the synergy. You got the long swords with the Astro Herons, the cheeky one of Jana to come in and surprise your opponents. So I see why he's made it so far, because his opponents have no idea what they're playing against. But fair play to him. He still has the chance of most likely getting that best of Akali, which I think might be the most expensive one. But real quick, let's get a nice little winner's interview with the 2-time champ, Squirtle.
Ever so closely. Yeah. What the heck? What the heck, man? That was crazy. The threshold of the gray, getting just enough energy, drawing the Arise off the top from the salvage. We almost thought it was going to be scary because when you stunned the unit, we thought it was going to be bad because the Vi wouldn't have died and you couldn't have re-equipped it, but your deck speaks to you almost, it feels like. So that match was incredible. We'll watch it forever, I feel like. But let's talk about the weekend, okay? The win streak has been broken. Yeah. And for the people unaware at home, Factor, the RQ winner from Hartford, is actually the one you ran into in Swiss yesterday. Yes. This event, I've heard, has been very difficult for everyone across the board. Why do you think that is here in Spain with some of the best players in Riftbound?
It's pretty hot for starters. It's also, I think, the biggest event right now. So there's a lot of people, it's crowded. The games go longer on overtime. So yes, of course, that's mentally taxing. I feel that the last rounds, yesterday, I wasn't playing at my biggest level. I know my opponents weren't either, so it affects everyone. Yeah. But it's mostly that, the heat, everything.
Well, I kind of felt bad because there was a moment yesterday where I believe your match ended in a draw when we had you on stream, right? So I wasn't able to give you an interview, and you always tell me every time I interview you, it's almost like a little bit of good luck. So maybe this is that interview that you need for the rest of the day, but I know it's going to be a little difficult just on records alone and with a couple more rounds to go. But I wanted to give you a moment real quick of just like talking about your experience with Riftbound, playing Azir, because with a new set, I think there's always a conversation maybe of wanting to play a new legend. Do you ever think that's going to happen, or do you think Azir is always going to kind of be your deck?
I do. I actually tested a lot of Cannon. I almost played Cannon, but I didn't want to. I was a little bit pressured and didn't want to put my pressure into playing the best deck because, of course, I'm already qualified and blah, blah, blah.
Yeah.
And I want to switch, to be honest. I love Azir, but I've been playing it now 3 sets straight. So I'm waiting for another deck that clicks to me. The closest one is Ornn.
Ooh, we had one went on stream earlier.
Yeah. So let's see if I find out something in Radiance.
Yeah, I can't wait to see that happen. And, you know, I can see that happen, but, you know, the deck keeps speaking to you. The deck keeps giving you the respect that you give it. Also, it gives you the cards that you need at the right time. But excellent play, excellent players here in RQ Barcelona still this weekend. You've got a couple more rounds. I'm going to give you some time to relax before you head out.
This round was insane.
It is.
We were both pressured also about the time.
Yes, absolutely.
Probably, as you said, I should have not stunned the Heron, so my buy dies. But
well, and neither of you can really take a draw at this point, even based off of time. So I totally understand the stress. Both of you really needed this win, but you got the win. Calling an incredible opponent, and with an incredible Akali deck as well this weekend that I don't think anyone saw coming.
Surprising.
Very cool. But that's going to be it for Squirtle and I here. We have more RQ Barcelona to get to. 2 more rounds to go, so we're going to send it back.
Yeah, super impressive stuff. And imagine the world where Squirtle keeps on winning out from here, makes it into top 8, and still fights for the first ever 3rd-time champion. I mean, we can never truly count out Squirtle. Orbital and NA, I know that was an amazing round, but definitely a little bit of a long one. I believe they're still in overtime. Or let's take a quick look. Yeah, they're still about 22 minutes deep in overtime. So usually they hit about that 30-minute mark. So I would say there's still like 8 minutes or so left in this round. I don't know if they're going to give us a backup match. But I was just say, if you guys want to take a quick little break before the next round, we could do so now. Yeah. But man, I can't get over that previous round. Using your opponent's battlefield against you, the top deck's amazing, honestly.
Yeah, I would appreciate a little break, but yeah, It was very fun, and that's a heads up line on that one for him.
It really was. But okay, Orbital and NA, ping me in the Discord when you guys want to come back, and I'll bring you in. I'll hold it down for chat here, and see you guys very soon. All right, guys, for the moment, let's go ahead and tune in. I have full confirmation. There is one undefeated player, and you guys know, undefeated going into the very last 2 rounds of Swiss, that's a lock into top 8. We have full confirmation that Coco Lopez, with the cannon to his name this weekend, is 100% locked into top 8. All he's going to do is intentionally draw next round, intentionally draw for round 13, and just like that, we have a guaranteed cannon in top 8. So congratulations to the challenger boys, to Coco Lopez. That's them locking in one of the top 8 spots. Let's take a look if we can see any other of the spots. So give me 1 second. As I'm always saying, guys, if you want to pay attention to the bracket on your side, exclamation point bracket, and you'll see exactly what I'm seeing here on the screen. So for the first time this weekend, Rengar at the hands of Panda Anaconda tastes a little bit of defeat. These were the last 2 undefeated players, Coco, Rengar, and then Coco getting the upper hand. So GG. Imagine being out of 2,300 players, the last remaining undefeated. If that's not a boost of confidence, I don't know what is. So really good stuff from Coco. Looking down the table, what an amazing table 3. Table 3 was a heater. Prismaticism, Diwali. Where have we seen that before, huh? Prismat does get it, though. Really cool stuff, because Diana, I mean, she struggles a little bit into those aggro decks, but that means Prismat's top 8 dream is still alive. But on the other side of the board, it looks like the Wally's dream has come to an end. Shout out to Gonkra making it up, getting the W in table 5. Going a little bit down, chat. Let me know if you guys recognize anyone, because other than the ones we mentioned, nothing is standing too out. Control Queen saying Challenger Mice doing great as teams as usual. Exactly, Control. They're always killing it. And Tana Nato, Threshold is a big dual-edged sword so much. Yeah, I believe Colin is feeling a bit of the pain there. But to be honest, he can't be too mad, especially if he gets the Akali Best of Legend. He's gonna be as happy as you can be, because as I said before, Akali's going to go somewhere in the neighborhood of what the Ori Best of medals are going right now. And those are, I think, creeping up on 6 figures currently. So I think you're chilling as Colin. As I say that, let me take a quick look at the competing Best of Legends. There's a website here we could pull up. What happened to Alan? Tana Nanto. Alan was X2. I don't know if he lost. Let's take a look. Let's take a look at Alan. He won, so I believe he still might be X2, but he's out of contention for top 8, but he's still in contention for Best of Mel, right? Oh, and I forgot to put a little background music, but chat, let's take a quick look. So, the Best of Nasus has been secured. Best of LeBlanc, Rice Master, which I'm familiar. I believe he was a previous Lorcana player, locked in the Fiora. The Vex, not the Vex that we saw on stream. Hey, Imbo Slice. I recognize that name from one of you guys in chat. I swear I seen Imbo Slice in the Twitch chat before, Twitch or YouTube chat before. Ghoster Driver, congratulations. The K-Rock synergy, empowering it in reaction speed. If you guys remember that game from yesterday, Zed with Ghoster Driver does lock in the best of, so really cool to see. Jibs, we did know he got the Jin. Renekton was the Master Momentum, so that's locked in. Unfortunate, houses are big, wasn't able to get the Shen this weekend, and it looks like Orbital's back, so I'll go ahead and bring him in here now. And Curious
Hello.
Gamer, exclamation point bracket, welcome on in, Orbital. I'm looking at this the link that I put in the event link of the Best of Medals, if you want to take a little peek at that one too.
Okay. What are we looking at here? Hyunsung. Yeah, Hyunsung we saw yesterday as well. Rice Master, Swithor. Yeah, a lot of fun ones at the end of the day. So this is good.
Yeah, I was trying to see who's still contesting. Okay, Diana Diwali pretty much locked it in. Is Akali. Wow. With Colin Kaiser, he was the #1 forerunner getting the Akali after day 1, but after a bit of a rocky start, Haru Kaze, which we actually did see on stream, is actually the current leader of the Akali Best of Metal card. So praying for Colin, even though I'm a fan of, I believe he's by Aspirant Climb. So Aspirant Climb, same team as CMD Sherman, previous champion as well. And to answer someone's question, how is Alan doing, which is why we tuned in onto this website, he's tied. Apparently G3, which also sounds like one of the names in chat I've seen before, is tied with Alan. So let's see how they kind of finish out this day number 2, because these guys are definitely fighting for one of the more lucrative prizes you can have in Riftbound as a whole. But cool stuff. We'll go back to the stream for now.
Yeah. It's a good time. I think we're getting into the next match, and we are now round 12, which if we are aiming for any of the top spots, there's a few tables left, as you mentioned. Only one undefeated, which is a Kennen at the end of the day, Coco Lopez. And the idea that Kennen has reached this far, it's such a crazy idea, because I think, I know personally for myself, I really wanted to see a Vendetta legend pop off. And I wanted it to be something other than Kennen. I'm not gonna lie. So the fact that it is a Kennen again is just like, am I happy about this? Sure. Is it bittersweet? Absolutely.
Yeah, we were kind of expecting it. Honestly, I was prepared for at minimum 3 Kennens making it to the top 8. So if there's at least one, maybe two, I wouldn't be too surprised, of course. But welcome back, NA. Hopefully you guys got a nice little refreshing little mini break here. As Orbital said, I believe round number 12, second to last round of Swiss today. Everything coming to a nice end. Only 8 players will remain out of the impressive 2,300, which is, as we heard before, it is record-breaking numbers for Riftbound, which was really, really cool. Real quick, though, I believe Thaudia Zach says, what do we think about Disguise picking up Prismat? How you feel about that, Orbital? Because I know you're really involved in a lot of esports across the board. I mean, just this weekend, you've been casting, as you put on your Twitter, I think a marathon of events. Like, I think you went from our event to another one, and now you're back. How do you feel about teams like Disguise picking up pro players like Prismat?
I love it. So when it comes down especially to like TCG, I equate it a little bit more to FGC side, and the reason I do that is because it's like, you know, it's a singular player. It doesn't feel like it's a team game most of the time. However, to have a home, to have an identity of that nature, to have someone being able to help you go to events and the like, I think even Prismat said it was never any animosity. It's just, you know, Disguise offered up an opportunity, and I know the Disguise team, I met them back when they were at Houston. I got to meet them a little bit. They were talking about, you know, a lot of their initiatives, and the fact that Prismat is headed on over there, is over with them, and now challenging, you know, the Challenger TCG, some of the Mice guys as well. It makes for a very competitive atmosphere. So it actually makes me very happy that he went there.
For sure. And I would imagine NA feels pretty similar. I think it's just all but upside, right? Like more people getting into Riftbound, more professional teams getting into Riftbound. It's just more eyes on the sport. We say sport because at the end of the day, it's a bit of a competitive nature. And, ooh, we might be in for a treat. I recognize this player. This is the best of winning Fiora currently out in Barcelona, Rice Master. No idea who his opponent is, but NA and Orbital looks like round number 12, second to last round of Swiss is underway. Let's go ahead and throw you guys to the feature table.
And it's funny because I look at this Fiora list and I'm like, this is a very vanilla set 3 Fiora list. All you added really was the Mbessa. I know some people were saying that that Fiora might want to play the Renekton because it is just a 1 energy ramp off the leader, but no, opting to instead just go with the Mbessa, and I think the rest of the deck is just set 3.
Yeah, I mean, you were looking, I think, at the Rampage as well, but that's about it, like you said. So
true.
Very minimal. On the other side of the table, we got Tomino, who is going to be rocking out with one of our few cannons on the mainstream for the moment. Obviously, we have a lot of cannons in the top side of the bracket, so we're kind of saving this best for last. Is that the pure over number Baron Nashor over there? That is truly what Tomino has. That is awesome, representing NLV. This is going to be a very fun matchup, and I am curious to see exactly how it works. A lot of one-ups here as well. Tide Turner, Flash, Treasure Hunter, Hard Bargain. A lot of these small action-packed purple cards here.
Yeah, and he does have the Otacon in the main board and the Heedless. So cool little cool choices there. I think that this Kennen deck is a little bit more flexible than people give credit for, as it does feel like every game is just dropping Rasas, dropping Nocturnes, and praying for the good mills in the first few turns. But realistically, the deck does have a fair number of flex spots, so it is cool to see some different stuff coming up there.
Let's get into it. By the way, big shout out. I couldn't see what market that was. I love that Rice Master has it. As I don't know if it's a rep or not, but that is very fun to see. Game 1 should be quite interesting though at the end here. I believe everyone is just waiting for the all clear to go ahead and get situated before they start time and get into what is the second to last Swiss round for Top Cut.
Yeah, so how do you feel about this matchup? Kennen versus Fiora. What are your thoughts?
I hate both of them. I really hate both of them. I don't care for Kennen at all. Fiora smack my butt around only because I play token drop with recruits only. I'm a terrible human being and I'm terrible at the game.
Mm-hmm.
But I do respect Fiora's. I think we saw Fiora. I want to say we saw Fiora yesterday on stream, and I worked with Thaddeus, and Thaddeus made a very good point. It feels like Fiora is just fair, right? It doesn't super excel. The mightiness does work, but it's like, you know, it's around the 7 to 8 mark. It's not bad by any stretch of the imagination, but it's very fair. For Rice Master, though, this could be very different, and especially against a Kennen who has a lot more deck tech tricks, it will be very fun to see if the Mighty Fiora is able to stand up against the Kennen. So I will be looking at Rice Master to see how well they pull this off.
Hitting a Nocturne
Oh
right
my
off
God,
the bat.
are you serious?
Hitting a Nocturne, milling a whatever, and getting a stack deck. I mean, gotta feel good.
I mean, you're already looking at a nasty amount of might on turn freaking 1. Like, that is, or turn 2, I should say. That is crazy. And Rice Master's already, you can see it on his face, is like, yep, this is a Kennen deck. This is exactly what a Kennen wants to do. It's very, very frustrating, but that is how the deck works. So, early Tide Turner take on to the Zon Warrens, and Rice Master will have their work cut out for them.
Getting rid of that Otacon, nice and early, getting that in the discard, because, again, he does have the Shovel, he does have the Heedless, so the units in his discard are quite accessible. I think he is even playing the Shadows. There's a lot of access to anything he needs from his discard. Spells with Fizz, units with Matriarch and Shadows and Heedless and Shovel. And this Kennen deck just plays from his discard, it feels like sometimes.
Really, really does. It's another type of annoyance like Rek'Sai as well. For Rice Master, though, an idea is starting to form. Double BS Sword as well as an extra Mbessa that we mentioned before. Slight discussion talking about some of what's going on as the empowerment comes through on the Kennen. When you play a card from anywhere other than your hand, empower me. So you're going to have that available in case you want to give Assault 2 to a unit.
Mm-hmm. Yes, he did get that trigger off of the knob. Like swinging in immediately with the Fiora. Is him not having any of it. The Fiora Worthy taking out the Tide Turner, and I believe that is a one of Tide Turner. It was the opener. And seeing what he's going to discard off of the Zon Worms. Maybe he's thinking about a Pit Rookie. No.
Yeah. I went ahead and just discarding it, seeing what you get. The Rampage will be very fun to utilize as well, but the BF Sword dropped down in the base just to have it available, and then there's the attachment behind, giving it a little bit of mighty in being a frustrating Fiora to deal with. I like this build up already for Rice Master, who, as we mentioned, has already secured the best of on the Fiora side, but we'll be looking to try and continue onwards to the upper echelon later on today.
Yeah, so Fiora at 6 might here still has 1 up. Though I don't really, I guess there is a punch first that you do potentially have to respect. Though Kennen with Assault on the Nocturne could immediately threaten this Fiora if he did decide to do so. See if he does think that is worth. I do feel like Kennen a lot of times is very okay with just trading away units, because you just have so many units to work with once you start having the shovels and the fizzes coming out. All right, so yep, looks like he's gonna send in the Nocturne with the Assault, so that'll be 6 into 6. See if he can get Rice Master to commit a punch first here, which seems, I mean, that seems pretty unlikely. Yep, so Fiora Worthy just going down very quickly.
And I love seeing that Star-Cross in the hand as well. An opportunity, but it's all about the stacked deck once more. Digging. 3 more to view. Traveling Merchant. Tentacles. And then was that the... I believe that was the Hunter, right? The Treasure Hunter. 1 of 3 that was pocketed into the hand.
I did not catch it, but definitely believe it. And hitting another stack deck off of the Kennen. The Kennen Storm of the Shuriken. It's a cool name. It's so funny to me when I look at the champion titles and you see some of these that are really cool, like again, Kennen Storm of the Shuriken, and then you have Nidalee cat form. I'm like, poor Italy.
But it's so real because it's Italy, right? Like you can't hate too far, kind of. But you know, it is pretty funny at the end of the day. I appreciate it all the same. Rice Master, though, no units on the table, facing down 2. You were able to take out the Nocturne earlier, but it is going to be a challenge there. There's the Orange Mbessa to be played. It will be utilized in tandem. This is Orange Mbessa. This is not the yellow one that kills a unit pretty much outright. This is when empowered, I have +3 and can't be dealt damage unless I'm in combat, and that is going to be quite useful because of this rampage factor. A quick annihilation, you take nearly no damage because it is not technically a showdown or in combat, so you are still very healthy for a swing in the future, and also no rebuttal damage on the far end.
Yeah, it is a little bit, I'm not going to call it useless, but it's not like the most useful card in this matchup, unfortunately, as the purple deck isn't really going to be doing damage. It's mostly going to be bouncing your units and just killing them through combat. But it is a big unit with a 4 might with 3 might BF sword on it. So 7 might is going to get over any Rasas that are played. And we're getting pretty close to that Rasa territory, right? With the trash fully loaded up, but I don't think I see any Rasas in hand, so you would have to draw them. See plenty of cards here, though. The Zon Warrens and the Traveling Merchant. Ride the win.
Oh my lord. All of the combat being utilized here. Traveling Merchant cycling through the deck once more. Cannon, or the Shuriken is there if you wish for the Cannon side. Switcheroo drawn off the side as well, so you can almost feel Tomino, who is rocking out on this Cannon, kind of identifying and recognizing what the Cannon can do. And this is the thing that happens with the best of or the one of decks, is you start to recognize that you do have to keep in mind nearly every single line that is currently in your hand. Now we talked about Rasa in there, we talked about a lot of these high cost kind of powerhouses, and it will be very useful, but an idea being used of, okay, well, once one combat trick ends or one line ends, I have to pick up the next as well. It is quite useful to play off the end. So I am curious how Tomino is able to keep track of all this. You can see the spread in the discard. I really do appreciate it as Rasa hits the table for very little payment.
Yeah, notably, the Kennen opted to use the Starcross before using another Merchant move trigger, which makes me, if I'm Rice Master, I'm thinking, oh wow, his hand is pretty good here. There's just nothing that he wants to get rid of.
Loving the set being played out and Mbessa back down, so a development on the board. You are assuming that the Star-Crossed is not going to have extra value, especially with an idea that, hey, running a lot of one-ofs will be useful, so that one's going to be gone. Granted, there's ways to play it from the trash, but very nice last rights being dropped in for the field as well. Everyone's favorite gear, at least in purple side. If you're against the purple, though, you hate the ever-living crap out of this card. Pulling it back on in, shuffling to go ahead and recycle it at the bottom. Respect handed over as the cycling has been done. I believe that was remind me what that was. One of them was Starcross, the other was Nocturne, I believe.
No, he put back Stack Deck in that.
Oh, not Starcross, right. It was Stack Deck. Yeah. I'm an idiot. There's another movement. Welcome to yet another out on the field, and it's Cannon. Very, very shiny, but respectful at the end, and you can see Tomino going, I got this, don't worry.
Yep, so opting to choose the Kennen here, the Conquer trigger. Yeah, Last Rites is just such a crazy card, because people always talk about how crazy purple cards are, and no one talks about Last Rites, where it just acts as infinite recycling, infinite units from your trash, and it's like not too shabby of a stat line either. You get, I think, 2 might out of it, which too bad.
Well,
Kennen already on 5 points.
Yeah, ugh. Very, very quick on the combat. And Rice Master is feeling like they are falling behind a little bit more often than not. Now, granted, they have built up a nice board, and we've seen players dig very, very heavily, like Colin in the previous feature match. We know that you can dig. Now, that was a baited hook available. It makes sense inside of this deck, but I don't know if you really want to dig for anything else out there. The set as well as this Mbessa are both very, very useful. It is going to be a cover as you pull out nearly all of the runes available to you. You have everything in the bank. Rice Master, what you going to do, my friend?
And we are at the point of the game where making sure that assuming he has it, I didn't quite catch his hand, but maybe you saw it. If he does have a riposte, it might be the point in the game where you need to make sure that you're holding up enough for riposte so that you can stop these sneaky star-crossed or Fizz replaying star-crossed at the end of the game. Ooh, switcheroo. Does he have it doesn't look like he has a response. And he is going to use the Kennen Legend as well. Give it another +2.
This is dirty. I don't like seeing a Kennen deck. I regret ever saying that I was going to. No hate to Plus, but I regret saying I'm going to come here for 2 rounds. I don't want to watch this Kennen. This is mean. This is rude. I don't like this, man. This feels evil. Watching this happen again, it's these deck tech tricks. It is constantly almost bullying your opponent to no end. And you can see the trash continuing to build up here. Tomino with a hefty lead. Not only that, denying so much of what Rice Master wants to do. Now, thankfully, that is a 17 might swing coming in to take out 8. You were able to overcome the battlefield, but the investment that you had to throw down, and even Tomino's like, you got 1. Great.
Yeah, you got 1. That is a good way of saying it because there is more to come.
Yeah.
The Kennen can end up just playing out. So unless Rice Master is able to pick off the Kennen here, which is possible with cards like Rampage, but if you cannot pick off the Kennen here, I mean the Kennen can just get the shovel attached to it, go up on the monastery, and oh look, our friend the Rasa can just be played again, and then the Kennen can even play like the Ride the Wind, and then move the Kennen over onto the Zon Warrens, and then the Kennen and the Shovel Trigger again. These cards are just so crazy.
Oh. And thankfully, what a draw off the end. I believe you're really, really waiting for it. And the Hardest Dragon as the 5th card in that draw, by the way. Rice Master hitting exactly what they needed to eliminate said Kennen. And now Tomino ain't laughing no more. That was a card you did not want to see off the top of that deck.
Yeah, that was a really important hit right there. Because like you said, if Tomino didn't have to develop a unit, things could get pretty scary, as the last rights in the Kennen would do quite a bit there. But actually being forced to develop a unit potentially does slow his game plan down a fair bit, because you have to develop a unit and you have to make it able to be readied. And as I say that, I see a Fizz. Fizz can do both of those in one card if he does choose to do so.
I hate everything about that, but it isn't going to be the Fizz. Fizz will stay away for just half a moment. I believe we're looking at the Tail Cloaked Matriarch, a card that is another one of, and again, this is the other side. Rice Master's like, dude, what cards do you have in hand? There are nearly 0 3-ofs. I think there's only 2 3-ofs total that we're watching for, which is the Treasure Hunter and then the Seal of Discord. Other than that, it's all 1-ofs or 2-ofs. It's all these constant maneuvering, this constant kind of switching of the minds. Development made by Tomino. Rice Master still only at 2 points, so even though you're able to eliminate 2 of the units so far, you're still vastly behind in point and tempo. And with nearly all of your runes out, you got to start making the big plays. You got to start pushing in to these battlefields.
We see the shells. Okay, this is cool. Vision on play, and then it does become an action speed buff spell at any point. So it does act as a little bit of pseudo draw in a color that doesn't have a ton of draw, and a somewhat low impact buff, which you can't complain about at all.
Long questions to be had here. There's swing number 1. Zon Warrens will be applied.
Going up to 3 points. Or are we discarding? BF Sword, get out of here.
Yeah. 1 gear is enough, which does make sense. A little extra, though. Kinkyu Initiate available if you wish. A Hidden Blade drawn in hand as well. So it's either development or hiding a card, and it looks like development will be the call. King-Q Initiate being dropped down here. Draw 1 if your other units have total 5 might or more, which, of course, you have plenty of might to work with there.
Yeah, it does seem a little bit hard here to deal with both of the units that Tamino has. So Tamino is going to be able to push at least once. So there is a Rampage. This will deal with 1, probably the cannon. Yep. It does go down. And we hit a hook. Maybe we can hit another Harness Dragon.
If we do, that's huge. This time, hiding it from our field of view.
The Matriarch.
It is going to be a silly Guardian. Or no, you're deciding, oh boy. A big opportunity is alive as a Beta Hook is now getting a lot of extra value out of there. I believe what we saw off the edge was going to be one of the special matrons, and you are going to drop it down here. You may play a unit costing no more than 3 and no more than 1 from your trash, ignoring its cost. I think you're going to go ahead and drop that first mate in. I think that's the only one that you really have available. Oh, Fiora, though.
Play like the Fiora Worthy, I guess. But
yeah,
I don't. Okay.
Oh. Hero. All right. Now, why would you do the unsung? Because it's just an extra draw too. Is that are you basically saying you just need the draw power?
I would guess it is a draw 2 as opposed to a piece of movement for the pit, which in this case, I guess he just wants to see more cards. I mean, he hasn't seen a riposte yet, which is a little bit unfortunate, as in these later turns, the Ride the Winds get pretty scary.
It would be very scary if we actually fully saw them and the board developed as well. I don't think we've seen a crazy amount of those so far, but for Tamino, you've now rested for nearly 2 full turns. Haven't really been able to do too much, and you're starting to see a little bit heavyweight on each battlefield. There's only so many tricks left inside of your hands that can actually be useful. We have the Rebuke, which should have been played a little bit earlier. You have that Fizz as well. Quick Attachment will be utilized to go ahead and pull back a stack deck and a Switcheroo. Of course, those are going to the bottom of the deck, though, so it's a little bit further along on that end. Will it be useful, though? For Tamino, you had an extensive lead, but now it's a I want to say a 1.5 point lead for Tamino. If you don't do something here to gain control back, it is going to be a problem. Rebuke being thrown down, and Bessa sent back into the hand and denied access to play this round.
Does have to use the Empower here, as have to make sure you are factoring in the shells as a +2. The combat, you're going to swing in here, now into the harness, swing in for 8, the shovel and the assault. So yeah, that'll be 8 into 8. Did he not factor that in? Oh, okay, all right. A little bit unfortunate there. Does lose the potential shovel trigger. Does clear up the battlefield though. Can play cards like there's the Fizz in the hand with plenty of targets in the discard. That was yeah, okay. I was like, did he mean to play the Fizz there? Okay, here comes the Fizz out.
Yeah.
And oh, okay, never mind. No Fizz yet. Yeah, so he did need to attach the shovel first if he's going to go Fizz Ride the Wind.
Yep.
Which I imagine he's going to, but because then you do get to play the Rasa out as well. And he does, like you did say, his board is pretty thin, right? You do actually need to start developing a little bit. Otherwise, despite the Fiora board just being like a big bunch of chunky boys, I mean, a big bunch of chunky boys can do it for sure.
100% you can. So we are going to take a little bit of a moment and watch as we get the movement empowering that kind of once more, and Traveling Merchant plus the Last Rites will be utilized to recycle a lot of that space and draw a little bit more for themselves as well. Current marks being down as we move up to 6 and 4. That's what we are currently looking at. Another look at grabbing that trash out. When you conquer or hold, you may play a unit from your trash as per usual. Welcome to the Rasa show. And for Tomino, you have severely deramped, but have been able to kind of catch back up in the current board state. You have a lot more units on the table. You have the Rasa back out on the table as well. It is going to be quite useful for your own. But Rice Master might have a response in here. Remember, still got a hidden, still got a healthy hand, and still has plenty of runes to work with.
Yeah, does have access to a draw 4 as well with that Hidden Blade if he does feel like he needs new cards. Because I would not hate really trying to dig for a riposte. Ooh, a punch first in hand. That's going to be a good one for the defense. Fortunately, not a lot else going on. It's just a bunch of units that really going to do too much. You can potentially draw a card with the Pit Rookie. But you would need to... Actually, it doesn't quite get over it cleanly. All right, bring out the set to base, right?
Yeah, just give it a little bit of time, buff it on up, and not too bad of a play here. Again, Rice Master chasing by 1, and maybe recognizing that we can go for a heavier swing onto this traveling merchant if they so wish. But an idea will be an attachment, a drawback as they baited hook out. You are able to draw multiple cards on extra, another hidden blade, and a matrix. There is so much in hand, by the way, that can be given with this ability. This is huge for Rice Master. What a drop. Again, another play from the trash. It feels a little bit like Rice Master is taking Tomino's own game plan against with these Spectral Matrons. It is so good.
Yeah, for sure. And it'd be really... Oh, okay. And you get to play out the... and then re-ready the set. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
And now we can then go ahead and conquer the monastery and get another draw if we do want one. Heads up play
first
there.
Mate into set. That is an awesome, awesome play and hold. I love this for Rice Master as they are looking to power through and knowing that there's almost no runes available for Tomino. Everything will be on their turn. Coverage by Rice Master as the only fear is going to be this Rasa. Rice Master re-empower or re-buff. God, empower and buff is going to severely mess me up. But that set looking so dang good right now.
I don't think still don't think I see a riposte in the hand. Maybe at this point doesn't quite matter. Though it would be nice to have a guaranteed no to all of the nasty purple spells that.
Yep.
But that being said, I mean Tomino's hand is fairly small, right? Doesn't have a lot of runes to work with. Only 4 runes here. And the battlefields they're not small. We got 2 matrons and a hidden, and one of those matrons is buffed up, and then the Kinku and the set, and the BF sword. So just looking at the board, Kennen can't deal with the battlefields unless you like full send, right? And then you could potentially walk into Hidden Blade or the Punch first.
That's the fun of it, and that's what Tomino has to be worried about. Honestly, I like that for this Fiora deck. It's taking almost like a little bit of the LeBlanc style, right? With the baited hook, with the ability of the mighty units and everything like that. It's very, very funny to me to see that. We're so used to Fioras being much more aggressive and far more just kind of might weighted in there. In this position, we're not seeing it. So I like it. We are looking at a floating energy for the side with the reattachment on this last right. So you're going to go ahead and look for just a few more cards to go ahead and send to the bottom of your deck, refreshing a little bit of that weight, which is always kind of nice. And then following through on yet another battle with the Rasa. What do you got? Full swing with the Rasa. Are you going to punch first? It is 8-6 right now. And remember, there ain't much there. Rice Master says no dice. And bye-bye. You are punched back to the gray screen. And you can see a Heedless maybe being the answer here. Tomino going, guys, I got to do something. I'm starting to lose control of this game.
Yeah, he just... Oh, wow. Okay, just scoops it up. That was an incredibly impressive game from Rice Master. He was so far behind, it felt like, and was able to claw his way back, picking away at the board and really building up. So, wow, he making Fiora look incredible here. put on a clinic. Can see why he's the best of Fiora.
No. He didn't put on a clinic. He is a chef working a 5-star restaurant. The Rice Master cooking so dang well. And I have to say, I want to add on top of what you said. It wasn't just a master at work. It wasn't just like this class being made. He made this look so easy. At no point did it feel like he was fully being pressured. Even when he was down by 3 points, he was so calm and collected. It's like he had every single answer for this game. And in the I don't really talk about this because I think in TCGs or in Riftbound or any of these, the spirit of your own facial expressions, there is a level to having a good poker face, right? There is a very high level of being able to have a good poker face and not giving away information. So Mino's face looked so much more energetic in the opening about 15 minutes, and then you watch it slowly fall when you watch the when you watch it. And the thing is, there was no change in Rice Master, so I want to give credit because Rice Master played that so well. Tamino had a lot of really good combat tricks, but maybe got a little bit too antsy towards that mid game and just kind of lost their way there. It was very interesting to watch.
For sure. And Rice Master had poker face. He was locked in that entire game, and I mean, it really showed in his gameplay. That was so well played. And then we had the turning point of like the hook off of hitting the harness dragon off of the hook, and then killing the base, and then the game was just in his hands from that point because the Kennen had invested so much into the board, had deramped so heavily to get to that point that by being able to clear it out and stopping that follow-up turn with the Kennen and the shovel, the game just felt like at that point it was out of control. The Rice Master was able to close it out. So, like I said, super impressive work.
I can only imagine that we're going to see a little bit more of it. And my question to you now, NA45, is what does Tomina sideboard in here? Right? You were in control for a majority share of this game for the early status. We saw the early Nocturne and all. But what do you sideboard in to deal with this heavier might units? Because it wasn't a standard might swing. These were multiple removals. These were, the Harness Dragon on top. And you didn't really get to play with your Rosas as much as you wish. What do you sideboard in to deal with this Fiora?
I mean, I think if I'm looking at the deck list, he's actually only playing one Starcross in the main. So I'd like to see some more bounce put back into the deck, assuming he's siding more of it. As one of the things that this Fiora deck and other of these combat-focused decks can struggle with is when they're playing these more expensive units and they just keep getting bounced, especially when he did see the hook reveal. Because Starcross is one of the best cards against hook, right? Because they play the hook, they play the unit, then they use the hook on the unit, and then you just say, and yeah, your hook doesn't do anything, right? It's very difficult to play against. So I hope he's playing more of these in the sideboard, because only one of them just does not feel like enough here.
I am loving this so far. We'll see how far this is going to go as Rice Master sets themselves up for a little bit of success once more. Fiora being propped out early start. Ride the Wind and more available for Tamino, who working off of this, I believe that is not the Trifarian War Camp, actually. That is Sunken Temple being played here. So Veiled Temple versus a Sunken Temple. One of the temples will gain a new follower, whether you like it or not. A current Nocturne in hand, though, feels a little bit bad for Tamino. That is always a card that you do wish was off the top deck, much like Under Titan when it comes to Rek'Sai.
Yeah, and there's an Abandon that the Kennen did have, which is that's an interesting card for this matchup, as I don't believe that was in his main deck. He opted to put that in. Fiora, not a deck that really plays too much off of spells. You have the Punch first, and we saw the Hidden Blade and the Rampage, and I think that was it in terms of spells. So opting to put it in maybe does know something that we do not. Or it also could just be the potential where you just don't have better cards in your deck, right? Like there are a lot of times where you look at your main deck and you're like, well, this card's really bad in this matchup. This card in my side deck is like slightly better. We'll just swap them.
I will say I also really do appreciate Veiled Temple in this. Veiled Temple, obviously one of those magnificent battlefields where when you conquer here, you may ready a friendly gear, so it can be used on a lot of those seals to constantly refresh that Rasa, or not the Rasa, the Last Rites. I think is the only gear that we currently have outside of the Discord. But a very nice salvage sideboarded in. Rice Master like, bro, you're not doing this again. And instead of allowing Tomino to actually develop a backline based setup with the artillery, with the gears, stopping it full force at the beginning of this game.
Yeah, I really like the gear hate against Kennen because they just get so much value over the course of the game with all these salvages. Or sorry,
show your bias some more, NA45. Join me in the Kennen hate raid.
No, I don't hate Kennen. I just, I appreciate a diverse meta. And
the most politically correct answer to a Kennen. I appreciate that one, man.
Hey, I mean, I can't complain about purple too much when I play Ezreal, so.
That's fair. That's fair.
I can't have these purple cards get hit, otherwise I'm getting hit as well.
Yes. What is it? When you point one finger, 4 point back at you, and you're like, all right, I gotta hold on to this. I'm so sorry. Looking at it a little bit further, we are pushing on in with the gold this time. Treasure Hunter, which was, I think, discarded more often than not in the previous game. Tomino actually using it to generate that gold because the seal has actually been removed.
Yeah, so it does guarantee at least getting one piece of gold here out of this. And here comes the Fizz Ride the Wind, I imagine, which is going to generate an incredible amount of gold here. This is another two pieces of gold, which, I mean, 3 pieces of gold is, pretty much just as good as one seal, right? Oh, okay, never mind. He's not moving the Treasure Hunter, saying, hey, I want to load up my trash more, and I am going to threaten this Fiora, which, fair enough, does have the assault. So the Traveling Merchant is going to swing in, and wow, okay, punch first drop.
Wow. Okay, so this game is going at a vastly different pace as well. In game number 1, we saw fast development from Tomino with a very errant mid game where you started to lose weight. For Rice Master, it was heavy development, or losses in the early game, heavy development into the mid, and Rice Master has actually swapped up the identification and said, okay, we're going to look for a very fast-paced, keep the Fiora alive this time around. And that leads me to believe that, hey, maybe you have shifted out a little bit more than you would like. You also maybe didn't land on that extra baited hook. Maybe you don't have as many units as you wish. That Decree can do such a fair amount of work as well, but the Harness Dragon in hand does scare me as well. You're not able to draw it off the top of the deck, so I wonder if Rice Master is saying, I'm not going to get as many units that I would actually like. You have units, but you don't have as many as you would like in this position, so you got to hang on to what you can.
Yeah, I really like how confident Rice Master plays. Like, he knows his place. He knows his deck inside out, and he just goes. There's no lollygagging around. It's like, okay, I got my turn planned out. We're doing it, and he's just following his game plan, and I really respect that.
Mm-hmm. I hate to say this, but it's like his slow play is everyone else's average play, right? Like his slow play is like I'm going at it. Everyone's like, dude, I'm still thinking. Give me 2 moments. I love it. The Rice Master also, I took a look at his socials. I don't know who this gentleman is, but looked at his socials. He's been playing for a very long time. It's very, very fun getting to see him kind of play it out here. So it's awesome to see him here on a feature once more. Assault coming in with the Fizz.
Another one.
It's another punch first, baby. The other fist comes out to swing. The other fist hits you in the face.
Oh, that's so funny. And because he hadn't used the Fiora Legend, it only cost 1/1 and 1/1 for 5. That's pretty good.
Yeah. That is a trade worth taking. That is a grand stratagem of styles here. Really, really well done. And again, protecting this Fiora has been that name of the game. What looks to be a simple trade, though, a little bit of a question mark because it's a 2/2. Can you go ahead and Death Grip this?
He says
Are
no.
you going to Death Grip and save it as well? What do you kill? You
no.
are! What is this denial? Tomino being stuffed 3 times in a row. Rice Master, we are letting you cook, my man.
Yeah, Rice Master is putting on a clinic here, says you will not do anything, and 6 yellow runes. It doesn't matter. We have no. I don't think there are any more punch firsts. No, there's definitely one more. But yeah, we'll see if the decree comes down here and just snipes that Kennen, saying, "Hey, you got nothing to work with. There's no flow in the discard. 1 card in hand. It's looking dangerously close to Tamino just being bricked. Like all you have to deal with is a single Rasa."
There is a level of buffoonery that is shown, and not in a bad way. But watching a Kennen with the numerous combat tricks, movement tricks, the ability to pull something out of their backside being stopped here, Tomino, I will give a lot of credit to, literally trying to do everything. He is doing every single correct line with the cards. He is moving the units, and he knows what he's supposed to do. It's just Rice Master has every single answer out there. This is a masterclass on I think, stopping a very powerful deck in the current meta.
Yeah, I mean, Rice Master really showing that he knows the matchup, and here comes the decree going to kill that Kennen off and say,
dude,
you are absolutely not going to get to play anything out from that trash. You are going to have to play with your board, and all that's on the board is there's a Rasa. It's not doing anything, and an Otacon now. To be fair,
I
it's a draw here.
So good.
That's something.
It is, but I like this. Rice Master's like, dude, let's just keep it going. We got this. No big deal. I'll give you the point. I know that for sure. As you said, though, the Otacon. We are still seeing some of those units in the hand. It is a little bit frustrating. We talked about it before. The fact that you haven't been able to get rid of that Nocturne in hand and being nearly raw played from hand is going to be scary. It is going to be Otacon drop down to the base, and reading it out, you may kill a friendly unit as an additional cost to playmate. If you do, I cost 1 less for each energy it costs. Not only that, the main effect when I attack, the defender must kill one of their units here, means that you are not going to be able to hold a battlefield. Rice Master recognizing that and maybe not having a thrilling answer. Again, this is a very heavyweight card for Tamino to have.
Ooh, there is the 3rd punch first in hand.
Oh,
and a rampage.
And a oh my god.
Can he just clear everything again?
Do it to him again. Do it to him again. I swear to God.
Can he just clear everything again?
I don't think he can clear everything, right? Like he can definitely buff up. He can do a lot, but he can't full clear. Keep in mind he's on all yellow runes. So punch first wouldn't come down. I don't think the rampage would either. Okay, I lied. I so lied because what a draw on the rune count as well. I know obviously it's like a 6 and 6, but that's mean, by the way. It's still viable. Not a punch first. Not a punch first. You need 2 for that. But...
7. He plays 5 or 7. But this is fine because you're on 6 points here.
Yeah,
I mean,
you're perfectly okay with this.
The one thing that is a little bit unfortunate is that leaving the Veiled Temple open does kind of guarantee that Tamino gets to draw more cards. And wow, okay, we went from literally nothing in hand to, I mean, there's a stack deck and a Lightning Rush, and you can play the Lightning Rush from your discard if you have to. Right, what do we got off the stack deck? I see a Lightning Rush off the stack deck. I mean,
it's still thin though. It's still a little bit thin. I don't. The Lightning Rush can do a lot of work. That is going to be tossed down. Look at the top 3 of your main deck. You may choose a card from among them and draw it, put the rest into your trash once more. You can play it from flow, but you are deeply in debt with your current rune count. Even if you draw these cards, you're not really going to get a whole lot. I think Rice Master sees the finish line in their eyes, and Tamino recognizing that you have to do it again. You have to dig again. Tamino shaking his head. One of the most brutal games. And Tamino just not liking that. That trash is so full. And you're only on 4 points. Rice Master given their turn.
I don't think he found another like Rasa or anything, and he needed to reinforce. Otherwise, you're just staring down two big old units in the base, and we know that he has a rampage and a punch first, so plenty of options to clear.
I mean, it hurts though. We are going to see a push on in. That is going to be a kill. Very, very quick on that one. It's not bad. Move up to 5 for Tamino. It's something. at the end of the day. You can't really ready anything, but you go into the Sunken Temple. There is one available. You are going to go ahead and sack that as well. Go ahead and pay the cost over, but you are fully exhausted here. What do you draw? Do you draw something? You draw another Rasa, but it's just...
That is the only good thing to draw there. So
you can get it out. At least you can get it out and put some weight on there. You're going to double up on the other side of battlefield, but there is a recognition that Rice Master is like, okay, I got it. I still have some weight to me.
Did he draw the switcheroo as well? I mean, that's pretty good. He did draw the switcheroo. Did not catch what that hidden was, but I would guess it's the switcheroo.
Okay. So we got confirmation it is, but for Rice Master, you have some clearance. Now, the rune count is the issue, I think. You have the cards in hand to go ahead and eliminate that battlefield and almost clear out that side. Which...
Oh, wait. He has Rampage Harness Dragon. Can't you just...
That's what I was going to say. You have enough to clear that battlefield and not worry about the hidden. If you do this right, you can win, I think, what is it, 369? Oh, no, you don't, right?
No, yeah, he's one...
He's one...
No,
he's
one turn off. Yeah.
Yes. The thing about it, though, if you play it right, do you need the harness?
If you...
Yes, you do. I think you do need the harness if you want to double conquer here. Okay. Set being drawn, that pushes it up to 8. You'd be able to eliminate either the Otacon or the Rasa in this position.
Could you also just full send on to Veiled? Does Otacon have ganking?
Does Otacon have ganking? Yes,
Otacon
I think has ganking.
Actually. Okay, so not quite as easy then.
But there is that first move, like you mentioned. Quick tag. You can't really play anything. Well done. Up to 7. I think Rice Master has this or is looking to just wipe the board and then hold because it'd be a secondary development and you're assuming Tomino doesn't have anything else. You got 3, right? Unless you got another. There's a Harness Dragon going down, taking away the Otacon. It's only left with Rasa, and you're full stacking this. You are putting it back into Tomino's pocket. I love this call.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is something
Tomino, do you got it?
This is definitely something that people are so focused on double conquering that you can just, hold to win, right?
Yeah.
You can just full send your guys, and it would take... I can't even think of a combination of cards here that does this. Yeah, and Tomino just scoops it up. Rice Master gets the Queen 2-0. That was a good one.
Rice Master, what a play! First the entree, then the dessert. Bully mode on that Fiora. I love it.
Wait, what kind of... Is it like rice pudding?
Is it rice pudding? I would say it's rice pudding. Very, very clean on the end there. I mean, listen, fried rice and rice pudding go together, I think, pretty dang well. That was phenomenal work. Phenomenal.
Amazing to see, right? I mean, you could clearly see why Rice Master has done so well all regional long. He's only lost 1 game in a sea of Kennen. Dare I say, Fiora, the Kennen killer, it seems like. 2-0. He didn't, it wasn't a best of, it was a best of 3, but quickly making good work of his opponent. He had the sideboard, like game 1, he was behind, right? But somehow found the answers to that mid to late game. I think game 1, when his opponent forgot about the shells, that was the defining moment, allowing him the little wiggle room to kind of find his outs, and that he did. For game 2, the sideboard coming in clutch, right? He did, what was the card? Salvage to take care of the seal, not allowing him to get value turn after turn, like Kennens so often do. So really cool stuff. I'm really impressed. Do we feel like Rice Master has what it takes for a top 8? Because he's kind of close. 1 more round away. If he wins, that's a top 8 Fiora in this first Vendetta Regional.
Ooh. NA45, do you want to take that one? Or do you want me to send my thoughts out there?
Sure. I mean, I think the way he played was very confident. He knew his matchups, and I was very impressed, to be honest. I think that if a Fiora can do it, it's definitely him. Made the Fiora Kennen matchup look very doable. Like Plus said, playing from behind in game 1, finding those small little avenues to squeak his way in there and squeaking out the win. So big props to him.
Yeah, super cool stuff. And like you were saying, Orbital, I actually met Rice Master. I don't know if it was Houston or Atlanta, but I talked to him a little bit, and he's just kind of a brainiac with TCGs. He's played One Piece, he's played Lorcana, and now of course on Riftbound, and he does good in all of them. I think I saw one of his Twitters, he was topping a regional in Lorcana just the other month. So man, I'm so impressed. Like, I barely have time to play Riftbound. How are you playing all these TCGs and being good at them, right? But it goes, the fundamentals kind of translate from TCG to TCG. But what a game. But Orbital, as you said, I think since that was a quick 2-0, not the quickest, but nonetheless a 2-0, we might be getting ourselves a nice little backup feature match. But Orbital, are you happy? Your arch nemesis Kennen fell down this round.
Yes, mostly because a Fiora could do what I never could, which is remove a lot of the annoyances in the way. It was beautiful. And the only reason I hate Kennen is I hate the rat. I hate that Yordle so much. But it was watching a lot of Kennens really rise up in priority because of the deck tech tricks and everything like that. I like watching when tricks are stuffed, when, you know, the opponent flourishes, everything is able to throw down 3 or 4 cards in a row, and then it's just like a hard stamp stop. It was very, very well done, and a very heavily technical showcase on how to stop a deck that we are assuming is easily going to make top 8.
Oh, and what best, what I was getting, let's get this winner's interview here. Rice Master, hearing it from the man himself, why Fiora is looking pretty good in the current meta.
Going into this weekend, it would have been very low. But here you are, 1 round to go with only 1 loss. You're this close to top 8, man. How do you feel?
I feel very excited. I mean, I think I had to be very lucky to be at this point. So the deck was working all weekend, so I cannot complain.
So let's talk about it. Why did you pick Fiora? I mean, I would assume, maybe thinking about best of. People have been talking about Fiora and the extra tools that she got from Vendetta, but, the confidence level coming into this weekend, where was it kind of on the gauge?
So basically, I didn't really have pressure for this tournament because I already had my 2 invites.
Yep.
So I wanted to bring something I have fun with. And I like to gamble, so like, Baited Hook, gamble. And yeah, so I also had a best of Fiora as well already. So I was like,
yeah,
I was just gonna try it again. And I was thinking not many people were gonna bring Fiora. So I just went for it and just wanted to have fun, and somehow I keep winning.
You wanted to have fun. I bet you're having a ton of fun because you only lost 1 deck. What deck did you lose to throughout this weekend?
Funny enough, like after the bye, I played another Fiora, and that's the one I lost. So.
Oh no! So the best of challenge with your first opponent after the bye, you were already like, well, I'm already down against the rest of the competition. But here you are now, sitting at top tables, the only Fiora in sight that I can see. So what an incredible run it's had. How long have you been playing Riftbound? Has it been since the beginning of Origins, or?
Basically since Origins came out in paper. So
absolutely. Yeah. Well, it's paying off. Practice makes perfect. Deck choice makes perfect as well. And you can sometimes still have some fun here and get some wins with things like Baited Hook. Congratulations once again, Rice Master. And I hope to potentially see you in a top 8 very soon. We're going to send it back.
Yeah, hopefully he is not jinxing it, because it would be awesome to see. We do know for a guaranteed fact, as we said before, Kennen is all locked in at the hands of Coco Lopez, our sole undefeated player out in Barcelona. I guess we could touch on that just a little bit before I was going to say do our sign-outs, but if we get a backup match, if you guys are down to take that one down as the last match of the weekend. I know it's been a long weekend, but real quick, what I was getting at, is Coco Lopez locking in that #1 seed? And oh my goodness, we might have to hold our thoughts because the round has started. Master Yi versus Kennen. Or, we're not in a rush to get into that matchup. Real quick, I'll finish my thought now before we run into that one. Him being #1 seed, which means he will have the decision to go first in top 8 over and over again if he keeps progressing through. How much of an advantage do we feel that is? I'll ask NA first, because is Kennen really benefiting from going first like usual, or is there little nuances to it?
From what I can see, Kennen does prefer to go first, specifically because you have cards like the Treasure Hunter that they give so much value on the first couple turns, and if you can stick it right away, then you can generate a lot off of it. Like if you do open one of the best openers the deck has, which is the Treasure Hunter Ride the Wind, you generate enough gold for like the rest of the game, it feels like, or at least for a few turns until you can find your seal. So personally, I mean, the Riftbound is a game of going first. There really isn't a lot of times you want to go second, at least yet. I guess we'll see how things change up. Future.
We'll see. Which could kind of signify Coco might be running very, very hot this weekend. But without further ado, I'll throw you guys over as the backup feature match. Very close to being undefeated. X1 fighting for their top 8 lives. Hisoka, Master Yi, E-Sibs, Kennen. Let's get into it.
Let's go into this as much as possible. We do see a little variation as well from Hisoka. You see it's the Master Yi Huntsman, I believe, on the other side. A little bit more of the Hunt XP, but granted, you are just needing a Master Yi in there. It is not the main contender. We saw some of the deck lists as well regarding some of the onslaughts and the rampages being able to eliminate other members. Specifically, though, for Ezib, notice a lot of differences in their deck. Not so many one-ofs. We see 3 Ride the Winds, 3 Stack Decks, and Traveling Merchants. Notably, though, 3 Rastas, 2 Last Rites, and then 2 Up from the Deep as well. Only 1 Starcross, Abandon, and Otacon. Those are the 3, I believe, one-ofs in their deck. I guess Rebuke as well for 1.
And it is the hand is like, it's a solid set of cards, but it's fairly dead for Yi here. Doesn't have any way to see more cards, and all you're working with is this little Lonely Poro and the Master Yi in your champion zone.
Again, by the way, as we talk about this, if you can learn how to hold a poker face, do so, ladies and gentlemen. If you are competing, don't go shaking your head or anything like that. Try and hold a strong poker face. It's surprising how some players, unknowingly, I should say, some people use it to their advantage. Some players unknowingly give a lot of information away with their facial expressions. So if you're able to learn how to keep a very steady facial expression in a very neutral position, you will do very well for yourself, I think.
And the opposite is if you are able to control your facial expression, and you can do things like draw the perfect card for turn and then look really disappointed.
I mean,
like,
that's true,
no,
then you bait the opponent into a fight. Listen, we take those, man.
I drew Rengar for turn and mastery. Oh, no, that's not what I wanted.
How dare. All right, taking a look here. NA45 looks like we got a very nice quick start from Ezib. A very nice take of 2 and moving up to a 2-0 start for Hisoka, though. You do have a chance to go ahead and look to double conquer on your own, but the Lonely Poro is over onto the Minefield, which will force you to burn a few from the top of your deck.
Yep, and the Gus coming out here saying, are you going to invest a buff in this? Keep your guy alive? And it looks like he says, no, I will not. That is totally fine with me. You can use your Gust, and I will just play my Poro back out on the next one. Yep, comes the Poro. So just a little bit of a tempo play there. He does not feel bad for Kennen, as you are going to stay on those, stay on the odd point, and I'm on even. I am ahead here. Ooh, Tentacle time. I love this Tentacle card. This card, when I first read it, I was not very impressed by it. This is pretty, I mean, you're paying 3
Really?
for 2. Okay,
True.
Like, hear me out here. Tokens, not super great. And I saw this before I read the Kennen card, which also just like gives your Tentacles assault. So I was just like, it's like whatever. I'm not a huge fan. And then it turns out this card's really, really good. So
Yeah, I find it funny because I think I also kind of looked at it as like a non sequitur, and then you realize how much value it gets in certain decks. Because what was it, like a week after Vendetta was released and people were deck checking and everything, like even before Vendetta was fully released, people were like, dude, this card rocks. Every single purple deck is now rocking it pretty much, like 90 to 95%, unless you're running like a purple specific to something else. it's just so good. It feels like. Looking at Hisoka, though, we are rocking with the Sabotage on the far end, looking to try and remove some of the extras, and we are taking a look at the Otacon in hand with the Switcheroo. That Switcheroo's got to go, right? Like, that has to be one of the extras, as Hisoka apparently forgot his pencil and pad.
He has a not so fast, so you might. It depends, because if you hit the Switcheroo or the Rebuke, then you have not so fast for the other one. But then you do have to deal with the Ride the Wind at some point. Though his hand is fairly dead. So you could just say, like, you can have your Ride the Wind. You don't really have anything to use with it. So I'm going to immediately hit either the Rebuke or the Switcheroo. And then you just don't have answers for my board for potentially multiple turns. So I think you're right, actually. I think I would hit probably the Switcheroo, because it has a little bit more value being a hidden as well.
Yeah, it's obvious, yes, but I think the Switcheroo is the big scary thing, especially with Hisoka, who is running, I want to say, far more weighted material. As I mentioned, we saw the Rampage, we saw the likes of the Onslaught. These are big ticket items that the Switcheroo gets immensely far more value out of, in my opinion. So I personally just really want to see that gone. Granted, there might be another one in the pocket. Ezib is running 2 of, I think we noticed, maybe a third if they side.
I will attack my Lonely Poro into your Rebuke. Do you have a response?
Do you have a response? It's so good, bro. Oh my god. I was at a Nexus night and my brain was just not functioning right. I don't know why I did this. I drew 2 runes, put them into my hand, and then I revealed my card that I drew off my deck. I was so brain fogged that I did everything out of order. I was like, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm so sorry. It was like, that's what I imagine right there. Trying to fight into a Rebuke. You're trying to fight the wind.
Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty good spot for Yi here. The Kennen's hand is totally dead. As we know, I don't believe there are any flow cards in the Kennen trash. That will help him see more cards. I would not be super surprised to see. Okay, so he's just going to go right in here for the Ride the Wind. I would probably defy this, to be honest, because then you can go ahead and Rampage it on the next turn and just say, you are not going to see any new cards. You are going to play with your dead hand.
I also like that Ezib kind of just... I feel, by the way, that was very just like on their own, kind of checking themselves. Okay, this is what we got. This is what we have. Let's go ahead and look at that assault move and push on in with the Javelin Merchant.
Okay, so it says, I would rather not use the Defy yet and instead use the On Guard. This does let his opponent see 1 more card, but at the cost of not having to commit your Defy yet. I think that's like fairly reasonable.
Yep. It was going to be a push away, and the Lonely Poor will stay lonely once more. Is going to be alive, of course, but another seal being dropped down. With all the seals being available here, this is a lot of Rebuke at the very end, but Hisoka, you got it, my friend. Just no thank you, not so fast.
Pretty high value here, as this does guarantee the draw trigger of the Grove, and also the ever so important plus 1 XP, or is it plus 2? I'm not the XP trigger.
Yep, it is a time and a half here, as moving up 2-4. Hisoka doing much better for themselves. I do love the fact as well that you just do not care about the XP tracker. You recognize that it's just not needed for yourself. They've held, I think, like twice now on that battlefield, so you should have 6, and you should actually have a lot of extra on that Master Yi. So maybe missing a part of the card, but not overwhelmingly in one way or another. Ezib drawing and now having, I believe, 2 cards in hand.
Yeah, it really shouldn't make too much of a difference, though it does potentially mean that the Master Yi can gank now. I believe it has deflect as well, but actually, wait, so kids, okay, never mind. I was like, did he have to pay a deflect for that Rebuke? And no, I don't think he did yet.
Nope. Happy to be there. Hisoka off to the races. It feels like very strong start for their own. Ezib Not many combat tricks available in Hisoka with nearly all that is necessary. A quick push in with the Lonely Poro, which has gotten far more value than I have ever gotten out of my Lonely Poro. All I get is a card draw, not 3 points behind it. Hisoka putting on a very strong
To be fair,
class
this
in
is the
how to defend.
second Lonely Poro. The first one did the first one did tragically die for his sins of sitting on the minefield and probably stepped on a landmine. But
oh, that's sad. Still though, it's a lot of value.
It's okay. He gave me one card. I will appreciate his sacrifice.
One card, OP in this mode. Looks like we are waiting for a judge once more, as the timer has been paused again.
So looking at the board state, I'm pretty happy if I'm Yi here. You know that the Kennen's hand is pretty dead, and you are on 6 points. Very close to finishing it off. I think there's still the punch first that hasn't been used. The defy that hasn't been used. I think there's at least one discipline, maybe two. A lot of good tools.
I'm wondering what this could be about, but yeah, for Hisoka, this feels like a push into game number 3 pretty cleanly if you're able to hang on. I don't know what other options I think Ize would actually have to kind of rock back into this, especially with the rune count. Rune count so far at 8 overall for Ize, but Hisoka nearly completely out. Oh, they were. Were they?
Like, how much XP do we have? Does this matter?
Yeah, I was like, is that gonna matter? Is it? Apparently, and that is why you track your XP all the time. If you're looking at me, track your XP, even if it doesn't matter. Okay, my camera was taken off.
Wow, his hand is stacked.
Yeah.
There's a Rengar in there, a Rampage, a Punch First, a Discipline, an On Guard, a Defy. He has every answer for everything.
I like it. Overall, you can see a quick check of the notes, but still 6 on the XP scale. This does give, I believe, extra levels, and that is it. A turnover of the Nocturne, not going to be useful. Game 3 time.
Is it game 3? So it was, Kennen was up a game?
Yes. Game 3. Final game here with a lot of time left on the bank, by the way. 27 minutes, I think is what it was. And again, respect to the players playing under this environment. We mentioned it before. The Barcelona venue has had some trouble, so respect to the players playing still at a fairly quick pace. Both these players kind of moving through their decks very quickly and making sure not to take up an immense amount of time. Now, we say that with all the love in their heart because when you're reading 17 different lines, it makes sense. But again, respect to both players.
And one of the benefits of the Yi deck is that a lot of your games are pretty simple. Your decision making goes, do I have the answer? I do not, or I do. And otherwise, my chunky Chungus Poro will sit on that battlefield and you will do nothing about it. You will let him sit there. That is his home. And, ooh, okay, so cool card. There's the Onslaught card. I do like this card a fair bit. It helps Yi get onto battlefields. And it does have the flow, so you can use it twice. And that is not the Lonely Poro art we saw. What in the...
So funny story, he only has one. He only has one like that. We just didn't see it in there. Actually, we saw all 3, which makes me sad. Did not have anything of the sort. Star Spring and Veiled Temple, though. So talk to me here. Star Spring and Veiled Temple, this is a very nice bounce back on the Star Spring. But Veiled Temple, we saw the Kennen earlier run it as well. How do we expect this game 3 to work out?
Well, unfortunately for Yi, the Veiled Temple is kind of a blank for him. So you're going to be trying to play around the Star Spring most of the game, as it's decent in Yi. It's not like game breaking, but definitely decent. Gives you a little bit more mobility. Switcheroo going to the bottom. I don't remember if he played 1 or 2, but if he plays 1, that card is never going to be seen again, unless he does see his whole deck, which Kennen can do. Kennen can absolutely do that. But, and the Portal comes down. Unfortunately, no 2-drop from Kennen, though. So he does get to sit on that battlefield right off the bat, which you cannot complain about.
It'll be a movement in as turn 1 is complete. Very, very quick push in with that cannon, as we mentioned. Hisoka, though, priming themselves. At this point, the Lonely Poro is the Scuttle in their own right. Couple disciplines in there. A true Scuttle in the hand as well. I didn't even realize that. This is going to be a nice little development round, I feel like, for Hisoka. The cannon obviously being played means that ESIB is priming themselves as well. We're looking for maybe some early fast scores to move in. You can see the counting going down as well. Maybe trying to double check what the position is going to be in 2 or 3 turns.
This game's going by pretty quick. In game 3, with over 20 minutes on the clock. He's thinking if he wants to move up here as the cannon plus the assault, and he does have a rune up as well. So there is representing the gust too. And if you do push up your Poro and get gusted, I mean, it does feel pretty bad because it's very free for the cannon and you're forced to burn one of your buffs. But it looks like, nope, says you are allowed to do that. He's going to hold his gust for potentially on the defense, as if he does go push up cannon, use that assault, then Hisoka would have to respond with a buff spell if he wanted to trade out. And if you did trade out, then you do have that gust, but instead playing the Star Spring and pulling back the Poro. Yep, responding says nope.
Yep. Saying no thank you on the gust side. Please don't try anything silly. And you are going to force a balance because of that trigger. And if you're trying to force this trigger here, I wonder if the discussion is I'm gonna have to listen in again. I think you are good. Okay, yeah, we are good. Master Yi will stay on the table, and still the upgrade that I think Hisoka was liking. It's just gonna mean the Lonely Poro waits another turn before they can make movements.
This does mean that there is no double score on the next turn. That being said, and Yi will be on even points, assuming this Master Yi does stick around. Can't be too upset there. Has both a defy and a on guard to try and keep the Yi alive. And then going to get, oh my gosh, this card's so good. We just get to play out another stack deck out of the trash, giving one of the best cards in the game flow. And we hit a Nocturne. There's one.
I mean, we kind of knew that was there as well, and kind of expected it, but it was such a nice draw to see, especially for ESIB, who we watched in game 2 not really hit what they wanted, if that makes sense. We saw a lot of the cards in hand that just didn't get played out. We saw a lot of these positions where Hisoka just got everything that they needed. This time around, a little bit more fair, each deck being able to do what they needed to. A stack deck from that trash side is able to gift over ESIB a nasty, nasty champion to work with.
It looks like there's a discussion about the runes here. Not sure what it was. Oh, did he pay for? Yes. So Nocturne does just take a generic power. So, oh, okay. So he paid flow cost of the stack deck. He accidentally grabbed a ready rune rather than the rune that was rested for the Nocturne in. It looks like he'd like to swap that out. It would be my guess. And they are talking to the judges about this. But yeah, I mean, this is definitely a fast start for Kennen. You have both the Kennen unit and a Nocturne out, and potentially a little bit more in the hand. And all Yi has is sitting on the Master Yi champion. Wow, passes it right over.
Yeah, just hanging on here. It is going to be rune count available for Hisoka to play with. The hand is looking fairly strong. A defy in hand with the Scuttle and more. So development could be made. Now, please, Hisoka, for all that's holy, please. Yes, 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 do this. Go get the tracker. There you go, buddy. There you go. We know that's what we were thinking. +2 on the XP counter. We're not going through that whole shenanigan again that we saw in game 2, man. We are not dealing with that today.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'm being mean for no reason, NA45. Why are you not stopping me? Why aren't you
See,
stopping
you're
me,
being
man?
mean, and his opponent is a Kennen, which, you know, from last round, I thought that you'd be okay with. Like,
that's true. That's true. I'm getting to that point. It is an early day for me, but a very nice move in with the Star Spring trigger, allowing this Master Yi to try and fight it out. And with 4 runes up and available, you can do a 4/4 challenge and maybe get a little bit of magic going as well. You are going to give it over. It's just a hard trade out. Surprisingly enough, Hisoka didn't want to actually invest more into that trade. Had a few, I think, button issues like the discipline and all. But you're going to go ahead and drop the scuttle behind and say, okay, draws a Stellacorn off the top. And oh, are they talking about reacting to a unit being
the scuttle
played?
trigger? Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Oh, the trigger of the scuttle, correct. I keep forgetting there is always a trigger on the scuttle as well.
Yeah, this isn't something that people generally react to, so...
Yeah.
Admittedly, Hisoka not asking for a response, but that's not really something you generally ask for responses on. I'm kind of curious what the reaction he does have here. Is it just like another gust on the portal, or star-crossed, or what other reactions could he have?
I'm trying to think, and I'm not too sure. Man, these are... All right, I take it back. You can forget about the XP trigger. Don't worry about it. Just, you know, have 11 XP. I'm not worried about it. Have 16. You only conquered once, but it's okay. You're good. I don't know. Kennens and their multiple triggers, I get why it's so strong, but sometimes clarification of the rules is obviously very necessary. So for Kennen to pull out all the stops and make sure we get this before top 8, I can respect it.
Did have a gust. I mean, it's a kind of a weird, and wow, they made him put the Stella back into his deck. Yeah, but
that hurts.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it's an interesting resolution to that because he had no response, it like doesn't change anything. But that was how the judges chose to resolve that. And now a Lonely Poro and a Scuttle Crab facing down that Nocturne deck coming out. And no Nocturnes this time around. Another one. You will see every card. We'll enjoy it.
You will see them all, you will enjoy, and you will get nothing in return. Or you'll get everything, one or the other. It's a flip of the coin at that point. 4 runes available. Double, I believe, Ride the Winds is what I just saw in there. So can have a lot of movement tech available. Dropping in a unit into the Veil and say, okay, Ride the Wind over. There's number 1. Are you going to look to double conquer and try and take back a lot of the space? Yes, you are. It is going to move up to 3 for this play. Ezip now wondering, do we leave the Nocturne? Not recognizing that Hisoka might have some nasty HP differentials, but it is going to be, you know, the disciplines and all. Leaving the Nocturne seems like the right call, especially when you have another Ride the Wind.
Now, like you said, the Nocturne on the battlefield is a little bit spooky, considering that the Kennen has there's no development, right? You don't have any units in base, and seems pretty likely that Yi does have access to some buff spells here. Oh, there is a Rasa in hand. Okay, so maybe he's considering if he wants to go ahead and play the Rasa out before pulling the Nocturne back, or even just pulling back Nocturne, playing Rasa, or, I mean, could just not do this turn and say, hey, this is fine. My board state's fine, though. It does feel a little bit underdeveloped. Oh, no, there we go. As I say it's Caster's curse.
I don't know if it's a curse when we've seen it happen 3 or 4 times already. It's like, it's not a curse, it's the inevitable, right? We're just predicting it moving in here. So respect to you, NA, making sure to note that the Rasa is on the table and is going to be buffed quite heavily. That is now a grand total of 10 might alone on that battlefield before we get to some of the extra triggers. Hisoka even with an onslaught or anything of the sort, might not be able to really take over in that same vein. Discipline or two could do the work, but buffing up a single lonely Poro just isn't in the flavor. So weaker on the base might means you're just going to be weaker overall, and investing 3 to 4 cards on a turn just to clear that battlefield, especially that is hidden, might not be in your way. So Hisoka, let's see what you do. Decide to play. It's 1 discipline, maybe more for the card draw itself to start.
And it looks like he is setting up to try and go through that battlefield with like the Rampage and, I mean, a Punch First in hand too. And he does have the Defy as well for the switcheroo. So it seems pretty likely that he's able to push through this battlefield if he does choose to do so. Yep, comes the Rampage, and he is choosing to pay the extra cost. Now we can go 6 in, and what's cool here is because he's swinging in for 6, that switcheroo is just a blank.
I guess you don't want to deal with it just yet. A little bit rough, so here's the call down. Hisoka going, let's get at it. Let's have a little bit of fun. There's the turn. Empowerment disempowered to go ahead and trigger once more with the Kennen Legend. Is that?
Yeah, so he's going to give the Poro +2 and then switcheroo so that his Rasa wins the combat. Try to.
That's a fun way to do it. It is a very fun way to utilize the Kennen Legend, but there is a response coming out of Hisoka as well.
Yeah, you can just defy this now, and then he just made you win. Well, I guess it'll trade, so it's not a clean win, but it's either defy or an on guard. I think you probably just on guard this and then save your defies for the ride, though. Or you could just wait. He does have to respond, right?
If he wants to save, yes.
Well, he's not going to save because it has 4 damage on it, right?
Yeah. He's gonna try at least to do a little damage to win. But...
Sorry. Yeah.
You
can't defy the switcheroo. You can't defy switcheroo. Sorry. I thought. Yeah. Not so fast. Anyways. Yes. Dude,
we're out here, and we are struggling in the swamp. That is a Kennen and a Master Yi, man.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you can't. It's so bad because you say this, and then just like 2 seconds later, you're like, okay, yeah, that was a silly thing to say. But he did have multiple answers in hand. He had he had a Punch First, he had a on guard, he had a Discipline. So all of these are answers to it. It did not have to be the Defy. Here comes down the Fizz. He does have an answer for. You could defy this if you want, but I think you're totally fine with the Scuttle Crab getting bounced. You could defy this one because he is pretty low in terms of cards. Yeah.
And then there's a call out as well. These constant trades between the two starting to get quite frustrating between each other. Is now a monumental move as well for Ezib, who is currently on a different development. Again, 4 runes versus a maxed out rune count. We've seen this before for Hisoka, right? Back in game number 2, where you have all the runes and you're just kind of playing your own game at the end of the day. You can play just about any card. You are going to be real comfortable. Oh, I see that right? I love that card in there. I keep forgetting what it is, but it's I believe the Tomb Raider, right? Tomb Raider available, which is sideboarded in. I don't see it in the main deck for Hisoka.
And yeah, Kennen is. Oh, okay. There was a. Yeah, so Kennen Empower trigger was probably stated out loud, but did not get. Not get actually placed. Ooh, here's the last rites. Card's so good.
Yes, but I was thinking of this. So Tomb Raider Barbara, that's the one that I saw, I think, flash across there. When you play me, if you control 7 or more runes, choose an enemy gear if it's if it's empowered, disempower, otherwise kill it. Another way to remove these gears and take care of last rites and the Seal of Discord a little bit later on. Now, granted, the last rites will get a trigger off, so Ezib is able to play it out very comfortably. So you're quite happy about being able to play yet another Rasa to the table.
Yep, and gets the Veiled Temple trigger as well to re-ready those seals. It looks like it's just being passed right over.
Give him moments. A lot of thoughts running through the heads. Hisoka and Izib making sure everything is played out right. Because if things go wrong, it can really influence how we want to play these games. We're gonna have movement in. I'm amazed your hand is on that Scuttle Crab. Maybe you're trying to take a peek into the hand, but also the Star Spring could be the right call. It is currently open. You could use it to bounce back a unit as well. It's a lot of availability here.
I mean, I would imagine you probably push up Stella onto Star Spring if you're going to play a unit from hand, because that just gives you another extra draw, right? Because you can pull it back. If you're going to go for that, of course. Because you could also just go into the Fizz and say, hey, I'm going to get rid of this last strides plus the... so there's no hold trigger. And it looks like there is another judge call.
It's going to be another judge call. You know what? Everyone, while we have this, I want to make sure everyone gets up. Make sure you stretch. Make sure you get some water. Make sure you go ahead and just kind of like lean to one side, lean to the other side. Really make sure. I mean, listen, we sit on our butts on a lot while we play games. Always make sure to stretch, to get some exercise. Don't just exercise your brain, exercise your body as well. Just your friendly PSA from Orbital.
Okay, well, thankfully, we've had the judge calls has been very quick this game.
Yeah, that's true.
We are jumping right back in. How does Hisoka want to deal with this board state? There are a few things going on. You want to get rid of that last rights. You want to get rid of that Rasa for the follow-up.
I think I want to see that Tomb Raider be dropped down. Tomb Raider Barbara is a card that I just find very, very funny. Is it going to happen? Do it, buddy. Do it. Yes! Yes! Bye-bye, last rights. Say no more. I'm sorry. So Tomb Raider Barbara, when it came out in Vendetta, is just the funniest card to me. Like, it was specifically for Disempower, but it's a free gear kill. Right, with a 4/4, with a 4-might unit, it's not bad. By any stretch of the imagination, then it's sabotage as well to remove the other ride the win, and seeing the Otacon finish. This is a huge hand reveal in there. I don't know what you're reading. You've seen this card before, bro. It's Otacon. Stop worrying so much about reading it. You're fine. I love this play though from Hisoka. Very clean on making sure Izib of all things, removing one of the 3 pools to pull from, you know, trash being one and hand being the other. I like this.
Is the only flow card in Ezib's discard, is that just the Lightning Rush?
It might be. Oh, if that's true, that hurts, doesn't it?
Oh, wow.
A punch first, swinging, Rasa gone. This is yet another option. We saw this from Rice Master last series. Hisoka doing the same, clearing the board and making sure Izib doesn't really have any options. You're now pretty much top decking.
Okay, what am I missing? I'm sure it's okay, because he has the cannon. I was like, why does he need to go ahead and use the punch first here? But yes, that makes sense. Because you do have the cannon legend and you can give it assault 2, so then it's 8 into 7. Comes lightning rush. Do you just defy this? Oh, I guess not.
No, you're gonna let it go through. You're gonna fight it. You're expecting something else to come out to play, which I think I really, really do respect at the end of the day. Waiting for a play. I didn't see what you fully drew, and it is gonna be the Nocturne. Great draw here for Izib.
That's
you
a good
really
one.
needed that the other unit development. Granted, it can be taken out very quickly, but an idea has been formed and made. Izib still in this one yet.
Did he? Okay, so here comes the second lightning rush. Did he? Was this one from hand? Which one was from hand and which one was from your? The last one was from flow. Okay, let's see.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, there's that final lightning rush. That kind of answers the question as well, right? Like that was all we had, but it's a fair one because there's so many low combat tricks available, and it is going to be a toss. Hisoka's like, bro, did you really play 3 lightning rushes on me, bro? Are you serious?
And here's all of the guys. Here's the whole crew again.
No cards in hand, bro. No cards in hand. Wow. And you get to drop a freaking Otacon. Izib showing the power of the Kennen deck. And there's the defy that we needed, though. Hisoka really making sure to wait to the perfect moment. Well done.
And you get, this is so big now because you get the hold to 7. and I think he has a. Does he have a charm in hand? I didn't quite see a charm or a rampage. He doesn't.
Oh, he does.
Oh.
It's the,
Wait, he does? I didn't see.
No, not Rampage. Sorry,
Okay.
Onslaught is the card that I'm looking at because that can also be used to overcome. Remember, you are 7-4 right now, so it is a little bit higher. Now, granted, it would be Onslaught. You are 100% correct. It's not a great card because it is your turn speed, right? It's not action, it's not reaction or anything. It is a base power up to that fight. You are 100% correct in the fact that yes, you would rather have the Rampage. Even now, though, Rampage just doesn't feel great because it's only format units. But what you are excited for, there's a Rengar in hand as well. We're seeing the large pullback. We have another tune, but the Punch First is the big one. You talked about this NA45. That Punch First so pivotal as a defensive might extra.
Yeah, so just setting up for a big push on the next turn, and he has the tools in his hand for it. Absolutely, and Ezib doesn't have a ton of runes to work with, only 3 here. So it is very feasible that he just cannot build a big enough board to deal with the Yi push on the follow-up turn. There also is the possibility that if you mess up, well, yeah, I mean, there's a possibility that if Ezib messes up, you can just get hit with a Rengar Punch First, and the game just ends when you push in the Nocturne, right?
Yeah, and what would the mess up be, right? Would it be like splitting the units is what we're thinking of?
Attacking first with Otacon and then pushing like Nocturne to the other battlefield. That would probably be game, but that doesn't seem very likely because I imagine he's probably going to stack his units here.
That would make the most sense to me as well. Like you know it has to be a double conquer or a hold. And you're kind of being forced into this position of, okay, let's go ahead and kind of play the smart thing, but it will be a move in. Reading the card once more, this one does kind of make me curious. I wonder what exactly they're discussing here. It's a lot that's going down. Otacon specifically does have ganking, but
yes,
I don't think there's anything that would trigger a seal usage, right?
Yeah, is he just he's floating his seal. So when he Veiled Temples, you can just re-ready it.
That would make sense. I'm wondering if you are able to pull that off, which would be
you should be able to.
For sure.
You can float gold as well.
It is a fun part of the game right there. So, big questions abound. Ezib digging right now for glory if they can make it happen. It's a possibility, but it might not be the end. So, I'm wondering. You can see the discussions between the two.
Yeah, I mean, Riftbound's a hard game. I mean, it's very easy to mess stuff up.
Yeah.
Especially when there's so much going on. I mean, you just had me earlier here talking about define a switcheroo, so I am not one to speak.
I mean, I literally have called a wrong thing before, like 3 times. It was very funny. I mentioned before that there was a game 2 finish and it ended 1-1. I was like, we're going to game 3, and I was like, that's not how that works. I need to stop talking right now. They were in OT at that time, and I was just like, my brain does not want to work right now.
Yeah.
All right.
Could also okay, so it looks like passing priority here, and then
5.
He does re-ready the seals here, so it does have a floating power.
Yep.
And it looks like his hand is seals plus. I can't quite tell what the other card is.
Is that a fizz? I think that's a fizz. Yep, there's the floating power, as we mentioned. So what can you play from your trash, though, is the big question as well. What are you able to play? It is a fizz directly to the battlefield. You're going to play all 3. What can you dig? Ezib,
7.
You are on your last leg. You have fought back nearly the entire time, and I respect it. What are you going to play?
Can you just respond to this with Rengar Punch First and the game ends?
Oh my god, wait, could you?
Couldn't
well, you have to... I think you can respond, but I wonder if you... How much is the Rengar? Is it 5?
Yeah, no, Rengar is 6, and then Punch First brings it to 11 over 10.
Yes, but the cost to play it, right? Am I? What is? How much is Rengar again?
Isn't it 5? Doesn't he have
it is
6
5. It
runes
is
up?
5. So it would be 5 and 1. Right. You're right. You're right.
Oh, okay. Well, and he does find the Rasa, so now
Okay.
you do have to deal with the big stacked battlefield.
I mean, but this also allows you, if you wish, because you know you're fairly tapped out. That onslaught is an easy +6, plus the punch first is 11 on its own base. So that's why we're reading here. Otacon plus a Rasa already gives, I think, not 14, 13 right there. Fizz is another 3, pushes it to 16. So it's a 20 might stack here on the battlefield at the current moment.
All right. And Yi does have a fair amount of runes here. Can go.
He's going to go for it. I'm ready.
That's
Yep, there's the onslaught. Onslaught number 1 bumps it up.
He just...
Oh, he already got.
All right.
GG's Hisoka.
Oh, all right. And Master Yi moving on in position to potentially make top cut because what? 1 round left, right?
Yep, 1 round left. 1 round left. That was a lot of fun. I don't normally root for a Master Yi, but you played XP Yi for like 1% of the game, and I take those all day long.
Absolutely, and it was a good one. I mean, we've seen a fair bit of Kennen on stream, but the games have been pretty good, despite being such a large percentage of the meta share and being such a powerful deck in terms of win rate. We've had good games against it, to be honest. They haven't really felt super one-sided, at least so far. Admittedly, we haven't seen any of the super high roll Kennen games where they're like, all right, 2 Nocturnes, 2 Rosas on turn 3 or whatever. Yeah. But the games have been good so far. So very cool.
Couldn't agree more. Never a bad round where we see 2 cannons get taken down. So despite being the most prevalent deck this weekend, it looks like people came prepared. Master Yi doing it, and then of course Fiora in that first feature match we saw. And what a game. I think round 13 pairings are actually already up, and I was taking a little sneak peek. Guys, Prismaticism took down the only undefeated Rengar and is now the number 2 seed. So I think he's going to intentionally draw with Coco, which means Prismaticism for the multi-time in his career, another top 8 finish here in Barcelona as well. I believe there's a Ornn in contention, currently 7th seed. If he ends up getting another win, that's an Ornn for the first time in Riftbound history and a regional top 8. So exciting times. This last round is going to be potentially a historic one, so I'm excited. But overall, Orbital and NA45, how were those 2 rounds? I know Kennen was involved, but I feel like we couldn't get too much better than that.
Hey, Kennen lost. That's all I'm gonna say, man. Kennen lost. I'm happy. That's my statement for the day.
Yeah, I'm just happy to see good Riftbound being played, and the matches we got to see on stream were good in different ways. Like we saw some close games like this last one, and we saw some not so close games like the Fiora one, but they're both good matches to watch. Like we got to see a very high level Fiora player play their deck at the fullest against meta, and then we got to see some back and forth between metas. So yeah, very happy with the games today, and yeah, it's been fun.
And NA45, you had too nice of an answer, man. You're too nice on your answers. You give too much credit to everyone, man. Come on.
Yeah, speaking from the heart though, huh? But no, I couldn't agree more. Yeah. That was just a good time. And honestly, this weekend has been just full of great Riftbound matches over and over again. You know, I feel like ever since that Akali matchup, or honestly even before that, we've been getting a little bit spoiled. So shout out to the Riftbound production team. The Vendetta meta has not disappointed. I was a little bit scared that Kennen was going to be a tad bit too powerful, but look at what's been going on in this round alone, right? And we might not even have double Kennen in top 8. I say that, but there's actually like 3 Kennens in contention, so we'll see. This round 3, or this final round I should say, will be the final deciding round. But with that being said, a very long weekend for Orbital, who did 2 rounds yesterday. And you guys know these regional 2 rounds are really like 4 rounds, right? Because we have the backup match. So thank you, Orbital. Thank you, NA, for coming onto the co-stream here out in Barcelona. You guys did amazing this weekend. So thank you, thank you, thank you. If you guys want to go ahead and let these guys know where they could catch you online or any little future casts you guys got coming up, now will be good before this next round.
NA, go ahead.
Sure. So you can catch me on Twitter, but I haven't been super active recently. More likely, you will be able to catch me casting games here as long as Plus will have me. So yeah, thank you so much again, Plus, as usual, for letting me yap, and it's been fun. Thanks for the games, Orbital, as well. It's been a bit since we casted together. It was enjoyable.
I know it's a lot of fun. I will say thank you very much to Plus as well. For those that are tuning in, please go ahead and give Plus a lot of love. An amazing time here, and Plus obviously doing this out of the love of their hearts. I mean, Plus has been here already. I think yesterday's stream was 13 hours. If I saw the VOD back, this one's also going to be another like 13 or 14. Plus does this out of the love of his heart. So if you got another, subscription or all, if you can toss it onto the Twitch side, or if you go ahead and follow on the YouTube. For myself, I am on socials as Orbital_casting. I do a lot of casting everywhere. So if you just want to give me a follow, if you want to come yell at me about my Kennen hate, feel free to. No problems.
For sure, and I'm pretty sure we'll catch these guys in the very near future, as there's still a couple more regional events. I don't want to say the next one because I like to let these guys take a little bit of a break, but if they're down to it, I will never say no to you, NA. I will never say no to you, Orbital. So we will be in touch as always, and we have a new set of casters joining us for this final round of Swiss, but we'll see you on the next cast, NA and Orbital. Take care, guys.
Of course.
Bye-bye.
Right. Bye, guys.
All right, chat, and just in time, it looks like they're giving us the top 10 currently. As I said, number 2 seed, Prismaticism, 2 Master Yi's in top 4, Orn, number 5, Fiora, number 7. Things are looking good, and Alan ZQ kind of making a bit of a climb back, sitting there at number 11. So is most likely not going to contest top 8. But you know who is? Squirtle might be able to squeak in if things go in his favor in terms of tiebreakers / how many actually wait, Squirtle was below Alan. I missaw that. Okay, chat, let me go ahead and bring these next casters in, as I believe round 13 should be right around the corner. So give me a moment here. I'll do this in real time. Normally I do this behind the scenes. As you guys know, we do our online series. We got the Fiora player one more time. All right, give me 1 second. I think Hero, you are here, and then a Night Fighter as well. Welcome on in, guys. How are you guys feeling? It is one more round until the conclusion of Swiss out in Barcelona. Hope you guys are doing good.
Yeah, I'm doing great.
I'm doing great. Jinx. That's awesome. Yeah, I think it's been a great event so far. I'm really excited that Akali is doing so well. It was pretty out of the realm of expectations.
Yeah, it's been a lot of surprises, but I guess let's just go ahead and jump directly into it. Hero coming in, Night Fighter joining as well. Thank you guys so very much. One final round to solidify the last 8 remaining players. I hope. Oh no, we know it's not a Kennen mirror match because Rice Master is on Fiora, so we saw a little bit of her last round, but I guess production couldn't get enough, or maybe everyone above him intentionally drew, which is most likely the case. But if Fiora wins here, they will lock in a top 8 spot. So without further ado, let's go ahead and join them on the featured table. And Hero and Night Fighter, you guys can take it from here.
Yeah,
wonderful.
Really looking forward to seeing more Fiora. It's gonna be pretty fun.
Yeah, and I was looking through the list. All the other players were also featured in the last 2 rounds, so I guess they were picking their poison in that regard. And I'm not disappointed to see a Fiora, so I'm happy either way.
Yeah, I don't think many people are, but something pretty cool. 6 in seed right now is actually an Ornn. So I would really hope that's the backup match and we can take a look at that Ornn player as well, because that would be pretty crazy. But in the meantime, we're gonna hit into the game already. It is going to be Rice Master on Fiora versus Mosik on the right here on Cannon. Both players at the actually, Rice Master is 10-0-2. So if he wins, he should be locked. And Mosik likewise should also be locked for top 8. So this is going to be a very, very crucial match for both of these players.
Yes, I'm not super familiar with the exact math you need, but I'm assuming that's why we're seeing this. Both players are fighting for their top 8 spot for this match.
Exactly, and it's going to be a very exciting match indeed, but let's hit right into it. We're going to see Cannon, of course, immediately starting off with the seal plus the Chosen Champion, so a great turn 1 going second. Meanwhile, Unsung Hero for Rice Master on the left as well. We heard a little bit in his interview earlier that he's just playing Fiora to get another best of, as well as playing something that's for fun. He wanted to play baited hook, wanted to gamble a little bit. And the gambling has been paying off so far. He's also going first in this game, so has won that dice roll. What are you expecting out of this matchup, Knight?
Well, I wasn't expecting an Ambessa, but I do like the Ambessa for not necessarily the Kennen matchup, but it's really good into any of the control matchups. I imagine the Fiora is going to try and keep the Kennen off these battlefields going forward. Obviously, this turn she wasn't able to, but Fiora, she's a little more honest than Kennen. She has might, but she likes to get it out and then leave it on the board without cheating out thousands of might with Razas. So I think she's going to have to try and, I guess, play fast to keep the Razas from just swarming the board. And I imagine she's going to try and do that by holding these battlefields.
Yeah, you would imagine that would be the line of play. We're going to see a right to win discarded off the Zon Warrens, conquered by the Cannon Chosen Champion over here. New Seal going to be played as well. And is there going to be a right to win? It's Tide Turner instead, pulling the Cannon back into base and joined by a Traveling Merchant before passing the turn back over to Rice Master. So wanting to keep this 3-cost Cannon Storm of Shuriken safe. And now, Rice Master has the initiative, can push into both of these battlefields.
Gonna go ahead and rampage the Ambessa, just quickly taking out the Kennen. This is kind of what I was saying. He needs to make sure that the Kennen player is not able to get onto the board, and this Kennen champion unit is part of that. If it's able to get on the board and repeatedly play cards from flow, the Fiora will eventually lose to the amount of might the Kennen can get on the board. So making sure he can clear the back line is going to be really important.
Yeah, of course. So Rampage, one of the new cards from Vendetta, is basically challenge, but costs an additional energy, loses the action speed, but in return, by paying the power, you do get +2 might. And that synergizes really well with Fiora as well, because then you get to ramp 1 energy back. So very, very powerful card with synergy for this deck. Legend released in Spirit Forged, so quite a time ago at this point, 2 sets ago already.
Yeah, I had never thought of the Rampage to ramp with the Fiora. That's very helpful to make sure that you're not falling super far behind on your rune economy while you're able to clear the backline. Ride the Wind moves the Traveling Merchant into the Ambessa. I imagine he's now going to give Assault to the Traveling Merchant just to trade them out. I mean, that's not a bad trade, though, for the Fiora. It removes the last unit that the Kennen has on board currently. I'm assuming we're going to see the Up from the Deep to get 2 tentacles, but that's not too bad. It lets the Fiora double conquer, and the Kennen won't have anything else this turn to play with. Or he's going to hard cast a Raza for quite a few runes.
Just one
Unless
energy.
he's paying for the Up for the Deep. Okay, yeah, he was paying for the Up for the Deep first. That makes sense.
had to do this in this order because would have lost the Up from the Deep in the trash, and then Rarasa would have cost one more, and then he wouldn't be able to play that. So sequencing very, very crucial in Riftbound, especially when you're playing a deck as difficult as this Cannon Heart of the Tempest deck. You're going to see actually a lot of them still doing very well at RQ Barcelona, and we're probably going to see the same in a couple of weeks in RQ Singapore as well. I wonder if these players will also be traveling all the way down to my homeland and see if they will similarly try to perform there. But like you said, Knight, we're going to see maybe a double conquer here with both the Fiora Victorious and the Unsung Hero. But that would push Rice Master up to 3 points, and there's no real need to risk both of his units here. The Unsung Hero only at 2 might easily taken care of by an Assault Tentacle.
Yeah, instead getting down the baited hook, setting up for future turns. The Fiora did trigger Zon Warrens, by the way, for the Twitch chat. She discarded a Call to Glory, because at the moment she does not have any buffs on the board.
That is true. And just getting rid of that buff spell, we're going to see baited hook into a Kinku Initiate. Once again, getting to draw an additional card, which is really, really nice. Just making sure we properly recycle, shuffle the cards so they're in a random order. Kinku Initiate draws another card into another baited hook. Not exactly the card you're looking for, but still in a decent spot. We just traded our Initiate, drew an additional card. And now both units left in the base, so not trying to push. I think Rice Master has a keen understanding of this matchup. Cannon, of course, is one of the most popular decks in the format. You can see in the RQ Barcelona meta, it is going to be most represented. So making sure that you play with that in mind. And now what are we going to see from Most Sick? Looking for a Gust Monk. Not using the When You Play Me trigger, does not need the assault at the moment. Rasa moves into the Monastery of Hirana, denying that, oh, now Ride the Wind going to be used as well, and that will push Rasa into the Zon Warrens, ready it as well, and then bring it back to base most likely. So this is a fantastic line for any Cannon players. You will probably be familiar with doing this line over and over again. Sometimes you do it but if you do it with your Cannon Storm of Shuriken, you are able to get 2 uses of that When I Conquer trigger as well. So very, very, very powerful. Now we're going to see Lightning Rush played. Finds a Nocturne off the top as well. Losing a Gust, but that is really good though.
Yeah,
Rasa
the Cannon
brought back to base.
Being able to do all of this and remain almost completely safe at the end of it is kind of what I've been fearing, what I was trying to get at. This Fiora is not in a good spot anymore. She's got a smaller board, she's got fewer points. It's gonna be pretty hard for her to clear that backline fast enough or make a unit big enough to be able to hold and get the point tempo back. If this Cannon is able to just keep running rampant each turn like he has been.
Yeah, and wanting to keep up the tempo, we're finally moving in the Kinku Initiate into the Zon Warrens. Will get that second point now. Rice Master can try to use this baited hook once again, looking for another 4 mud unit to play. But we will see if that is going to be his choice.
He pulled a Rampage off the top of the deck, which is very helpful. That can boost the Kinku Initiate up to 5 if he wanted to before he does the baited hook. Doesn't look like he wants to, though. Just going to go straight for a baited hook. And I imagine he wants to play this set out. Give himself the buff. Ooh, it is unfortunate to see the riposte go to the bottom of the deck. But I mean, the set will be helpful on Zon Warrens. The only issue is the set is going to need another card to be able to defend against both this Raza and the Nocturne attacking on the Cannon's turn.
That is true, but we saw Rice Master in the previous series on stream as well. Very happy to put these bodies on the battlefields, force the opponent to come into them. And he does have that punch first in hand, so very, very powerful. Of course, combat trick available to orange decks. We might see him go for that rampage here. He's rested 3. Oh, there's also a spectral matron available.
Yeah, he can spectral matron to pull back the Kinku if he wants to get more card draw. I feel like that's an overcommitment at this point when he doesn't strictly need to. Instead, gonna go for a rampage, targeting the set and the Raza. I keep getting distracted by the players constantly wiping their sweat. That must be an awful environment to be playing 13 rounds in.
That's true, yeah. They're probably sweating super, super hard. That is kind of the tropical temperature you expect in Europe. And for those of you in going to RQ Singapore, it will be pretty similar heat on the outside at least, but I do expect the venue to be a lot more air conditioned. The Rampage does take out the Rasa, the Sunderer in base, leaving Moshik with just those 2 tentacles, a Gust Monk, and this Nocturne. The Unsung Hero is going to be moved into the Monastery of Irana, and are we going to see him use this buff to draw a card on the set? It may be a little greedy.
Yeah, going back into the Cannon's turn, so I can see why he moved up the Unsung Hero at this point. If the Cannon wants to take both battlefields, he isn't really going to be able to. He can give the Assault 2 to one of these units, so the Nocturne could try and push over the set, or a Tentacle could push over the Unsung Hero, but he's not going to be able to do both with just the Cannon Legend ability. And we know that the Fiora is holding up a punch first, so they are able to set up on a battlefield now and presumably defend at least one of these for this turn, unless the Cannon is able to hit something off the top. I think we saw a Starcrossed go into hand, which would be very helpful, especially I think I just saw a Fizz, and a Starcross would be, I don't want to say devastating, but it would be really unfortunate for this Fiora to have at least the set bounced back this turn and then potentially bounced back again on the following turn while the Cannon goes up to 6 points.
That is the crucial point threshold, of course. 6 points means you can win on the following turn if you do have the ability to conquer both sides. The good thing about this Fiora deck, though, with Fiora Victorious Chosen Champion, we'll be able to accelerate some of these units as well from hand. If there's another set, for example, or if this set is returned to hand, like you mentioned, that could come back down and come in ready by paying an additional power, and that will allow Rice Master to contest once again.
For sure. And luckily, I'm not seeing a shovel in hand, because a shovel to start pulling out Razas would be really devastating. But for now, I think it's going to come down to almost a bluff if the Kennen buffs up either the Gust Monk or the Tentacle to try and kill the Unsung, and then he has to convince the Fiora player to try and defend his set battlefield instead, when he can then Star-Cross the set back to hand. I'm assuming also there's been a judge call, which is why the timer has been paused and the players are talking things out.
We will have to see what the judge call is going to be about. But right now, more importantly, is the current game state. With 3 points to 4, Rice Master is a little bit behind still. We'll need at least another 3 turns in order to win the game. Going to 5, then 7, then 8. But we, again, see that this Fiora deck is not one that is new to holding in general. We saw, I think, the previous series, he just slammed everything onto one of the battlefields, and then the cannon couldn't move enough might to break the hold, and that's how the Fiora ended up winning. So maybe we'll see the same thing here. If we can deny one of these battlefields from Mosaic, we can see a win for Rice Master again, and a Fiora in the top 8 of our first Vendetta RQ.
I mean, that would be wonderful. All right, he is going in with the Nocturne on this set. I imagine Punch First will have to come out, as the Nocturne does get the Assault 2 from the Kennen Legend. And yeah, that's fair, because if the Punch First comes out now, we can Star-Crossed the set back into hand. It will make it a little awkward for the Kennen to then conquer the other battlefield on the same turn, but I don't think the Kennen is sweating too hard if he is able to get this double conquer off.
Well, if the Starcross targets the Gus Monk, we could play it back down and give Assault to the Tentacles. And that would be enough to push over this Unsung Hero, assuming there's no further interaction, of course. But there is still 4 energy available for Rise Master here. Punch First going to resolve, it looks like.
Yep, looking like it. The 4 energy up from the Fiora is concerning for the Kennen, absolutely. And oh, Death Grip coming out, reaction speed before, I believe, both the Punch First and the Starcross go off, so it's going to be +5 to the Unsung. And that... So it will effectively mean that the Kennen can't kill the Unsung Hero with Raw Might, but the Kennen could play out the Fizz to Starcrossed again. The Kennen also has a hard bargain in hand. It looks like the Death Grip is going through, so the set will die, and that is going to be... Oh, did the Punch First resolve? Oh,
it
okay,
does look like
so
the
+10 to the
is
Unsung.
already on, yeah. That would be pretty large, but like you said, Fizz will be able to ignore all of that might and allow a Tentacle to just claim that open battlefield. So let's see what the play is from Mosik here. Only 2 cards in the hand, but the Starcross now will... Looks like will finally resolve.
I am wondering if he bounces the Nocturne to hand here. The Nocturne, if it's left at the Zon Warrens, is likely going to end up dead. But he is going to bounce the Fizz back. Makes sense. Get more spells from the trash. I'm just wondering if he's going to have units for the next turn for that 6 to 8 Conquer, given he's got a Switcher and a hard bargain in hand, so there's not going to be any Razas. And yeah, there we go. The player forgot to put the Fizz back in hand.
That is pretty important. The Starcross would be kind of a bit nasty if you do just get to use it like a rebuke, but still very, very powerful. Oh, also has a switcheroo available too.
Yep, and 2 runes up to play it if he wants to, so I imagine he's just going to try and hold on this turn up to 8, which is why he didn't move the Nocturne back. We see another set in hand, a Harness Dragon. It's gonna come down to whether or not this Fiora kind of steps into the switcheroo without realizing. And if she does get hit by the switcheroo, I'm pretty sure the Kennen's gonna be able to go up to 8. If there isn't a switcheroo that's able to come out, we might be seeing this game go on another turn, but the Fiora is not got the board state to easily contest and then hold these battlefields the way that she needs to.
We are seeing 5 runes rested, so that might be the set coming down from hand. And as mentioned earlier, Fiora Victorious will allow the set to set it back active. Sorry, this is Fiora Worthy as the chosen champion, not Victorious. So as mentioned, when one of your units you control becomes mighty, you do get to pay yellow power to ready it. And because of the way set is worded, he does get a buff counter on play. So will then become mighty. Technically starts off as a 4 might unit. Now we're going to see the Divining Shells actually played down as well. So it's just kind of like a discipline on the board, but also gives you a vision the moment you play it. Notably, is action speed, not reaction speed, but a nice little buff for this Fiora deck as well. Vision also notably could be useful when using this baited hook. Now, Fiora Worthy pushing in to the Monastery of Hirana. And wants to take out this soul tentacle holding the base there.
Yeah, I guess so. I was wondering why the switcher didn't come out, but I guess the answer is the punch first. The Fiora Worthy is still able to take that battlefield if the Kennen does use switcher, so it's not a bad play from the Kennen. And I'm wondering now, is this set gonna hit the board and try to take out this Nocturne on this turn? Or is he gonna try and develop something to base? It looks like develop something to base if that's the Spectral Matron coming down. Gonna go ahead and recycle 2 power, and I imagine a Kinku Monk is gonna hit the board, get another card draw. And he's setting up for a Giga Hold to try and keep this Nocturne from getting the second Conquer needed to go up to 8.
That would be pretty crucial, not allowing the game to end right here. We are still in, of course, game 1 only, so could be a couple more games in this series before we've decided who is our rounding out our top 8, whether it's another one of this Kennen or if it will be this Fiora instead. Ooh.
So the Fiora cracked the Divining Shells to give the +2 to the Kinku Monk that was played out from the Spectral Matron, and then he was able to use the baited hook to kill the Kinku Monk and play out a Harness Dragon, which has the when I'm played kill an enemy unit, and was able to kill the Nocturne, leaving this Kennen with kind of no units left to actually hold up to 8 on the following turn if this Harness Dragon just threatens the Zon Warren's battlefield.
Is correct. We will see if we can hold here. It doesn't look like there's that much available for Mosik to actually conquer on the right. Does have that Fizz still, but how are we going to beat over this giant battlefield? That is going to be the more important question.
So he is using the switcheroo to make the battlefield 4-4. Oh, actually, I think he's won on this turn, because sure, the punch first can come out, but there's a hard bargain in the hand for the Kennen, and if he hard bargains the punch first, he's able to then use the Kennen Legend to boost the tentacle up to 6, conquer the Monastery of Harana, and then there was a Fizz in hand, he can drop out to ride the wind over and double score.
And then that might... You are absolutely right, Knight. I think that might be the line that Mosik sees as well. We're going to see how this does play out. But here is that switcheroo now resolving. We see the mites being switched. And what will Rice Master do?
Well, he doesn't go for the punch first, but the ride the wind, and that's going to be game 1 going to our Kennen.
A fantastic W for Mosik over here. Super, super happy, of course, to take the lead in a very, very crucial series. Probably the most important series, of course, of the day. I'm pretty sure that Rice Master should be best of Fiora at this point, but I think the best of Kennen is definitely more competitive. You probably have to win the entire tournament if you're trying to get that. So it is going to be heading into game 2. We're going to go into the sideboards as well. And what will we see? What do you think would come in for the sideboards for these players? What are some important tech cards in these colors that would fit either player, Knight?
Well, I don't know what's going to be coming in for the Fiora, but I did just see double Hidden Blade removed from the Fiora's main board, which is really interesting. I always thought Hidden Blade was pretty decent against the Kennen, but I guess you don't want to fill their hand up, and the Fiora's not looking to kill their own units in this case. So...
Yeah, notably, I think in the previous series, we actually saw Rice Master has the Decree of Unity. So uses that instead of the Hidden Blades to just get rid of these Rasas, any of these important purple cards. And oh my gosh, Rice Master, he's really sweating buckets out there. It's really, really rough in that Barcelona venue, I'm sure.
Oh, interesting. So Fiora, I didn't see what they sided in, but the Kennen, it looks like Salvage might be going in the main board, or he's taking Salvage out of the main board. I didn't see if he had it in there, but definitely Salvage is on the table as a potential in or out in this case. Though I don't think we saw the Fiora play any gear.
Well, Rice Master is on baited hook, so would be one of the primary win conditions for him. We saw him use it a couple of times. Did get that very crucial harnessed dragon out on the board as well. And very crucially, using those key buff spells, or in that case, the buff gear, buff shells, to boost that Kinku Monk up. And then because baited hook checks current cost, very, very powerful too. We also see some shenanigans like that with Dragon Form in LeBlanc, to use the baited hook to even more powerful effects as well. But let's hit into the second game. What do you think needs to change for Rice Master in order to take home this second game, Knight?
I think he has to play a bit faster. We kind of saw the issue where if the Kennen is able to play out their turns without having to recycle all of their power, then they'll eventually just outscale most decks. There's a couple decks that can outscale them, like an Lux Infinite, but otherwise, the best way to handle a Kennen is to win the game before the Kennen gets the chance to play, and the Fiora was not able to go fast enough, especially with all of the Starcrossed and Gusts that the Kennen is able to hold. And I think we just need to see this Fiora play a little bit faster to avoid being in the awkward situation where you have to fully stack a board to try and defend.
I think that's a fair analysis, but we're heading into the second game, and we're looking at, is that Trifarian War Camp? Wow, versus
that is a War Camp.
Oh, it's Forbidding Ways. Trifarian War Camp, very interesting for Rice Master, and you would imagine that's so that he can get even higher numbers of that baited hook. And very, very interesting choice as well. Plus, I guess if you push in a 4-might unit, that does become mighty for the use of your Fiora Grand Duelist as well.
And then Frozen, or Forbidding Waste, I believe that's the one that reduces the might of the defending unit, so gonna presumably be trying to just conquer it with tentacles.
You are correct. It does give -2 might to a unit that is defending alone. So very, very powerful battlefield. Commonly used in orange decks like Kha'Zix and Rengar, because you can use that in conjunction with the Irresistible Faefolk. And the way Irresistible Faefolk works is if you pull a unit into the Forbidding Ways, you are the attacker. So the opposing unit does get that -2. So very, very powerful. But we're gonna start off again with this unsung hero for Rice Master.
Yeah, it is a bit unfortunate. If he moves this unsung hero up, though, it will die to the Kennen just walking in with the Empower buff. And for the Kennen player, their turn 1 was Kennen plus a seal again, which is arguably the perfect start for a Kennen. You might say that an Up from the Deep plays out slightly better, but it's definitely not a turn 1 you're upset about.
That is true. Of course, is going to be a good start regardless. And let's head into hopefully the second of 3 games of our final round of Swiss here at the regional qualifier in Barcelona, everybody.
So Lightning Rush puts a Fizz and a Traveling Merchant, I believe, into the trash. Meanwhile, he put a Seal into his hand, going for that double seal again. Make sure he doesn't have to recycle any more power going forward. And then Kennen's going to walk up to the Trifarian War Camp. I imagine flow the Lightning Rush because it will reduce the cost to play it from his trash. And then I saw Tide Turner in hand to pull the Kennen back and keep it safe.
Yeah, that's a great line. We also see BF Sword on the Unsung Hero will give it that death knell draw as well. But first things first, we do have to reach the end of Mosik's turn. Is it going to be that Tide Turner line that you brought up, or are we going to see something else? Is it going to be the Lightning Rush Flowed first, allowing us to look through the top 3 cards again?
Well, with the hit of a Nocturne, he's no longer in a position where he has to pull back this cannon. And instead, he can just play out the salvage, hit that BF sword, and say, by all means, go ahead and attack my now 10 might battlefield with your 2 might Unsung Hero.
You are absolutely right. That salvage is going to be massive, and most importantly, that tempo swing from the Nocturne Horrifying off of the Lightning Rush. And what are we going to do? If you're in Rice Master's position here, how are you going to be able to come back from this? You can try to do something with the set, but look at that, hit in hand, struggling now because of this fantastic start from the cannon.
Yeah, that salvage was extremely clutch off of, I'm assuming, one of the lightning rushes, but I don't actually know. It might have just been in his opening hand, and if that's the case, that is devastating for the Fiora. First mate comes down, pull back the Fiora, or no, the Unsung Hero from the battlefield to make sure that he is not going to leave it hanging, and I guess just develop the backline, though that's not really what you're looking to see if you're the Fiora on this turn.
At the very least, did get that 1 point to try to stay in the game in terms of point tempo. We will see, though, a decent enough backline, 3, 3, and 2 might, but Mosik is presenting 4 might units, 2 of them already. Looking at the top 3, has the switcheroo, has that shovel, and a rebuke as well. Does pick up. The rebuke is a very, very powerful card, of course, at action speed, being able to return any unit to its owner's hand from a battlefield will be able to swing a lot of fights. A second stack deck might actually hit the board pretty soon as well, but maybe Mosik might want to develop more cards in base as well. There is a Traveling Merchant available.
I wouldn't be surprised to see Up from the Deep played. And then I definitely don't think you leave the cannon at the battlefield, but the Nocturne might just go in for the point on the Forbidding Waste. Either way, with the ganking. Gonna go ahead and stack deck first, though, see what he gets off the top. There is that third seal if he wanted it, but instead I believe he took a Gust to hand.
Still, Gust is very powerful right now, especially in the current board state. Everything on the board of Rice Master is going to be removed by that card. So we'll just put that into his hand. And like you mentioned, Nocturne does have ganking. So that's actually another strength of this card that you actually don't see super duper often. But it's not going to gank to the other side. Instead, like you mentioned, Tentacles going to be played from the deep. And now that's a big base built up for Mosik.
Yep, fine to stay on the even point tempo, and the Fiora starts the turn with a Divining Shells, get that vision, see what's on the top of the deck, and ooh, okay, Pit Rookie, Unsung, Riposte, and a Set Brawler. I imagine the Set Brawler hits the battlefield this turn, and maybe you just sacrifice the Unsung Hero to go ahead and go up to 2 points, but it doesn't feel great either way in this case.
That is very true. The thing about Cannon that's actually very nice when you're playing against him is that the colors available don't have like any very, very good buffing spells. There's no disciplines, of course. There's no stupefies or anything like that either. So any combat tricks you expect from Cannon are going to be ones that usually remove things from the board or switcheroo, right? So it actually makes the combats very, very predictable. So if you're not holding for 6, you're basically not going to be able to hold at all. And now we're going to see the Unsung Hero moved into the Trifarian War Camp. The Dividing Shells, of course, will be able to push that up to 5, and that will allow it to become mighty, and the Death Knell will allow Rice Master to draw 2, which might be the reprieve that he's looking for. At the moment, both players, though, at the 2 points each. And what's important though for Mosik is that there is a free Forbidding Waste that you can leave a tentacle at to conquer, and then after that, even if it dies, you're not too upset. But Rice Master has to commit a unit there at least in order to try and take over. The last ride is now going to be played by Mosik. Will be able to play a unit from his trash, and there's a couple of fizzers there that he may like to put onto the board. Now deciding what will be the recycles, thus send a Traveling Merchant as well as one of those fizzers down to the bottom of his deck, attaching the last rights to a tentacle actually, and pushing that tentacle into the Unsung Hero, currently at 4 might to the 3 of the Unsung Hero. Divining Shell is going to be used now, will buff that Unsung Hero up to 5 might, but let's not forget Cannon, Heart of the Tempest can be used as well, empowering that tentacle with Assault 2.
Didn't even need it though. A quick gust in reaction to the Divining Shells being activated means the Fiora loses the Divining Shells and the Unsung Hero just gets bounced back to hand. And with a quick Conquer by the Tentacle, he is going to be able to play out a Fizz and get a stacked deck.
Oh, and that stack that hits another Nocturne, and once again a hit in his hands. Rice Master getting the thick of it here. Another stack deck now going to be added to the hand of ECL Mosik, and we might even see that third Nocturne hit the board as well. This is so rough of a position for him.
Absolutely, and I did just realize, looking at the now much thinner trash of the Kennen player, there is that salvage still, so if this Fiora tries to put down something like the Baited Hook and the Kennen champion unit is able to conquer, it is possible that that Baited Hook gets removed again.
Yeah, that is very real possibility. Of course, we do have to try and find a way to flow that salvage. We do of course have Cannon Storm of Shuriken on the board already. We will see. I think we're just trying to confirm whether all of our costs have been duly paid for, and it does appear to be the case. Set is also going to be able to push into either of these tentacles. We would force another re-equip of this last rites, would cause another recycle too, of course. But the issue here is just, once again, Rice Master down on tempo, down on the board. That Gust earlier just did so much work. We talked about it a little bit, like, oh yes, Cannon is very predictable in terms of how much might he can represent, but all of the removal available to him, so much. The Gust, the Switcheroo, the Starcross, the Rebuke, all of them will just make your day really bad. And now let's see what Rice Master is going to do to try and claw his way back out of this. The buff from the set Brawler going to be removed, gives him that +4 now, because he is Mighty Fiora does trigger, allowing them to ramp 1. And where are we pushing this set Brawler Knight?
Going on to the Forbidden Waste, I would have liked to see the Shovel being removed, just so that the Cannon is forced to recycle more cards if he wants to put it on the board. But I imagine, yeah, fair enough, the Fiora Worthy going into the Triferian War Camp. Oh, this actually could be really interesting. So the Fiora Worthy is 4 might, but when it enters the battlefield, it goes up to 5 when it has the buff applied. And that means that the Fiora Worthy can ready herself for a power and then can pull back. That is probably why the Triferian War Camp is being played for Fiora, and that's actually a really smart interaction to turn your Fiora Worthy into a almost Lucian of just conquer and pull back each turn if you want to.
You're exactly right, Knight. And let's not forget the buff counter on the set Brawler does have to get added back once you conquer. And we might also see a Rampage from Rice Master. Gonna use that to get rid of something on the back line. Most likely this Cannon, not allowing more flow to be played from the graveyard. And the Fiora makes its way back home. And we're moving the first mate to join this set as well to turn off that Forbidding Waste battlefield.
And then quickly dropping an Unsung Hero, I imagine, to stop something like a quick Gust from giving the Forbidding Waste debuff to the set on the following turn, as this Cannon does still threaten a very large 8 might swing in, and frankly an 8 might swing in would be enough to clear this set and the first mate even without the battlefield effect. So honestly, it might not be enough to hold the battlefield, and he might be unfortunately sacrificing some of his units.
Oh, and the hard bargain also drawn for Mosik, so a repulse is no longer on the table for Rice Master as well, but the only saving grace is that this graveyard for Mosik actually looking kind of small at the moment. May need to refill it a little bit. Stack deck gonna be used. Now, what are we looking for?
Yeah, this is the Kennen not hitting the lightning rushes he needs to be able to fill that trash as quickly as he would like. The Nocturne going in gets the Kennen in power buff to get the Assault 2, maybe changing his mind, but the Assault is still on the Nocturne, so presumably that is going to be going in on this turn. He might just be doing something first. Yep, equip the shovel, makes sense. Deciding what he wants to be recycling back into his deck. Chooses a stack deck and the Gust Monk.
And we can see this Cannon Stormer Shuriken then played back once again from the graveyard onto the board. And remember, when you do get to play cards from anywhere other than your hand, you do get to empower that Cannon Legend again. So really making use of this free Assault 2 every single turn, Mosik. Of course, at this level, at the 10-0-2 scoreline, you would expect all of these players to be so efficient with their games, with their lines. And now Nocturne, with that Assault, will push in and assault the Forbidding Waste.
A quick trade, and then throw the shovel back onto the second Nocturne. I don't know that he recycled. Yep, there we go. Recycled the Nocturne and the Gust. So there's 3 cards left in his trash, a stack deck, a salvage, and the Kennen, making sure he's holding up that salvage for all future gears that this Fiora might try to play. And I'm assuming this Kennen is what he wants on the board this turn, which is why he has made sure to keep that in his trash.
That is, of course, a great observation. Right now, we're going to see the Nocturne take out the unsung hero. No draws available for Rice Master. No punch first or anything like that. 5 points now scored for Mosik. And now we're going to threaten the 6 point as well on the Trifarian War Camp. But first things first, we're going to play the Cannon from the graveyard with the effect of Last Rites. And look at the book that Mosik has developed in his hand. Now gets to burn 2 cards into the graveyard. Helps to refill a little bit more for future Last Rites as well. The Fizz takes the 6 point on the Trifarian War Camp. And is there a judge call again?
I don't know about a judge call, but one of the players did seem to try and make an action, and then the judges did stop him, but they haven't stopped the timer yet, so I'm not sure what the exact issue is currently.
Well, that being said, we do have quite a number of hand cards available for Mosik. He is in quite a commanding position as well. Once he gets this 6 point, it will really force Rice Master into a hold, and that is going to be a little difficult when you consider the amount of might that Cannon can present, and not to mention all of the removal spells and options he has as well. If Rice Master tries to leave one battlefield open and full holds the other, then we can see an easy conquer on the left side, star-crossed into a Fizz into another star-crossed, and that might just be curtains for Rice Master's chances at a top 8 finish here at RQ Barcelona. But it does look like the timer has indeed been paused, so we will have to see what the judge call ends up being.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I was scared of. The Cannon has been able to play out all of their cards as quickly as they wanted, and the Fiora is struggling to keep up with how fast this Nocturne is able to put things onto the board and clear these battlefields. I don't
it's such a big
know that the
maker.
Fiora had a good way to win this last round.
That is true. I mean, it is going to be very difficult once the Cannon hits those Nocturnes early, and we did see, of course, Mosik hit his first Nocturne on turn 2, hit a second Nocturne not long after, and that is going to spiral the game in his favor very, very quickly. And that is the thing about Kennen, because he is, of course, a very, very consistent deck, but there are games that you just draw your Nocturnes and then you stack deck and Lightning Rushes like all your Rasas, and that makes the deck a lot less explosive and powerful. But when it gets going, it really does, like, what we're seeing here from Mosik, it's so, so powerful.
Yeah, and people seem to underestimate the Last Rites. Some Kennen decks only running one of, or at most two of Last Rites. But the Last Rites being able to constantly play these units out of the trash, and the Kennen being able to use the champion unit to play spells out of the trash means it's really hard to even say, hey, the Kennen has a small hand size, because every card in his trash can be played out in some way, shape, or form over the course of the game. And for the Fiora, we haven't seen the gear hate yet. I don't know if they cited it in or out, but more gear hate kind of needed to come out earlier if he was going to stop the Last Rites from both providing the might boost, which is always going to be helpful for the Kennen to just get a little bit more over top of some of these other battlefields where the lack of disciplines and stupefies is a problem, but also then to just stop them playing things out of the trash repeatedly.
That is true, of course. Kennen is a very frustrating deck to play against, but is of course showing up here at the regional qualifier. From the release of Vendetta, of course, has shown itself to be a very, very powerful deck and will prove itself very shortly after this round. We will be able to see how many actually do end up making that top 8 as well of the tournament. We do know at least 4, I believe, of the players that are locked in for the top 8. So maybe we can take a quick look at that while waiting for this judge call to resolve itself. And of course, surprise, surprise, Prismaticism.
Wow, there's an Ornn top 8, maybe an Azir if Squirtle made top 8. I'm assuming there's going to be 2 Kennens, as 2 Kennens, or actually more than 2 Kennens, have gone for intentional draws on this last round. And then beyond that, I think an Irelia from the looks of things, but... Oh yeah, a Rengar from Prismaticism.
And HXN Gonkra on that Kennen, like you mentioned. ECL, Mosik, and Squirtle are, I think, trying to fight for that last slot. If Mosik does win this game, I believe he is locked. Because my Squirtle would be 11-1-1, while ECL Mosik would be 11-0-2. So would guarantee that top 8. Meanwhile, Rice Master would be 12-1 if he does win this game. So I believe that also puts him at first in Swiss. So unfortunate for Rice Master, did have to play into the down pair here. There's also one more. Table 6 is also still playing. That is Min Wins from CTCG at 10-1-1. So similarly would become 11-1-1. And I think 11-1-1 might actually bubble out here, because we're looking at 6 players at that scoreline or above already. Yeah, there's going to be an 11-1-1 that bubbles out again. So it's just like the previous RQ, where the Irelia got 9th place with an X11 scoreline. And that is brutal at a regional qualifier. Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I was just watching the main broadcast showing the conversion rates. That's actually crazy. Rengar, 54%, highest conversion rate for day 2, from what I could see. And then Diana and Master Yi, not as surprised about the Master Yi. The Diana also makes sense. It's a little surprising in my brain, but then I thought, well, if you're playing Diana at this point, you've probably been playing it during the entirety of Unleashed, in which case you're probably pretty proficient on the deck. So it would make sense that Diana, a good deck with proficient players, is getting some good conversion.
That is true, Knight. But look at this top 8 that you were talking about. There is actually a pretty good spread of colors. There's 3 purple decks, 3 orange decks, and there's even 3 green decks if you think about it. So all 2 representatives from Fury. We have the Rek'Sai and the Rengar. Only Oh, we have 3 Order as well. Yeah, it's a very balanced top 8, actually, if you think about it from the color perspective, right? 3 Body, 3 Calm, 2 Fury, 3 Chaos, 4 Chaos. Wow, and these decks are, like you mentioned, Diana players all committed to the deck for the entirety of Unleashed, so that's why you expect good players to convert well. But still a lot of Riftbound to be played today. Of course, we do have the rest of this match, and then after that, we do have the top 8 games as well. And now we're getting a cute little graphic on the most played units of the event.
I'm surprised that Vex Apathetic is still in the most played unit slot, because I don't feel like I've seen a lot of Vex Apathetic recently. I feel like part of the reason Rengar's been doing well is the Vex Apathetics haven't been, at least in the main board, for a lot of these Chaos decks.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think it would be a sideboard tech for most of the Chaos decks. I mean, we saw earlier the Chaos reps are Kha'Zix, Diana, and Irelia. And they wouldn't usually like that Vex Apathetic in the main board, I would think. So you are absolutely right. Of course, Fizz Trickster going to be used in a majority of the decks. Of course, Cannon will be playing that a lot, but Scuttlecrab being third most used is also pretty interesting, isn't it? Because we saw, well, Master E is of course very highly represented. We also do have Irelia up there as well. Some Azirs are also playing it, but it being third place is actually quite impressive for a Calm unit.
Yeah, it just goes to show how strong the Scuttlecrab is, that presumably all of the Calm decks are running it if it's able to be so popular despite not being the most popular color in the format. And then for gear most used, Zhonya's Hourglass, far more popular than any of the other gear, which I am surprised by. I would have thought something else would be up there, something like the Last Rites, but it looks like more Zhonyas are being run in more decks just due to Master Yi and Irelia both running it.
Yeah, and I think another contributor to this is that, like, Purple Aurora is a lot less popular, and that was one of the main users of this Last Rites, other than Cannon, of course. And that might be why we're seeing that. The Zhonya's Hourglass, of course, used a lot in the Master E decks, but also used in Akali, especially the Heron builds like Colin Kaiser is playing. So a lot of usage there makes a ton of sense. And then after that, you see Brutalizer, BF Sword at that percentage rate as well. So Brutalizer often used by Lilia as well as the Azir that you typically find them. And now finally most played spells, raising the top 3, of course, Discipline, Defy, and then Star-Crossed.
Yeah, I mean, look at those numbers. We have 38% Defy, 38% Star-Crossed, Discipline and Stack Deck both at 37%. That is a lot of usage for those 4 cards.
Yeah, I mean, Discipline Defy, I don't think you're playing a green deck without them. Similarly, I don't think you're playing a purple deck without Star-Crossed or Stacked Deck. Right the Wind, of course, rounding out our top 5, one of the best cards in Chaos as well, being able to move and also ready a unit, so then you go back to base, keeping that unit safe. So very, very powerful. Charm and Salvage also there, so pretty good units as well, being able to move units away or move them into battlefields to kill them. Salvage is just a very good generic gear removals card too.
Yeah, speaking of Salvage, it looks like the most sideboarded core. I guess it goes to show you how prepared these players came in for the cannons. They knew it was pretty much the big bad wolf of the current meta. And to correct chat, I don't know who told you guys that Rek'Sai made it. I hate to break it to you guys. I don't think Rek'Sai is in the top 8. I think Squirtle might be squeezing in there. Hero, are you sure there's going to only be one player that bubbles out, or was there multiple players?
I have not done the math fully. There's 12 players at 10-1-1 or higher. So I am pretty sure there should be 1 or 2 bubble outs. But I need to look at the standings once more, because there could be a down pair or something like that.
Because there's some that's 100% confirmed. So 100% confirmed, number 1 seed Coco Lopez rocking the Kennen this weekend. Prismaticism 100% within top 8, representing Rainguard. Salam on Master Yi will be in there, so those are 3 guaranteed. Hisoka, we saw him on stream just previous round. Master Yi, so I think there's 2 Master Yis locked into top 8. Gonkra, the second Kennen, did intentionally draw, so at 11-1-1, they are very, very likely to get into top 8. Now, this is where we start getting into the bubble territory. Ornn, 11-1-1, they also intentionally drew the last round. So I'm praying, I know Hero is, I know Nightfighter is, can we get an Ornn in the top 8 for the first time in the Riftbound history? And then Squirtle right below the Ornn player. And then at 8th place currently is Rice Master, but we know he's playing on stream, or is he, is the question, because some kind of shenanigans is going on in the background. I've never seen a judge call take so long where they show us the casters, and then instead of the casters chatting for a little bit, they start throwing stats on the board. They're really trying to buy some time, so I'm wondering if there was a heftier dispute more than usual. You know, this regional has been a little bit more intensive on the judging, just like we saw yesterday in that Squirtle game. I've never seen anything like it. I don't know if you saw it, Night and Hero, but it was like 25 minutes worth of judge calls. It was crazy.
I mean, personally, I'm fine with that.
Crazy. Yeah, it's better that they take the time to make sure there's a fair ruling. I've definitely seen a number of complaints online about the way the RQ has been thus far, but I'm not there, so I'm not going to complain or comment on it too much. But I think the scary part for these players heading into the top 8 is, like, look at the OMWs between all of them. Is like everyone is within a percentage point of each other. And that's going to make the bubble so hard to determine. I think, like, Inazumi, the 12th and the 11th place ones are probably currently, like, super out of the running. Blank, of course, did lose to Squirtle, so it's just up to Inazumi here on the 12th spot, who is against Min Wins from CTCG. And honestly, I'm not sure if I like either of these players making top 8 because they're on E and Canon, so it's like we're just gonna see another one of the existing legends. But right now, it looks like we're shaping up to have 3 Canons in the top 8, and that's very, I mean, it's kind of expected, but at the same time, it's kind of frustrating to see, like, how much dominance this legend has gotten after just one set, basically.
And it looks like the game is back. It looks like they definitely paused the time. So I'm wondering if that was their time extension as Kennen continues on his play. So guys, refresh your stream and see if we could get locked and loaded back in this game and who can take it down. Because right now, Rice Master definitely has his back against the wall. But Night Fighter and Hero, I'll leave it to you guys to close out the last round of Swiss.
Yeah.
Hell yeah. And back against the wall is a understatement. Just look at the difference in the board states at the moment. And what
just
happened
an
to
immediate
the
scoop. I don't know.
Yeah.
The Fiora Worthy died somewhere, and there's just an immediate scoop. I'm imagining we saw some stuff on the behind the scenes. Some cards were played out because, yeah, I don't think that was the board state we had when we left. We just come back and there's an immediate scoop. So I'm guessing some judge ruling did not go in the Fiora's favor for this last turn.
Yeah, just a little bit anticlimactic here, but ECL Mosik now will round out your top 8 as that Kennen Heart of the Tempest winning here on table 4, finishing at 11-0-2. And that means that they're tied with Coco Lopez as the highest standing player, and that might actually push them to first or even second or even first seed as well at our Barcelona RQ. But we're still waiting on the result of table 6, because table 6, of course, will be the decider of who is the final X11 player in the final round here. And Knight, what are you looking forward to here in our top 8?
I'm looking forward to the Rengar. Let's put it that way. We got a Rengar, we got an Ornn, but then there's going to be a lot of Kennen and Yi, which is a little bit scary as someone who does not like either of those legends. I would like to see Squirtle win because I like seeing Azir win. I think it's a really good deck, and I also think it's just a fun deck to watch.
Oh wow, Nightfighter, you are betting on the first ever 3-timer, huh? Okay, history could be made. It already feels like it's been a historic weekend, so might as well get a nice little cherry on the top. I mean, he didn't have the crazy legendary run as we've seen in the past where he's gone completely undefeated. So having it kind of really work for it. If he does manage to get into that top 8 spot, I mean, you can never truly count him out. He seems like he's a lot more locked in than yesterday. You know, I will kind of say, like, I feel like he mentioned in the winners interview we saw earlier today, he said like the Heat, despite him being, I think, a local to Spain, I don't know if he's exactly from Barcelona, but I know he's definitely from Spain. The Heat in the venue kind of got the best of him, so I feel like he definitely got some good rest. You could almost see it in his eyes. He looks good and he looks ready to compete for the crown once more. So I'm excited. I honestly do want to see Squirtle in top 8 because then we have Prismat, previous champ, Squirtle, previous champ. So at minimum 2 champions competing for it again. Coco is a finalist, so he was so close but not close enough. And I feel like that's the worst. What's the saying they say, like, second place is like, oh, what's the saying, chat? If you guys know, it's like second place almost feels the worst.
No one remembers
because you were just
place.
so close.
I believe it's
I think the saying
second
is no
place
one
is
remembers
first
second
loser.
place.
Both work. Both work.
No one remembers second place, and no one remembers the quotes about second place either. So you only remember whoever wins, and that's gonna be really important. We'll find out if we do get our 3-time RQ winner. We won't even find out if Squirtle actually makes top 8 until in about a couple of minutes, because remember, it's a very, very close race for that final 2 spots. There's gonna be 2 bubble outs at X11, and that is so crazy unfortunate. But that being said, that was still a very, very fun RQ to watch. I think there was so many high level plays. Squirtle, of course, already displayed how talented he can be with amazing top decks in that game, in that series versus Colin K. But we're gonna go into a player interview now with Mosik.
So at the end of the year, I was thinking about whether to keep playing for the game. I want a lot from myself. I criticize a lot, so I needed to check whether I was able to perform at a good level. So for me, it's a good confirmation. So
that makes a lot of sense. I think competitive card gamers are the biggest critics on themselves. It is a very tough job to have when you come into a room like this and you have to play 13 rounds across 2 days, across nearly 24 hours with very little sleep and very little food. You have to make a conscious decision on, you know, am I doing as good as I think I can? How hard am I pushing myself? And then you have to be happy with that. And here you are, 3rd event in, and you got not just your invite to the regional championship, Mosik. You're going to top 8. You're going to have a chance to be on the same caliber of conversation as players like Squirtle, Alan ZQ, Diwali, Prismaticism, Sam D. Sherman, and also Factor. That you could be in that list of names.
Yeah, but he's like 0.1% less OMW right now. And he just won?
They are monsters of
I don't
the
know.
game right
I don't know.
now.
We'll see. We'll see.
I'm gonna try my best.
OMW is a really
Let's see what
funky
happens.
like statistic,
Absolutely,
honestly.
and your best is what you've
like, no one
already
really
given
knows
so
how
far,
to calculate
so
it.
only more to come. You've got a top 8 to play out. I'm going to give you a bit to rest. We've got some...
We'll see how much...
Absolutely.
Well, I mean, it's basically just how good your opponents are. So, like,
this is a great win for
there's a lot of
GS.
opportunities for OMW
Fair
to shift in
but
this
there's
final
more
game.
Riftbound to be played. We have more
but he's definitely
players
either
to
first
figure
or
out
second,
who are going to be in our top 8 as well. So we want to get back to more of that Riftbound.
35 points.
What were you saying? I didn't catch it. Are you saying that for the tiebreakers between Coco and Mosik here?
Mosik? Yeah.
Yeah, it's gonna be
They're
close.
like
I am excited
0.1% off
nonetheless.
right now.
That means we for sure have at least 6 of the top 8 players. Let's go ahead and take a refresh. I don't believe the actual bracket has been wrapped up just yet. It looks like there's 10 minutes into overtime as we speak, but Mosik does get the win. We don't know min wins. Let's pull up the website that kind of keeps up with it in real time. It's right in the event info channel if you guys want to pull it up on your side as well. And that was me talking to Hero and Night Fighter. I could post it in chat too if you guys want. But I think we could go ahead and click players.
Yeah.
Where's players? I've done it on mobile. Wait, chat. There was players.
Are we looking at Yomi's place or?
Yeah, Yomi's place. All right, chat. I think these are the most up to date. Actually, I misspeak because Rice Master's still in there, so I think they haven't inputted that one win for Mosic as he's still sitting there in 11. But we could kind of extrapolate a little bit. Mosic goes in at 11:02, which ends up being number 1 or number 2 seed. So we have Kennen, Prismat for sure in it. Salon.
Oh wait, there's a backup match. There's a backup match.
There's a backup match. Let's do it. Let's jump into it. Oh, nice. Min Wins is on stream.
Yeah, they're showing Min Wins and Inazumi.
Oh,
Yeah. It's the most important match as well, where we're gonna decide whether this is going to be the first or the top 8 or not. Inazumi, of course, has a worse tiebreaker, I believe, but that doesn't matter. We're both just going to try to play for the win here on stream.
Huge sabotage.
And we're actually 1-0 ahead as well right now.
That sabotage was fantastic to remove the last rights. The board for the Master Yi is a little bit thin compared to the Kennen, but knowing that the Master Yi has all their runes available and only a discount Sand Soldier token on the Emperor's dais, I really like the Master Yi's position already.
Yeah, I think that is great. I mean, look at the hand cards. There's one singular Vi available for Inazumi, but that is actually a very, very significant card as well in this matchup specifically because stunning the unit that is holding the battlefield for this Master E will be pretty important. So let's see what Min has available. Oh, I see 6 tap. That might be a Ruin Runner. And that is going to deny that Vi of the stun, so could be very, very crucial. Empress Deus does have that Sand Soldier, but we might have to move it back. There's a lot available for Inazumi now. What are we going to see them top deck into?
Yeah, it does mean the Kennen gets a free conquer, as none of these battlefields are being defended. And a quick Ride the Wind, double score with the Kennen, flow a second spell from trash, and I guess he can then pull back, because he's not really going to want to try and defend with only a Gust and a Vi Peacekeeper in hand. But at the same time, letting the Master Yi walk 2 units up onto a battlefield doesn't feel fantastic either. Does go ahead and flow the stack deck.
We did see the Vi earlier.
Oh, that's a very big pickup for this Kennen.
Is true. We will see what Inazumi ends up doing, but the one thing that we know is that both of these decks are kind of opposites in what they want to do. Inazumi gets free 2-Might Assault basically, and then Min Wins technically gets free 2-Might Shield, so kind of cancels each other out. Of course, we will have to see what other tricks are available to this Kennen. Like we said earlier, Kennen doesn't have that many ways to add might. Does have a lot of ways to remove bodies, but that Ruin Runner will be very, very difficult for Inazumi to answer.
Ooh, a very nice Nocturne off of a, I believe, stacked deck. Might have been a Lightning Rush, though. And then after double conquering, just passing back to the Master Yi. I did see a Disarming Rake in hand, so if that shovel comes down, it can be removed. The Master Yi just has to make sure not to play the Disarming Rake and think, I'll take care of one of those seals, and make sure to hold it for when that shovel hits the board.
You are right, but he did sabotage the shovel earlier, so maybe not too worried about that for now. We'll see. The Ruin Runner might move into a battlefield now, allowing another conquer for CTCG. Min Wins here, and of course hoping to take home his 11th win of the tournament. 3rd point now for this Proving Grounds Master E, a deck that despite not having a best of available at this RQ is still showing a lot of representation. Now the chosen champion gonna move into the Empress Deus, and what else is going to be played for Min here. Does get his first 2 EXP as well. Being able to go up to 6, of course, does enable ganking and deflect on this Master E champion. And that could be very relevant here, dodging things like Rebuke. Pit Rookie gonna give a buff counter to the Ruin Runner, making it even more difficult for Inazumi to deal with. But he actually has quite a bit of units in the back line here.
The Disarming Rake does come down, taking out the seal. That's unfortunate for the Master Yi. He's gonna have to try and bounce that Disarming Rake back into hand once that shovel hits the board, which means presumably that Emperor's Dais is going to have to be reconquered by the Master Yi, which also means he doesn't really want to defend it this turn, as he needs to get that conquer going forward.
You are absolutely right, Knight. But first things first, Inazumi has to actually answer the board here. And remember, we have a Master E on the dais. Oh, there's another shovel. So second shovel is indeed played for Inazumi. Not like what you mentioned earlier, a couple of cannons not respecting this shovel card enough, only playing 1 copy. Inazumi does have a second one. And also notably, last turn we were able to increase our hand size quite a bit. We were starting the turn with just 2, now we're all the way up to 5 already. Cannon does get the shovel attached and will be able to get that additional might, now representing 8 total with the assault, and moving a hard bargain and the traveling merchant back to the bottom of Inazumi's deck. How are we going to proceed with this turn? Which battlefield are we attacking? And power given to the cannon, assault 2, now coming in for 8 total into the Master E.
So here's the problem. The Master E can discipline his Master E and try to trade on the Emperor's Dais, but if the Kennen then has a response, something like a Rebuke or a Starcross to get this Master E off the battlefield, he's able to flow that Ride the Wind from trash, and then go over and actually threaten the Rune Runner as well for another double conquer, and potentially 2 more cards being played out from the trash, at which point this Master Yi, he might get a free conquer on the Emperor's Dais for the Disarming Rake, but it'll probably be too little too late, with at least 1 Raza potentially going to hit the board on this turn from the last rites.
You are absolutely right, Knight. And now, what is it going to be? We do see the Rebuke and the Switcheroo both available for Inazumi, but I don't think we're switching 8 into 8. It is going to be 2 and 2 power. Rebuke going to be used on this Master E and returns it to the hand of Min Wins. And that is going to be a very important point for Inazumi. Now, will he indeed ride the wind into the Veiled Temple, threatening this Ruin Runner as well? Currently will defend for 8 as well with the buff counter, but then we do need to push another unit in order to actually conquer this point. And we do also run into the possibility of a punch first from Min Wins. Is there a hard bargain in the graveyard?
There's not a hard bargain for the Kennen player. It is true, with 1 energy available, the Master Yi can be holding up Defy or Punch first, which does make it slightly awkward for the Kennen, in that if this Ride the Wind does get defied, the Kennen is then left exposed at a battlefield. But I don't know that we saw one, and I don't know that the Kennen player is that concerned about it. He would then be able to reattach Shovel and potentially trade into this Rune Runner anyway. There is the Defy, so the Ride the Wind will be countered.
And that is a very important Defy here, because not only did we stop the cannon from moving into our Veiled Temple, protecting our Ruin Runner, but we're also going to hopefully deny this 6 point from Inazumi. And that's going to be very, very crucial. Of course, those of you who aren't familiar with Riftbound, aren't familiar with point tempo, you can only realistically score 2 points a turn most turns of the game. So that is going to be important. But Inazumi might actually still just send every unit he has into this Veiled Temple and that is going to be burn 1 from the Shadow Order Disciple. So that makes a total of 9 might, and that will be able to push over this Ruin Runner with the buff counter.
Yeah, brings him up to 6 points. So there is a potential win on the next turn. And this Master Yi, he'll be able to conquer and potentially even double conquer fairly comfortably, but it's gonna be a very big investment to try and hold both of these battlefields from the impending 8 Might Raza hitting the battlefield next turn.
That is very, very true. And let's not forget the Vi is still available in the hand of Inazumi, so can use that to also try to make a very, very big hold. The Rasa, of course, will be 8. Then we'll get another free Rasa from the graveyard. That will be another 6-14. And with a Vi coming in, that would be a 19 might battlefield that Min will have to try and conquer over. But we still have another game in our series, even if we do end up losing here. So that is the benefit of winning your first game. You will then, of course, get to go first once you lose in game 2. But we will have to see how the rest of this game plays out first night.
Yep, let's see. We have a Discipline. I believe that was an Onslaught. So Onslaught would make conquering these battlefields very comfortable. And then we have the Master Yi that was bounced to hand, a First Mate, and a Rengar Trophy Hunter, and a Discipline. I don't know if I already said that one. So he can definitely conquer these battlefields, and it will just be a matter of how he wants to do it to leave up enough runes to not then immediately die on the following turn.
We also have an Onslaught, so could buff a unit up significantly, but how are we going to hold? I think that is going to be the crucial question. We're putting 4 runes rested, and it might in fact be that Onslaught giving +6 to one of these units, and more importantly can be flowed on the following turn as well, so gets to use it a couple of times. Are we going to see the Rengar make its way onto the board? Because that right now is just a full trade with the Cannon Stormer Shuriken on the Empress Dais.
Yeah, he does still want to replay this Disarming Rake if he can, but he just doesn't quite have the runes to make all of that work. So we're going to have to see where exactly he goes.
You are absolutely right. We're just a little bit short on the rune count. Rengar trade into Disarming Rake into the Dais, but because of the errata, you're not able to pay 0 for the Dais anymore. We can't get rid of that shovel this turn. Let's see though, what is Min's play? What is his line? And remember, we cannot afford a draw here either, so we do have to decide. We have to decide whether we're gonna scoop early or not. Looks like we do have 6 runes left available, so we are threatening Rengar plus Punch first. The Rake is buffed up now to 4. We did also draw into a Rampage, and that could be significant, honestly. You are absolutely right. Let's see though, what will Min Wins try to do? Being able to get rid of the Rasa in the backline would be massive, but then how are we going to get rid of the cannon on the Dais? We will have to see. 4 runes held on by Min Wins. But first, the Rake might make its move into the Veiled Temple, taking out the Traveling Merchant.
No, it looks like the Rampage is going to come down. I'm assuming he's going to try and give a +2 to the Disarming Rake. Yep, so the Disarming Rake is now up to 6. The problem is, regardless of what he kills, it's not the best. He's able to take out the Traveling Merchant easily, but this Disarming Rake then unfortunately trades with the cannon at best still, based on what we can see in the Master Yi's hand anyway.
You are correct. It looks like we're trading Rampage into the Merchant, and then maybe we're moving the Rake into that Dais. But let's see what Min Wins ends up deciding, because there is a First Mate available as well. Rake into the Veiled Temple. Yeah, I mean, there's only
scoop.
15 minutes left in the round.
Yeah, it makes sense. I don't think the Master Yi had just enough energy to make that work. One more energy, and he could have potentially made something happen, but with that spot, he just didn't have the win, and he really needs the time for his game 3.
Yeah, but of course, like we said earlier, losing here means you get to go first later, so that is going to be very, very crucial, and we might see the Star Spring hit the board, and that is going to be such a powerful battlefield as well. Now we get to take a look at Inazumi's deck list. So 2 copies of that Last Rites, as well as a single Hard Bargain. We also see the Tentacles up from the deep, and a spicy one of Hidden Blade also in the deck for Inazumi.
Yeah, the Hidden Blade is interesting. We didn't see a Baron or a Shadowtail Monarch, which is also a little bit strange, but clearly it's working for him. And for the Master Yi, we have Onslaught 1 of, good for getting back onto those battlefields, and then just all the pump spells. Punch First, Unguard, Discipline, all of the bonus might that he could ever possibly need.
Yeah, and also 3 copies of Charm as well, really trying to get those enemy units onto the battlefields where he does have that +2 for free. And let's hit into the third and final game of our Swiss rounds. And it's going to be, of course, Min Wins versus Inazumi here for their right to be top 8 and maybe eventual champion of RQ Barcelona. 2 cards mulliganed for Inazumi, just the 1 for Min Wins. Let's see a 2-drop pushed onto the board, and it's going to be Zon Warrens for Inazumi as the going second, plus Star Spring for Min Wins.
Yep, Scuttle Crab hits the board, passes, stacked deck from the Kennen will let him then still play out his Shadow Order Disciple. And luckily, the Shadow Order Disciple, able to go up to 3 on the attack, does mean it can threaten this Scuttle Crab even with the Master Yi +2 on defense. So we'll have to see what he puts out. It's going to be the first mate going for a turn 2 double conquer. Love to see it. And he's holding up a energy still, so he's able to defend on the following turn.
That is right. The first mate on the Star Spring is so powerful, acting as an effective accelerate for this Scuttle Crab going into the Zon Warren. So gets not just the double conquer, but also gets to cycle a little bit, look deeper into the deck for more of those crucial cards. We already saw we did have some on-guards available. Ooh.
That top deck honestly might seal the game. The Shadow Order Disciple is forced to go into the battlefield before he's ready. And now the Kennen player, yeah, he can Gust to try and slow things down. He can Rebuke to try and slow it down further, but he doesn't have a unit on board, and he only has a Fizz in hand.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And if that allows Min to hold to 4 points, that's going to be so massive for the side of this Master Yi player. The CEO gonna be played first, and then a stacked deck looking for more outs, more options. Does find his one of Starcrossed as well as a Nocturne. So great way to finally build some board back after getting charmed out of your 1 unit. Now, let's not forget, the key reason that Charm worked earlier is because Inazumi had not yet empowered his Legend Kennen, so was not able to give that Assault 2 to make it a trade. But Nocturne now on the board. What else will Inazumi do to develop this turn?
Oh, going for a Ride the Wind, pushing that Nocturne in fast for a quick double conquer. That is a heck of a turn, able to quickly retake the tempo thanks to the Ride the Wind, giving the Nocturne the ganking it needs to double score as well.
That is a massive too, because the tides have totally turned now from 2 points in Min's favor to maybe going up to 4 to now having an empty board. And not only that, this Nocturne 4 might so powerful for this deck, this Kennen deck, just so good. Now a Lightning Rush also still available for Inazumi, can continue to look deeper into his deck for more options, and that might be how he rounds out this turn.
Yeah, he is forced to discard something for the Zon Warrens, and it looks like he was discarding the Gust, pulls the Traveling Merchant off the top of the deck, and decides, you know what, I'll just play that out, put a unit on board in case this Nocturne ends up dying on this turn.
Yeah, I mean, of course, the 5-rune turn means Rengar is a real possibility for Min wins. We will see if he does end up having that to contest this Nocturne, but just a fantastic find for Min earlier to get, for Inazumi earlier to get this Nocturne plus Ride the Wind combo. And I think that means that we're going to see Inazumi actually hold up to 3 points, because Min, all he can do is just play this Chosen Champion, shut down by that Nocturne Ride the Wind, and it is going to be a 3rd point for Inazumi, most likely followed by a 4th.
Yeah, and we see there's a Last Rites in hand for the Kennen, so even worse than that, the trash, which is being rapidly filled, and another 2 cards going to the trash with a Lightning Rush, and all those cards are gonna end up being played out thanks to Last Rites and this Kennen champion unit, which hasn't even been forced to hit the board yet.
Yeah, exactly right. Oh, another Lightning Rush found, as well as a Hard Bargain. Both great options will be the Lightning Rush, the Hidden Blade, not necessary. Lightning Rush going to once again fill the trash, does find a Rasa, and just after the trash has hit 10 cards, so a fantastic starting turn for Inazumi. This is turn 3, by the way. This Nocturne might now push into the Star Spring, and if Inazumi decides to put the Rasa on that Star Spring, will push that 4 Might unit back into base as well. So what is it going to be? It is, in fact, Rasa pushing back the Nocturne, and now we're holding for 6 on this Star Spring.
Yeah, holding for 6 on the Star Spring. The Kennen Storm of Shurikens played to the base as well. So next turn, these spells are going to be hitting the board thanks to the flow that Kennen can give them. The only thing that this Master Yi can do is try to clear the backline, and unfortunately I didn't see another charm or a rampage or something of the sort in his hand, so he's just gonna be forced to walk up and try to hold a battlefield.
Yeah, I mean, that is kind of what PGE does best though, so that will be what Min would like to do. We will see if he can try to claw his way back in after that blowout turn that Inazumi had a while ago. He does have the Ruin Runner available, not to mention the Punch First as well, and we do know the Hard Bargain is in the graveyard for Inazumi now, so let's see if there's a line where Min finds a way back into this game, or if Inazumi just gets to get his 6 point and threaten lethal on the following turn. Master E now going to be moved into the Zon Warrens. Once again, we do get to cycle a card. This is the 3rd point for Min, but if he can't get the 4th, it will push him further away from the point tempo that he so desperately wants.
Top deck Scuttle Crab, not really what he was looking for, I'm sure. 6 energy exhausted. I'm guessing that Rune Runner is going to hit the board. And then just hold up the 1 energy for Punch First or Defy. Both are in hand, so he can threaten with both. It's definitely possible to hold this Zon Warrens, but if the Kennen... Oh yeah, the Kennen has a Rebuke, so I was going to say if the Kennen plays slow and smart, but with a Rebuke, he doesn't even need to play slowly. He can just go straight for that 6 point conquer on this turn with the Rebuke.
Oh my gosh, and he found that Rebuke off the top as well, so that is going to be so brutal. Min may not find its way into that top 8 after all, but we will have to see. Inazumi, can you find the line here to go up to 6 points? We did, of course, see earlier he played down the Kennen Storm of Shuriken, so we'll be able to buff that up with Kennen Legend, giving it Assault 2. Currently, that would be a trade into this Master E champion. Again, we're going to use the Empower plus 2 Assault onto Nocturne instead. So trying to go for a trade here first, forcing the hand of Min. Let's see if we're going to see that Punch First come out, and then we're going to see that immense blowout of the Rebuke.
No, Master Yi definitely aware that that was a bait, given it was a trade, and so just said, alright, I guess the Master Yi dies. And now the Kennen can walk in, play something from the trash again, probably another Lightning Rush, because I'm not seeing any other super important cards. I guess a stack deck is better than a Lightning Rush, given Lightning Rush has flow of its own. And then, presumably, I mean, he can pull back the Raza if he wants, or he can just leave it on the battlefield and say, I'm gonna try and hold with a Shovel or a Rebuke.
Yeah, I mean, that is very fair. Similarly, if you know the lines, Master Yi's attacking patterns are also fairly predictable. Rengar jumps in for 6 with any number of runes. They do have any number of buffs available, but of course, they usually come in increments of either 2 or punch first. Nocturne gonna be played off of this stacked deck. So once again, gets to build up another 4 might unit for just 1 power, and not only gets to add an additional card into the hand. So flowed stack deck, always a very, very powerful card. And Inazumi also still has the option to just protect this Rasa and try and set up for a double conquer on the following turn. Because of the Star Spring, can just place a unit down there. But what is the play? Is Tentacles up from the deep now, spawning 2 1-cost tokens. Sorry, 1 might tokens, and we're actually putting them at either battlefield, and the Star Spring will indeed push the Rasa back into the base. Tentacle just holding on to the Star Spring there.
Ooh, I believe that is a rule mishap that neither player saw. Star Spring can't be triggered by a token unit, so I don't think the Tentacle should be able to move that Raza back. Ultimately, not a big deal. It just means the Raza would be exhausted, but...
That is actually true, yeah, because the Rasa was active anyway, so I think it doesn't make that big of a difference in this case, so it's fine. But yeah, definitely something that you guys need to remember at home when you're playing your cannons and you're playing on your Star Springs. Tokens do not, in fact, move with the effect of Star Spring, but how will Min claw his way out of here? Discipline going to be used on this Ruin Runner, trying to look for more answers. Really would like to clear both of these battlefields if possible. Master Yi, not known for his attacking prowess, more of a defending deck. Does take out the Cannon Stormer Shuriken, and now we'll get to use that Zod Warrior, trying to find more answers once again. Might discard this second Sabotage. Doesn't need to sabotage Inazumi. His chances are already kind of sabotaged here. Min would like to find a way to prevent a double conquer on the following turn, but look at the back line for Inazumi in the base at the moment, already representing that's 15 might with the burn, and not even counting the Assault 2 yet. Scuttlecrab, once again, trying to find outs, trying to find answers. 2 punch first available.
I mean, double punch first is an answer. And yeah, with the charm able to take out the Raza, the Rune Runner sits at a comfortable 6-8 on the defense. And with double punch first being held up, or a punch first and a defy, there's a pretty good chance he holds the Zon Warrens. It's just whether or not he can both hold the Zon Warrens and then push into this Star Spring on the following turn, while the Kennen presumably either tries to hold... The Kennen can push in on this Rune Runner, but without being able to rebuke the Rune Runner, because he can't be targeted, the Kennen is strictly relying on the bonus might that the Kennen can give his units, which won't really be enough to take this battlefield, I don't think.
Yes, because Ruin Runner's ability doesn't allow it to be targeted by other spells or abilities, Inazumi has to honestly beat over this 8 might camo now because of that buff from the Pitch Rookie. And as much as he can technically represent more than 8 right now, his board currently has 9 total. It's still quite a difficult ask. And we're gonna now flow that Lightning Rush, once again looking for more answers. Rasa is found as well as a stacked deck. The Rasa going to be added to the hand, of course. Can be played for just 1 power. The power of this cannon deck is in this Rasa the Sunderer card. But what can we see from Inazumi here? Just 6 more runes available. Are we going to send everything here into the Zon Warrens, or Are we going to try the opposite and send everything into the Star Spring and try to hold? Because that right now would be a 9 might hold for the side of Inazumi.
Yeah, he can do a 9 might hold, throw down a Raza, go up to 15. He's gonna remove the last rights, so he doesn't want the +2 from that, would rather get something off the top. And a Ride the Wind might be what he needs. That will let him try and sneak a unit onto this Zon Warrens during the Master Yi's turn. And another Lightning Rush. He's just digging for an answer to try and shore up this defense on the Star Spring.
Yeah, I mean, it is, of course, a great option just to look for more outs. He has a third Lightning Rush available as well. Does find another Ride to Win, and that Vi, which again could be very, very powerful. Of course, once again, foiled by the Ruined Runner, but still a powerful 5 might unit, and you might just need that might in order to beat this Master E player. So are we going to see that Rasa come down, like you said, onto the Star Spring? We are. And that means we're holding for a huge, huge amount. Switcheroo also going to be hidden there on the Star Spring. And Inazumi now presents the challenge. Min, can you break this massive battlefield with a Switcheroo hidden here? And Min now has to answer. Only has that Scuttle Crab and Pit Rookie in the base.
Yeah,
Ooh,
unfortunately.
Is that Onslaught?
Well, even with an Onslaught, if he buffs up one of these units, they're going to get hit by the Switcheroo. And without a way to move this Rune Runner, it's going to be almost impossible to actually break this battlefield on this turn.
You are absolutely right. And Switcheroo is going to be so, so huge for Inazumi here. And most importantly, because it is 2 power, not going to be able to use this Defy that Min already has available in his hand to try and deny Inazumi of this victory.
Yep,
so
the
Scuttle Crab is going to come in. We're just going to see the card available in hand, the card's face down. And I think Min recognizes that that means he is cooked.
Yeah, so if he had something like a First Mate, he could move the Rune Runner back and try to take the Star Spring battlefield. But unfortunately, even if the Rune Runner moves over to take the Star Spring, a Ride the Wind on the Raza can move an 8 might potentially unit over to that Zon Warrens again and force Min to be able to defend both for at least 8 on that Ride the Wind. And if Min is able to get an 8 might unit onto that Star Spring while moving the Rune Runner back and able to threaten the move the Rune Runner back to threaten the Star Spring and have an 8 might unit on the Zon Warrens, then the Ride the Wind moves the Raza to base, and next turn you do all of that all over again. So it's just not a good position, let alone a winnable position with what Master Yi had in hand.
Yeah, I mean, canon things, right? The Nocturne Ride the Wind turn was definitely the crucial turn of this game. It was only the second turn of the game, but it's what won canon the series at the end of the day, because Ride the Wind moving Nocturne with the ganking into the battlefield, then moving into the other battlefield with ganking, so strong, and that double conquer flipped everything on its head. If of course Min had the Rengar there, maybe would have been able to swing the tempo back in his favor, but did not have it in the cards, and unfortunately that means he is kicked out of the top 8 of RQ Barcelona. That being said, we do have 3 more fantastic top cut games to watch, everybody at home.
That is right. That is the conclusion of the Swiss rounds out there in Barcelona. Really cool stuff. Really epic games. Pretty much all day 1 and day 2 long. But as Hero just said, it comes down to just these final 8 remaining players. And I know the big question on everyone's mind is who in the world will be those 8 players. We'll try to get that info for you as soon as we have it. I know this interview is going on, but we've heard a little bit from Kennen players this weekend, so we'll leave them alone for the time being. Let's see if we can hit a quick little refresh And it has been updated. So ladies and gents, pay attention. These are the top 8 players for regional qualifier Barcelona. Coco Lopez, number 1 seed. Kennen, ECL Music, Kennen number 2. Prismat with the Rengar, Salome with the Yi, Squirtle coming in at number 5 seed. Azir, no stranger to the crown, as we all know. Ornn does make it in for the first time in Riftbound history. I know I said that a couple times now, but it has become a reality. And Manlan, also a Massilium teammate. Not only that, he was actually a top 8 competitor in Bologna. If you guys remember, there was a high-level game, Ezreal versus Ezreal, on LMZQ's Rise to the Crown. It was Mainland in that quarterfinals game. So Mainland, this is his second top 8. Gonkra being that third and final Kennen, and Hisoka bubbling in. So Inazumi, the winner against Min wins, didn't even make it. Maybe because he was the last to finish. They're like, you're going to be the one that bubbles out. Knight and Hero, what do you guys think about this top 8?
Well, Master E and Kennen being at 2 and 3 reps is kind of, well, it was half expected. I mean, they were also the most represented legends in the tournament in general, but their conversion rate to top 8 is crazy. Prismaticism and Squirtle, I think no one counted them out, but the Ornn here is truly the crazy, like, sneak. It's not even a sneak. They just did well. 11-1-1 on Ornn?
Yeah.
Incredible.
That's a massive showing, and the one draw is actually the intentional draw at the end. So 11-1 on Ornn at a 2,000 player event is absolutely bonkers, and it's gonna be so fun. I really hope they show us their games on stream. Top 8 ideally would be great. They are paired into Prismaticism, so that is a crowd pleaser for sure. Yeah, but more importantly, if you look a little bit lower, 10th place is Akali Rogue Assassin by ASC Harukaze. So this legend super underrated. I'm so happy to see it do well. But maybe we will see if there's any further Akalis. Of course, Colin Kaiser did end up not winning that best of, despite a very fantastic showing. Harukaze just did so amazing this tournament.
Yeah.
Showing I was going to say Akali is here and not to be underestimated. Is the highest X2 on the bracket, so really impressive stuff. But Knight, I know you didn't get to finish your thought. What were your thoughts overall on this top 8? Is it a little bit as we expected? Because I think yesterday you might have said that potentially 3 Kennens are making top 8, and I think it is. I mean, we know for a fact now that that is the case.
Yeah, I was pretty sure we were going to get some Kennens. The Master Yi surprised me. I figured there just wouldn't be a lot of Master Yis, but clearly people wanted their invites still. Squirtle makes a lot of sense. Prismaticism makes a lot of sense. No longer shackled down by the Annie. He is kind of dominating every tournament that he's been going to, so definitely wasn't surprised to see him. The Ornn blew my mind. I had no idea that Ornn was doing this good, and I was reading the chat. Apparently, Gonkra is the first woman in a top 8. I don't know about that, but if so, that's really cool. And if Ornn wins, he'll be the first Calm Mind legend to win a regional, which is also really cool.
Let's go. A lot of history to be made and has been made already. So, man, shaping out to be a really awesome conclusion, I guess we'll say, to the weekend out there in Barcelona. But for the time being, let's go ahead and start setting things up, because I think the pairings are already going out and we don't want to get caught off guard. Knight, if you want to take a short little refresher break as we go ahead and close things out with Hero. But that was a good clean round. It almost was just one round, but it was 2 games in one, wasn't it, Hero?
Yeah, I mean, it was a very anticlimactic end to the first game with Rice Master. Very unfortunate we did see him get blown out, but at the very least, we did finally see a couple of good games as well with Min on the Master Yi versus the Kennen. And I think we've just seen today how strong that Kennen is in Vendetta. I will be practicing with my butt off to try and beat that deck in RQ Singapore. Hopefully replicate what Harukaze has done here today. But thank you all for watching the Swiss rounds so far. Night Fighter will be carrying you into the top 8. I will be going to bed. It is midnight here in sunny Singapore. Well, it's not sunny anymore. But thank you so much for watching, of course, Runes and Rift. Make sure to keep watching the rest of the top 8 coverage. And thank you, Plus and Night Fighter.
Yeah, Hero, before you go, guys, for anyone that's going to be going to Singapore, Hero will be there. But more importantly, where can these guys catch you online, whether you're casting in the future or just in general, they're trying to pop in and say hello?
Yeah, I mean, you can follow me at HiroShisho_ on X or Twitter, at HiroShisho on Twitch and on YouTube. Do not follow me home when you meet me in RQ Singapore. That would be kind of creepy. But I would be happy to meet all of you, of course. I don't think I'm casting the tournament. They haven't invited me or anything. But I will be playing Akali and trying to get that best of. It is so much fun. And I hope to meet a bunch of you guys there as well. Make sure to say hi.
For sure. And now right here, we'll go ahead and let you go. Take care, get some good rest, and we'll be in touch for any future streams as always. Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
All right, Night Fighter, let me know if you want a quick little 1-2 breather, as we know we are getting prepared for some untimed rounds. So let's go ahead. I'll turn your camera off for the time being, and then I'll go ahead and bring our next caster. Interesting enough, will be his first time commentating for Runes and Rift, but no stranger to the mic. Let me go ahead and start setting things up. Actually, I don't think he's in there. Yanni, if you're on the stream, join in the camera. If not, I'm gonna go ahead and tag you.
What's up?
Hey Yanni, is your camera in there just yet?
Yeah, I just have to join. Which room do you want me to join?
The one in event info. No, not in the pin message. In event info. And chat, give me 1 second.
Master Yidu with Aurora back in Origins, so you've got a little bit more space. I think you've also got more freedom to play cards like Temporal Breach, targeting one specific battlefield. So this weekend we expect to see a lot of Temporal Breach in main deck with Rockfall Path for game 1, but then you're probably going to be taking it out. So 10 cards is obviously more, but there's an argument it's even more difficult to get the perfect 10 now in the deck building.
So perfect 10, speaking of, we have a brand new card identity, I'm going to call it, coming with Vendetta that is now officially legal here at the regional qualifiers, the Decrees. These are cards that I think fit in exactly this kind of conversation, and we know that people are already starting to use them in their decks. Do you think all 6 of them are going to be impactful this week in Yamato, or do you think there's some pretty big outliers here?
I think there's some outliers, definitely. I think it kind of starts with the data, because coming from a League of Legends background, the data is very honest. But in terms of how it works with Riftbound is we see in the showdowns, we've seen a lot of Cannon. Then suddenly coming into this, everyone's going to be ready for Cannon. We might see Decree of Unity as a counter specifically to Cannon.
All right, guys, quick little setup, but no, nada. It is not over. It's actually on the contrary. Things have just begun. We are down to the final 8 players, and joining me here today to close out the Barcelona Riftbound Regional Qualifier, it is Yanni. Yanni, welcome on in. How are you feeling, and are you excited that there's only 8 players out of, I think, what started to be 2,224? Isn't it crazy that we're down to just the 8 of them?
Is already going to be popular and has access to, you know,
Weird tournament, so many players. Obviously, you talk about how the room was with the temperature and everything like that. And this is probably the hardest Riftbound tournament to date. And no surprise that we see some of the best players like Coco Lopez and Prismaticism and Squirtle here in this top 8 gutting it out.
Yeah, we're seeing the best of the best. And I know you already linked the chat, the top 8, but chat, if anyone's just tuning in, I know we went over it already, but this on the screen are your final remaining players, and this is the actual standing. So we know Coco, being on Kennen, will be going head-to-head against Hisoka on Master Yi, but the match everyone has on their radar and saying, please, production team, let us get that for the top 8 match. It is Disguise's newest member, Prismaticism, on the Renguard versus Massaleon the Mainland on Ornn. Can you believe Ornn ended up making day 2, or not just day 2, but top 8, and with such an impressive record of 11-1-1? It's crazy.
Honestly, no. It just seems like it kind of came out of nowhere. You know, people have always seen Ornn as like kind of like a meme deck, but now for this event, a couple of Ornn players did particularly well. Was really awesome to see this Ornn get all the way here. Now the question is, can you actually make it happen in top 8 where the competition is at its fiercest?
It really is. I mean, this is what's going to separate the true best of the best. I mean, if you hear, you already achieved a lot of success, right? I believe the majority of the prize pool is kind of right here in these top 8 players. But on top of it, I think they get some additional play mats. Of course, we're talking about the more exclusive art. And this regional is the Jace exclusive art promo. So you guys know how much these cards can sell for. So it's going to be a good time, and I'm indeed excited. I don't think things have started just yet, but Yanni, we're going, I don't know if you saw it just yet. Click the link in that same event info channel right above the room. It says stream link for today.
Okay, so we're off of
just directly off Twitch. They don't have any ads, and it's very low latency, so we'll be on the same page. If you do want me to just pull it up on Discord too, we can do that as well.
Yeah, it's all good. Didn't know if we were using the Riftbound one, or if there was one that you were grabbing and then streaming to us, so everything's on the same page. Okay, cool, excellent.
Yeah, we've been doing it all weekend long, and no one has been behind. The only exception being Hero, which his internet was being so funky that he had to watch it on YouTube, and YouTube is a good 10 to 15 seconds behind, hence why you heard him like commentating, and then the play already happened. But much love to Hero, killing it as he always does. But you know, Yanni, as we wait for Night Fighter to get back in here, we have the final 8 players. Do we want to do a little bit of predictions? Are we going as straightforward? There's the majority representation. The represented deck is, of course, Kennen. Do you think that is pretty indicative of who's going to be taking the event? Or is there kind of another legend on your mind?
Well, immediately, it's a little tough with Mosik and Gonkra going up against each other. You're immediately going to see a Kennen get eliminated. So, you know, depending on how these other matchups go, if Hisoka gets a win over Coco Lopez, all of a sudden, you know, we'll see one Yi, one Kennen, right? And at that point, it's anybody's tournament. But if there's one person rather than a deck that you're asking me to hang my hat on, it's got to be Squirtle, man. This guy is now in his 4th RQ, looking to win his 3rd. It's absolutely ridiculous numbers. That's like, if we had a Rookie of the Year award to give out, like, this would be it. I mean, everybody's technically a rookie, but you get my point. This is just absolutely ridiculous numbers that this guy is putting up on this particular deck, and he wants to swap off of it too. He said it in an interview earlier.
Yeah, you know, I couldn't agree more. And we're talking about home court advantage. He is a Spanish lad, and this is Spain, of course. So I think he has a little bit extra pressure, a little bit more people rooting for him in that venue as well. So I think all of that has to be taken into account. And can we see, as you said, for the first time ever, a 3-time champion? We were a little bit worried for the first time we saw him actually see what defeat tasted like just yesterday, catching his first L and what felt for him like a lifetime, because he did 2 entire regionals without dropping a single best of 3. Only did 1 drop, so out of 3 regionals, made 3 top 8s and only lost a single game. We're talking about a run that might go unmatched for a very, very long time. But to answer chat real quick, they said, when is top 8 started? It looks like we get the answer right here on the screen, about 2 to 3 minutes remaining, and then the Riftbound action will be commencing. I'm saying it one more time to kind of just manifest it into existence. Please, can we get Prismat and of course the Orn on the stream? To add a little bit, as you said, if there's one player to keep your eye on, it is Squirtle. How are your feelings on the other regional champion in the mix being Prismaticism? Is he kind of a second runner-up for you in terms of who might take it?
No doubt about it. I looked at this match earlier in the Rengar mirror. Obviously, mirrors are going to be different than anything you're going to go up against, but the way this guy just manages his battlefields and, you know, very much commits his low might units, lets them die. It's like, oh man, whatever. I got my 2 points for the turn. I was able to pull my big boys back. They are just, I think, a cut above most of the top players. You have the top players, and then you have the true top players, and Prismat is definitely one of them.
Yeah, honestly, I think those two names alone, obviously they've done it before, which kind of, which is why a lot of people are saying they might be the ones to take it down. But I wouldn't be too surprised to have a new name kind of rise to the occasion and make everyone know that they are here to win. As we said, the first female to make it into the top 8, getting in Gonkra, I believe is her name. So really cool to see. She's normally the one wearing the Poro hat. So I don't know if you guys seen it in like previous regional interviews. She's been around, but hasn't been skilled / lucky enough / a mix of both to make it into top 8. But Vendetta meta has been treating her very, very nicely, and she's been putting in the work. I think there was a recent interview because she did end up playing in the Germany showdown just last weekend, which she also topped 8. She said somewhere that she's been playing 10 hours a day, pretty much every single day. Yanni, is that what it takes to compete at this highest level? Because that's impressive.
Yeah, no doubt about it. You have to be playing a lot in order to really be one of the best. I mean, one of the best comparisons is if anybody has a playtesting group where, you know, their friends have seen some success. A friend of mine was best of LeBlanc at this event. And his brother was best of Kaisa a few events ago. These guys play a serious amount of time, and you know, they've never even made a top 8. When you compare it to some other people who, you know, maybe make day 2 and flame out a little early, you need to be jamming so many games at this level, but have the improvement mindset, have the growth mindset along with it. You can't just mindlessly play games and not reflect on your plays and not have somebody else also kind of helping you out too, because sometimes you might miss something when in your practice and get into bad habits. And if you get into a bad habit with a deck, it is very difficult to break. So when you put in all that time, it helps you avoid that sort of thing.
Right, which is why we so often see teams really much. I mean, the biggest teams we've seen lately is like Challenger TCG and Massa Leon. I guess they're definitely the most successful teams as of now. You know, when you have just those high level players practicing with each other over and over again, it's only going to go ahead and brew the best of the best. And that's what we have here in Barcelona. So yes, I cannot wait for this top 8 to get things started. I'm wondering though, if they're going to do things like a backup match like they've done in Swiss, it wouldn't be too much of a bad idea. I guess if you have 2 feature matches already like in the venue, might as well just make sure you're kind of prepared for the worst in case the match goes a little bit short. But as we kind of keep getting back to, these are the best players. I don't see a world where someone's just going to get completely blown out. Because going 13 rounds in, you've probably played a little bit of everything. You understand pretty much every single matchup. So this is going to be good. Super, super excited. Yanni, what other regionals have you had the pleasure of catching in the past?
Oh man, in terms of watching, I didn't really get to watch a lot of them from start to finish, but I've attended quite a few. I attended Atlanta, I attended Vancouver, I attended Hartford, so I guess that counts as watching.
Okay.
I did a lot of watching on the second day of those events, sadly.
Awesome, awesome. So I think in Atlanta, it was Prismaticism.
That's not awesome. Wait a minute, that's not awesome. I don't want to be doing watching on day 2. I want to be playing.
I meant more so like you're definitely familiar with who took those events, and some of them are indeed here today. I think Vancouver was won by, was it Sam D. Sherman?
I think so. Oh man, that was so long ago at this point.
It was, and then Hartford was from Factor, which I saw a tweet from him recently. If anyone knows the Master Yi winner, Factor, he was like rage tweeting. He's saying like, if you have a effing watcher in hand, just play it. Don't tank for 5-6 minutes and waste. You know, I don't know. He was definitely tilting.
When did he do
rage
that?
tweeting
today?
I think so. I think he might have bubbled out or kind of. He was looking good for top 8, but hey, GG's the factor. I'm sure we'll see him in the very near future. And Alan won Vancouver. Was that his second win? Alan won.
Yeah, I think that was the second one.
Oh, and Sandy Sherman won Las Vegas. Okay, that's right. Thank you so much, Cassidin. But all right, guys.
Appreciate
hey,
you.
This is Gonkra. For anyone not familiar with them, Gonkra is currently on the screen, and she indeed made top 8. But I guess since we're not actually getting into the action just yet, and Night Fighter, let me know when you want me to pop you back in here. If you're in here, just let us know on the Discord. But let's go ahead, and Yanni, if you have the stream pulled up, let me know, because I'm gonna go full screen mode on the standings real quick.
Don't worry, I have it. Yeah, I have it pulled up. Also, you know, I actually completely forgot that was her name. I actually had the fortune to meet Gonkra at
Nice.
Vancouver. And went out with her afterward and a bunch of other people for K barbecue. And she's really, really good player and has a really good mind for the game. So this actually no longer surprises me. I just didn't actually get properly introduced to her.
Mhm. You didn't put the face to the name, but she's been around, right? She's been in so many regional interviews, and it looks like Night Fighter is looking to join back in. So here we go. Night Fighter, welcome back. And I know we talked about it before the break, and I guess since we have a little bit of time to talk about it now, I was asking Yanni not only what he thought about top 8, but might as well get down to the nitty gritty. Who is taking it all from your perspective, Night Fighter?
I'm gonna go safe, and I'm gonna say Squirtle. I was looking through the rounds, and Squirtle lost his game yesterday, and he tied a game yesterday. But today, in the day 2, where the best of the best are playing, he is currently undefeated. So whatever funk he was in yesterday, if he's out of it, I don't think he's gonna be stoppable like we've seen in the past 2 RQs he's been at.
You know, you're totally right. When you're running hot, especially when your name is Squirtle, you just cannot be stopped. He's that unmovable force, it feels like sometimes. Can he bring that same aura, that same energy to Barcelona? I don't think anyone can truly doubt him. Chat, I'll go ahead and throw the question over to you guys. Who are you guys rooting for? It seems to me, you know, Orn has a lot of fans, but do you guys agree with both Knight and Yanni here? Is Squirtle the guy to keep the biggest eyes on? Because I guess he has the best storyline, right? Talk about a 3-time champion, never before done. Not by the likes of Allen, Prismat, anyone before. Does that solidify him as the GOAT of current Riftbound in your eyes, Yanni, if he manages to make it?
I mean, even if he doesn't, it's really hard to argue against it, because he's just had so many top finishes in so few events. I mean, you take a look like Prismat. I think this is event number 12 for them. I'm not sure if they updated it on the broadcast yesterday when they had their numbers up there. The number was 11 events entered. I assumed this would be number 12, but regardless, you know, you take a look at that with 1 win in 11 events. I mean, and Squirtle had 2 wins in 3 events. Like, it's not comparable what's going on here. So I'm ready to already crown Squirtle as the GOAT, regardless of the result here, to be honest, just because it's been such a short amount of time.
Fair enough. And I think chat is letting us know that we can't forget about the number 1 seed out of all the 13 rounds of Swiss. It is Mr. Coco Lopez coming in with the best Kennen build. And it's interesting to me that the majority of the legends right now, they're feeling good. They could kind of take a little bit of sigh of relief saying, I got my best of metal card. At the bare minimum, I'm walking away with a cool $20, $30, $40,000 in my pocket. Coco and the other Kennens, they don't have that luxury. Is that a little bit of a sweaty situation, or are you not thinking about that? Or are we thinking about just the trophy? Knight, what do you think? Is that a little bit added pressure, or maybe not for these players?
I mean, it's obviously going to be added pressure. I don't know that these players are going to be strictly thinking about their best of while they're playing, but I think that's going to be nerves between the rounds for sure.
Yeah, it's definitely a big deal for sure. These are the first set for Rio. I say Rio because the showdowns have been distributing the prize wall, but this is the first time you get the actual, how would we describe it? I think they literally wrote it as stereoscopic background, something like that. Correct me if I'm wrong,
They're
chat.
cool looking.
What was that?
That's all you need to know is that they're cool looking.
Oh yeah, they definitely are, and they're worth a whole lot. So a whole lot of value for these guys. And I think most of these guys already got their regional championship. Of course, top 16 or top 64 locks that in. But I'm pretty sure this is not going to be the last time we see these players. I actually think two of them, being those two regional winners, we are going to see in exactly 1 week from today. They have an exhibition match in China for their 1-year celebration regional next weekend. Squirtle got invited. Prismac got invited. And I think that's the only names that we currently have in top 8. Have you heard of that showdown or the exhibition match that's going on next week, Yanni?
Yep, and I think it's super cool. So I come from League of Legends in terms of casting and playing and everything like that, and I always love seeing international events. And I know we're not going to get a world championship this year. We're going to get a world championship next year for Riftbound, as far as I know. So this is like kind of the next best thing, really. And I think it's really awesome that you can get players from all around the world to get together and really show who's the best of the best, especially in a game that was originally going to be only released in China. A little bit of an opportunity for everybody else around the world to be like, hey, you know what? We deserve all this respect that we're getting. Thank you for putting the game into our language. We're going to take over now.
Yeah, you know, funny that you bring that up. There was at least a handful of Chinese players that did indeed travel to Barcelona. They didn't do too hot. Maybe it was literally a bit too hot in the venue for them to kind of concentrate. But we'll definitely see them, not only the Chinese regional, but definitely in the world stage come 2027, if memory serves me right. I believe that's the first world regional for world event for Riftbound. So yeah, so much stuff, so much cool things on the horizon for Riftbound, but we are still waiting for this top 8. I know it's already been paired. I guess we could kind of even go a bit deeper if we want to talk about matchup here. We know what the quarterfinals will be shaping up to be. I want to say, I feel like if the orange player would have played anyone else except Prismaticism, I would feel pretty confident saying he would be in a top 4 situation, because imagine how many cannons he has gone through in all 13 rounds of Swiss, right? I feel like Orn cracked the code against Kennen, but he has to play against Rengar. Do you think that's kind of something he prepared for, especially Prismaticism's Rengar? I feel like it's definitely going to be really, really tricky.
Well, they did run into a Rengar in round 12, and they took a 2-1 win.
Oh.
But other than that, it's been a lot of game against Kennen. The only loss they actually ended up getting was against Kazakhs all the way back in round 3. So they have been, running in through day 2 completely undefeated themselves, obviously dropping a couple of games here or there. I think the interesting thing to note is that out of their 4 Kennen matchups, only 1 game lost between the 4 of them. But in that one Rengar matchup, did have a lost game that ended up taking it 2-1. Obviously, very small sample size. Can't tell if it's a matchup or maybe things didn't go as well. But it might be a little bit tougher for this Ornn to play into a Rengar as opposed to these Kennens.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that is true. As we said, the pairings have gone up. So there is a Kennen mirror match, as we were talking about before. So we have, for certainty, 1 Kennen getting eliminated and 1 Kennen going forward. So 25% of the decks already locked into top 4 will be indeed Kennen. Coco Lopez, I feel like his teammate, being Challenger TCG Min wins, how many times have they probably practiced and played that matchup? Does that give a significant edge to Coco, especially being on the Play Night Fighter? Do you feel like Coco has it in the bag against Hisoka?
I don't want to be like, of course, but of course he's going to be very familiar with the matchup, and it will just kind of come down to who's more familiar with the matchup. Kennen and Yi is a very fair 50-50 on which one's going to win. And when there's a 50-50, that means it's usually going to come down to player experience. And I can't imagine that anyone is going to have more experience than a matchup where two best friends just play the game against each other all the time.
Literally best friends, right? I mean, they have a whole channel together, Coco and Mins. You guys can catch them on Twitch every now and then. I feel like they're always online, so shout out to those guys killing it each and every day. Now, we talked about the two games in the middle. We'll go ahead and close out table 4, Squirtle versus Shalom on Master Yi. I'm pretty sure Squirtle is very, very familiar, especially when we take into account Master Yi hasn't necessarily changed all that much from set 3 to set 4. Does Squirtle definitely have a strong familiarity, in your opinion, against Master Yi, Yanni?
No doubt about it. I think that if you want to compete at the highest level right now in Riftbound, you have to be well aware of anything that Master Yi could do, any potential cards that they could be playing, anything like that. I like the matchup. I think the matchup should be pretty fine, mostly because, you know, you do a lot of scoring on Azir, and then eventually you just say, hey, I'm going to stack up my Sand Soldiers with a bunch of gear in order to try to push over what you're trying to do. But you also have some of the targeted removal, like the Hidden Blades, that are so impactful in the matchup. Provided that you're playing well around Defies, they're a real game changer.
It definitely could be the case. On top of that, when we think about like cyborg inclusions, I feel like Master Yi doesn't have the best. I mean, a lot of decks can't really contain what Azir can dish out, but Master Yi, I mean, if they had what people used to play like Action to kind of steal away the gears, Sabotage tends to go a long way because you can take the gears out of the hand before they get developed out. You can also catch the Arise before it gets developed, the cores, or played out, I should say. So I don't know, I think it's going to be a little bit tough battle, but this is one of 2 Master Yis out of over 2,000 players to make it. So he could be bringing a little bit extra and potentially even prepared for Azir, as I feel like every player knew Squirtle was coming. Every player knew Squirtle was going to be coming in with Azir. So I feel like a small little prep / sideboard went towards him, at least intentionally or not. You guys knew what to expect, but let's head back to the stream. And hopefully, are they preferencing an Azir? Are we about to see Squirtle because it is his home court?
I don't know how you can't put Squirtle on. Mostly because not only home field advantage, but you, as a broadcast, you got to be tracking this guy. Just because of the story that gets to come along with it. You know, a potential 3-time winner in 4 events would be, again, not only amazing for this game early, but honestly unheard of in a lot of card games. I come from Magic the Gathering, you know, in terms of competitiveness. And I mean, it's very rare that you see somebody go to, you know, 4 large events in a year and win 3 of them. That's so crazy.
It is. I believe they're called Grand Prix, right? I don't think I see too many like 3-time Grand Prix champions, unless there's a bigger event. I mean, obviously Worlds, but what's a little bit bigger than a Grand Prix?
You have regional championships.
Okay.
In I almost said League of Legends in Magic. That's how far removed I am from playing competitive Magic. It's been quite some time, but you know, those are pale in comparison to the amount of players that show up for these Riftbound events. I mean, you know, I attended the largest attended regional championship ever in Magic at the time, and it was like 1,600 players compared to the, you know, 2,200 players or 2,400 or something like that we have at Barcelona. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's crazy to see the massive amount of demand, the massive amount of growth just in a single year for Riftbound. So I know I said it a million times, and I'll say it a million more times. There is a very, very bright future for Riftbound. But man, chat, you guys never fail to make me chuckle. We have Daniel B saying Squirtle is probably a cheater. Keeps top decking the cards he needs. Okay. You know, I realize Squirtle's the type of guy to take that as a compliment, right? Kind of similar similar situation where like someone who ends up working out a lot and gets big enough to where people give him like steroids accusation just because he put in the work, just because he has the talent. And yes, luck is a factor in TCGs. You can't just call someone a cheater like that. So Daniel, you know, the judges are on the table. He knows what he's doing. So I think you were kind of just messing with us. I would hope so. But to get to a little bit of chat questions, CDK said, was Alan ZQ's mail list not shown? You know, for the first time ever, I can't believe that I'm saying this, but Alan ZQ actually wasn't on the feature match. Is that a little bit wrong in your eyes, Night Fighter? Should they have just put Alan ZQ regardless of his record? Because to me, it feels a little bit wrong.
I mean, I don't think so. I would not be surprised if they made the same assumption that I would have made, that Alan ZQ was going to be a top contender and would show up later in the tournament. So they wanted to show off the more, I guess, fun decks early. But I don't like the idea of just giving a player preferential screen time because they're a well-known name. But I can also see why you would do that for a stream.
Okay. Yanni, do you feel a similar way, or are you on the other side of that note saying, I don't care what his record is Alan ZQ? Because I know a lot of people, including myself, I wanted to see what he was working with, especially that mail list he was kind of raving about, but I guess didn't find too much success. Even if he was like a little bit on the lower tables, I feel like it still would be a decent watch, wouldn't it, Yanni?
No doubt. The good news is that he only took 2 losses the entire weekend. The bad news is he took both losses on day 1, which means that you are not going to, you know, seriously contend to make top 8, right? The best 2 loss finisher was Harukaze finishing in 10th. So that automatically makes it a little bit harder to being like, yes, well, we should watch, you know, we should put Alan ZQ on a feature match in day 2 because you're not really playing to make top 8 or anything like that. Maybe they could have brought him in a little bit earlier, like sometime on day 1 before he took a loss, or maybe even after he took a loss. But I kind of understand why they did it. It would have been really, really cool to see, though, because the Mel deck apparently does have the sauce. You know, it wasn't the best finish ever for him, but still finished 19th place, still got his best up for Mel. It's very respectable.
Very, very respectable. And hey, might just be running it back. Obviously, I think Alan ZQ also got invited in the exhibition next weekend, but we'll be running it back in Singapore. I'm wondering, though, will he stick to Mel, as it didn't really play out exactly how he envisioned this weekend? But he's one of those players that he wants to kind of stick with his guns and say, you know what, I will make it work. And heck, as you said, Yanni, I got the best of metal cards, so can I really be too upset? Let's go ahead and run it one more time, because Mel's pretty popular. I think Mel was in Arcane, wasn't she? I feel like she could fetch a pretty good price.
Yeah, she was definitely an arcane character. Got her into League of Legends, one of the most infuriating champions to play against in the game.
Oh, wait a second, Knight and Yanni. We get for the first time a commercial for Riftbound, or is this a little different?
This is for Valorant.
Oh,
so this is the new collection that they have, where they have like the they have like the cards as like the knife, and you can like pull over numbers and stuff like that. It's really sick. Like, I haven't played Valorant in a really long time, and like, this is how you know that Riot's marketing team is pretty good, because I'm sitting here like, I think I might want to play Valorant again.
Guys, what TCG is doing it like Riftbound, putting in a game like Valorant, saying, you know, they're just kind of connecting all the pieces of that Riot engine, and these guys know what they're doing. I feel like, I mean, can you really go wrong when you have as big of funding, as big of pockets as Riot? And they seem to be making all the right decisions so far. And I know you guys say I'm glazing them, but hey, I'll take it. You know, I'll say I'm glazing Riftbound every day of the week. But I hope they show us, because I believe I saw it online, it's something like the Spirit Forge Ari, the Yasuo over numbers. So pretty cool things that they're actually doing. I'm wondering if they're gonna kind of keep that going, or if this just is a one-of thing. What do you think, Night Fighter? Is this something that they might kind of pursue, or just to kind of dabble in it for now?
I think that's going to fully depend on how well Riftbound does in the future. I know they did a crossover with Arcane already in Valorant, so it's not gonna surprise me if we get more crossovers by the next popular Riot IP that comes out. But I don't think we've seen more than one Arcane crossover, so I wouldn't put it on my bucket list.
And real quick, they showed us a commercial, but they didn't show us the actual Riftbound cards within Valorant. I feel like if you're gonna tease us, do the full tease, right? This is like a tease of the tease, but hey, nonetheless, we got the idea. We've seen it online. It went pretty many viral, I feel like, online. But with the casters being on the stage, I think we're only moments away from the first top 8 match of the Barcelona.
Oh, there they are. There they are.
Oh, they did. Awesome.
Yeah, look how sick this is, man. Like, this is so cool.
It really is. It almost is like a little bit surreal to see like a player, like a video game player holding Riftbound cards that we ourselves play and go to locals with. So it's pretty cool to see, I will say.
That is really sick.
Awesome. And nice little touch when we put the gun out, the Riot gun buddy on there, you know, because you got to have the Riot gun buddy.
Mm-hmm. For sure. And I think Federal is saying, I don't know if you guys talked about it, but what do you think about the 2X? How actually, you know, I never actually learned how to say the proper name. It's just 2X
2XKO.
Okay, 2XKO. Yeah. I heard about it. I mean, probably wouldn't touch on it too much, but it is sad to see. But it just is the natural life cycle of things. Like, if there's no demand, you can't just get money out of nowhere, right? At the end of the day, these guys have bills to pay, and if the money's not coming through, they're not going to go like bankrupt or go negative just to support a couple of the minority fans. So it's completely understandable. And I don't know, I personally never tried the game. Have any of you guys, Knight or Yanni, did you guys play a little bit of the free-to-play fighting game?
I'm not a fighting game player. I'm really bad at fighters. I had enough trying to play against my friend in Marvel vs. Capcom 3, and I was like, you know what? Maybe this genre is not for me.
Right, and oh, we are getting ourselves the best of the best. It looks like our wish has been granted for the first top 8 matchup. It will be none other than previous regional champion, the Atlanta champion, Prismaticism, going against, for the first time ever, Ornn has managed to make his way into top 8. Without further ado, Yanni and Night Fighter, if you gentlemen are ready, let's go ahead and bounce into this feature match table. It is top 8 time. Let's get into it.
This is going to be so awesome. I'm really excited. One thing that I really want to point out is these one-ofs that Mice the Manland's playing. You got the Mask of Foresight, one lecturing Yordle. You got a cloth armor in there. But that Helm of Suppression is going to have a lot of applications in some of these matchups. Unfortunately, I don't think it's really going to come through in this particular matchup against Prismat.
Yeah, I don't think the Helm of Suppression is going to help in a Rengar matchup. I imagine it will be sideboarded out. But it is really cool to see. I saw Helm of Suppression and thought, that's probably too expensive to be played. But the times that I've seen it played, it's been really effective so far.
Yeah, it's so good when you just get to tax a lot of what these decks want to do, right? You see Diana's floating around, you see Kennon's floating around, and it's just so good in this meta. We'll take a look at Prismat's deck list here, and I think some of their choices have been pretty solid. We've already seen that, you know, a bit of a deviation from some other Rengars. We've seen this one Pocket Cup coming in as opposed to anything else. We've already seen Prismat make great use of Rengar's passive with these Pocket Cubs getting flipped over. And of course, you have to have that one of Ferris Forerunner. This card is so incredible when you can land it immediately onto a battlefield. Unless it's getting bounced, you are probably bouncing your opponent.
Yeah, and the thrill of the hunt is there specifically to try and keep this Ferris Forerunner alive. The Star Spring also helps with that, as you can reveal something like a Pocket Cub or ambush something like your champion unit onto the battlefield and move the Ferris Forerunner back to base if it's being rebuked. So there's actually some decent utility to keep this Ferris Forerunner from specifically being bounced in Rengar.
Prismat, maybe not expecting the Ornn matchup coming into this top 8. When they were interviewed earlier, I believe on Friday, they were asked what their expected top 8 would be. anywhere from 2 to 3 Kennons, 1 Jace Aurora, 1 Aurelia, 1 to 2 Ys, 1 Rek'Sai, and Squirtle on Azir. Well, no Jace Aurora, no Aurelia, no Rek'Sai, but 2 to 3 Kennons, 3 Kennons, 1 to 2 Ys, 2 Ys, and Squirtle on Azir. I mean, Prismat pretty much nailed most of this top 8. I assume they probably put themselves in there too.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the top 8 was understandable. I'm surprised that an Irelia didn't do better, but honestly, she's been doing so well. I assume people are just very familiar with the matchup after almost 2 full sets with her. And at this point, I think Kennen especially just kind of walks over a unprepared Irelia and has kind of pushed her out of the top 8 slots that she would usually be taking.
You have a look at the bracket here. Really interesting to note, Prismat on the other side of the bracket compared to players like Coco Lopez and Squirtle. And we talked about how good Squirtle's been, but Coco Lopez, after coming up just short on that Draven couple RQs ago, we know that he's very, very hungry to get a win. So hopefully for your Coco Lopez fans out there, we'll be able to move on as we get ready to settle in for the first streamed quarterfinal between the Manland and Prismat. Ornn versus Rengar, a matchup in top 8 that I'm sure almost nobody expected that they were going to see.
Oh, for sure. Nobody expected to see an Ornn in top 8. I really like the Pit Crew, or yeah, it is Pit Crew, variant of Ornn. I've seen Pit Crew pop up here and there in some of these mine decks, and it does so well when you're able to properly support it, and an Ornn list is the perfect way to do that.
No doubt about it, especially since we see a lot of these decks go and commit very little might to a battlefield and try to keep everything back. The one way to counter that is by getting into battlefields very, very quickly and score these points. The players have their opening hands and are making mulligan decisions. A Veiled Temple and a Zon Warrens over on the other side. This is going to be a real fun one, Night Fighter. All you Ornn fans out there, give your energy to the Manland because they are going to need it.
For sure. Now we know Prismaticism is going to be going first, and I don't know that he has a turn 1 play in hand. I can't fully see his hand, but he does have a Kai'Sa, so he's going to be getting some card draw, and importantly, Kai'Sa is slightly bigger than a Pit Crew, which is going to make the early aggression from Ornn a little bit harder to play out. Pit Rookie, good start for a Rengar, though I'm sure he would have preferred something else so he could buff the Pit Rookie on the next turn, but it completely works. And Ornn, he has the Scuttle Crab, but I imagine Lecturing Yordle is a preferred turn 1 play given he can afford it.
And get full usage out of your runes, just use them properly as we hit the Prismat's turn 2, and the Lecturing Yordle with tank might not be entirely relevant this game as we're just going to deploy a Kai'Sa and ship the turn.
I did get a quick look at that Ornn hand. 3 2 energy units in hand. Probably not what he's hoping to see. I think that's even a 4th now with an additional Scuttle Crab. So it's gonna be hard for this Ornn to actually apply pressure. He has no combat tricks. He has no high might units to put onto a battlefield. And Prismat not going onto either battlefield, just saying, you know what, I'm gonna put the Kai'Sa at base and we'll figure it out on the next turn.
Doesn't feel particularly pressured. You see there's a Poro bot in there, so if you draw particularly well off of these Scuttle Crabs, could represent a draw later. Instead, we're just going to deploy Ornn to play here and take a look and grab a Sterix Gauge off the top 4. We're sending a Defy to the bottom, interesting to note.
Yeah, I think this Ornn is great. You just kind of had to at this point. His hand isn't looking great, and the Ornn lets him try and grab something to kind of filter his hand through, but something that will let him actually get onto one of these battlefields comfortably rather than just another Scuttle Crab or Poro bot.
There's Matt thinking about move here. Going to move the Pit Rookie into the Veiled Temple. Not going to get too much value out of that, but a point is good enough. Looks like there might be some discussion about what's going on here with a judge potentially, but they will proceed. Moving Kaisa in, going to cash in on drawing a card off of Kaisa's ability, and Prismat with 6 runes open has a couple of options here.
I believe that was a double Rampage in hand, which could be pretty devastating if he's able to chain them together. Rampage 1 to buff the Kaisa and kill the Lecturing Yordle, and then Rampage again to kill the Ornn. But he might not even need to do that. He does get double card draw from the Seat of Power trigger as well as the Kaisa trigger, so he's completely filled his hand and he has a lot of options, including just holding things up. We saw a Grim Apothecary in hand, and there's, I think, a Fey Folk. There was at least a champion unit Rengar Trophy Hunter, but he's just got all of the options in this case.
There's that Rampage and a First Mate to protect that Kaisa as well, and keep the gravy train rolling with card draw. He'll ship the turn. So now you've already lost your Ornn if you're the Manlands. And I'm not sure that this hand is getting that much better at this point in time, but I think you have to start drawing cards.
You do have to start drawing cards. He got a Charm, which could take out this Kaisa, given the Prismat is fully tapped out, but he would have to throw this Sterox Gauge onto the Lecturing Yordle to make it bigger than this Kaisa, and that's then going to start investing power into these plays, and it's not really what you're looking to be doing this early when you only have 1 unit on board.
The Manland's still thinking about the next move here. Don't really have a great move here for this Lecturing Yordle. Don't really have the gear to get an Accelerate unit out to try and get a trigger on the Seat of Power over there. We'll see. It looks like it just might be time after playing 2. It's going to be the Porobot coming down as opposed to anything else, and then a Sterox Gauge on top of it.
Interesting. I'm not sure why the Porobot as his...
So, untap off the Veiled Temple. There we go. Very nice. Very solid
nice
play there.
Yeah, because I was wondering why he would put down the Porobot without getting the draw. But yeah, I always forget the Veiled Temple lets the Porobot ready. Even though I used that in Jace myself when I was trying to make mid-range work. It just never occurs to me every time I see it.
All right, you got to get a look at Prismat's hand there. Thrill of the Hunt, as you mentioned, a Fey Folk, another Rampage in Italy in there as well. Second Thrill of the Hunt. That looks like a Grim Apothecary over on the back side. This does make life rather difficult here for Prismat. You obviously have this Rengar that you could opt into if you really want to. It feels like it would be a little too aggressive this early in the game.
So we know, looking at this board state, that the Ornn doesn't have any interaction in hand, but Prismaticism does not know that this Ornn kind of has a bricked hand of just 2 energy units, and so you have to be playing around an Unguard or a Stupefy, and that makes these turns slightly awkward. Going in with the Rengar, that is just 7 to 5, and seeing that the Ornn had no reaction, I think Prismaticism was less concerned, especially when he is able to Thrill of the Hunt that Rengar in if he really needs to. And so he's just able to get a quick double conquer, and this Ornn's back to having no units on board, and I don't think he has a lot of Accelerate in this deck list.
Yeah, it's going to be very difficult to try and find a way to get onto this Veiled Temple to try to make a similar play to what you did last turn. And if you're not able to break this, Prismat's going to be able to hold up to 6, and then you're really in a unenviable spot. This hand just seemingly not really coming together for the Manlands. And I am honestly curious at what point you're going to deploy these Scuttle Crabs as Prismat. And the tank decides that he's going to play Irresistible Faith over to their base. So deploying quite a few units, no runes left up, so it's up to the Manlands. You got free reign of things. What can you do?
Well, he got a Poro Snack and he has a Brutalizer, so he has some good gear in hand. He just needs to get a pit crew if he really wants to accelerate out to actually start contesting these battlefields. And I mean, that's going to be hard. He's going to have to start putting down these Scuttle Crabs. I know he is not seeming to want to, but he's going to have to. He needs to get something else in hand. This hand is not going to win him the game at the moment.
And it's really tough because you've got a couple Brutalizers, which on the surface seem great, but if you're the one who has to get on these battlefields and try to hold these battlefields as opposed to going on the offense, that is not where you want to be. Poro Snack going to get cashed in with the Ornn to draw another card. It looks like it's another Sterix Gauge. So again, it just feels like you're in the same spot here. If you're the man lane, you've drawn a lot of the same cards you've already seen, and you've been holding a lot of them back. There's a Defy off the top from the Scuttle Crab, but I don't think that's getting you there at this point.
No, Defy is too little too late. I mean, it'll stop a Thrill of the Hunt, but Thrill of the Hunt is not how this Rengar is going to be winning. The Rengar is just going to pull back and force you to defend both battlefields. Potentially, the Rengar can even just trade in this Irresistible Feyfolk for any big unit that Ornn puts on the board, and Ornn's now kind of tapped out, so I just don't see a world where he's gonna be able to hold as well as he needs to. He did finally pull a pit crew, but it might be too little too late at this point.
There's the Clockwork Keeper. Did not cash in a rune for a card, which I find very interesting. We'll see what the move is going to be here from Prismat. You don't have any pressure to try to hold these battlefields, so Prismat will elect to move the Rengar back, move the First Mate back, deploy 2 Grim Apothecaries, as well as a Noxus Hopeful. And there's a Guardian Angel off the top, and you can see the Manland not very pleased with that. We'll scoop him up, and that'll be game 1 going over to Prismat.
Yeah, a very fast 9-minute game 1. Rengar just exploding onto the field and Ornn not having the starting hand he needed.
Not in the slightest. It was very, very tough. I mean, you're looking for, some of these pit crews a little bit, earlier on into the game. Maybe a Poro Snack earlier that you can go and draw a card, and it's not great when you have got a slow start like that.
Yeah, I think a pit crew earlier on would have been nice, but just too little, too late. And now we move on to the sideboard, and I'm assuming Prismaticism is going to put some gear hate into the list. I'm wondering what Ornn has in sideboard for a Rengar matchup.
Saw there for a moment that the Cloth Armor, along with a Helm of Suppression, and a couple of cards that the Manland is considering putting away, unless you're adding additional copies from your sideboard. I'm not sure if I would be adding extra copies of those cards, but there's always a world where it's what you elect to do. That's why I'm here and not sitting over there. Maybe that's just because I couldn't get a flight to Barcelona, but that's okay.
I imagine those cards are coming out, and that means he has cards he wants to put in. I just don't know which cards that's going to be. It's going to have to be something to stop the extremely fast aggression, so it might be a back off or something of the sort, some level of stun to stop just the Rengar Trophy Hunter being dropped onto a battlefield when you're trying to move around with the pit crew. It could also be moving the champion unit to Forge God, having a big beefy unit that the Rengar can't easily walk over with just like a +1 or a +2 here or there could make the difference, but I'm not sure if he's even running a Forge God in the sideboard.
I've seen a lot of people look at the Forge God in earlier iterations of Ornn, just being able to slap down a very large Ornn, stick a Spellsonger on him, and like, yeah, my Ornn is a 30 might. Good luck breaking through that. The bad news is Rengar decks have the ability to break through that on some very specific hands and sequences, even if you were able to get to that point. So just awaiting some of these sideboarding decisions. We see multiple Thrills of the Hunt over on one side. A Brittle Steel looks like it might be coming in for a couple copies of these Thrill of the Hunt. You can see Prismat over there looking at their notes. Still a lot of consideration here. I mean, this is your tournament life on the line here if you are the Manland.
So interesting that the Thrill of the Hunts are leaving the deck list. Normally I would have thought, oh, 3 Thrill of the Hunts is mandatory must-have for a Rengar. But I guess in this case it kind of makes sense. The Ornn didn't show any targeted spells or interaction in that last game. And presumably the players have access to the deck list now because it is top 8, in which case Prismat might just be saying, you know what, I'm not worried about you touching my units or being able to cheese a point out on your turn. So I'm just going to put something like a Brittle Steel in and not worry about it.
Yeah, it seems like the rest of Prismat's spell suite is really what you want to be keeping in. Obviously these punch first, but also some of these rampages to get to your opponent's backline. You know, and it's one of the better backline removals, honestly, in the game, in a game that has so little at this current point in time. So I do end up think it ends up making a lot of sense here. And you know, for Prismat, obviously very well studied, very well practiced, won this Ottawa tournament going completely undefeated. And the question was really, was Prismat going to be able to get the job done on another deck? And so far, obviously, we're just in quarterfinals, but even the fact that they were able to get here and take a game 1 win, so good on this new choice coming into Vendetta.
Oh, Noxian Demolitionist. I do like Noxian Demolitionist. It's not been played the way I thought it would with Tools of the Empire to make massive might to clear gear, but just being able to clear a 1 or 2 energy gear really easily with your 2 energy unit is fantastic.
Not only that, you are taking out a what's the unit? A Porobot. You know, you could snipe a Porobot with that, and all of a sudden it becomes a removal spell essentially, and that is something that really can't be understated, especially in games where you're able to go first, or if you can get the Noxian Demolitionist down before a Porobot can get down. I've had that happen to me playing the Diana Swain list, where I'm like, hey, you know what? That's really rude of you. Please don't kill my Porobot with your unit by not going into combat.
Yeah, for sure. And then we saw Brittle Steel was added. Makes sense. I think so we saw a set of cards that was Bryn here and Rampage. I'm wondering if those were taken out of the list or put in, because I don't think the Bryn here was needed in that game. And I would be more surprised, though, by the Rampage being taken out, as I thought the backline removal of Rampage was really, really important for that first game to be so dominating.
Really depends on how many copies of Rampage were removed from the list. I remember seeing Prismat's list a little earlier, and I can't quite remember how many Rampages they were on. I believe it was either 2 or 3. So if you're removing 1, you know, you're really hoping to draw it if you're on 2. But if you're on 3 going down to 2, it's not the end of the world. As we get another look at the Manland's list here. Again, a lot of these one-ofs, a couple of them we already saw coming out, like the Helm and the Cloth Armor. We're at least expecting those to come out based on what we saw during the sideboarding phase. And honestly, Night Fighter, at this point, the sideboard took longer than the first game, as now we get to see Prismat's deck list. And there were 2 copies of Rampage in them.
Yes, so maybe a 3rd copy goes in and a Bryn here goes in, but we did see that Ornn deck list, no Disciplines, no Stupefies, which is almost unheard of for any Calm or Mind domain decks.
No doubt about it. Looks like the players are getting ready. It's Emperor's Dais to Ornn's Forge here in game 2 when it comes to battlefields. Again, we had mentioned a couple of the one-ofs in Prismat's deck. think Ferris Forerunner will have a decent bit of value this game as well. Standard stuff like 3 punch first means it's so easy to break through. I imagine they probably kept the Darius in too. Sometimes just sending in a 7 might unit is pretty good as we're getting ready for some mulligan decisions here. I already saw Prismat keep a Ferris Forerunner in that opening hand as we have a Clockwork Keeper cashed in for a card.
Yeah, able to throw down the seal with the Ornn Legend to get the power to then play the Clockwork Keeper and draw a card for effectively free. So really nice turn 1 play for the Ornn.
Not too bad at all. Meanwhile, on the other side, it was Kinku Initiate not cashing in on a card. It's always rough when that's your drop. You either really don't want to see that or your Pit Rookie as your first plays for the game. So it'll be -1 card unless Prismat bounces it to the dais, which is relevant. As Clockwork Keeper will move into Ornn's Forge. Get the first point of the game for the Manland.
Yeah, I'm assuming the Kinku Initiate will end up bouncing off the dais if he can. There is the Irresistible Feyfolk in hand, which might have been a better turn 1 play, but the problem with the Irresistible Feyfolk in this specific turn is it doesn't have any way to actually threaten the Clockwork Keeper, as Prismat would be forced to play out 2 units to give enough might for that Irresistible Feyfolk to walk over the Clockwork Keeper. So it's just a little bit awkward for his turn 1.
Interesting move there by the Manland to bounce the Sprite for a more permanent Sand Soldier here. So maybe trying to get Prismat to go in and really kind of bait them into bouncing the Initiate. I mean, if you do that, you are putting yourself behind on unit count. So I do see the thought process there by the Manland.
Yeah, I would assume that it is a bait, but I think it's actually a bluff because I didn't see anything in Ornn's hand that would let him win the fight with the Sand Soldier. But now the Ornn is saying, by all means, come in with your unit that is now higher might. This is a definitely undefended Sand Soldier, and it actually is, but Prismaticism might not know that.
It looks like Prismat is unlikely to bounce this Initiate after dropping the Pit Rookie, buffing up the Initiate, also getting the Rengar passive to get an extra might. And they will move into Ornn's Forge here. A shrewd but smart move there. And just allow that Sand Soldier to sit over on the dais is really no worry at all. And it looks like that's a Sterix Gauge that's going to be coming down onto this Clockwork Keeper.
Yeah. Someone in chat pointed out the Sterix Gauge is reduced by 1 thanks to the Ornn's Forge, so it was being held up. I mean, it was still being held up if the Sand Soldier wasn't bounced, but now the Sand Soldier does get to hold. And I believe that was a Decree of Focus in the hand of Ornn.
Yep, I saw that there. A couple of Brutalizers as well, so if the Sprite wants to get into the red zone with a Brutalizer for a little bit of extra might, certainly something that you could think about if you're the Manlands, but outside of that, if this feels like a game where maybe you're running into too few units, although you do have that pit crew in there to be able to obviously ready them up once you play a gear.
Yeah, so I would like to see the Sterix Gauge attached to the Sprite and then moved in. It lets him develop to the base rather than trying to push in with the pit crew on this turn. And in this case, he's then able to hold up the Decree of Focus if he wants to, or he can throw down the Brutalizer and just wait out for the next turn. And on the next turn, the Sterix Gauge drops off the Sprite because it ends up dying to temporary, and this pit crew is going to start doing its movement back and forth between these battlefields by just playing gear repeatedly.
So that Brutalizer equipped over from the Ornn's Forge. onto that Sprite. So that's that kind of Sprite that you get from the McDonald's soda machine. That healthy Sprite that makes you go ooh when you taste it. So big defense right now. We'll see what the move is going to be here from Prismat. Of course, the Sprite is temporary, as most soft drinks are once you buy them. We'll see if this means that they will try and pick a fight over there for this point, or will just go to the dais. They are down 4 points to 1, so you need to start moving the dial on your end over there. That pick rookie is going to move in to get him the second point.
Yeah, so the problem with attacking this Sprite is you have to invest a lot to kill a 7 might Sprite, and that Sprite isn't even going to be able to hold. So I imagine it's going to be a Ferris Forerunner dropped onto the Emperor's dais. Oh, he's fully stacking that Emperor's dais. And, I mean, that's now a 12 might battlefield if you try and fight it, which is more than this Ornn is currently threatening. He could, in theory, drop the Brutalizer and match might for might, which honestly might be the correct choice, because he can then also decree a focus and just go for a massive swing in on this Emperor's dais to clear the board, but that's a lot of investment.
There's a patched Porobot to ready the pit crew. 12 might on the dais for Prismat. This pit crew will have an opportunity to move back to the base and then maybe move again with another Brutalizer in the hand. You saw a Charm in the hand of the Manland as well. That'll be relevant at some point of the game. Here comes that second Brutalizer to ready up that pit crew. So it looks like it might be time to start brutalizing the Emperor's dais.
Yeah, I mean, if he goes all in, he can... Oh, even just sending in the Sand Soldier ahead of time to trade.
I like this.
I also like this now, in fact, because that lets him hold up a card in hand. I was going to say, if he goes in with a Decree of Focus, he ends up playing out the Charm as well to kill one of the mechs. That's all the cards in his hand gone. But this way, he's able to hold up at least one card in hand while still being able to clear the dais.
Now, with these mechs landing, this does mean that 2 triggers of Rengar Pridestalker go onto the Noxus Hopeful, moving them up to 6. This does mean it's going to require some more heavy commitment from the Manland if they want to move this Noxus Hopeful off the dais. But remember, we talked about a little bit earlier how Brutalizers are particularly bad when trying to hold these points, and that Rengar is still over in the champion zone on the side of Prismat.
Yeah, he could do Sterox and a Brutalizer, and it would force a 7-7 trade for the Rengar. But that's not exactly what you're hoping to see in this case.
1 Brutalizer, 1 Sterox Gauge gets the job done, and then a bounce to the hand. So the Sand Soldier will be able to hold and will force Prismat to commit to that battlefield, as the Manland was able to double conquer this turn. So they are on 6 themselves. We're going to redeploy this pit crew. So with a Porobot and a pit crew and a Sand Soldier on 1 point, I'd say the Manland is in a pretty solid spot to try and get these last 2 points. We'll see what answer Prismat has and what could be their last turn of the game.
Yeah, this is what you like to see as the Ornn. You were able to get out of the gate really fast with this pit crew, and so many useful gears actually came into play early enough this game that you've been able to contest all of these battlefields that Rengar could put up. Even a 12 might battlefield, you were like, all right, I can cascade a couple gear, drop some power, but I can take the 12 might battlefield.
Almost Azir-esque out of Ornn with the dais and the ability to just say, hey, I had an earlier Sand Soldier, so I'll send him into death. I can't exactly remember what they named the Sand Soldier on the main broadcast, but I know that Yamato Kennen had a name for every Sand Soldier and every tentacle, and it was the same name. So you get a good look at the hand of Prismat there, another Ferris Forerunner, a Sabotage, which could come in handy. Kaisa was in there as well.
Yeah, at this point, I feel like you kind of need to Sabotage just to see what you're trying to stop on the following turn. Obviously, we can see that there's the 12 might pit crew that could come in, but you also need to be able to see what else is potentially going to hit you. Something like another Sterox gauge would vastly change the math Prismaticism is forced to do here. And looking at this, I feel like Charm is the thing that has to go. Otherwise, you're going to be able to charm back any big unit that Prismaticism puts on a battlefield. But the Decree of Focus is also not a card you're happy to see if you have a Kaisa and a Ferris Forerunner as your cards to try and defend with.
The good news is you do have these mechs, you do have this Rengar. They are not red, so you at least have some play there. I largely agree with you here, though, Night Fighter. I think this has to be the Charm. You can see Prismat taking their time to make this decision. Remember that these rounds are untimed, so as long as your pace of play is solid, you will have largely no issues with taking some time to make these decisions.
Yep, gonna
looks
go
like it
ahead
does
and
end
hit
up being
that
that
charm.
Okay, now let's see what the move is here for Prismat. It's going to be double conquers here with both mechs, moving them up to 4 points. Now the question is, how are you going to be able to hold? Here's an Irresistible Feyfolk and 5 runes open for the looming threat of the Rengar. So it's over to the Manland to try to put this one away here on this turn.
Yeah, the Irresistible Feyfolk does mean that Ornn is not able to walk onto a battlefield and then attempt to hold. But with a Sprite Fountain, I think even with a Rengar, a double conquer is inevitable on this turn.
Yep. There goes a Sterox gauge over onto the Porobot into the mech. Prismat's going to consult the hand, but you know what their only play is at this point in time. The Manland doesn't necessarily know that, and here we go. Looks like you got to get in when the getting's good. There's that Champion Rengar promo. And the +1 will go over to the Rengar. That'll be a dead mech along with a dead Porobot. And now here comes the deploy of the Sprite Fountain.
Yep, and then you can recycle 1 to throw a Brutalizer. Oh, recycle 2, throw a Brutalizer and a Sterox onto the Sprite. And then, yeah, that's a scoop because Brutalizer plus Pit Crew takes out the other mech. And we're going to a pretty quick Game 3 again.
The pace of play has been brisk out of both of these players, especially for situations that have been a little sticky at times. But a big pickup there, that Sprite Fountain coming out of the sideboard from the Manland. We've heard a lot of players mention how good that Sprite Fountain has been.
Oh, for sure. The Sprite Fountain is such a good card in any Mind Domain deck, but the fact that Ornn can play it out without spending the power cost with his Legend means it is one of your best turn 1 plays, and it's also just one of your best cards in general when you have Ornn as your Legend.
No doubt about it. I think a big reason why it's seeing so much play is it's really excellent against these Kennen decks, but also has a pretty good effectiveness here, as we just saw. And I think that a lot of players are starting to see the value, even though these units are temporary, of getting these early points. You know, at first, it's really cool to see the evolution of the game. Because at first, it's like, okay, make sure you're on even points. And then once you're on even points, you can just double conquer to go win. And then it's become, okay, you need to get to 6 as soon as possible while maintaining as much might in your base as you can. And Sprite Fountain does a very good job of getting those early points, getting you to win the race to 6.
Yeah, exactly. I was noticing that's another Brittle Steel in the sideboard for Rengar, and he's not putting it in. I feel like a Brittle Steel to just remove the Sterox and the Brutalizer, and you've basically deleted all of the might that this Ornn was able to play in the past 2 rounds.
I think that Sterox Gauge did present a decent amount of issues, but I do wonder if you need more than 1 Brittle Steel, right? You know, when it comes to sideboarding, you know, sometimes there's some decks where you're going to be like, hey, I'm bringing in multiple Brittle Steel against them. But this particular deck, maybe it's a little bit more efficient to, you know, hit grab a spell or a unit that takes care of the other units, right? Because it's more of a symbiotic relationship between the two in this particular deck where this pit crew is getting readied and is really able to kind of like move around the world with multiple gear. Your brittle steel isn't really going to stop that.
Yeah, that is true. So yeah, I guess you need the rampage and you need the brittle steel if you want to be able to deal with both potential issues that you're going to face. So I guess if he has the rampages in the main deck rather than the brittle steel, that is a completely valid, I guess, decision. But especially with the Emperor's Dais having the free token units, I feel like a brittle steel would have been really helpful that game.
Well, no more Emperor's Dais here as we see the battlefields for the final game of the quarterfinal between the Manland and Prismat. It's Starspring, it's Seed of Power, and I recall earlier in the tournament watching Prismat just play a phenomenal game off of a Starspring, just really managing their units well into getting proper value for them and being able to bring everybody back home. I think that's the big advantage that you can get with some of these Starspring based decks, where there are some times where you're like, hey, I've committed a unit to go win this combat, and now I get to play 2 units, and all of a sudden everybody's in the base. It's just such a hard swing for some of these decks to deal with on the other side.
Yeah, you can keep your units safe, you can easily gank units across, and we saw in game 1 when Prismaticism was going first how much value he got out of Seed of Power, and now he's got Starspring and Seed of Power. It's potentially going to be an explosive game out of Rengar. We might have another 9-minute game if this Rengar is able to get off to a flying start.
Feels like we haven't seen this Irresistible Feyfolk turn 1 come out from Prismat yet, and if we see this in game 3, it's going to be very difficult for this Ornn to deal with. It doesn't, the good news is the Ornn deck with their units doesn't seem to play on the same wavelength as some of these other unit-based decks that really hate to see an Irresistible Feyfolk, but it is still a unit that you must respect and can absolutely take over games.
Yeah, so the Irresistible Feyfolk specifically on a Starspring battlefield is probably the strongest turn 1 play just across all decks in the format, as you can then ambush something onto the battlefield and push that Irresistible Feyfolk back for your next turn to just keep removing these units, and the Irresistible Feyfolk becomes a repeatable charm every single turn, which is incredibly powerful.
See the players shuffling up for the final game of this best of 3. Remember that both of these players have won their best ofs, so it's losing is never great, but the best ofs are a great consolation prize. Somebody has to win, somebody has to lose, so it's not the end of the world for both of these players, and I'm sure this is not the end for either of these players for the rest of the year. So we'll eventually see them at Convergence Fest playing in that regional championship.
I mean, whichever player wins does have to sit in the lack of AC for another 2 hours. So
that's
honestly,
that's
maybe the winner is the loser in this case.
True. Maybe they should just both scoop.
True.
I'm Goldie Dog, they did release stats on most played battlefields, I believe sometime in the day 2 VOD in one of the earlier rounds. I had them written down, but I don't anymore.
Seed of Power was the most popular, because I remember that. I was surprised Seed of Power became the most popular, but I don't remember beyond that.
Now, are you still surprised about it? Because it feels like it just fits very well what the big meta decks want to do in going in, getting your 2 points, and making sure that you're getting some value out of the units that you're giving up while also keeping units in your base.
So I suppose the thing that surprised me about it is that it wasn't as popular in previous formats, but we also know that the meta shift in the most recent release with Vendetta has come down to more token-based decks and having multiple units rather than something like an Irelia ganking across to get your 2 points. And I imagine that's where the Seat of Power value has come in, because Irelia doesn't really get value from it. And something like a Draven, it's not your best battlefield to be able to get your card draw, given the legend gives you card draw anyway. But now that we're in like a completely different format, I can see it becoming far more played, yeah.
And there are just some decks that don't require a whole lot of investment in order to go and try to conquer over on that Seat of Power. I think Rengar is one of the best examples, really, where you can turn your really small units, like your naked pit rookies, and an irresistible Faefolk, into some 3 and 4 might beaters with the Rengar passive, along with maybe having a pit rookie come in and giving a buff. I mean, we saw that in the second game really early on. So, if your irresistible Faefolk at that point dies, or your pit rookie dies, or your Inferna, you're still okay with that as long as they are getting you a card. It is a worthwhile trade.
For sure. I think I just saw the Ornn top deck a pit crew in his starting hand, so he's off to a good start for going second.
Looks like a lot of the players in the tournament have gotten their best ofs, as my buddy just sent me a picture of him with his best of. And I'm sure these players will, I believe they get them afterward if they're playing in the top 8 here. As we already see a pit rookie being deployed here on turn 1 from Prismat.
Yeah, and then we have Lecturing Yordle coming out for the Ornn. A nice turn 1 play to refill his hand. It's almost like a Scuttle Crab if you're going second, except it actually has might to then hold a battlefield with.
And it's got tank, which can also be relevant. We're just going to deploy a Kai'Sa and ship the turn here, so don't want to risk that on the Star Spring, and you're okay giving up a potential point. See what the Manland wants to go with this turn.
Yeah, if the pit rookie can't be defended, then even on the next turn, Prismaticism probably goes up to 2 points with a double conquer this way, but only 2 points if the pit rookie dies anyway. So it does make sense to just hold the pit rookie back and wait for the Ornn to be forced to overextend, given you are ahead as the player that goes first.
Manland in the tank here. Saw Poro Snack in the hand. We've got a Seal in there. I believe there was a pit crew in there as well. So there are a lot of options for what the Manland wants to do. We've already seen them just deploy an Ornn on 5 runes. Not sure if that's going to be the best move. The first thing we'll do is send the Lecturing Yordle over to that Star Spring, get that first point, and then it looks like it'll be a pit crew into the base, and a double conquer coming out after dropping a Seal, drawing a card off the Seat of Power.
Yeah, and then he has the Poro Snack, so he can pull back the pit crew as well to keep it safe, and he'll sacrifice the Lecturing Yordle, but that is a sacrifice the pit crew is willing to make for its safety.
There's that Poro Snack. Gonna cash in on a card and move that pit crew back. So not a bad second turn of the game for the Manland, able to go up 2 points. Now let's see what the response from Prismat is going to be. Whenever you have a Kai'Sa and there's a Seat of Power open, the temptation to get 2 cards in a single turn is very high, and especially with a first mate in there, can keep Kai'Sa relatively safe.
Interesting. So there is a Rampage in hand. There's a first mate, Inferna, Kai'Sa, and a Grim Apothecary. So a lot of options for how exactly he wants to try and double conquer here. The Ornn is holding up the possibility of Defy. I don't know if I saw one in the hand, but that one Calm rune being readied is definitely saying I have a Defy if you have a Rampage in hand.
We'll see how much value Prismat puts on wanting to leave runes open to deal with this pit crew. I think you could just send in the pit rookie, drop the Inferno on top, move the pit rookie out, win the combat with Inferno, move Kaisa in, and then first mate her back home. But then you're kind of giving up your Inferno, who, you know, the assault is fairly relevant.
Yeah, he could try and use the first mate to ready the Kaisa. I mean, it does end up leaving you equally as exposed, but in this case, Rampage to just take out, I'm assuming, that pit crew in the back line, and then this Kaisa is presumably going on with the Seat of Power, because the Kaisa does still take 3 damage, so she can't go into the Star Spring and comfortably kill the Lecturing Yordle. Going into the Seat of Power early, though, that is kind of unfortunate, given it does mean he misses the draw. The +1 from the first mate readying the Kaisa does let him pull back. I imagine the reason this was the play made is that Decree of Focus was possible. I don't think Prismaticism saw the Decree of Insight in the previous game, and so he was worried about a +4 going into the Lecturing Yordle versus the Kaisa, which is why he wanted the Pit Rookie to go in, and then that ended up being countered by the other Decree, and it just so happens that both players have access to both Decrees for their colors in this matchup.
Yeah, it's a little bit tough. There's also the idea that Prismat just put a lot of value on getting rid of that pit crew. You know, they always had the opportunity to, you know, use first mate shenanigans to get the Kaisa out of the Seat of Power after a second conquer. That Decree of Insight really put into kibosh on anything that pit rookie wanted to do. So 3 points to 1 at this point, and there's another pit crew hitting the board. It's going to move the Lecturing Yordle back, and another conquer over onto the Seat of Power, a 4th point, and another card into the hand of the Manland, who seems like they're starting to take control of this game with the amount of cards they have in their hand. They've got another one of those decrees as well. Can be problematic for Prismat to deal with.
Yeah, and Brutalizer can come down to ready the pit crew and move it out if he wants to try and keep it safe. He does have the potential worry that he's going to get hit by a second Rampage, but I think here you just pull the pit crew back, and I mean, the Lecturing Yordle, you still have the Decree of Focus, and Prismat might not be expecting that.
There's a Clockwork Keeper cashing in on a card, tapping the seal, and the Lecturing Yordle will be hung out to dry over on the Seat of Power as that pit crew does get moved back. Now the turn is over to Prismat here. A couple of Kaisas in hand, an Inferno, a Grim Apothecary, and a Kinku Initiate. So opportunities to draw cards as Kaisa will go in, get the first draw, then it'll be first mate conquering over the Seat of Power for another draw. Big draw power coming out here from Prismat, and see what they're able to do with it. Still down in points, but the game is certainly not over yet.
For sure. Now, this does lead to a bit of a problem where Prismaticism is kind of forced to be able to hold one of these two battlefields. If Ornn is able to double conquer again and go up to 6, it's going to be really hard for Prismaticism to continue to play the game at that point, let alone win, because he's going to be forced to hold at that point. So you might just need to hold one of these battlefields here, maybe with that Rengar Trophy Hunter from the Champion Unit Zone, and just hope that you're able to stop the pit crew from double scoring.
There was that Kinku Initiate bouncing back the Kaisa, drawing an extra card. So 3 drawn cards on the turn for Prismaticism. As you take a look at the hand of the Manland, a Brutalizer, looked like a Guardian Angel in there. That Decree of Focus, not going to get a lot of value against the Rengar, which may be playing defense on this turn with these 5 runes that Prismat left open. But a lot of options for the Manland, a lot of runes to burn, and a lot of gear to slap on these little guys to try to get another conquer and win the race to 6.
indeed. I'm trying to think what the best play for the Ornn is. He's obviously gonna need that Brutalizer on the board if he's gonna be able to make use of these 2 might units. And I have to think he's going to try and use the Brutalizer to double score with the little units rather than his pit crew straight away, as the Rengar Trophy Hunter absolutely gives the ability to defend either one of these battlefields unless the pit crew comes in after the Trophy Hunter's already been deployed.
Feels like a pivotal turn in this game, Night Fighter. This could make the difference. The Brutalizer, the Guardian Angel suiting up this pit crew, moving into the Kinku Initiate.
All right. I mean, it's fine. The pit crew is at 7, which means the Rengar can trade and pop the Guardian Angel. That's not exactly what you're looking for as the Ornn nor as Prismat. So yeah, just pull back the Kinku Initiate, give the +1 to the first mate, and now that gear's kind of stuck on the pit crew, as we know he doesn't have a way to get that pit crew back and then onto the seat of power again unless he uses the Star Spring. That doesn't work though, because it's the first unit played. I don't think it works for both players. It's just the first one in general, isn't it?
It's a great question, actually. I'm not sure. It's the first time a player plays a non-token unit.
Okay, so I guess it does. In which case, yeah, that's perfect.
Yeah.
Move the pit crew back, ready it.
That'll get you there. And there's that Grim Apothecary, but there's that decree of focus in hand if necessary.
Yeah, with the decree of focus, he can very comfortably take this battlefield. And I think there was another Poro snack in hand, so he can even move the pit crew back and
that's a charm.
Not be forced to leave it there.
That's a charm. That's going to charm this Kaisa in, and that's going to go down too. Here's another Poro snack. It's Kinku Initiate versus the Worlds. 6 points to 3. We get to move the pit crew back. Prismat's going to untap and draw a card, but I think Prismat might need a card that hasn't been printed in Riftbound yet to come back in this game.
I mean, he has the punch first. He has a Ferris Forerunner. That's 11 might to defend with, but it might not be enough.
Even on the Manland's turn, those Poro snacks will represent extra card draws that they can use. The first step is going to be moving that Initiate in and getting an extra point and clearing this Poro bot. Now it's a Ferris Forerunner. The Initiate looks like it's going to play defense on the Star Spring.
And then passing with 4 runes available, because he should have another Grim Apothecary,
Sprite
right?
Fountain.
So, oh, Sprite Fountain, that's an additional 3 might for this turn. And another Guardian Angel. So he can, in fact, just kind of ram this pit crew in to the battlefield, let it die, throw down another Guardian Angel, do it again, and then with a Sprite Fountain, potentially double conquer with just the pit crew and some Guardian Angel plays.
Yeah, and this pit crew is going to get very, very active with all this gear in the hand just to be able to go around the world and start making some plays. The first step is going to be moving over to that seat of power, up to 7 for the Manland. It just needs to take over this battlefield. 4 runes open for Prismaticism, whose tournament run may end here, Night Fighter.
I mean, it's a heck of a way to go, though, if you lose to the first Ornn ever in a top 8.
Man, the Manland just thinking about any play that they can make. The options are there. You do not want to mismanage this turn. If you do not play around what Prismaticism could have, the game could get ruined for you because of the Star Spring. If you're not able to remove this Ferris Forerunner, if you're not able to remove this Kinku Initiate, they could be moved back. They could go onto your pit crew or even the other battlefield that may be empty, as we expect the pit crew to be pulled at some point. Tapping a lot of runes here.
I would think that's the Ornn champion unit, because there's nothing else that costs 5 in one go.
Yep, you're right. Let's take a look at the top 4 if this one resolves.
I mean, he could go for a hold up to the 8th point.
This is true.
It's not the worst play. It is a little bit dangerous, given there is that Star Spring and a Rengar Trophy Hunter available to Prismaticism on the next turn. But I don't know there's a better play. I did also forget that the Pit Crew's Brutalizer was attached last turn, so it's not going to be giving him the +3. It's only the +1 for this turn.
There's a Grim Apothecary. As Prismat considers what to move, it's going to be the Kinku Initiate going back home. And +1 to the Ferris Forerunner.
Yeah, go ahead and shore up the defense on the Forerunner, but also make sure that he's getting proper use of his runes for this turn. And the Kinku Initiate will be ready to move into the Seat of Power on the next turn.
Well, that was looks like a Brutalizer that was taken off the top 4 from that Ornn Blacksmith, which is just another tool that the Manland can use to try to punch through this battlefield. Prismaticism representing 10 might with a potential 15 with the punch first that we know he has and the punch first that the Manland might think that Prismat has. And now we're going to send in both units here, readying up the pit crew.
Yeah, and now, even with a punch first, if the pit crew moves back and a Sprite Fountain comes down, that might be enough to clear this battlefield on this turn.
I think it's going to do it.
Especially if the Ferris Forerunner is let to die, and now it's just a 5 might Grim Apothecary. And, I mean, a 5 might Grim Apothecary, it can go up to 10, but with a pit crew, a Brutalizer, and a Sprite, that's probably enough.
Yeah, he's just going to show the
and
punch
that's going to be
first.
game. Ornn takes it over Rengar in top 8.
That is just such a tough turn for Prismaticism. I agree with the move of letting that Ferris Forerunner die, because the only way you're going to come back in that game is if that Ferris Forerunner is cashed in for 2 units. That is the only conceivable way. You just have to put your opponent on stone cold and nothing at that point. But the Manland gets the job done, moving into the top 4 of this Ornn deck. A relative surprise, a chance at glory to maybe win it all.
That's so cool. I love Ornn. I love the pit crew builds, so I'm really happy to see that this Ornn, he's kind of threatening taking the entire regional. After that game, I would not count him out. He was playing really well. His deck synergy is off the charts. It's really nice. Plus, you're muted. You're muted. You're muted. You're muted.
I think we
Yeah,
lost
you're
Plus for a
muted.
second. Oh, Plus might be back. Plus went
I'm
into an
back,
entire
guys.
tangent
I was going
about
on a
how
tangent. Where do I
Roots
start?
and
Where do
Rift
I
is the best
start?
thing ever.
All right,
and
I'll
we're
try
so
to literally
great.
say verbatim what I was saying. All right, here, guys. It's been like 25. I don't even know how many hours of this weekend. Here we go again. I was just saying absolutely incredible performance from our Ornn player. He had some amazing plays, and it all came down to the pit crew being the most valuable card in that deck. The way he was maneuvering that card, taking full advantage of his gears, we've never seen anything like it. Usually maybe in China where we saw the Ezreal pit crew first make his debut, but in an Ornn deck, and exactly how Manland is doing it has never before done, and is why he is the first Ornn ever in Riftbound history, not only in top 8, but is finding himself in a top 4 position. And as you said, Night Fighter, looking pretty good for a potential grand final seat. Before we get into this backup feature match, if we do say so, I think these guys want to stretch their legs just a little bit, and then they'll be back for a backup match. If not, we might just go ahead and get into that top 4 as we get into this interview in the meantime. So feel free to stretch your leg, guys.
Feel to beat someone like that. Obviously, you get to play test with people like Squirtle, but that's one of the strongest Riftbound players in the world, and you just beat him in an excellent match.
Yeah, I'm happy. Like, I've been competing card games for a bunch of years now in many different card games, and you do it to play against the best, basically. If you want to sit amongst them, you have to beat them. And so I'm happy. Like, my deck did what it was supposed to. Game 1, I kind of fumbled a bit, and my draws weren't the best, but post-board with 4 decrees, I was pretty sure I was favored, so I'm just happy to go through.
And they came in clutch, right?
Yep.
You know, the charms also in the right time, you know, really getting that advantage, because we were talking backstage, because I think this deck is so fun and interesting. I actually have a friend at home that plays Ornn, and he's like, yeah, I love this deck so much. And this aggressive new approach to the deck that we were backstage and we're like, it just feels like there's like maybe not enough units, but like it clicks, right? The fact that you can bring back, you know, sprite fountains when you need them. The fact that your pit crew is this mobile unit, like we saw in the, that it can move around as long as you continue to stick with the gear game plan.
Yep.
It's such a breath of fresh air, because you are absolutely doing an amazing job this weekend. And there was another Ornn player that you were still kind of fighting with towards the end of the tournament for best of, but you've already locked that in. I want to pick your brain about what could possibly happen. So on the other side of the stage is Squirtle on your team. Playtest, we're in Spain. You're on opposite sides of the bracket, I'm pretty sure, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, we are.
Could you imagine what it would be like a Mycelian finals?
Yeah.
Imagine
I mean,
that,
it would be
Jack.
great.
That would
We
be
played a bunch.
insane.
We play almost every week, so we'll be just happy for it to happen. I know he wouldn't be happy about the matchup. It's a pretty bad matchup against
so
Forzier.
we do get
But
Gonker
yeah,
in top 4.
just like, for us Spanish, like the Mycelian team and everything, like gears have been our turning point kind of for now. So it's just cool to showcase a new legend that has like this breath of fresh air, like you said. And that's like, it kind of showcases the fact that like you can win with anything. I remember when Squirtle won his first RQ, everybody was telling him, oh, Azir, that's not a real deck, whatever. And it's proven to this day, you can play whatever. Just have fun, guys. It's like #1 thing.
Just have fun. Speaking of fun, fun little last bit right here before we get back to more Riftbound action that everybody wants. I asked Squirtle earlier, I was like, you know, you're obviously doing an incredible job with Azir. If you were going to play something else,
what's up, guys?
What would he play? And do you know what he
still
told
doing
me?
well after that. Big
Ornn,
shocker. I mean,
it's Ornn. And
you know,
the
we
gears
did
are
talk
just
about,
there,
and when you asked me, I said, hey,
making it showcase here in Spain. The Manland, I'm going to give you a break.
Yeah.
I'm going to let you relax. It's hot here. We are in your home turf, but the crowd and the people at home are cheering for you and your team. Now taking down Prismaticism. What else can't you guys do?
Let's go. Let's just keep winning.
Absolutely. But we also have fun as well. So don't go anywhere. We're going to send it back.
That's right. Back to a little bit more Riftbound. But Yanni, what were you letting us know?
That, you know, this is probably one of the bigger, I venture to say one of the bigger upsets of all time here in the early life cycle of Riftbound, right? We talk about how Prismat has been so excellent, has attended a lot of events, but has topped a lot of events on this Rengar, swapping out, you know, was playing Annie prior and had that great run at Ottawa, this great run here today, and then shut down by this Ornn, by the Manlands, which is crazy. I mean, this is my, you know, my potential runner-up for the event, my second choice to win the event. I thought Prismat would have had it, but That Orn deck, it stumbled in game 1, and that's why it didn't look so good. And he gave it a shot in game 2. I said, you know what? Maybe, just maybe, it'll be all right. And without a doubt, was able to get the job done. And if you can get the job done against Rengar, you can get it done against a lot of other decks.
Looks to be the case. And you know, Yanni, now that Prismat has been taken down, I guess you have to put your money on the mainland, and it's not too bad of a choice to pick a course. I know a lot of people were rooting for Orn, meme as well, and I was just letting people know on the other side of the bracket who will be facing off against the mainland. Gonkra has been confirmed to win, so we know 50% of the top 4. Orn versus Kennen, which I said it before, I feel like if there's one matchup the mainland has played over and over this entire weekend long, it's gonna probably be Kennen. So I feel like he feels prepared and ready for that matchup. But hey, if Gonkra makes it to the finals, first female top 8, top 4, and heck, might as well go through and make it all the way to the final seat as well. So things are looking good. I kind of said it before, this is kind of looking to shape out as a historic regional so far, but we do get ourselves a backup feature match. Night Fighter, let me know if you're popping in here. I'm going to send you guys over, but Squirtle versus Master Yi in a game 2 situation.
We already see Squirtle up right now, 1-0. This is the Trifarian War Camp game. Squirtle with a very large Sand Soldier over on this Grove of the God Willow currently. Has 1 in the base with 4 runes to his name. Looks like a Doran Shield is going to get deployed here. We're going to bottom a rune just to equip this up onto the Sand Soldier. So we are not making a Sand Soldier off of the Azir. We're going to get an Eye of the Herald. This is going to get a move trigger, and we are going to get a recruit here. So a very big might swing against one very lonely Poro.
Yeah, and it will leave just the recruit at the Trifarian War Camp, but that might be fine. You can put out another Sand Soldier at base, and this recruit, it's kind of fodder. It's there to die, ultimately. So put the Sand Soldier in the base, put the Eye of Herald on it, and on the next turn, you're beefing up for another potential retake of this War Camp.
What is my purpose? You are a Sand Soldier. Your purpose is to go in and die. 4 points to 3 currently, as Squirtle has very slight lead for the moment, but hurting very much in the rune department right now with just 2. These are the sacrifices that you have to make when you're playing Azir. Sometimes you just have to bottom your runes with Reckless Abandon. It is very difficult to manage, but this is why Squirtle is one of the best. Remember, we talked about this a little bit earlier, looking for his 3rd RQ victory. This would put him at number 1 worldwide in just 4 attempts. So the Master Yi is going to move in and get a pretty easy conquer over this very small recruit.
Yeah, and I'm guessing that means we're going to get a hold on the Grove of the God Willow, because that Scuttle Crab, unless that's an onslaught in hand, probably won't be contesting it. Irelia hitting the board. I don't think I've seen Irelia at Master Yi before.
A couple of Master Yi lists have been playing a few. She's just very excellent with all of your buff spells, with your on guards, with your disciplines. She plays fairly okay on defense as well, especially when you're giving her +2. Can
yeah,
get
fair enough.
Ball rolling offensively as well.
Just a really good unit.
Yeah, honestly, this champion is an absolute unit. We know that Aurelia has been a terror. You know, honestly, I'm pretty happy that we didn't see any Aurelia in top 8. I really hate playing against that thing myself, and hopefully this will knock her popularity down a little bit, as it appears we have some sort of audio or question issue between the 2 players for the moment. Squirtle now up to 4 runes, going to consult the hand, has to be very careful. Still up 5-4 after that Sand Soldier holds, but you need to find a way to make sure that you can win this race to 6, because Shabbat Shalom is definitely looking to go and take down the Sand Soldier on the other side.
Yeah, so Azir looks to be up in points, but on the following turn, the Master Yi is going to hold up to 5, potentially go up to 6, so they're kind of even on points until one of these players is able to take the battlefield the other one is currently holding, and that's going to be pretty difficult if he isn't able to move all of this gear on his Sand Soldier. Something like a Death Grip would be really nice, but it runs into the potential of a Defy given the Master Yi is holding up that one rune. It could also run into a Punch First, which would also not be fantastic in this scenario for the Azir player. I believe that was a hidden Kennen.
Yep. Kennen has been a great adaptation in these Azir decks. It has been very awesome to see. I think Yellow Kennen is a really strong unit. Just the ability to, flip up, stun something, and then give yourself +2. It's just such a huge might swing. It's almost like a mini Vi Peacekeeper.
Yeah, it's really good on the defense. It's been far more popular than I thought it was going to be. I saw it and I went, oh, that's a pretty good card, but I don't know if people are going to play it when the other Kennen looked really good. And to be fair, the Kennen decks aren't playing it, but all of these Order Domain decks, they are eating good with these powerful champion units that they can splash into their deck like Vi Peacekeeper and now Kennen.
Generally have a pretty good idea of what's going to be underneath there. Could also be a hidden blade of your Shabbat Shalom. You have to always consider that, as that extra recruit moving with the Eye of the Herald means that we've got a pretty solid defense over on this Grove of the God Willow. But a lot of runes up. Again, this Aurelia, who has now been readied, so she's getting +1 already to kick things off. If you're worried about it, you could always drive the Scuttle Crab in, and it looks like Shabbat Shalom is considering that.
Yeah, because it could also be a guard, and I believe that green equipment on the readied Sand Soldier is in fact a brutalizer, given it has a lot of text down at the bottom, but looks like a +1. So
Yeah.
if it was a guards, that's a very big 5/4 because you'd be losing the 1 might swing on the battlefield. Granted, the Kennen is also a 4 might swing, but that's the kind of thing you have to be worried about. It might not be a hidden blade. It could just be a giant pile of might to add to the battlefield.
The Scuttle Crab feels double defy, and a hidden blade as well. So Shabbat Shalom has to be very careful. Now, Squirtle can only use one of these, can only either use the Kennen or the hidden blade, not both of them. But you always have to worry about forcing this Kennen, because if you do, this just means that Squirtle can hide the hidden blade there the very next turn if he wants.
Yeah, and the Master Yi's hand just isn't what he needs to be able to take this battlefield. He's got double Rengar Trophy Hunter, a Highlander Strike, I believe is what it's called, and then I believe he had a Not So Fast in hand. So the Not So Fast can get defied, and that just ends up leaving something like the Trophy Hunter to try and take this battlefield, which just might not be enough.
And if you have a Defy, which I don't think he does, but even if he did, it would just get defied. It looks like it's double Rengar, Alpha Strike, and that Not So Fast that you mentioned. So maybe with these Rengars, you can start generating some action, but I'm not quite sure if that's the right move. It is going to be this Alpha Strike coming in.
Okay, I mean, this makes sense. So the Alpha Strike, he's kind of baiting out a Defy, as one Defy means that Squirtle is only able to stun, but then not Defy an additional time. So the Not So Fast can come in and potentially negate that stun and allow him to take this battlefield. It will mean that there's not enough runes up for the Rengar Trophy Hunter, so it'll just be this Irelia and Master Yi to try and take the battlefield against, I believe that's a 9 might Sand Soldier, and then a 2 might, and so about 12 might plus the 2 of Kennen, so 14 might. It's still a lot to get through.
Yeah, it's a lot, and I'm not sure this is going to be something that Shabbat Shalom's going to be able to get over. You could just try to overload Squirtle by sending in both and then layering a Rengar on top of them. Could also just deploy a Rengar, which looks like it's going to be the case here. And I'd say if Shalom passes the turn, which he does, this is a successful turn for Squirtle to be able to hold the home front. But with just 2 runes, now going to go up to 4 runes, you are still heavily constrained in what you can do.
Yeah, it makes the Highlander strike feel a little bit awkward because he knew there was the Defy in hand. I guess if he wasn't going to go into the battlefield and he knew he was just going to throw down the Rengar, you might just say, I'll remove the rune from the already low rune Azir. But it does feel awkward how he's now just forced to sit at base and try again on the next turn.
Pressure starting to really mount in this game for both of these competitors. Squirtle just a win away from moving into the top 4. And this is a top 4 that could be favorable in the end. If you're able to take the win over Shabbat Shalom, there is a chance that Squirtle would go up against another Master Yi. And I feel like if you can beat one Master Yi, you're pretty happy about your odds against another. We're going to get a move trigger off of the Sand Soldier for that Eye of the Herald, making another recruit.
Yeah, I feel like you might have to just say that the Kennen defends the one might recruit and pull all of them back, but he is going to leave the Sand Soldier up there. My fear is that the Sand Soldier dies on this turn and the Azir might not be able to defend it. While the Azir's at 6 points, he doesn't have to win aggressively. He can pull back and win, while the Master Yi can only go up to 7 on this turn.
Yeah, and it's going to be really hard because you have to commit multiple units here if you're Master Yi. And if both of them happen to survive, that's actually a net negative for you because you're going to lose out on that extra might from the Master Yi. But obviously, you'll still be pretty big. That said, with the way that these Azir decks really like to operate, they're happy to just send in one unit to crash and try to take out multiple on a battlefield. Shabbat Shalom considers picking up this Rengar. Maybe gonna move that in. Remember, he's got the other one.
Well, so I was actually thinking the Azir still has another Defy in hand, so the not so fast isn't going to be able to stop the stun.
There's a punch first in there too.
There is a punch first, and that would make the Master Yi able to trade everything except the Kennen. Or, yeah, it would just be the Kennen, because he could trade like the Kennen and the Recruit and leave the Sand Soldier, but you don't want to do that. But in this case, you're just going to bounce off with that Rengar, and it kind of forces out the punch first and the not so fast if you want to try and defend this battlefield.
Okay, stun's going to go down onto the Rengar here. Now it's time to get active if you're Shabbat Shalom. Here's a not so fast to try to counter this Kennen. We know that the Defy is in the hand. It's going to force the Defy out of Squirtle. So we know that that Hidden Blade is not going to be usable this turn with just one rune available. This Rengar getting stunned up, and now the move is going to be on Shabbat Shalom here. It seems like a pretty simple punch first.
Fully deramp and play both out.
He could. It's going to be tough.
So if he just does a punch first, it becomes a 9 to 14 battlefield, and he's not going to be able to take it. So dropping in the extra Rengar for an additional 6, it makes it currently a 10 damage from Master Yi to the 14 might of the Azir, at which point the stunned Rengar falls off and the Kennen just defends alone. It's not bad, but it means that this Master Yi is not going to be able to defend this battlefield without that punch first also hitting the board.
I mean, you have to get desperate at this point. You are very clearly running out of resources. You know that late game Azir, even if you don't have a lot of runes, can just suit up a guy and just kind of crash in, especially with Squirtle winning that race to 6. It means the onus is on Shabbat Shalom. It's a forced play here. So it looks like Squirtle is making the determinations on which units he's getting ready to kill here. 21 might to the 14. It looks like the stunned Rengar is going to go down, as well as that Master Yi. So the live Rengar will be able to get this Conquer in. It moves Shabbat Shalom up to 7. Now at this point, you have to move this Aurelia in. You're going to draw.
He's not even going to draw because he's already scored. So he just doesn't get anything. I think just from what's on the board, because the Master Yi has nothing in hand. He can't hide or play anything. I'm pretty sure Azir is able to win just with what's on board at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, you also have an Azir in your champion zone, so it feels like you could just let it rip. We're gonna bottom a rune here. It looks like we're gonna bottom another one. I'm thinking BF Sword Brutalizer is gonna be the call to suit up this very big Sand Soldier. Gonna expend our floating. No, we're not gonna hold on to these floating runes for a moment here. We're gonna crash into this Aurelia. It is one very big Sand Soldier versus one very sad Aurelia with no spells to be able to buff her up. She will go down. Up to 7 goes Squirtle. Here comes the accelerated Azir, and it looks like Azir will move into the Rengar. Here comes the Sand Soldiers. Here comes the entire team, and Shabbat Shalom nods his head, extends the fist, and that is a 2-0 for Squirtle, who will move on to the semifinals, I should say.
Pretty sure Mice the Manland is not the person on screen. Production doing a bit of an oopsie with the name there. But yes, Squirtle will be taking it. I'm telling you, whatever funk he was in on day one, he's out of it, and he is ready to take this regional.
A very good showing there down the stretch. Unfortunately for Shabbat Shalom, just did not have a way to just force through on this Kennen without expending so many resources. And Squirtle is now one step closer to, honestly, I hesitate to say Riftbound immortality, but we will forever tell the story of Squirtle, the guy who came in 2026, played in 4 major events and won 3 of them, if he goes all the way.
Yeah. And interestingly, that does mean that both Master Yis have fallen out in the top 8. Our top 4 is going to be double Kennen, as Gunkra and Coco Lopez both won their matches, an Ornn, and Squirtle on Azir.
This does mean that for breakers, Shabbat Shalom gets the best of.
But we gotta listen into Squirtle. He came back from his first loss. Let's see where his head is at as he's going into top 4 for the 3rd time in his short Riftbound career.
Stay humble, play good, or play well.
It's a good quote.
It's
yes.
a good one. It's a good one. And man, from the match I got to watch, you know, in Swiss, to the match I saw you earlier in Swiss today, to this one. Yeah, you're so good at the game, playing one of my favorite legends across the board. Genuinely, man, like, I want to talk to you about you and your team. We're here in Spain. We're in Barcelona.
Yes.
The kind of, like, environment you guys have when you're playtesting and, you know, the content you guys create and the people that you guys are very transparent about, like, what you guys are playing and what you guys are testing. But it's working so well. How is that dynamic?
Well, first of all, the good thing as being an only Spanish team is that we have similar culture, so we are also friends. We can hang out. So it also works better than we expected, right? Because we are still friends. It's like insane. But preparing tournaments is like the most important part of a tournament. It's also one of the main reasons you can lose. I know I have played some games that some matchups I was struggling. I know that's a lack of preparation, even if I have prepared other matches, of course. Sometimes we tend to ignore some matchups because we believe the decks are not that good, and then someone surprises you with it. It's normal, but of course it's working out. I had high hopes on Ornn also, so that's great.
Speaking of Ornn, you and I said this to the Manland, who I had the privilege of talking with after his top 8 match. Your other teammate has won his match on the other side of the bracket, and you guys are on opposite sides of the bracket, which means we could have a Spanish Mycelian finals here in Barcelona. And he told me that Ornn's a pretty bad matchup for you, so...
It is also a very bad player matchup. I always lose to him in my locals.
So you can be broken. You can be beaten.
But I hope I win important one if we face each other.
Well, the other part of it, the side conversation of that is, he beat Prismaticism, which means the only other returning regional qualifier champion left in this bracket is you.
Nice.
But you know, people like Coco Lopez still out there.
Yeah.
They're, you know, hungry. You know, don't know the results of that one, but he's hungry to get back into a finals as well. And so it's going to be a tough road, but I'm excited to potentially see you take it all the way once again and potentially be the first 3-time regional qualifier champion, which is a crazy thought. I don't understand
so
it.
big
It
when he
sounds
said that.
crazy. I'm happy already.
I'm so happy for you. I'm so happy for your team. I'm so happy to be here and watch such incredible Riftbound and just great people in the community and an incredible game. So thank you, Squirtle. Congratulations on your win to another semifinals you are going to head your way to, but we are going to head back so we can watch some more.
Man, top 8 was already back-to-back bangers, and now we're talking about a crazier top 4. Coco, a finalist. He got so close when he went head-to-head against Prismat versus, as we said a dozen times before, a potential 3-timer this weekend, or 3-timer in general, but could get it done this weekend versus Squirtle. And then on the other side, we have the Orange player Mainland versus Gonkra. So these top 4 matches are gonna be really a spectacle to watch. And I would imagine, since we just watched the Mainland, we're probably gonna get the Coco Lopez versus a Squirtle matchup as the main feature match, and I could not be any more excited. Night Fighter, those are some heck of a games you guys casted, this top 8 and then the one before. How were your overall thoughts on Barcelona this weekend so far?
I've been pleasantly surprised. There's been a good number of diverse decks actually doing really well, like a Lucian that got 22nd place, something like that. So I'm really surprised, but also really happy that players have been able to make some of these less popular, because they're considered less good decks, actually work in a regional level event.
Definitely. It looks like it kind of creeped up on us. So Night Fighter, if you can let us know where we could catch you online, as we'll go ahead and bring in our top 4 caster, Mr. W King, here shortly. Where can we find you, Night Fighter?
Well, I have a Twitch, I have a Twitter, but most likely you will find me here streaming and casting for whatever the next event is.
And I am looking forward to that. So Nightfire, thank you so very much. Killing it with your analysis as always. And till the next one, I'm sure we'll see you very, very soon. Thank you so much as always.
Bye.
Thank you, my goat.
All right, Dubby King, if you're in the chat, I'm going to set up the cameras behind the scene. But Yanni, if you're ready, Dubby King, if you're here, Mainland for the second time on the feature match. Can we truly go wrong with a little bit more Ornn? I am not upset about it. Let's go ahead. Top 4 table time. It is here.
I'm not upset about it either. I think this is I think the stories out of both of these matchups are just so awesome. You know, it's a shame that we only get to see one in real time with, you know, Coco Lopez and Squirtle going at each other, and, you know, the storyline of the hungry upstart who was denied against the guy who's going for a 3-peat. And then over here, Gonkra, who has been a strong player, really her coming out party against this surprise Ornn deck. Let's go ahead and take a look at this Kennen deck. I always love taking a look at the one-ofs. A one-of Tide Turner, you obviously need to one of Hard Bargain. Only one Last Rites, a Shadows of the Past, which has been particularly strong in this deck. But that Tail-Cloaked Matriarch, I really like this card. It increases your willingness to discard your fizzes, because you can always bring them back once you empower the Matriarch at reaction speed at times. It doesn't look like this deck has the capability to do that.
Indeed, and hello everybody. I am here to join Yanni on the cast. W King is the name. I'm excited to be here, and yes, exactly that. Highlight these one-offs. The revives in this deck can be so key in this matchup. We did briefly see Shadows of the Past there as well. A spell that lets you bring units from the trash back to your hand, and you can use that for the exact same situation, because I've actually, funnily enough here, I've played this matchup, Kennen versus Ornn, 3 times now.
What
on
side?
the Kennen side. On the Kennen side. I picked that up.
I've
So
also played quite a bit of Kennen myself.
So I did say this. Shout out Elliot from the Brighton. They got top 8 in Brighton with Ornn, so clearly they were meta farming this amazing deck before it was cool. And yeah, reviving your cannon is so key because once that unit dies, it really limits the possibilities and the creativity you can do with the cannon deck. So cards to get it back in hand to allow you to play it again are very, very important.
No doubt. I am curious to see what Gonkra has in her sideboard. Unfortunately, we're not going to get a look at that, but the players certainly are. I know that some Cannon decks have been running the Baron Ruination in the main deck. Shout out Coco Lopez. But also some of these decks have run it out of the sideboard. As it looks like the players are starting to get ready here, making a couple of considerations. And here we go, already seeing a Scuttlecrab into a Cannon. It's Seat of Power to Zon Warrens here for game 1.
Yeah, I'm so excited to see how this matchup plays out because it's just the storylines are so insane here. Both team players from Mycelium in the top 4 could come against each other if we see them win this game. The fact that we have an Ornn in the final, Kennen getting to both sides of this top 4 as well. So much is going on here, Yanni. But this game in particular, we're seeing the strength that Ornn has against Kennen, at least in my opinion, is they can get on the board so much faster. They establish these double conquers, these draws, these units. Kennen, if they have the right tools and cards in hand, they can kind of answer it, but it usually feels they're forced to commit cards just to try and conquer, and the whole time Ornn is able to just develop more units.
Which is exactly what's about to happen here. Down goes the Scuttlecrab. We're going to see a Tide Turner, a Switcheroo, Rasa, a Nocturne, unfortunate there, a Fizz, and a Ride the Wind for Gonkra. The one thing that I like that you mentioned is this Ornn's ability to get onto the battlefields fast, as that Sprite Fountain has been raved about all weekend as such a great card into this Kennen deck. See what Gonkra has for the second half of the turn. Not really a whole lot of draw action here, but you do have that stack deck, luckily, because of the Kennen Conquer. Hold that thought for a minute. As
I think they had to
asking a judge.
They probably had to designate that, hey, I gave this card flow. That's at least what I'm seeing this as. To my quick view, they just kind of just grab the card from trash and start playing it. And it is something that you do have to usually like explicitly say, hey, when I conquer, I'm giving this. And I doubt it was anything that they discard. If they discarded it due to the Zone Warrens, that's something you can't do, because to put the Kennen effect on the chain, you have to, first of all, designate which card you're going to give flow to. So you can't kind of wait, okay, I'm going to stack these in different order. I'm going to discard with Zone Warrens first and then see what. So let's see how this plays out.
You certainly can't give a Nocturne flow.
No.
Well, that would be pretty cool considering the amount of times I managed to draw that card regularly or burn that card when I'm playing this deck, as opposed to actually cycling through with stack decks and lightning rushes. I remember the broadcast was talking about 21% chance to go and hit a Nocturne off of a stack deck, off of a lightning rush. Haven't seen too many of them actually hit the tables. A couple of matches where you'd see a Nocturne or two, but not a ton where in the same turn you're seeing multiple Nocturnes.
I would love to hear the stat of what happened to me yesterday. I hit a Nocturne off of an Abandon. So you get to predict one card and you see it. And I was like, I was about to bottom it because I'm like, I don't want this next draw. And I was like, wait a minute.
Why aren't you playing in the top 8? A literal god.
Yeah, it didn't win me the game, unfortunately, but it felt cool in the moment. Yeah,
that's crazy. Man, this Kennen deck must stink or something. I don't know.
Definitely not the player. No.
All right, so it looks like we've had a slight reversal, and it looks like this will go back to the bottom. So no stack deck able to be played this turn, or is this the Zon Warrens trigger?
So seeing that move to the trash so quickly, at least that Nocturne there.
Okay. They just rewound what was going on here. There's a Nocturne out of the stack deck. This is all 3 Nocturnes.
So we see that. They will reveal. At least you see them now. Now you know you can't gamble for them anymore, and it gives you that kind of, okay, my information is good. Now you know I can't rely on a Nocturne later, so it's kind of bad in a situation, because if you want to draw that Nocturne through these lightning rushes, through these stack decks, you know you can't, but at least the information is there for both sides, because this also helps the manland here. They know no more Nocturnes to deal with, no more extra gambling, and this is kind of just really set up the power there.
This Nocturne is going to go on defense here with the Kennen. Now we're going to see a Ride the Wind come through, as we're going to look to move the cannon over to the Seat of Power. We're going to get a draw off of a Conquer there. And that is another Rasa. So double Rasas in the hand for Gonkra. Not a whole lot in the trash. Cannon will move back to safety. But we're looking at some slim pickings here in the hand.
Yeah, there's like a option to hide a card here.
Wow.
I think that was the switcheroo, right?
Yeah, this is really aggressive from Gonkra.
But you can do some really fun things with switcheroo, especially because the Cannon legend is ready. It is available to use, and this legend is not locked to your own cards. You can use it on the opponent. So if your opponent overcommits, you can disempower Cannon, give your opponent the assault value, and then use the switcheroo to essentially not only swap over the mites, but then also give yourself the +2. So this tool, this legend, does have a really good use on defense.
There's a Mask of Foresight to buff up the sprite. This is exactly what we are going to see. And then a Sterix Gauge is going to be quick drawn in. A big loss for Gonkra on that turn. All of that to try to kill a sprite and unsuccessful.
Indeed, and it does just put the pressure just there on Gonkra, because if there's any removal for the cannon, we see that there. You're left with one rune open, and suddenly Orin has both double conquered here, is established their board, and yes, you have cards in trash if you are Gonkra here, but you don't have enough yet to play out these Rasas unless you really want to just commit to your just power cost here. You could look to play the Lightning Rush to just fill up that trash and slam out these Rasas, but at that point, you are really low on runes.
It looks like that'll be the case. And, you know, one underrated thing about these Nocturnes being in the graveyard is that Gonkra is not going to see any more Nocturnes this game.
Yep.
Unless she decides to put them on the bottom of the last rights, which means you aren't actually going to be able to try and use these stack decks in these Lightning Rushes to come back in terms of might. You're not going to have these extra freebies to put in to bottom your yellow runes. Instead, we're just going to see a Treasure Hunter, no Rasas, no nothing, 5 points to the Manland right now. You're going to maybe have an opportunity to take this on Warrens with this pit crew. This is going to be a very difficult hill to climb. A Poro snack to draw a card as well. Cash this in for a point. You won the race to 6. This is a domination here in game 1 from the Manland.
The confidence from the Manland. These are the biggest advantage that the Manland has here is they know this matchup. You can be sure that Team Mycelium have been practicing Orin versus Ken. They know what's happening. Whereas Gonkra here, how often do you think she's played against an Orin? What kind of experience do they have knowing what to expect for this deck? So all the surprises are there. And again, look at this development in base for Mana. They have so many units here. This is going to force Gonkra to try and hold a battlefield. And Kennen does struggle with that unless they can slam out a lot of Rasas. But that is not a number that the Manland will struggle to get over.
Man, this is difficult. Maybe you're just tide turnering for an extra gold move and then slapping a couple Rasas on top of that Zon Warrens. It feels like you're in a position where you need to take the greediest line you possibly can in order to just try to hope that the Manland can't, break your battlefield involving some Rasas. We're dropping a couple of seals down now. We've got one floating. Not a whole lot that Gonkra can really do here.
See how many cards they have in their trash, because they do have these 2 Rasas in hand. They are playable. Yeah, the enough is sometimes the valid answer to play it out. If not, they can always just flow the Lightning Rush. But no, it looks like they can slam these down. And they may just have to commit the second one here. And it's such an awkward spot. When you're 4 points behind and your opponent's at 6, having to try and hold one battlefield.
There's another one.
Feels so bad.
Well, there's another Rasa coming in off the Lightning Rush. That's good. That's all 3 Rasas. So if there is a possibility that you get there, it would have involved 3 Rasas. So then we're sending one to the graveyard here. I believe she kept a Gust, if I'm right.
See, like if you play out the third Rasa, you really just accept that I have no power to deal with anything next turn. So you don't want to dip too far. And a Gust is something you could try and hope if your opponent sends in a unit and they don't equip anything early, you can just essentially use it as a combat trick. Though I don't expect the Manland to just not equip any of these equipments before going in. Most of these units will go in and start the combat at more than 3, so let's see how much value we can get out of this Gust.
All right, well, we're going to move the pit crew over because we have gear in our hand. That's going to be point number 7 for the Manland. Here comes a Poro bot. It's probably going to be followed by the second pit crew. Actually, a Brutalizer, which is incredibly brutal. It should untap the other one. We'll finally play this Poro bot, untap these two. It's just a matter of suiting everything up. It's another draw. But at this point, the Manland has an embarrassment of riches on his side of the board.
This is going to be a 9-minute win, ladies and gentlemen. Like, 9 minutes in top 4 to beat out Kennen, which is just looking to be just one of the... Everyone thought was one of the best decks in the game. 9 minutes, game 1, Orin just dominating. 8-3 points, Yanni. This is incredible performance by the Manland here.
An absolute drubbing in this game. No other way to put it, W King. But I do feel like this is what happens when you see the fail rate of Kennen. When you see 3 Nocturnes early on in a game and can only actually play one of them.
Yeah.
They're just bricks at that point. And sure, you can pitch them away for other cards, but I think you'd rather have any other card if you're not immediately slamming a Nocturne off of a stack deck, off of a Lightning Rush, or if you're a god like you, off of an Abandon.
Yeah, I think like all 3 Nocturnes were in the top 10, right? One got put to trash through the Kennen flow, and then one having to be pitched through the Zom Warren. So,
and that's the dream, right?
Yeah,
like 3 in your top 10, and you're like, I'm winning this game. Psych, you're not winning this game.
I've
You
drawn
could have
them
been
all.
2 of them.
Yep. And this deck has its strengths, but it also has its weaknesses. And I don't want to say that this deck beats itself, because that doesn't give any credit to the Ornn player who just showed the priority they can have here, getting double conquerors, using the Sprite Fountains. A great card, and even stronger in Ornn because it doesn't cost the power, so you don't de-ramp it, right? The balancing of this card is, hey, you have to pay a power, so it sets yourself back slightly. Ornn's just like, haha, no, free conquer today, free conquer next turn, and just aggro Ornn is it. None of the Spirit Forge stuff we see where it's protect the king Ornn. We are here to accelerate, to win games quickly. 9 minutes game 1. We could see game 2 finishing before 20.
The king is retired. You don't even have to commit your Ornn. It's not even the same Ornn. You're just using him to look at the top 4. We saw a couple of cards out of Gonker's sideboard. Obviously, the Yellow Decree not going to do much. However, what we did see was a Ravenbloom Prefect, which has been a highly touted card, brought in a lot of sideboards. People don't want to lose to Azir. People don't want to lose to random Aurora decks that have really been on the decline, but are still dangerous to run into in your early Swiss rounds. So that'll be a pretty big boon for her if she's able to land that one.
Yeah, I mean, we've already seen just the strengths of these decrees in the previous matchup. These cards with versus, I mean, okay, the colors that Ornn had seemingly perfectly countered the colors that Rengar played with, so these decrees were so insanely powerful here. Kennens, they tend to only have decrees to like counter the side of the mirror matchup and such, so I don't see them having too much priority here. It's more of like, what gear hate do you have ready to go? Because a lot of Kennen lists, they'll run one-ofs in the sideboard, 10 different cards, a variety of different just anti-gear cards, and those are the ones that really make Ornn so strong here. Ornn's sideboard, however, you're looking for what can make me continue to go faster in this game, what can make me score more points and just continuously shut down and remove Kennen from base, because once you kill that rat, this deck just falls apart.
And your mulligan decisions as the Ornn deck compared to mulligan decisions as the Kennen deck are going to have to be very different, because there's a reason why Kennen has all these one-offs. They're mostly spells. You can go bin them. You can get them back with Fizz. If they're not spells, you have a million ways to draw cards to try to dig deeper and deeper. Sure, there's a little bit of card draw in this Ornn list that we've seen through patched Poro bot and obviously your Scuttle Crabs, but it's kind of night and day compared to the power of the Kennen decks and all other Chaos decks. It looks like Gonker's all shuffled up with her main deck, getting ready to shuffle up her rune deck, which means the players are getting just about ready to start what could be the final game for Gonker.
This could be just such a shockingly fast top 4 game, because I think the expectation with these cannons, we were thinking, okay, we're going to have some long kind of miracle era lengthy games, but no, not here. And again, we're getting another look at this Ornn deck. I love this one of Helm of Suppression. This card is such a niche one to use, but against cards like, well, decks like Cannon that play a lot of spells, if you can just make them all more expensive, it can really just slow down your opponent. And in worst case, it just gives you just another gear and equipment that you can use in combination with the pit crew.
I wonder if we're going to see a second one of these helms coming in out of the sideboard. It feels like it could be a little bit greedy to play multiples, but again, we talked about some of the draw power that Ornn has, but again, not a ton. So, you know, in a game where you're not shuffling your deck a whole lot other than the start of the game, you know, sometimes you're just going to have to jam more copies in and hope that you hit them. Game 2, double Veiled Temple. Yeah. So we are going to see likely Ornn get a lot more advantages here off of this Veiled Temple.
It's really just who's going to draw their seals first and who can make use of them. We might see a situation where players are getting too much punch power. That too, exactly that. Yeah.
Traveling Merchant on turn 1 dropped here by Gonkra. This is one of the better turn 1 plays that you can have. And on the other side, we'll see a seal, a Poro snack to cash in for a card. And the mainland will drop his Porobot.
The amount of movement Manland's ready to use here through these battlefields is crazy good. Meanwhile, Gonker here stuck with just the 1 unit in the board. And you know what? I say this myself, when in doubt, Lightning Rush. If you don't know what to do, if you're unsure, you can just drop it. And they've drawn into a second Ride the Wind, another unit. And there's that one of you mentioned, you highlighted in the start of the game. They will take it, because now if Kennen dies, we can use it to revive it.
We also have a Last Rites on top of that as well. So if your Matriarch dies, you could always Last Rites it back. So not too bad. We will see a Kennen get deployed here. That's going to cost you a rune. Going to empower the Legend Kennen. We're going to see a Salvage hit the graveyard. That one is tough.
Yeah, but fortunately, we do have the Kennen in base ready to replay it from Flow. They just need to draw into one of their Chaos, no, not Chaos runes, but their Order runes.
This is going to be a little bit tough here because you only have 1 Mind rune, so looks unlikely to be the play out of any of these Sprite Fountains. Instead, it's going to be a Clockwork Keeper, going to cash in the Seal to draw a card, which is just another Seal, so basic Seal cycling.
This is just go in, conquer, ready, move out, and then they can even try and, if they feel fun for it, why not just use any kind of gear development here to do the same. Instead, they will play the Sprite Fountain and get the Conquer there, and just go on the double point offensive, ready their seal. Baby. Yeah, tap the seal for the seal if they even want to, and just really develop. They are limiting cards in hand, so at least that information for Gonker might be effective, but no.
Power snacks. And you hit a Defy off of that? Oof, that's so good. Listen, I'm telling you right now, that turn taught me what the Manland's favorite aquatic animal is, because it is definitely a seal. Take a look at the hand of Gonker here. That Tailcloak Matriarch, a Rasa's in there as well. Halfway to getting to that Rasa, but you really want to be able to cast this Salvage out of the yard. So we'll send the Kennen in. That'll get a Conquer. No yellow runes. So you're not going to be able to actually do that. So you've got to Ride the Wind. If you want to go ahead and use that to get the Lightning Rush, it looks like she indicated the Lightning Rush, and that's what it's going to be.
Yeah, they do tend to spend a 9-3 split between these runes, so they should draw into one of these Order runes eventually. Do take a card. Nocturne will be played from the hand right there, getting a free 4 Maya for 1 power. Another Lightning Rush off the top. Will they play it? Yep. Let's start digging.
All right, this is a tie turn. Another Rasa, which that was an instant one to the hand. You can see her counting up her graveyard. I think this might put her at 9, maybe 8. But double Rasa, you got a Gust, a hard bargain too. This is a really nice hand from Gonker this time around. Should be a little bit easier for her to find her footing in the mid game.
Exactly that. And they may just have to accept diving into their resources here and not being able to use these Veiled Temples to ready any seals if they don't have them. So that's causing them a bit of slowness. They will move the Merchant to discard draw, opting to discard that one of. At least they have the last rights to play it out later. But now they can use the stack deck, put another card in trash, look at more, and now they're developing enough cards in trash to play out these Razas.
Yep, got a seal off of that one too, so that should help curb a lot of this power hunger that this Kennen deck has really been known for. There's this seal. Usually means a Rasa is going to be followed up next. We'll see if she's going to deploy this one. Looks like she will, and it'll be used as some protection for that Veiled Temple. And then the second Rasa coming in, leaving up 2 mana as well.
Yeah. One thing I learned is just leave your runes open for interaction. Sometimes you feel like the cards I have in hand aren't going to help me much, but with the Gust, and I believe a Hard Bargain as well, you can opt in to use those in little ways. And there's a limit in the strength that we have on the mana line here, because with that Styrax, you can equip it to a unit in combat. But if Gonkra reacts, never mind, I mean, uses the Gust before, it will deny it. But no, the Manland, with respect, equips it before going in, says, I don't need to surprise anyone here. I am going in for the fight.
The Manland has played so tight in these games so far. That is just a small example of the little things that get you a couple percentage points. Here's another Sprite Fountain going to hit the board. There's going to be another suit up with the Styrax Gauge going in for the next round.
This Gust is bringing negative value in hand of Gonkra here, because Manland's doing it perfectly. Now that this is equipped, obviously you can only equip it before going in, but the first one could have really set them back. But no, equipping before, no reason to leave it for the surprise, just means that they can tear this setup apart. Gonkra thought, I can play these Rasas to defend the battlefield. There's no chance Manland can get over. Manland says, no, this is what I will do. My Styrax is putting all the work. And Yanni, they have a Charm in hand as well, ready to use that to clear out this Nocturne to end it all.
Yeah, Gonkra is thinking right now, she's like, well, I have my last rights. It's okay. I can suit up this Nocturne. She's going to find out the hard way, especially because she used this Ride the Wind to go into the Poro bot, which does mean that that Nocturne is going to be in danger.
They could use the Defy here.
Yep, there it is. Good call out. There goes the Merchant. There goes the Neighborhood, because you know that this Charm is coming.
Readying all the equipment here, using these Veiled Temples to just retreat safely, and opting not to use the Charm there. I think they want to. They don't want to play. You know, there's a world where you don't want to play all your cards. You want to make your opponent just worry a bit more, and if you play your card there, there's a situation where you might just want to wait things out. So I do see that. However, this does allow Gonkra to equip this last rights, and they can start reviving things there.
That is worrisome. You know, we just mentioned the tight play, and the Manland absolutely knows what he's doing. But feels like a scenario where maybe being greedy would have rewarded you. Instead, Nocturne's going to come in and win a combat, and this means that Aras is going to come out of the graveyard after an untap on the Seal of Discord.
Indeed, the value coming from this last rights is we can now finally use the Veiled Temples to our own strength to just ready all these seals and ideally not dip into this, because last turn we did see the Manland really going into their own runes, having to re-equip the Styrax over and over again, but we will probably see that again. However, with the Oran Legend, with these 2 seals they have themselves, they can more than easily equip the Styrax Gauge as many times as they need to.
All right, let's see what the move is here. Gonkra went up to 3. Just noticed that the Kennen wasn't powered, so that Charm play is actually just a bad play. Yeah. Listen, you know what? Sometimes you see things and sometimes you don't. I've been up for way too many hours at this point, and it's been a tough one at times. It's the Manland in the tank right now, considering all of the possibilities. One of the possibilities is you could just play out an Ornn, because the hand is not looking super healthy. It would get you a look at the top 4 cards. You also have the Sprite, which will likely get you a point. I'd be surprised if he did not commit the Sprite.
can take a little bit of a breather here. You've got the win already. You're 4 points, so the worst that can happen is Gonkra, she can go up to 5, and then you're still on the better side of point tempo here. So playing things slow is an option if they so choose. They will play out the power bot, and only with a limited cards at hand. Now we're seeing the Manland struggle where Orange struggles, and it's card draw. If you don't find those snacks, if you don't get those battlefields that help you with the draw, you are quite limited with what cards you can really interact with in hand. So they may just force themselves to play aggressively here, just because if I can't get cards, I may as well try and get points.
Stairs Gage coming through with a Sprite to take out the Nocturne. This does mean that Conker's going to have to suit up that last rights on the Rasa if she wants to grab more things out of the graveyard. It's going to cost her a couple of cards in her graveyard. I don't quite think she's at the point in time where she has to really worry about that, but it appears she's checking herself about how big a Rasa may be. Mainland wants to get a check on how many Rasas are in the yard.
And cards and trash too, because keep in mind that Rasas, if you try to play a Rasa with last rights, it doesn't count itself in the trash, so you must remove it from the trash and then pay its cost. So if you don't have the 10 or more than 10, if you have, let's say, 8 cards including a Rasa, you will have to tap the 3 runes to play it.
Mainland is going to move into this Veiled Temple, go up to 5. There's a Veiled Temple trigger. Looks like he will untap his other Poro bot and then move into the Veiled Temple. Will win the race to 6. Ready's a Poro bot. Looks like this one could be coming home, and it will.
Protect the Poro while you can. Some debate on how we want to use this power we have with the Starax. Equipping it to the Poro in the battlefield doesn't really feel like it makes too much sense here, because Rasa can just walk over it on its own unless you want to try and bluff that you have some kind of pump spell to keep it alive. There's also an opportunity where you just equip it to the one in base. That way, at least you have that power used this turn. So Manland, try to just figure out what's the best way to use their resources here before they pass turn.
It may just be do nothing. It is okay if you leave up a seal, just in case you for whatever reason need to use this Defy next turn. You just use the seal instead. So a lot of consideration here for something that should just be a pass, and he will pass it over to Gonkra. So Gonkra has an opportunity to try to find her way back in this game with this last rights, with this Rasa.
Drawing into that little treasure hunter is not what you want. You don't need those economy units anymore. And we will go for the equip, so let's see what we're going to recycle. Nocturnes you don't need anymore. May as well put them into the bottom and hope to, well, maybe draw into them later if you use a card. So
11 in the yard for Gonkra after 2 go to the bottom.
Okay, so free Rasa, very important there. You don't have to tap into their resources to play it out.
I was going to say, I don't know about you, but I love free Rasa, but I forgot that you said that you played this deck as well. So I know about you. We love free Rasa. We're going to untap the seal. We're going to play the Rasa, and Gonkra looking to stabilize.
They don't have any lightning rushes in trash, so nothing to really bring them much value here, as they will just tap the seal. Or did they have a lightning rush there? They did. Okay, good. That's what you need. You need to have an opportunity to look further into the deck.
Well, there's a couple of stack decks, which means you got a chance to hit a Nocturne. We haven't seen any of them, so maybe there was some consideration that she sided them out, but I don't think so. Instead, just gonna tank a little bit here. Thought that she had passed the turn for them. Looks like she is making a determination on what the next move is here.
Because the other thing about the Manland right here, all they have, if I remember, is the Defy and Charm in hand. We see it right there. So the Charm you can use to send one of these Rasas to base if you need to. It's just a matter of, do you have any kind of units here to double conquer? Pit Crew could help you out, but you don't have a gear to play to ready them.
That's tough. That is certainly tough. I think the Manland is going to be in a bit of a pickle here. You could always play this Orin in the hopes that you hit a gear, but you're not going to be able to play this Pit Crew is the issue.
They could try to just commit to a hold here, play out as much as they have, and then just use that Defy to deny any movement that Gonker tries to use. The card that this deck has for movement is the Ride the Wind, and that is defiable. So that may just be their option if they play for the hold. But it can be scary because you never know what they might have, and we know what they have. The hard bargain there could be all it takes to stop the Defy from working. It's going to be a rough decision from Manland. They do have at least the 2-point lead here at 6. They can just play out units if they want to buy some time and just wait for whatever they draw next. They're going to pick up that power bot. They're going into the battlefield.
We'll see if the Manland plays around the hard bargain. And we'll know once this stack deck is done and once this Poro bot is okay. It looks like there, yes, indeed, is a Nocturne. That's going to be deployed over onto the Veiled Temple. It does have ganking, so it is going to be able to move over. This might price the Manland into playing the Ornn on top of the Veiled Temple, may essentially draw you a card. But again, that does open you up to a hard bargain a little bit later if you need to use the Defy. Let's see what the move is here. It looks like it is Ornn deployed. Looks like in base.
Quick decision on that Brutalizer right there, saying I will happily take that to enable just extra utility. And now they have a good combination of cards in hand with the Brutalizer, Pit Crew, Defy, and Charm, if I remember all of them. So the combination there just allows them to not only push a unit to base, but then counter any movement in Gonker's defensive turn while she tries to set up. Now, they will be pausing here at their beginning phase, as they can decide to play a unit from trash. A lot of opportunities here because a Tide Turner is more than enough to bounce a unit to base and send it in.
Will be pretty nice. It does mean that you do get to play... You could move a Rasa over because of that if you really want to. You would be able to get 2 Rasa triggers on the turn if you do that, but then you're just putting this Tide Turner in your base. All right, so that's going to move over. That Rasa's going to get sent to the base. Looks like a Fizz was drawn for the turn.
It does make the Conquer decision here a bit awkward because with 4 open, what do you want to play now to not, leave runes open to interact with your opponent on their turn? Because there's nothing you can essentially play for free. No more free Rasas. And with your cards in hand, the hard bargain being the big one, you might just want to leave 4 open to just tax into the rune economy of the Manland here. You Conquer, setting yourself up to a nice score of 6 to the 7 points of Ornn here, and this is gonna be a situation of how can I set up my hold to win this game, because they need to win this right here, Yanni. If they don't win this, this is Gonker's run over, and the Manland will move to the finals. Everything comes down to this turn.
Gonker will have opportunities, though. If the Manland goes after the battlefield with the shoveled Rasa because of that Nocturne, it is very, very pesky. And if he's able to get on that battlefield, maybe have an opportunity to kill the Nocturne on the other side, he'd be in pretty okay shape. But again, that Fizz in the hand of Gonkra, I believe there was a Ride the Wind in the graveyard, just means there are a ton of opportunities for her to scratch out a win here in a game where she appeared very close to being out of it.
3 runes are being tapped. Hesitation there, but no, they opt in for the Fizz. What do they have to play? They will go
salvage. The Defy. All right, that Defy does get used, so that Steric's Gauge, which is going to be so critical, sticks around, and Gonkra does not have the ability to cast this hard bargain. This could be the Manland's opportunity, but you have to break through a lot of might. 15 on one side, 8 on the other. You have only an Ornn, a Poro bot, a Steric's Gauge, and a Dream.
But importantly, the units they have in hand, the spells and combination is just an amazing setup here. They even drew into another gear that they can just use in any opportunity they need. Yes, exactly.
That
the
mask is
mask
going to be huge. Mask, Brutalizer, Charm. The gears are turning in Manland's hand. He's probably thinking, I think I can win this game.
You have the Charm to move a unit to base here. and then it's just a matter of crunching the numbers to figure out what combination I need to get over it, and especially if they can reuse this pit crew multiple conquers. There is a win here. The Manland just needs to find it.
He's in the tank. He's crunching the numbers like Zach Galifianakis with the meme with all the numbers coming through. All right, let's see what the move is gonna be. You're gonna have to get a little bit creative though. Both of these gear that you have in your hand are very important for combat. You are gonna have to hold one of them back. Here comes a brutalizer. This is gonna untap the pit crew.
Pit crew at 3 equips both of them. The pit crew will go up to 9. There's no way just yet to be able to double ready the pit crew unless you draw into another gear. So once it goes in, can you get it back out in a way? They commit that 9 to the 8. Being 1 over is always all you need sometimes.
Conqueror in the tank here does have a gust available, but that's not going to help against this very big pit crew.
For the gear.
We're going to move Asterix Gauge, draw a card.
It's a pickpocket. Pickpocket gives you a gear. You can kill a seal and get a gold.
Yeah. I think he might have just found it. The gears are turning. We're going to suit up an Ornn. He's absolutely massive. Normally, I'd report my Ornn for building Asterix Gauge, but here, it looks pretty damn good.
Goes in with big number, trades onto 2, and now all they need to do is charm the wrestler to base, equip it to the Porobot, and
There's
that could
charm.
be it.
She shows the hand. The handshake is there. The Manland has taken Ornn to the finals.
Gosh, what is this world we're living in? What version of the multiverse are we in? That we have an Ornn in the finals here. This is insane. If anyone asked me what we would expect to see in top 8, I would say every other legend except this. And suddenly, everybody, Ornn is the deck. Guys, get your green seals now before these climb up any higher, because this is now the deck to play.
Get your overnumbered Ornns, because I have 2 of them, and I've been trying to get rid of them, and nobody's wanted them for trade. And guess what? I got 2 overnumbered Ornns for trade, baby.
Straight on TCG Player, putting them on the market.
No. I want to trade these.
Okay.
No, I don't need to sell them. We're good.
Man,
wow.
Honestly, what a breathtaking performance from the Manland. As you guys said, it is a finals for the Ornn player from the Spanish player at that. Is he going to meet one of his brethren in the grand finals, being Squirtle? We're most likely going to find out rather shortly, as I could only imagine we're going to get into that backup feature match. Man, can we dare say that Ornn might just be the fastest deck in Riftbound? It's crazy. It was flying on the radar all Vendetta meta long. Honestly, all Riftbound history long. I mean, it made some kind of waves in Spirit Forge initially, but ever since then, we have seen nothing like what is Manland is operating right now. The synergy between Pit Crew, Porobot, the battlefield like Veil Temple, the Asterix Gauges, a little draw engine with the snacks, everything just flows together so beautifully, and it's amazing to see, and honestly well-deserved placement here in the grand finals. It almost feels fair that might as well just have Ornn win it all, huh?
I mean, I'll take that. I mean, it's just crazy. I love Riftbound because of this. Because of just the variance, because of the creativity we can see from these players playing out decks that we wouldn't expect. It gives everybody hope that the deck I'm playing can just win an event, because you don't come into these expecting this. So it just shows how wide and crazy this game is. Yeah, I love it.
He's saying any deck can win. I know that houses are big as punching the air right now. That statement.
Oh, maybe. You know what? I think it's just, Houses needs to work on the Chen deck list a bit more, and then he'll get there. He'll get there.
Yeah, I mean, no one could have guessed it, right? I think there was literally one person in the world that was putting all their chips on Ornn. That's the Manland himself. So first ever grand finals appearance, and to do it here in his homeland is just that much sweeter for these guys. So I'm pretty sure we're gonna get into this backup feature match pretty soon. I don't think the UVS link is being updated any longer.
No.
They're like, we don't want to give you guys any kind of sneak peek, but first things first, let's listen in one more time to Orn and see how he feels before these grand finals.
As we going into this round, did you imagine this moment right now? You are in the finals with Orn, fire below the mountain.
Yep. I mean, when I was facing Kennen in semis, I knew the matchup's really, really favored, so I was happy going into it. I mean, it can always go wrong, and things went really right for me in general, so I'm just happy to be here having a blast. So.
And against a very strong player as well. Gonkra, you know, is every time I see Gonkra, she is doing better and better and better at every event. Just last week, Showdown Series, Spare, second place. You just defeated someone just as powerful as that after already having to take down other Titans in this tournament. And again, on the other side of the bracket, you are either having to go against Coco Lopez, a finalist at the Atlanta Regional Qualifier, or your teammate, friend, Squirtle on your same team with a deck that you said you can beat. So it is a story truly coming true here of in Spain that something magical could happen, I think. And I just want to get your emotions and your feelings on.
I'm just super happy in general. Like when people talk about finals, I've played a few, and when people talk about finals, it's all about like, oh, you win, you lose some, whatever. But it's just the emotion of being there, being the last two standing, and so many people watching you. That's like nerve-wracking to a point people can't imagine unless they've been there. To have that with a friend, united, so the game is more chill, it's more relaxed. You get to just have fun together like you always do. That's just unbelievable. So I'm just thrilled whatever happens. I'm just happy as fuck.
And at the end of that game, one more match that you have to play, you could be holding this.
Yeah, that'd be great. I mean, I'm just, I'm just astounded. I don't know what to say. Like, people like Orn, you know?
I couldn't be more astounded. Orn is not a deck I would ever consider registering for something like this. I'm on the other side of your group. I would play something like Azir.
Yeah.
But man, Gear is really showing up.
Gear is strong,
And you guys are gearing up for an amazing finals.
That's it.
But we've got to figure out who your opponent is. So don't go anywhere. We're going to go ahead and send it back.
You know, before we get ourselves into that backup feature match with, if you guys are just tuning in, you guys are tuning in at a great time. We're about to dive into Squirtle trying to find his third ever grand final seat versus Coco Lopez, who was so close but wasn't able to close things out in Atlanta. So he's been in the grand finals before, wants to get there again. These guys are fighting hard for it. But what I was going to say, if Azir does manage to take down Kennen, do we finally kind of get a bit of exposure to the potential weakness of Kennen being more aggressive decks? Because you would think Kennen's able to develop a lot of things in one turn, but when you apply so much pressure turn after turn, it's like a little bit too much for them to handle. As we saw, Gonkra was doing good. She had the Rasas. She had other good units, had the Nocturnes there, little switcheroos, the little clever tricks of the empower the opponent, but nothing really seemed to work. I mean, as Mainland said, I think it's just an unfavorable matchup. But enough of me yapping. I think it's time, Yanni and Dubby. Let's go ahead and bounce right in. Backup feature match, top 4. Table number 2. Can Squirtle get it done? Can Coco get it done? It looks like we'll be finding out very, very soon.
This is the Riftbound equivalent to T1 versus DRX. the absolute franchise of Squirtle, who is now up a game, who is looking for a third RQ victory in 4 tries against the man Coco Lopez, who got so close that he could taste it, but has failed. And people have been behind him and have been rooting for him since. He's got a big hole that he has to dig himself out of, and it's going to start things off by discarding a Nocturne, which is something you never want to see.
But at least you can discard it, right? At least if you draw it, you're like,
True.
it's a brick in my hand. So being able to discard it, it's the best way to deal with it once it's there. But yeah, completely right. It's something you always want to see, not draw. And now we're seeing this battlefield. We didn't get too much of it last game because we never got to it. The Sandswept Tomb, allowing Kennens to just play out cards like the Ride the Wind, like the Switcheroo, for a power less, and it just means you don't dive into your resources. And now they're min-maxing the use of this Traveling Merchant to just discard a lot of cards. Those are a lot of great cards in the deck. Which one do you choose?
I think the seal seems pretty correct there. He'll get to redeploy another. I am a bit surprised that he did not bottom a rune for a seal there. However, it does appear that Coco Lopez understands what the game plan is going to be. It's going to be discarding your seals. It's going to be shoveling up at some point with this Rasa already in the yard, looking to dig for some more draw spells later on. Azir deployed by Squirtle, but it's not going to be accelerated.
I mean, it's usually like you usually tell Azirs to not develop that card too soon, but in this situation, this deck on Kennen doesn't really have base removal outside of a card like a Call the Weak or anything, and that's something I don't expect to see sided. Oh my gosh, the double decrees!
You could see that Squirtle looked a little disappointed there. I mean, these decrees are going to put in a lot of work, but he's going to have to sit on them for a little bit. Not really able to develop the game plan that you want to see out of Azir. A lot of gear into an Arise.
These decrees are going to bring some great value as Coco Lopez is now deciding how to play out their turn here. They could be in the situation where they're like, I have some very good cards in hand. I don't want to have to discard these because you need the last rights, you need the switcheroo, and you want the seal. So getting rid of the hard bargain does feel a bit bad there, as now they've drawn into a Baron. We did not see Baron in its full strength in this last matchup. And Baron in the trash as a Kennen player, it's its happy place to be in.
Yep, this is something we saw him do on an earlier feature match, was to immediately harrowing it out. Don't think he has access to that currently. He's going to play out this Kennen and power this Kennen, and it's going to be a flash and a treasure hunter into the bin.
I feel like this Kennen's life is going to be very short-lived. If they can equip it to the Kennen here, that might be the Langle. Because, correct me, but the decree is it's kill a unit, but it has a limit on its might. So if you can get it high enough, I believe the Kennen can stay alive here.
No, it doesn't. It just says kill.
Okay, then there's no protecting this Kennen. This guy he's gonna be a short-lived little boy.
We'll see if Squirtle is going to just fire off both of these decrees here. Kill the Kennen, kill the gear. I feel like you put yourself in a really excellent spot if you only have to deal with these traveling merchants, especially because on the heads up right here, you are going to win combat. It just has the ability to completely blow out Coco Lopez. He only has this switcheroo in his hands. We'll see if this is what he's going to go for.
Starts with the attack right there, gets their point on board, and yeah, if you don't want to interact with this hidden card, then you can just decide to use this decree there to snipe away the traveling merchant. So the flexibility, the opportunities are there to use anything they wish. And it's a bit of a scary issue. You can use the Azir and bring the Sand Soldier over to try and like limit the Pseudonians if they have enough cards in hand. I haven't really seen anything outside of those decrees of what Azir has here to interact with.
A back off of guards. Is that 2 back offs potentially? No, that's a defy. Okay, so you do have a defy. You can't defy the switcheroo. And Squirtle is thinking very hard about this one for good reason. You could just fire both the decrees off of the back line and call it a day and let Coco Lopez get another movement trigger on a traveling merchant. It's not the end of the world.
Can also opt in to just focus on killing both units, because last rights, you got to equip it to a unit to give it any value, so you buy yourself a decent chunk of time in turns and such, so the options are there. They can also just use this guards to play out a token and just have it ready from there. Like, it's another way, just use of this spell to just not only have to play it from hidden.
This would play around the switcheroo very nicely. It would still be a trade. Thinking about readying this one up. Just have the Azir, so he doesn't necessarily have to.
Keep in mind
Looks
there
like-
is the cannon empowered to switcheroo it, so it's you go in for 2,
No.
you do have that. Okay.
Okay. He sends in everything over on the other side. I like this look. This means he is going to win combat no matter what happens. He will pump up the Azir and then switcheroo. So it'll be 2, 4, 6, 7 to 6 in favor of Squirtle.
Playing the lines correctly. Like this switcheroo assault thing seemed to be the combo at the start to catch the opponent off guards, but in this situation, you're in the top 4. This is nothing more than what you'll expect as Squirtle here. They know that this switcheroo combo, it's not something to catch them off guard, and as you've done the math, something will survive here, and they can now get the Conquer, go to 2, and then more importantly, they have just enough runes left to just clear out this board from Coco Lopez if they want to go for it.
Well, shields are down. I don't think there's any better time to do it. 1 yellow rune to the bottom. Here comes Decree of Unity. 2 runes up. Let's see if he puts this other one to the bottom. It's a Last Rites with nothing else there.
You don't need to kill it yet. You can just wait for it. There's a line in both sides, right? Because if you play it now, you limit it. If you wait, you can just look to kill a different unit. Let's say if Coco Lopez plays Arasa out and then has to develop it, you can just snipe that one next turn.
Oh, no.
He's got nothing.
If it was a Ride the Wind and Arasa, then I'm a little bit concerned for Squirtle. Unfortunately, here's a second Last Rite, so Squirtle will only be able to get rid of one of them. So good for Coco Lopez. The problem is Coco Lopez is cooking with absolutely nothing. He has not turned on the stove. The water is just still in the pot right now.
And we are on track here to not only have a Mycelian versus Mycelian final, but both players just dominating versus the cannon matchup. As if they came into this event saying, we are going to take down the cannons. We are going to show everybody that our decks are best and that cannon is not going to win anything yet. As we see Coco Lopez in a desperate state, playing out the Lightning Rush, just looking for anything.
Every good cannon comeback story started with a Lightning Rush. Couple of good options here. You do have the ability to just play that Harrowing and go grab the Baron out of the bin if you wanted to. I don't think that he's in a position to be able to do that, is the only issue.
It will allow Squirtle to score extra points if they can manage to conquer extra battlefields. But I see it as a world where you just do it because it's I don't think Squirtle, they don't have the might yet to deal with this Baron. They don't have the gear through an Arise to play enough of these Sand Soldiers to get over this 12 threshold. So getting the Baron out now just really gives yourself that boss power unit to put pressure on it. And here we see the Baron power play coming in clutch.
Coco Lopez trusted the Baron Harrowing combo in the main deck all weekend long. And now when he needs it the most, he's able to deploy it. He's up 5-4, but this is all he has. Doing the math on whether or not he's going to equip up with the Last Rites here, maybe he just does them both, but it would run him so low on runes. He did put a couple extra cards in his yard. So the first one is going to be suited up to Baron. It's going to move him up to 14. Looks like Nocturne is going to definitely go to the bottom here. And no, it's going to be Switcheroo and Hard Bargain going to the bottom. So he recognizes that he's going to need these units into the yard. Squirtle going to take a look over what he's going to have to bring back on the next hold.
And the strength of this Baron Nashor card is you've got to match its might. You cannot choose it with spells and abilities. And those, we highlighted the strength of the Decree that Squirtle has. It's something that cannot target this Baron. So this card is just absolute powerhouse right now. And it's going to take a lot to go over. 14 might. It's not the biggest number. It's not like Azir can't get over it. But with the setup we see now, with only one gear on board and 2 Sand Soldiers, it's going to be a big hill to climb. Let's see what they got.
He might not need to go after it because Coco Lopez only put the 1 Last Rites on the Baron. Squirtle could blow up this Last Rites with the other Decree, and now Coco Lopez is going to miss out on the ability to bring something out of the yard. If you speed bump him for this one turn, that might be enough because Squirtle should go up to 6 this turn.
Yeah, if Coco Lopez's plan here is to play a Tide Turner with the last rights on hold to be able to move the Baron around, then by killing the last rights before they hold will shut that down. I didn't get to see that if it was in the trash, but I can imagine that's what you're going to do here in this situation. Because you're only going to 4 runes next turn. As kind of,
Yeah.
You do not have many cards you can do. You need something like Ride the Wind. You've got to be able to move the Baron. And there we see the power of this decree. Yanni, the decrees are being highlighted so much in these top 8.
He is not happy. Coco Lopez is pretty sad about that. I have seen multiple colors of decrees come up huge this weekend. These were the cards that I was really excited to see once the sideboards expanded from 8 to 10, and you are seeing them on full display where people thought they were initially a little bit too narrow in an 8-card sideboard. Now when you open up the extra 2 slots, you can fit them in, and they are coming up huge here for Squirtle as he looks to lock another finals appearance.
Other finals, all of them. I mean, Squirtle is just showing their strength, showing their title has been earned, and they deserve it as they go for the conquer here onto the sand swept tomb. And now we're pressured everything on Coco Lopez because you can hold with this Baron. That's good for you. But do you have any way to get into these other battlefields to stop Squirtle from holding?
Well, remember, if Squirtle does not double hold, he's going to have a hard time trying to win on the next turn with this big Baron and needing to conquer all of the battlefields. But the onus is on Coco Lopez to be able to do anything right now. He's got 1 unknown card in the hand. He consults the graveyard. It looks like it's going to be a lightning rush out of the yard for its flow cost. This cannon is already empowered. Coco Lopez is in desperation mode at this point. Nocturne, Ride the Wind, stack deck. This is exactly what you needed.
But I believe, Squirtle, they have the card in hand to deny the mobility, to deny it. If they're holding that Defy up, they're ready to stop the Ride the Wind in its tracks. Coco Lopez did opt in to choose it. They have the Ride the Wind. I think they also had a Tide Turner in hand. The Tide Turner is going to guarantee the movement, and then they can look to really move around this board. What do they choose? This decision could decide the game.
It looks like it's a Seal of Discord that's going to leave, as well as a Nocturne this time. Going to opt in for a lower cost units, just any of them that he may need in the future.
If he has to play
There's a Tide Turner. It's going to move the Baron.
Cannot be defied. This flips the game entirely, because if you conquer here, you go up to 7, and now the pressure's on Squirtle to go on the offensive to have to try and take over these units. Coco Lopez may have just managed to bounce this game back into their hands.
And Squirtle doesn't have the gear. Here's a back
off! You can't target. He's starting his own. Okay,
he's starting his own thing.
The draw value.
Yeah, sometimes that's just what you have to do. W King, I can't believe this. Coco Lopez has put himself in a position to win this game. Squirtle has an Arise in his hands, but has no gear. We stared at his hand earlier in the game that had all spells that he was upset at, and we remarked that maybe this was going to be a problem. He picks up his runes as he thinks deep in the tank, is there a way out, or are we going to game 3?
The way out here, they have a Death Grip, they have a Defy, they have that 1 gear, but the numbers might just be too big for them to get over this battlefield. They're gonna have to think it out, and when you're in this moment of untimed top cuts, you're allowed to take all the time you can. Coco looks very smug right now. He seems confident in the hold that he's set up right here. That Baron being at 14, the other battlefield being at just big numbers because the Baron gives +2 to everyone. And what an insane setup. And we see right here, you know, the strength that Baron gives you in this deck. If you can pop it with Cannon, sometimes people want to save it to get that sneaky win from 5 to 8 points. But in this situation, when you're behind, slamming out that Baron can just win you the game.
I can't believe we're going to see double Decree of Unity in a position where Coco Lopez was infinitesimally small to win, failed to get the job done because of the second last rights. This is absolutely crazy because it just had to be committed on the last rights rather than anything else.
Mm-hmm.
Squirtle still doing the math. And you can see the grimace on his face for just a moment. The numbers don't lie, Squirtle. They spell disaster for you here in game 2.
The only benefit that they have is that there is a game 3 if they can find the line here. The numbers are being crunched. They're thinking of every opportunities because, ladies and gentlemen, you have to get into both these battlefields. You cannot let Coco Lopez hold one. 14. No, how many? I mean, I need to do the maths in a moment here. Looks like 18 might and a hidden card on one, 12, another 14 on the other. Like, these numbers are insane. And how do you get into these battlefields with enough units to clear both? It's looking rough.
You don't.
You
That's
don't.
the answer, W King.
Yeah.
You don't. But Squirtle is going to think about it anyway. He's going to pack a rune to the bottom. A Brutalizer will be equipped to a Sand Soldier, but now we'll think better of it.
The advantage is Baron Pit is open. You can enter it from all directions. So with that, you can try and use the Sand Soldier here to whittle down at this battlefield if you want to. They're going to equip this on, and now you could try and use the Death Grip here to buff up that one Sand Soldier to get it as big as possible. If they find the line here, I mean, I will. You can see why Squirtle is a consistent minute. He can't just walk in. He can Death Grip the one that's been equipped to +2.
Yeah, I guess, and you could just move into the Baron Pit, but it seems like it's going to be tough. I respect that he's going to give it a shot. Again, as you mentioned a couple moments ago, untimed rounds. So, you know, there's no harm in giving it a shot here. You've already revealed most of your sideboard cards anyway. Shows a guards, thinks better of it, bottoms for a Doran shield, and now it looks like this is the moment where we're going to see this guards come out.
Okay, they leave just enough open. Now comes that card to kill that. They're actually going to, buff up the one in base, and now start spending the power to equip it. They're running through the numbers here. They're really going to try and get it. If you kill the Baron first, you really weaken the strength of the units in the Baron Pit.
Okay. I don't know how he's going to get there. He shows the hand and he determines that he has had enough. Coco Lopez comes up huge to save his tournament life in the 11th hour and to keep his dream of winning an RQ alive. We're going to game 3, W King.
Indeed we are, and I love to see Squirtle trying to play there, because the last thing you want to do is scoop too early and then look back at the VOD and then see the line later, right? You want to give it your best try because there's no reason not to, and they put the maths there, they try to do the combination, but once the cards were committed, it was in that line and they did not find it. I don't even know if there was a line there to win. I'm sure some impressive person will find it if there is one. And now we can get a teaser at this deck list from Coco Lopez. And it's looking a bit more standard and not as many one-offs here.
Yep, just a one-off of Starcross, which I think is interesting. We've seen these Cannon decks usually run 2 and pack a third in the board. But I think for what you're trying to run with your main deck, this is the way to go. With the Harrowing, with the Baron Nashor, you have to cut on somewhere. What I find really interesting, and I want to explore with you a little bit, is his creature suite with Traveling Merchants and Treasure Hunters at 3s each, but then a singular Tide Turner and a singular Shadow Order Disciple.
Yeah, it's the Tide Turner I've actually put into 2 in my deck because we saw it basically win the game right there. Like, it's something that gives you such insane strength, but you kind of just want to have at least 8 2-drops to give you that turn 1 play if you're going first here. So I see the vision there as to why you want it, and this game right here just showed the value that it brings.
Here we go. Looking to be a 3rd-time champion on one side. Looking for salvation after being denied in Atlanta. Coco Lopez, considering the hand. You have a Lightning Rush in it, so it doesn't look that bad. A stack deck as well, and a 2-drop for turn 1.
This is it. It's the final before the final here. Winning this game brings you to that top 2 game, ladies and gentlemen, and we have just an insane roster of players here with Squirtle against Coco Lopez. The both players having just insane historic runs. And Squirtle passes the turn, ladies and gentlemen. They did not have the gear to play the game.
And he does not look pleased. This is about the same look that he had in the last game when he had only spells. And sometimes, no matter how good of a player you are, sometimes your luck could just run out. A cannon is going to be deployed here on turn 1 for Coco Lopez. It bins a flash, it bins an abandon, and the turn goes to Squirtle.
Flash is pretty interesting here because you can... Flash is... When are you going to use Flash in this situation? To move your units out. And with Cannon conquering, you can just go in, conquer with Cannon, and then flow the Flash to move your unit out safely. Basically using it how it wants. So it's just showing these one-ofs that we have the strength and how we can use them, even in our trash, when we have this Cannon up. And we just have to really hope that our opponent does not draw into those decrees again, because that double decree, as strong it wasn't enough to take down Coco Lopez, but it did really, really hinder his game plan.
It should have been. It left him with such a small chance to win, but credit to Coco to playing to his outs. We saw a Brutalizer on the other side get dropped along with a Sand Soldier created by Azir. See a Seal get dropped here, along with a stack deck here for Coco Lopez. Gust, Ride the Wind, Fizz, all good choices, but unfortunately, 2 of them will have to go to the bottom.
I think I do take... Was that the Gust there? Gust hasn't seen the most value so far in both these games I've seen from cannons. It's a great card if you can use it to return a unit to its hand, but a lot of these decks like Azir and then previously Orin tend to buff up the units before they go in, so I'd be shocked if Coco takes it. However, if anyone's here to show me why Gust is actually good and how you're meant to use it, it is Coco Lopez, so I want to see if they take it, and then I want to see how they're going to use it.
We haven't really talked about the battlefields too much. Hall of Legends for Squirtle. Shout out Caps for being the 3rd inductee to the League Hall of Legends, but Minefields for Coco Lopez, which is such a great battlefield in this Cannon deck. Here comes a Lightning Rush, a couple of small dudes, actually all 3 units that are not able to be cheated out. Tide Turner probably going to give you the most value as the game goes on.
Yeah, it's your one-of, right? You can't. Surely you have to keep your Tide Turner. Like, the Traveling Merchant is nice to cycle. I think I see a Nocturne in hand from Coco Lopez. You want to use that Traveling Merchant to be able to pitch it, but when you know you don't have access to this Tide Turner anymore, a mobility that can't be defied, it feels hard to throw it away. They would be able to revive it through the situation with the Last Rites, and there is that creativity there, but no, they go for the Traveling Merchant and pass the turn.
Not a bad call there. You need to get that Nocturne out of your hand, so you may as well try to cash in on a Traveling Merchant move. Still no points for either of these guys. You would think that favors Squirtle, as he'll just have time to amass more gear. Speaking of, he'll get in here, the Hall of Legends, re-ready his Azir, and make another Sand Soldier.
Hall of Legends, usually something you see going first, but it does always change. I like how the battlefield order changes in these top 4 games, because you know if you're higher seed, your order of turn. And Squirtle has done a great job here of slowly, even though they didn't play a gear turn 1, they've been consistently playing gears out the rest of these turns, leading up to that Arise soon enough, and they will be able to create the army of Sand Soldiers. As it looks like they're debating on a hidden card here. They have the Cannon here. This card is such a fun addition to the hidden rosters for these decks.
It is so awesome. That card has been one of the other cards on the weekend that has been very pleasant to see come through and really have a large impact for these order decks. I think that was the Cannon. Looked like it caught a glimpse of that, so could see some Cannon on Cannon violence as Squirtle ships the turn over to Coco Lopez.
Yeah, leaving 2 open does hint towards that, though. I think I highlighted this bit yesterday. A lot of these green decks are going to want to leave 2 open for discipline, for interaction cards anyways, so it can just make your opponent think they're going to go for that. And we didn't see game 1, but I know in game 2 the Cannon wasn't played, and this is open deck lists. Coco Lopez will know there's a Cannon in the deck, but if it's been sided out, he will not know. So they have to really play around this hidden card here and just think of the different options.
And I do have to get a little bit worried if you aren't able to push off the Sand Soldier while simultaneously choosing not to conquer. I think that he is priced in, given the fact that this traveling merchant was selected off of the lightning rush. So I'm almost positive we will see that one move. And it'll be okay value if he runs it into the Sand Soldier, but he runs it into the minefield.
I believe Coco Lopez was actually just looking up what the other cannon does, because he he was looking at the phone. He seemed some kind of confusion there. And you know what? There's a lot of cards now in this game due to just how many sets we have now that it's even the best of the players will not know the full text of all these cards. Here comes the cannon being flipped, 2 being played for the stun. He's like, aha, it is that card. Does he have anything to interact with it?
We missed a minefield trigger.
Ooh.
Which is very detrimental for Coco Lopez.
I mean, yeah, he was so ready for that attack. He's just sent in.
he only put the Nocturne in the bin off the move, and you know you would ideally make this move first in order to make sure that you have more stuff for Kennen to potentially grab. But with Kennen on Kennen violence coming out here, this big stun coming through, Coco Lopez does have a lot of runes open to try and find a way out of this.
He's got a gust. If this card interacts like Teemo does, that they don't get the might if it's revealed, like you can just gust it and react to the just being played from hidden here. So if they have that gust interaction, if they want to go for it, yep, they're tapping it. We can just return this gust to hand. It will not allow the stun to go through. Instead, they're opting in to buff up the cannon here, and they don't go for the conquer.
Okay, I like this because you get rid of the token, but also now this cannon can only be used offensively. If you try to bounce the cannon in response, then you are just letting Squirtle re-hide it. It seems like just not a winning play there. So
yeah,
no, shout out Coco Lopez for the decision there. It looks like Squirtle is now looking at this graveyard, maybe just realizing that a minefield trigger was missed. I'm not sure. Maybe neither player has realized this.
But these missed triggers is something that, when this happens, there's a lot of opinions out there on whose responsibility, how does it work out in this situation, and especially this battlefield, even if you have judges at the table, it is the player's responsibility to keep a clean board state. And if you miss a trigger like this, if it's not a detrimental one, it can just go through and you can just, in the theory, miss it. So it's something that you don't see too often, but in a long day, this is day 2 of a 2-day event in incredible heat. So these players, they are being tested to not only their mental, but also physical limits, having to bear with this. So a missed trigger here and there is no surprise.
These players have proven that they are excellent, but nobody is perfect. People will make mistakes. And I wonder how different the game could have been. It is just 2 cards, but in this Kennen deck, that could mean so much. Coco Lopez now considering what he's going to keep off of this spell. 2 switcheroos and a lightning rush.
Switcheroos is just such an important card. We go to pitch both of them. Switcheroo is great, but if you don't have the Kennen Legend ready to use in combination with it, it just doesn't feel good to hide that right now with the Traveling Merchant. So they get rid of it, and they are stacking lightning rushes over and over again. They are looking for a card. There is a Baron, and they're going to put it in the trash.
DJ Coco Lopez playing another one. Arasa will be deployed into play. And now Squirtle's got to start thinking about the good old return the Baron with the harrowing play that won Coco Lopez game 2.
I wonder if Squirtle has any other prep in their sideboard. We saw the decrees, but there are other cards that help interact with your opponent's trash here. And Forge of the Future, allowing you to return units from the trash too, just remove them from the trash, is a great order option to deal with these decks like Kennen, because you can remove the unit from the trash, recycle it, and then they will not be able to play it. The last rites is there. He is, you know what? I think I know Coco Lopez's game plan here.
And that harrowing is able to be deployed. It's going to cost a lot. It's going to take his entire turn. It's going to take a lot of his runes, almost all of them, even with those seals. But if it bailed him out in game 2, and you've been running it in your main deck all weekend, and it won you a feature match earlier, what the hell, man? You go down with your decisions.
The The concern this game, different from the last one, is that Squirtle has developed a lot more units and gear, and now they are more than capable to get over the number that the Baron threat imposes here. So as much as you do want to play that out, as much as you can play that out next turn because you go to 6 runes, you have enough energy to play it. It is going to be scary if you cannot keep it alive, because once that worm is dead, not only have you lost your boss unit, but you've given 3 battlefields for your opponent to score each turn.
Squirtle is still just a little bit gear light is the issue. You would love to see him have a little bit more gear out in play if you're a Squirtle fan, because of that Arise that he has in his hand. It's going to be very low value. As you mentioned, the game state is different than the last time Coco Lopez played this bear, and that Azir is still in the champion zone, able to be used if the situation calls for it. Kennan's still hanging out on the Hall of Legends, which does mean that not going to get an opportunity to even reactivate Azir, even if you had a gear. We're going to suit up the Sand Soldier with the Brutalizer, go up to 3. We're going to mill over an Arise and an Eye of the Herald, which, you know, Squirtle would have really liked.
Okay, how do we set up our base here? Are we going to look to hold? Because Kennen now that a Kennen has been played, at least it's, you know, the yellow Kennen, it only helps from hidden and when it attacks, so it doesn't do much on the defense anymore. So it does make sense to retreat it because you can attack next turn, and then you have to pay the 2 to stun again, so it's limited in its value once it's developed onto the board, which could explain why Coco just didn't want to gust it to hand, because that's when it's got its most value. So retreating it here, leaving your units on these battlefields to just really force Coco Lopez to not be able to conquer for free, it's a cool play.
Squirtle plays out an Azir and then hides a card at the minefield. Could be a back off, could be a hidden blade. Coco Lopez, now ready to move in here, does have 6 runes available. He'll just send his Kennen in. This is going to be a back off from the hand that's going to be met by a hard bargain. So it looks like it's going to be a hidden blade over on the other battlefield. Conquer to Coco Lopez. He's going to have a trigger to get whatever spell he wants out of his yard. We will not see the harrowing this turn.
Who do they give it to? There's just so many options here. He's looking at the flash. He hesitated there for a second. These decks tend to only run 2 counterspells, 1 hard bargain, 1 abandoned. We see both in the trash already. So that does mean that the options are limited for what Coco Lopez can use here. Leaving the hard bargain at top, I wonder if that's what he's given flow from. Because this decision is going to be incredibly important.
It looks like it will be the hard bargain. He hasn't really motioned toward any other cards, and you can see Squirtle seems perturbed by the decision of Coco Lopez here, which he will find out the hard way very shortly. Now Coco Lopez in the tank, thinking on what the next option is. And he will go and hidden blade his own guy in response to draw a couple cards.
Yeah. Because the strength of flow here is all the cards printed right now that have flow are slow speed. But if through Kennen you give flow to a card that's action or reaction speed, you can play it at that speed. So by giving the hard bargain flow here, he can just send the Rasa in and then hard bargain that hidden blade. So I think that's why Squirtle opted in to just use the hidden blade there, because they knew if I don't use it there, I'm just going to be in a situation where I might not be able to use it at all.
Rasa shovel off of the stack deck, Rasa to the hand for Coco Lopez. Coco Lopez also has this Fizz, so if he wants to commit the Rasa to the minefield, he can't always play the Fizz to flash them both out and get his points that way and keep this Kennen from being able to be an effective attacker.
Both these decks, I mean, we are just seeing an absolute masterclass, the difference of pace in this game too, as we approach the hour. The full of 60 minutes have been hit here. The timer has broken. It does not go above 60 minutes here, ladies and gentlemen. It does not want to go any higher. And with that, we'll have to see which player can do to get the win. I mean, the setup here is just so intense. And we know here, Squirtle doesn't know it, but we know it here, Yadi, that the Baron is available to be played at any moment of these turns. And Coco Lopez, infamously on the dreaded 3 points here, but if they can get to 5 and save the Baron for that play, that is an opportunity for them to just quickly claw back the win.
Baron Nashor typically rears his head in the late game of League of Legends, and maybe rearing his head in the late game of the semifinals of Regional Qualifier Barcelona. We saw Coco Lopez elect to go for a stack deck, deploy a Rasa. I think he may have put a Ride the Wind in his hand. Wasn't quite able to see that. A couple of gear here for Squirtle. A couple of units. Gonna have the opportunity to get a stun off. Coco Lopez's shield's down for the turn.
Do we set up our situation here as Squirtle? We want to get into this battlefield. We want to kill these troublesome units from Coco Lopez there. Get rid of this, but the numbers are favored towards Kennen right now. 6 on the lower battlefield, 4 on the upper. This is going to force some extra interaction. You can use Kennen here to stun a unit on attack. That's something to keep in mind. If you're very just creative in your use of this Kennen, if you manage to do your number crunch correctly, you can attack one of these units, stun the opponent, and then ideally not have to worry about losing your unit. It does cost the 2 energy, which can be costly in this situation where you don't have that many in general to start with. We can see Squirtle counting through his options. He's got to make a decision.
Again, just a little bit gear light this time around. He did get 2 draws, so with his draw for turn on top of it, maybe getting something back. There's a Doran shield. I think 2 arises. And I believe the Barbara, the 4-mana unit that blows up a gear, is in there. I couldn't believe that was what the card was named when my friends tried to convince me, and then they showed it to me. I opened a lot of the set, and I just kind of ignored it.
Tomb Raider Barbara, a great card indeed. Coco Lopez looking down at this army from Squirtle as now we see the Arise come out. Let's see them set up all of these soldiers and get ready for their attack. They tap themselves out entirely, but with the Doran shield giving a unit tank, they can combine this with an Azir. If they pump up one soldier high enough to take over the Rasa, they can then gank, well, not even a gank, they can attack with the Azir to move that tanked unit over and keep it alive.
It's just like this could be the pivotal turn of the game, W King.
Mm-hmm.
Squirtle will either hold back or he will go all in. Or mostly in. Things are going to kick off by sending in the Sand Soldier and knocking out the Kennen. So no more flow shenanigans on Conquer.
This is it. What do they have here? How do they want to set up these soldiers here to get over? You can also just use the tank value to make it an awkward breakpoint for the Rasa only being able to deal that 6 damage here. Because now the plan is, how do I set up these units to hold? Because recognizing that Coco Lopez is on 3 points, you do not want to let them get anything for free. They're adding up the maths. They want to force their opponent to have an awkward attack. But that's the power that we see here, because if Coco Lopez opts in to play the Baron out this turn, that Rasa goes to 8, that Fizz goes to 5, and then they still have 2 open for some extra interaction, and they can just absolutely threaten a win in a dominant fashion. They go for the
Azir
attack.
moves in. Coco Lopez has nothing. You will take a look and will elect to take out Azir. It will be a minefield trigger for Squirtle as he goes up to 5. It's double decree going to the graveyard. That is a horrible W King. He does not have a way of getting those out.
That is a painful sight, because I do not expect them to run more than 2. The double stack decree on top of each other is a shutdown and a half. And now let's look at Coco Lopez on the attack. They have enough to combine the Harrowing with the Baron here and then still have 2 open for the Ride the Wind if they want to use this on their opponent's turn as well. The options are there. What will they do to set up? Let's have a look at their chart. Oh, he's just leaving it out of sight for us. There we go. Love these hand cams here.
Thick. That's thick trash right there. And what is Coco Lopez actually afraid of here? You know both decrees are gone. You know he used a hidden blade on his own thing. You see 2 arises in the graveyard. it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot that Squirtle's going to be able to do. Things are going to get kicked off by a lightning rush that's going to be flowed.
Start that up, because if you can just conquer here, they get this. See, this is, oh my gosh, this is such a great setup they have here. Nocturne out for free. They can then play out the last rites if they want to get extra units back. If they conquer both battlefields here in the most minimalistic ways possible and develop a board state in base, they can go for the winning turn next turn here with that Baron at 5 points. So it's the different game plans this Kennen deck up has, which makes it so strong. You have 3 major win conditions, and we're seeing, what I'm guessing to be the play to try and get to 5 points and look for the win to 8.
There's a last rites. You know that's going to be suited up with one of these things, and it's probably going to be a Rasa that's coming into play, likely in the base, to set up for the play that you were just talking about. Coco Lopez has seen the line for victory. It's just a matter of getting there. He thinks about suiting up the Rasa, considers the Brutalizer on the other side, and elects to suit up the Fizz.
Looking to go through their trash here. They have so many units in there available. I think they just have to make sure they leave enough open to have this Baron ready to play and then go in on the big offensive next turn. Fizz going out. Will go on the attack. Takes over that battlefield. Let's see if we get the minefield trigger. But first of all, last rites, they need to say who they want to play. Goes for that Rasa. And now we're developing our base.
Thinking about where he's going to deploy this Rasa, and it looks like the minefield has to happen first. That will happen. The Rasa is coming out still. The rune has been bottomed already. It's just a matter of where he wants to put it. I really do think the proper move is just deploy this one in your base.
Yeah.
Send your Rasa over to the Hall of Legends, and then call it a day after that. But Coco Lopez is going to take it easy here. Again, the timer is gone at this point, so as long as his pace of play is solid, there'll be no danger of any warnings or anything.
I want to say this is like a poker face bluff Coco Lopez has here.
That's what I'm thinking too.
Right? Like they're pretending that there's a decision here on if I want to play it to base or battlefield to sell some information as, where do I want, when the obvious, we know the answer is to base. But Coco, if he confidently plays it in base, it's showing something. So just by hesitating here, it's showing that this game is not just about the cards you have in hand, it's also about how you decide on what you want to go for, as they may even opt in for the battlefield. They're adding the math here. I love just the hesitation here. To us, it might be obvious, but maybe Coco has another line that we're all missing.
Or maybe Coco is just thinking about everything that he could potentially play around. He even reads the Kennen for a little bit of extra showmanship, and he will indeed put this one in the base. Now the question is, will he commit the other Rasa? He still has 3 runes open. He does have Ride the Winds, and it looks, this is what you want. He's going to Ride the Wind that Fizz over to get another trigger off of this shovel, and then be able to move the Fizz back.
Mm-hmm. And if they, what do they have in hand to play? I mean, I don't think they have.
I don't think it's anything to play.
But you don't need to play anything. You've got 4 units comfortable in base here. And you're at that 5 might breakpoint where you're just in a comfortable zone. So ups in to skip that last rites trigger. Can now move this back to base. They have a Gust in hand that they can use to just deny their opponent here any units. And this is looking like a great setup here by Coco Lopez to look to triple conquer for the win next turn. They're hesitating again, but let's see how they set it up. I really want to say he's just trying to bluff out his opponent right now.
I will say, if I'm Squirtle, him making that Ride the Wind play and not being able to pull Orasa or anything else out of the graveyard leads me to believe that this may be a Harrowing Baron play. Appears to be some sort of confusion about movement, about runes potentially. This would be just enough for Coco Lopez to be able to play the Harrowing, play the Baron, but even before that, he's just going to reveal 2 runes at the start of his next turn.
Yeah, they're just doing some check on the maths here to make sure all the runes have been correctly recycled. But because you never know. You never know if your opponent might have missed one. Like we mentioned before, these players are great, but they are all human, and it's long days, so mistakes can happen here in these situations. So let's see the maths right now as they add up. Was everything correctly recycled? Has everything been paid for properly? And I love what you said before, Yanni. That Squirtle may be reading into this plan that Coco Lopez is setting up, because retreating all your units at 5 to not try to hold for that 6th point can sell the information out there that you have a different plan in mind.
Yeah, and he even though he wasn't able to get a Ross out of the order, Ross is saved,